Volume 10 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Deimos Profession? The player's pet Deimos has reconstructed all the parts of his body. Usually the undead is formed because of a strong grudge or a curse. These are the sources of their power, making them jealous of the living. The undead cannot live anywhere because of that hostility. Unfortunately, Deimos evolution wasn't completed because of the roughly assembled body made of cheap bones. But now it can be exchanged for 208 bones and the perfect skull. Now that all the parts are fused together and is optimized to fit the body, Deimos will get a chance for a new evolution. Roughly assembled? Cheap bones? Ark's face distorted oddly. There was the old saying that said people should not bite at sore fingers. Ark also felt that way about his pets. He had lovingly cared for his pets. He gave them good food and built them a body. Educated them and treated them like his children. But even though he treated them well, his children didn't act the same way. As the parent, he put a lot of affection into raising his children. Although Diedrich was a little careless, he was a cunning fellow with a strong survival instinct from his childhood as a bat. Raiden was always wound around his waist and never caused trouble. On the other hand, Deimos was just a skull when they met for the first time. He had no skills except for rolling around. Didn't he used to be thrown at monsters in order to deal some damage? Ark was the one who made him a complete skeleton body. Of course it was no easy task. He had to memorize a book Justice Man lent him on the human body for several nights. But was that all? He looked through hundreds and thousands of skeleton bones for pieces that would fit together like a jigsaw puzzle in order to create Deimos. Deimos was truly Ark's creation. Has any other summoner suffered so much in order to raise their summon? But it is not all bad. I'm filled with a sense of pride when I look at what I created. He secretly felt proud whenever he looked at Deimos. But now he had to suffer through the disgrace of his hard work being called a loosely assembled body? He felt furious at an information window for the first time. No, it wasn't just the information window. Even though Ark made it with difficulty, Deimos didn't like it and decided to just get rid of it using bone collecting? To the extent that he completely changed 208 bones? He had accepted it since changing the bones meant raising his stats, but now Ark completely felt betrayed. Deimos, it's good that you might evolve, but were you so miserable that you had to change all the bones? Oh, have you finally realized, Master? Diedrich sensed the mood and teased as he approached Arkansas. I told you so from the beginning. From the very first, this guy did not like the body that Master endured so much suffering to make. In order to obtain a stronger body, he was pretending to like it while patronizing you. He is that type of guy, a cunning child. Although he appears outwardly loyal to Master, you really can't trust the undead. Don't you know they only think about bones? Diedrich smiled as he continued bad-mouthing Deimos. I didn't want to mention this, but do you know how many times I've heard him swearing at Master? Clack clack? Clack 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 clack. Deimos was astounded and rushed towards Diedrich. However, Diedrich expected it and quickly hid behind Arkansas. Look at this, he's revealing his true colors. He's trying to cover up the truth. He said that Master was a tyrant who treated us like trash, Master? This child, did you think it was settled? Ark grabbed Diedrich by the neck, who immediately screamed. See, choking. Why are you doing this? I'm just repeating what that skeleton said, Do you think I'm a fool? If you want, then I'll really throw you in a body bag and use you as dog trash. Is that so? Diedrich became frightened and avoided Ark's eyes. Hey, why are you scared? I just gave you an example. Oh, really? You're not angry? Master's heart is like the sea. It is spacious. No, I am a stingy tyrant who treats you like trash. Master, you knew? Diedrich faked a pitiful expression. However, Ark just nodded with a cold look. I know very well. Damn it, whatever. I'm free to say whatever I like, so just get it over with. Diedrich desperately lay on the floor and closed his eyes. There was no need to bother describing what happened afterwards. When Ark showed an upset countenance, Diedrich immediately took the chance to drive a wedge between Ark and Deimos and was punished for it. Sack 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 sack. Clack 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 clack. Ark was also Raiden's dad? Raiden became upset at Diedrich's words and stepped all over his feet. In addition, Deimos also smacked him with his shield before he evolved. Thanks to Ark and the two summons, Diedrich was crushed in a matter of seconds. Okay, I'm the bad guy. Once Diedrich was in a critical condition with tears dripping down his face, he huddled in a corner and shouted. Bah, Deimos, you hit me as well? Are you already acting so arrogantly before you even evolved? don't be ridiculous. You'll see in the future. I'll soon evolve into a great pet. When the time comes, neither you or Master will be able to treat me like this. At any rate, that guy. Ark smiled sourly and shook his head. So far, Diedrich's abilities have never been lower than Deimos. Since he evolved first and was punished more often, he ended up eating more new dishes than Deimos. Thus he was always ahead. But now the situation would be reversed when Deimos evolved. Diedrich didn't like this. Diedrich was cunning, but that was his limit. So his behavior was understandable. Well, he has to evolve anyway. Ark stared at Deimos. Since it had come out of nowhere, it still hadn't sunk in. In fact, Ark thought that the evolution of pets was only available through a magic sword. It was the reason he often browsed the auction site for magic swords. If he could evolve his pets, then he considered buying it. As his pets were important, Ark was determined to evolve them. But I never imagined that he could evolve in such an unexpected way. Will he evolve into something different from the magic sword? Or did he have to evolve first using magic sword before evolving through different methods? Will it also depend on the pet's stats, skills, or alignment? He was unsure about what would happen. It was one of the bad things about hidden professions. A hidden profession was different from normal classes. All information related to that profession was unknown and had to be discovered firsthand. Ark had no choice but to play it and learn. This was particularly true in regards to his summons. Of course, New World had other professions with the ability to summon. The main professions were necromancers or shamans. Initially, Ark looked at their information as well. However, both professions were completely different from Ark and his summons. For a necromancers, summons were just like disposable items for them. They could summon a large amount, but once the duration was over, then they disappeared. The concept of growing their summons didn't exist. By growth, he meant raising their skills and stats. For a shaman, they were similar to Ark in that they summoned a spirit and raised it. However, the spirit grew when the user's related skill grew. In other words, if the shaman's summoning skill reached intermediate, then their spirit would also become intermediate. So the information on necromancers and shamans weren't useful for Ark at all. Anyway, Ark's profession was not focused on summoning. So the Dark Walker's complex pet system felt like a significant penalty. But he soon saw that there was some merit to it. I thought it was natural to give my pets battle training. That wasn't the actual case. The necromancers and shaman summons had no will of their own. If their master didn't give a command, then they wouldn't move. When their stats rose, they could learn a few simple patterns. But they couldn't participate in a battle on their own like Diedrich and Deimos. In addition, using food to raise stats did not work. Their ability to grow and think is also an advantage. Ark laughed as he looked at Diedrich still complaining. It was also a busy atmosphere. At first he found it quite annoying, but now he couldn't imagine playing New World without his summons there. Spending a few days and nights soloing was also possible because of his pets. Now is not the time to be thinking of these things. He had become distracted because of Diedrich. Ark shook his head and looked at the information window again. The question about whether to evolve was flickering in front of him. Since I don't know what will happen anyway, evolution. Deimos was finally going to proceed with his second evolution, that was his thought. But New World wasn't that simple. When the information window disappeared, a huge disc appeared in front of Arkansas. It was a giant roulette wheel made of bone that was divided into colors, with one single finger bone attached at the top as a pointer. What is this? Ark was perplexed as another information window appeared. Deimos' special evolution will now begin. At present, Deimos Bones is composed of 32% warrior, 27% thieves, 8% magicians, 15% undead and 18% other things. The number of professions he can evolve to is 17 types. However, the player won't be able to choose the occupation of the summon. The Great Power who watched over the Netherworld will choose the most suitable profession for Deimos depending on his stats and alignment. What the? He can evolve into 17 different types of professions? Ark muttered with a silly expression. When they evolved using the magic sword, they received the profession of the former owner. But now there was no owner of the magic sword to give a profession. Instead, the profession was gathered from the bones. Thanks to that, Deimos had the opportunity to change into many different types of professions. Indeed, there were the names of professions written on different sections of the roulette disc. This means that he can change professions into one of these? Ta-da-day-day-day. Then before Ark could read the names written on the roulette, there was a strange sound and it spun around. The roulette gradually slowed until it landed on one point. The The roulette board was divided into small and large spaces, and it had landed on the most spacious part. The problem was that there was no name written on that portion. Why did nothing happen? Ark became anxious. Peep-pepping. Deimos suddenly wobbled and kneeled down after the noise. At the same time, a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. The great power that oversees the netherworld did not recognize Deimos' evolution. Unfortunately, a fail has appeared. As a penalty, Deimos will permanently lose 200 health. All stats are destroyed by 10. There is 3 evolution opportunities given every 20 minutes. If all 3 attempts fail, the evolution will end and he will receive an additional penalty. However, there is no penalty if you cancel the evolution. Hook, what at this? Ark stared in astonishment at the information window before looking at Deimos. Just like the message said, he had his health and stats decreased. Damn it, what is the great power who watches over the netherworld? Isn't this just luck? Is luck the true identity of the netherworld's great power? Before he could even understand the situation, he had lost some stats painstakingly gained through meals and bone collection. Fury rose in his throat, but he pushed it down and endured it for the moment. Although he couldn't tolerate it, what could he do? Fortunately, there are 3 chances to evolve. If it fails, then the opportunity to evolve will completely disappear and a penalty will be received. There's still 2 chances. No, is this the second time? Ark repressed his anger and looked at the roulette. It was necessary for him to understand the situation. He could choose a profession. And obviously it had to suit Ark's profession. Even if he couldn't select the job, he could still examine the options and decide which one suits Deimos the most. The roulette wheel had many types of professions scratched on its bones. Skeleton captain, immortal skeleton, skeleton soldier, occupations associated with warriors, magicians and thieves were all present. It is quite vague. Ark scratched his head as he looked at it. It was difficult to choose a profession. Ark's level and stats were considerably higher compared to Diedrich and Deimos. Diedrich had the ability to fly, so he could avoid a monster's attack if he kept to a reasonable distance. But Deimos' position was different. He didn't have the ability to fly like Diedrich, nor was he clever. Yet he inevitably ended up fighting monsters head-on. Even so, Deimos was capable to keeping up thanks to his knight profession. His defense and health increased and he could block using the shield. No, there was no particular way to utilize him right now. No matter how high his defense became, it wasn't possible for him to fight head-on with higher-level monsters. If I look at Deimos' overall stats, then a warrior or knight profession would add that much. Even if he gained more health and defense thanks to the evolution, the level of the monsters is so high that it wouldn't be enough. The skills associated with warriors are difficult, but becoming a warrior was still relatively good. The problem would be serious if it landed on a thief profession. Thieves needed to be surprisingly clever. If Deimos switched to a thief, then he would be in danger all the time. A magician profession was also impossible. Deimos' intelligence was so low that he might not be able to learn magic, and he didn't have enough mana to use it. Naturally, magic ate up a lot of mana. A magician with 7,000 mana would run out in one battle. As a new magician, Deimos wouldn't be able to use those skills or be of any benefit to Arkansas. In addition, a thief and magician has no defense. With the level difference, he wouldn't even last 1 or 2 hits before being forcefully recalled. When that happens, I will receive half of his health as damage. His evolution might make a battle even more difficult. While thinking about it, Ark came to the conclusion that a warrior or knight was the best option. If he becomes a warrior, then his stats will become much higher and I'll be able to utilize him more. But the problem was the number of choices. It was at that time Ark sighed before a surprising profession caught his eye. The job accounted for 2% of the total roulette. Hook, that's Death Knight. Ark's mouth dropped open. He had never directly seen a Death Knight in New World yet. However, of course he knew the name Death Knight. It was the strongest among the undead in all online games, a knight wearing dark armor. The Death Knight. As expected from something that relies on luck, it is right next to the fail. This is it. The target to win. A smaller assigned space meant a rarer profession. With the bonus stats from evolution, this clearly is the best possible choice for Deimos. With the proper armor, then he could fully utilize my pets. Ark clenched his fists. The time limit of 20 minutes has been completed. We will spin the roulette wheel. Ta-da-day-day-day. The roulette began to turn. This time Ark was not confused. He had no choice but to pray that it would land on the Death Knight. Please, please, land on it, Death Knight. Ark looked like a man holding a lottery ticket as he stared at the roulette wheel. After some time passed, the roulette gradually slowed down. Bump, bump, the roulette wheel reached the Death Knight area and advanced past. It did not stop at the last moment. God damn it. Congratulations. The great power that oversees the netherworld has acknowledged Deimos evolution. The chosen profession is skeleton merchant. This is a very unique profession as the skeleton merchant can trade goods with villages and monsters. He will also become more discerning about the various bones and leather used to make new items. However, the pet cannot carry the items directly. Since the skeleton merchant cannot deal directly with merchants, it can assist the user with making the various calculations on profit and loss. And the undead cannot trade with hostile NPCs. If you choose to cancel the evolution, a penalty will be applied and you can try again. A skeleton merchant, it was definitely a ridiculous profession. In addition, the merchant could not hold its own goods. Ark would have to store it and listen to him while trying to calculate a price while trading in stores. How was he supposed to do that? If Deimos became a merchant, wasn't it just like carrying around a portable calculator? I would rather have him not evolve. Ark would rather have him not evolve than become a merchant. Ark cancelled the evolution without even considering. There was another boom and Deimos stumbled again. Damn it, one by one, is it going to end up like this? Tears gathered as once again Deimos' stats and health were cut. No wonder so many rewards were given at the same time. This could mean the difference between a crisis and an opportunity. After 2 failures, Deimos had permanently lost 400 health and 20 points on all stats. A fortnight? A month? All the stats he raised with great difficulty was gone in over 10 minutes. There is one chance left. What if the merchant profession appears again? His stats would once again be cut. The worst result. He would have discarded a bunch of stats for nothing. If I give up the evolution here, then I'll be able to keep the remaining stats. But he couldn't regain the stats already lost. In addition, he had just obtained the long-awaited opportunity to evolve. Since it was so valuable, he might suffer a bigger loss if he gave up. And to give up the chance to evolve into a Death Knight. It was a huge dilemma. Was this how people who gambled felt like? A cold sweat started forming on Ark's forehead. Ark wasted time while hesitating. Diedrich had been watching from afar and he finally walked closer and mumbled. I told you. As an undead, that fellow has no luck. Do you think that an undead has any luck? Lucky would only look good on a noble vampire like me. You really are. Ah, no, I was just talking. When Ark glared at Diedrich, he became surprised and immediately closed his mouth. Although anger swelled up inside Ark, there was no time to punish Diedrich. 4 minutes had already passed. During the remaining 16 minutes, he had to decide whether to give up or gamble again. But Ark's heart had already made a decision. This opportunity is too good to give up. If he knew all the information, then he might have given up before spinning the roulette wheel. But he had already begun. He had to continue to the end. Who is to blame? If the stats are cut again, then I'll just feed him food. Ark closed his eyes tightly and made the decision to turn the roulette. Then, all of a sudden Diedrich's words struck his frontal lobe. Wait? Luck? Deimos luck? After receiving a shock, Ark's frontal lobe began to actively work. Ark had thought the results of turning the wheel was due to luck. However, this place was a game. And coincidences don't exist in games. Yes, that's it. Ark's eyes brightened. These days Ark was exceptionally lucky and found good items. But looking back, there was an explanation for this. He had received the sacred branch from Popo. The option was especially worth noting, with an extra plus 30 to luck and a plus 20% chance of finding magic items. Ark had received it before Nagarin and then forgotten about the effects. Then the effect came into play in the netherworld. Yes, monsters dropping items depended on the results of numerical calculations. And the thing that could be applied in this situation was the luck stat. Character information window, dot. Character name Ark race human. Alignment good plus 350. Fame 9125, plus 500, level 253. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Abandoned, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer. Health 3910, plus 150, Mana 4050. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 503, plus 28. Agility 663, plus 55, Stamina 733, plus 20. Wisdom 87, plus 10, Intelligence 781. Luck 103, plus 30, Flexibility 98. Art of Communication 46, Affection 141, plus 10. Resilience 285. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mere People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Mind's Eye, Ring Mind's Eye enabled. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 40% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Ark's luck was currently 103. With the effects of Sacred Branch, it was 133. However, all his stats increased by 40% thanks to the Dark Attribute bonus. In other words, the final value was 186. It's quite high compared to other games where the luck stat was generally low. It is too weird. My luck is 186, yet first I received the fail option and the next time it landed on a useless profession for me? If so, my luck isn't applied to this roulette wheel. Then the answer was that Deimos' luck stat was applied to the roulette wheel. He opened the information window and saw that Deimos only had 26 luck. In fact, when he first evolved, Deimos had 50 stat. But when he used bone collecting, stats like strength and agility went up while luck fell. Ark hadn't really cared about the luck stat. No, he had welcomed it when Deimos' strength and agility went up. Therefore he was caught off guard by this situation. Diedrich's complaints are sometimes useful. If Diedrich had not mentioned it, he never would have thought of the undead's luck. The waiting time for the roulette is 20 minutes. I had wondered why it required waiting time, but it turns out to be needed. It is for a skill that can change the rules of the game. If there was 20 minutes available, wasn't there time to change the rules? Anyway, once I know the problem, then solving it isn't difficult. Ark's face, which had begun to look despairing, brightened. There is no time. Survival Cooking Recipe List. A list containing hundreds of different recipes appeared in front of Arkansas. The remaining time was 14 minutes. Ark used filters to get rid of the unnecessary dishes. There were approximately 40 dishes that gave a lucky effect. But he could only make 5 at the moment. Creating 5 dishes can boost the luck by 60. With Deimos' current luck, he would have 86 at most. But there is only a 2% probability of landing on Death Knight. Damn, if I knew that luck was this important, then I would have packed extra ingredients to raise it. It was too late to feel regretful. There might be a way to raise the luck above 86. Ark took out all his ingredients and made a dish. He paid attention to the pot's thermostat and added expensive spices. Then a brilliant light exploded from the pot and a stunning dish was created. The best 4-leaf clover pancake has been completed using survival cooking. The pancakes decorated with 4-leaf clovers have been cooked well and symbolizes good fortune. Because of the decoration, eating the pancakes will make you feel more lucky. Although it is a relatively simple dish, your sincerity has created an a la carte dish. Recovers 400 health over 3 minutes. Luck plus 15 for 1 hour. A la carte bonus, 200 health recovered. Luck plus 10. That's it. That's what Ark was aiming for. A la carte dishes provided extra bonuses through sincerity. It wasn't easy to receive the a la carte or miracle nursing effects. But now it wasn't an exaggeration to say that life or death rested on the luck stat. The brain scanning unit detected this and he was able to create an a la carte dish. What is this? Aha, have you finally realized that you treated me poorly? Ho ho ho, it isn't necessary for you to cook for me. Well, I did receive some unfair treatment. Since it's already made, I'll eat it well. Diedrich approached after smelling the fragrant dish. Don't be annoying and go away. Ark kicked Diedrich aside and fed the pancakes to Deimos. Master. Are you really going to act like that? Diedrich obtained a bruise on his eye and once again started complaining. But he had no time to pay attention to his pet's feelings. There isn't a lot of time left. I have to create all the dishes and feed it to him before then. Ark quickly made the rest of the dishes. However, he rushed too much and failed to make an a la carte dish. Damn it! No, it can't be. Let's calm down. I can't rush too much. Come, Diedrich, eat these dishes. I don't want to, you petty and dirty, ugh. Ark crammed the failed dishes into Diedrich's mouth and took a deep breath. After several more failures, he was able to make an a la carte dish. Ugh, am I a rubbish bin for food? Gag, I'm about to burst. Diedrich's stomach swelled so much that it looked like it was going to burst. Anyway, after making the a la carte dishes, he was able to raise Deimos' luck to 140. That's it, this is the best that I can do. 140 is not a small number in regards to luck. I hope it lands on Death Knight, if not, at the very least a skeleton warrior, Deimos. Clack 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 clack. Deimos also nodded nervously. At that time the message window showed up. The time limit of 20 minutes has been completed. We will spin the roulette wheel. Ta-de-de-de-de, Ark, Deimos and Raiden looked at the wheel anxiously. Diedrich was distracted by rubbing his bloated stomach and picking his nostrils. Well, he couldn't break the tense atmosphere as the roulette wheel spun and the bone rattled loudly. Once the wheel started to slow, a sense of anticipation was seen in Ark's eyes. Okay, it looks good. Just a little more, a little more. Ta-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The roulette was close to the Death Knight area. If he measured the distance and speed, there was a high probability that it would land on Death Knight. The atmosphere became expectant, like a jackpot was going to appear. Ark, Deimos and Raiden tensed up while Diedrich rubbed his nose and his body shook violently. The roulette wheel attracted all their eyes as it stopped. Ark's eyes lit up. That's it, Death Knight. Who, are really? Achoo. Diedrich freaked out with his fingers stuck in his nostrils and sneezed. Then, was this fate's joke? The roulette, which had landed perfectly on Death Knight, made a noise and moved on to the next section. Instantaneously, Ark and his summons all froze. What the? Diedrich, you. It's not me. My sneezing couldn't have possibly moved the wheel. Diedrich screamed spectacularly. Of course, Ark was also aware of that. If he could have controlled the random roulette, that Ark would have already done so. But the roulette had a semi-transparent form and couldn't be touched with his hands. It was just bad luck. But it was still an emotional problem. Since he had been picking his nostrils for no reason, as soon as he sneezed, then anger welled up. Diedrich sensed the mood and kept quiet. My wish! Ark cried out. Damn it, this was a perfect opportunity to evolve into Death Knight. What other profession is after Death Knight? Skeleton warrior? That is still good. Since it was a usable profession, he would still accept the evolution. But when he thought about the Death Knight, Ark couldn't shake off the feeling of tremendous loss. At that time the message window appeared. The great power that oversees the netherworld has acknowledged Deimos' evolution. The chosen profession is Deathmaster. The Deathmaster is a profession Deimos can evolve into using the knowledge obtained from the necromancer Tamura's skull. There is no public information available on Deathmaster. After the pet's evolution, a significant bonus will be applied when the player learns skills related to death, and they can even exert power over death sometimes. It is an occupation highly recommended for an undead summon. This is the player's last chance. If you cancel the evolution, then the evolution attempt will end in failure and a penalty applied. Yes, a skeleton warrior is also useful, eh? What? Deathmaster? Ark murmured in a stunned voice. What is a Deathmaster? He hadn't seen that profession on the roulette. Ark thought it was a mistake and approached the roulette closely. Then he realized there was a part he never saw. Between Death Knight and Skeleton Warrior, there was a small gap that wasn't easy to see unless looking with a magnifying glass. And the occupation Deathmaster was written in a straight line. Deathmaster? What's this? He had never heard of this profession. The space assigned to Deathmaster is only 0.5%. Since the probability is so low, it is an even rarer profession than Death Knight. That means, the good luck was applied after all? Ark looked at the roulette wheel with a strange expression. Although he picked a lot of targets, it was amazing that he ended up with this absurd situation. And the problem was that Ark wasn't aware of what type of profession Deathmaster was. He couldn't tell by looking at the name or the information present. It is a profession with a low probability, but he was somewhat hesitant to choose it. But I don't have a choice. If this evolution fails, Deimos will lose 600 health and 30 points in each stat. And the chance to evolve will disappear. Although the profession was ambiguous, he couldn't accept the penalty. There was also Deimos' reaction. Although he looked grouchy when Skeleton Merchant appeared, his eyes were lively once he saw Deathmaster. It was similar to when he trained Deimos in bone collecting and Diedrich in vampirism. Based on previous experience, his pets would listen better when it was something they liked. Okay. Let's just do it. Evolution. In the end, Ark chose to evolve and closed his eyes. Oh doo-duck, oh doo-doo-duck. At that moment, there was the eerie sound of Deimos' bones changing dramatically. Until now, Deimos had been made up of different parts. The ribs of an ogre, the shoulder bones of a gnoll, there were various bones of monsters mixed together as well as Andel's bone. Since it was from different species, the appearances of the bones didn't match. He was also wearing a ragged cloak and just looked like a pile of trash. But once the evolution started, his bones became shiny and black. A skeleton made of black bones, and his eyes flowed with a red gleam. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of his bones also changed and became gloomier than before. The evolution was successful. All the components have been optimized to a form suitable for a Deathmaster's growth. The great power who oversees the Netherworld has granted the name Razak to the Deathmaster. Razak can now acquire the knowledge necessary for a Deathmaster. Razak. A resident of the Netherworld who has evolved after collecting bones. After absorbing the fragment of knowledge from the necromancer Tamora's skull, his understanding of death has deepened. Although arrogance is in his nature, his loyalty to his master means there will be an additional bonus applied after learning death-related skills. In addition, the performance of his blade has gone up. Species, undead. Alignment, dark. Ranking, lower class. Health, 1724, plus 250. Loyalty, 620, plus 30. Strength, 253, plus 20. Agility, 95, plus 20. Stamina, 279, plus 20. Wisdom, 58, plus 50. Intelligence, 76, plus 50. Luck 26, plus 10. Asterisk damage as a blade increased by 7, durability plus 50, the range of the whip has increased by 5 meters. Asterisk you have learned the skill Death's Equations. Asterisk you have learned the skill Pledge of Death. Death's Equations, beginner, active after understanding Death's Equations, you will be able to return the soul of the monster to their body after dying. However, this technique requires the exchange of Razak's bones in order to be successful. The number of bones sacrificed will depend on the status and ranking of the target. In addition, if you offer more than the set value, then the stats obtained will rise. The life force of the resurrected target will be restored by 50%, but Razak will not be able to move while controlling the target or the contract will be released. A rank resurrection, 3 bones consumed. B rank resurrection, 2 bones consumed. C rank resurrection, 1 bone consumed. Pledge of Death, beginner, active. The Pledge of Death is a way for the pet to show loyalty to its master. If the player dies, the Pledge of Death will be activated and the pet will exchange his health with his master's. However, the pet will die instead and will receive his master's death penalty of -1 to all stats. This is, should I be glad? Ark read the information window with a dumb expression. After evolving, his stats rose considerably. 170 points were added to health and loyalty. The effect had raised Deimos 17 levels. But as expected, Deathmaster had a magician characteristic. It focused on wisdom and intelligence rather than strength and agility. However, it was unreasonable compared to a magician. Since he evolved holding the sword and shield, strength, agility and stamina all increased a little bit. Naturally, his defense and attack also rose a little bit. Although Deimos would grow along the path of a magician, fortunately Ark had raised him as a warrior. The increase in blade damage isn't really meaningful. And 7-point increase in damage meant an attack of 30-42. It is a lot weaker than Gweizel's sword. While a one-handed sword is quite strong, I'm familiar with Gweizel's sword, so it isn't necessary to change it. But since he sometimes used the whip, the increase in damage was great. The problem was the skills, death's equations, and pledge of death. He could resurrect dead monsters and use them freely. It sounded amazing, but when thinking about it, the technique required sacrificing Razak's bones every time it was used. It meant that it would cut the stats obtained through bone collecting. Of course, he could always regain the stats back through bone collecting, but he didn't want to sacrifice stats just to raise monsters with 50% of their abilities. Well, it might have a huge effect if I resurrect a boss. But resurrecting such a monster would require 3 bones. Furthermore, it wasn't possible to go someplace else because Razak couldn't move. There was also pledge of death. Instead of Ark dying, he would share Razak's remaining health. However, it was only good if Razak had a lot of health remaining. If Razak's health also decreased, then Ark and Razak would just lose some stats. I can't grasp whether the profession and skills are good or bad. Ark thought with a strange expression. Prior to the evolution, bone collecting was used to raise the stats. But now the skills created after evolution only decreased the stats. I can't just excessively use the remaining bones. Although Deimos finally obtained new skills, Ark didn't want to test them out. Overall, it is not that bad. Deathmaster seems like a mix between magician and warrior. Since the attack and defense wasn't lowered, I'll be able to use him sometimes to tank. And the peculiar skills could be surprisingly effective in some situations. Well, now I need to create some dishes to regain the stats. Ark was satisfied with the results. The fact that he didn't evolve into a Death Knight was still inconvenient, but at least the Deathmaster profession was somewhat usable. Wasn't it 100 times better than a skeleton merchant? Ark smiled and looked at Razak. Okay, now you've evolved. Deimos, no, now it is Razak. Clack clack, clack clack clack. Razak leisurely nodded. In fact, this was what he found disagreeable about the evolution. When Deimos was made out of a patchwork of bones, he had a lively feeling. That was his charm, but now Ark couldn't find that feeling after the evolution into Death Knight. Although it was quite intense, the atmosphere felt more gloomy and drab. Diedrich also shot a dissatisfied look towards Razak. Sheesh, this conceited child has now completely changed his atmosphere? Clack clack? Clack clack clack. What the? Ha, just because you've succeeded recently? Don't be ridiculous. All you did was pick up some bones in order to evolve. I have inherited the noble blood of the vampires. I can't be judged with the same standards as a brainless child. Clack clack clack, take, clack 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 clack. Razak laughed and shrugged his shoulders. What the? This bastard, do you think it is settled? Not too long ago you were rolling around on the ground and now you're ignoring me? Do you want to experience that again? Diedrich huffed and burst out angrily. Diedrich, stop. Why haven't you calmed down and kept on talking so noisily? What the? Now even Master is ignoring me? Diedrich's face contorted at Ark's words. Are you going to keep on acting like this? Yes, I am. Why? Are you going to beat me again? Go ahead. You think that I'm a vampire who can't evolve? Ha, good, good. Hit me. Tear my stomach. Why is he behaving like this? Ark sent an absurd look towards Diedrich. Then, a thought popped into my head. Wait. Maybe this guy, this is good. Ark noticed something about Diedrich and burst out laughing. If he returned to the past, their relationship when there were a bat and a skull wasn't that close. Diedrich could talk from the beginning and he had a flying ability. So he just ignored the skull rolling around on the ground. Ark bat skull snake. That was the ranking in Diedrich's mind. In addition, Ark evolved him first, so he really became smug. And that relationship continued even after Skull evolved into Deimos. But this was the first time that the ranking sequence was broken. Diedrich naturally thought that he should have evolved first. But now Raiden and Razak had evolved first, so his sense of security had started to collapse. As a vampire, Diedrich was exceptionally proud, so this cut like a knife. Laughing? Am I funny? Damn it, don't laugh. I am Diedrich. Okay, it is a very good reaction. Why didn't I think of that? Ark finally noticed why Diedrich was grumbling like a little kid. He tried it out. Even if Razak had a high degree of loyalty, he still made them eat food. There were no problems. Diedrich was the one who always complained, but that didn't happen this time. That's right, trying to balance the two of them might have been a mistake. Now Diedrich's pride won't allow him to complain about food just in case the gap with Razak widens. Kukokuk, this is an effective new method. Thanks to his show of weakness, Ark had caught the rebellious Diedrich in his claws. This guy is clever, but he still acts like a little kid. Sack, sack, sack. At that time, Raiden, who had been wandering around, returned. There were 200 dead Nakujuk in the underground square. Raiden had swept through every corner and obtained 300 Japtum. Although there were no special items, the overflowing number of items was still worth a large amount of gold, so Ark was happy. After finishing everything, Ark went up to the second floor where everyone was waiting. Now, let's go. Bah, pa, sheesh. Diedrich grumbled and followed behind them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 2. ACT2 Deception. TL notes, I've changed Duraken to Draken. Duran, Bona, Lariat and Buxel were gathered on the second floor. Duran and Bona were talking about what happened in the previous days while Buxel was looking at the footage on the magic projector. And Lariat was still organizing her skills, with the relevant information window open. Arknim, have you finished your business? Duran stood up when Ark approached. Yes, it is finished. I have to thank you once again. If it wasn't for Arknim, Bonanim. When Duran looked at him, Bona immediately bowed his head. Thank you for saving me. Although he hadn't noticed it before, Bona was quite a cute-looking boy. But when he wore a white hat, he really looked like a smurf. Are you uninjured? Yes. Then I am even more thankful. I'm glad you're safe. Ark gave him an affectionate look and ruffled Bona's head. Diedrich looked like he was going to vomit at Ark's words, but Ark was being 100% sincere. Since Bona was safe, then Ark would be able to receive the compensation for the B difficulty quest. Ho, now I can obtain items from the Smurfs. Ark seemed to drool as he looked at Bona. However, Bona didn't know Ark's true feelings and blushed so red that he could be mistaken for a Nakujuk. I'll be a great warrior just like Ark Young. I'll defeat the Nakujuk that threatens my clan. He had no interest in that. But treating NPCs well was Ark's slogan. Ark nodded his head as if he was proud of Bona's words. Yes, if you stay strong then you'll be able to become a great warrior and hunt the Nakujuk. But shouldn't we reassure your grandfather first? Yes. Bona nodded excitedly and quickly hugged the embarrassed Gurin. Come, let's get out of here. Yes, I'm ready. Buxel finished with the magic projector and got out of his seat. However, Lariat was still looking at the skills window and couldn't hear Ark's voice. She had been a magician, but once she changed to Innocence Knight then all her magic was deleted and new skills registered. She was so preoccupied distributing the 50% stat points that she paid no attention to her surroundings. Ark knew the circumstances but couldn't wait for her. Lariat Nim? Ark approached Lariat, who became surprised and jumped. Ark Nim, . Have you still not finished redistributing your skills? I took a bit of time checking every skill. But I've just finished. Lariat smiled and replied. Ark was speechless for a moment. He had been too busy fighting the boss to pay attention, but Lariat was really beautiful. Of course, all females in New World altered their appearance to become prettier. Roko had also altered her character to the point that she could be in a CF commercial. But Ark knew. Unlike the other users, Lariat didn't have a big difference between reality and the game, so other people might not understand, but Ark felt like her beauty was even more special. Are we really going to continue together in the future? Even though Ark had promised to let her accompany him, he hadn't realized he would feel this way. He had been caught up in completing the quest and beating the boss. However, Ark was still a healthy Korean man. It was impossible not to like going forward with a beautiful woman. No, it was what he had been dreaming of since he first saw her in Jackson. But when it became real like this, it was actually a burden. His heart felt on edge like it was being stabbed. That's strange, why do I feel like this around you? Although he questioned it, there was an obvious reason. However, 99% of his brain was occupied with making money, so he couldn't work it out. Nevertheless, the world seemed extremely fair. If someone became too cunning, then he would end up being excessively stupid. But I don't know how to treat Lariat Nim. Ark was worried about it since he was inexperienced with girls. Well, I'll work it out somehow. Ark eventually gave up on finding an answer and turned towards her. What is your new profession like? I'm not sure yet. Luckily, it doesn't seem that different from Alan's Holy Knight. A lot of the skills I looked at seemed similar to a Holy Knight. Lariat covered her mouth and studied Ark's face. Ark was confused by her attitude at first before shaking his head. You don't have to worry. My feelings against Alan have been settled. It was true. Killing Alan last time was sufficient. He had gotten enough payback that it didn't really matter to him anymore. Although Alan might still hold a grudge against Ark, there was a 100% chance, but Ark had no emotions left about Alan. Yes, after the business ended, then Ark was an easygoing person who won't pay any regards to other people's grudges. Alan is also in prison. He won't be able to move even one muscle in the next month. And there will be a huge difference between us once he leaves. It has ended perfectly. There is no reason to pay him any regard. Online games were an endless competition. No matter how high the level, someone else would catch up if the user was careless. This wasn't a 1 or 2 day difference, but a whole month spent in jail. But was that all? Although Ark was a fool in regards to women, he was about a 100 in regards to the game. Based on the conversation between Ronian and Lariat, there was a penalty applied to his profession of Holy Knight. 1 month of prison and a penalty to his profession. In conclusion, Alan had surely reached his end. Paying attention to that sort of guy was a useless waste of calories. However, Lariat had no way of knowing what happened. I know that he received a lot of damage from Alan, but it is wonderful that Arknim is able to shake off that grudge. Thus, the misunderstandings just deepened. Lariat sent him a subtle look of respect. What the? Why is she looking like that? Ark was confused about her expression. That's right, I remember now. You were the girl always with Alan. Diedrich shouted after staring at Lariat. Even if Master is fooled, my eyes won't be deceived. What the? Why are you trying to approach Master? You couldn't have approached Master for no reason. Obviously you've received orders from Alan. Clack clack? Clack clack clack. Sack 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 sack. Razak and Raiden both looked at her with wary eyes after those words. Lariat had no idea what to do after Ark's pet suddenly became cautious towards her. Then Diedrich approached Ark and started cursing. Master, you didn't know? Look, it's the girl who was with that sissy. That beep beep from the siege who used her beep magic. Ark was appalled and blocked Diedrich's mouth. But his bad words had already been spoken and heard. Lariat became pale as this was the first time she heard such words. Duran, Bona and Buxel couldn't understand the situation and just observed with bemused expressions. Then Diedrich, who hadn't grasped the situation, just pushed the hand back and continued talking. Master. Why won't you let me talk? Don't you understand? I said, Please shut up and stay quiet, yes? Ark muttered with a murderous gaze. Just like usual, Diedrich flinched and shut his mouth. I'm really sorry. For my pet to say such words. It's nothing. Lariat struggled to smile with a stiff face. Ark was silent for a moment before sighing. Well, let's return to the village in the valley for the moment. You don't have to explain. Because I'll just follow Arknim for the moment. Thankfully, Diedrich's rant hadn't changed her mind about accompanying him. Yes. Then let's go. Yes. So Ark led the group and headed upstairs. However, the atmosphere was a bit tense, unlike before. Needless to say, the atmosphere had gone down to -100 with Diedrich's words. Damn, the atmosphere was so good, and now because of this guy. Ark glared at Diedrich. Diedrich was still unaware of what he did wrong, as was wondering, what mistake did I make? Diedrich's attitude worsened even more. But he had keen senses and kept quiet after noticing Ark's mood. Then Buxel approached from the rear. Arknim, this scene might be worth more than I thought. What do you mean? What am I talking about? The brave warrior who risked his life jumping into the enemy's hideout in order to rescue the kidnapped girlfriend. This scene isn't easy to produce intentionally. What was he saying? Ark became uncomfortable at those words and bluntly said. My relationship with Lariat Nim isn't like that. It's completely obvious. It's not like that. But? Buxel was still disbelieving. But after thinking for a moment, he seemed to firmly grasp the situation. Then Arknim and Lariat Nim don't often meet? I've only met her once last year. And there were a few more times in New World. I see. Buxel grinned and nodded. What are you saying? Arknim is surprisingly slow. What the? Please watch this, Buxel pulled out the magic projector and played a recorded scene. It was the fight scene between Ark and Tamura. Since he forgot about the filming while fighting, the footage looked fairly plausible. However, that wasn't the reason Buxel showed him the scene. Buxel stopped the scene on an image of Lariat and muttered quietly. Take a good look. Now do you see what I'm trying to say? Am I meant to see something? Ah, it's really frustrating. If you're this slow then it's rather pitiful. What? What did you say? Ha? Ark was still in his dark wolf form. When the black-furred wolf showed his fangs, Buxel freaked out and explained. Ah, no. This is what I've been trying to say. Look here. Arknim, please look at the way Lariatnim's expression changes. Look at the feelings being expressed. I don't know how Arknim feels, but there is a 100% chance that Lariat has a good impression of you. Ark blocked Buxel's mouth with an astonished face. He had no idea of what would happen if Lariat heard those words in this atmosphere. Fortunately Gurin, Bona and Lariat were 10 meters behind the two of them and couldn't hear their conversation. Ark sighed and glared at Buxel. Stop talking nonsense, you idiot. There is no such possibility. At the same time, Ark sneaked a glance at Lariat's image still showing on the magic projector. Lariat's silky hair flowing down her back, feelings of worry as well as delight and surprise was expressed on her face, and it was all directed towards Arkansas. The obsidian-like eyes never looked away from him. His face became hot as he noticed what Buxel was saying. At the same time, his heart was thumping in his chest. Perhaps Buxel's words are correct. Ark muttered before shaking his head. No. Lariatnim, it's definitely not like that. After being kidnapped to a place like this, it is natural to look at your rescuer like that. And you would feel anxious if the person who came to help you is in danger. Such reactions are normal. Well, of course it wouldn't be visible to you. What? This bastard. Ark frowned at Buxel's words. Why was his attitude so irresponsible? But Buxel was uninterested and just scratched his head before muttering. In fact, I don't really care. The most important thing is the atmosphere. Although Ark's current form is good, it leaves a somewhat dreary impression. But the atmosphere changed after Lariatnim decided to accompany you. Even if the two of you aren't in a relationship, it's fine as long as there's a good impression between you. Like I said, I need a plausible atmosphere. This cheeky bastard. Ark became upset but he didn't show it. Since somewhat unrelated spoke about the relationship between Ark and Lariat, wasn't it natural to become upset? Furthermore, the video was very important to Arkansas. In fact, there was a reason Ark was actively cooperating with the filming. The battle against the Nakujuk to rescue the boy and the fight against the Draken in the rain. I got better shots than I thought I would. If I put this on the official site then it might enter the top 10. Buxel said in an excited voice just before they entered the abyss of despair. Official site? Yes, the official site of Global Exos. The videos of the game on there are ranked every month. If it reaches the top 10 then it has at least 50,000 hits. It is only a matter of time until Arknim is a big star. Ark felt a light bulb light up as he listened. It was unnecessary to say again, but Ark's final goal was to join Global Exos. Although the exact acceptance criteria was unknown, it was clearly evident that he had to be better than other users. If my video becomes popular on the site then it'll help my entrance examination. Ark was currently in his dark wolf form. But Ark mistakenly thought that Global Exos was reading his reports and would know that Dark Wolf and Ark was the same. In other words, if the movie became popular then he would secretly appeal to Global Exos without other users knowing his identity. This chance doesn't come along every day. Now that I know the benefits of the video, it won't be easy for me to send him away. Therefore, Ark changed his mind about sending Buxel away when he had an opportunity. Accompanying him to the destination should have a satisfactory result. So instead of delaying the shoot, he cooperated with Buxel while filming. Come to think of it, Buxel seemed to have become a little cocky since then. Did you hear what I just said? Anyway, atmosphere is the most important thing. But Arknim doesn't have to worry about that. I'll make it so that both men and women have a good impression of you. I'll take care of it through careful editing. Oh, and please don't mention this to Lariatnim. Because I'll start filming secretly from now on. What? Why? Does Arknim want Lariatnim to become a celebrity as well? If Lariatnim becomes uncomfortable towards Arknim while filming then it'll feel awkward. Furthermore, scripted films are common nowadays. These days the realistic videos are the ones that become popular. The magic projector is still not widely known. I'll take the videos carefully so Arknim shouldn't pay any attention to me. Buxel was surprisingly an expert in this area. According to Buxel's words, the movie-like videos were extremely popular. But people soon tired of the same contents and now realistic videos were the trend. Well, even variety shows were the trend on TV. In the end, Lariat Nim will have no idea, so I'll be acting the fool by myself? Ark looked uncomfortable as Buxel confirmed this. All this work is for Ark Nim. Making a cool video that will reach the top 10 isn't an easy thing. I understand, I'll be careful. Ark sighed and nodded. Although he agreed without thinking, it had suddenly become much bigger. And now he had to conceal it from Lariat while they were filmed secretly. However, Buxel's words made sense. If he explained, then the relationship between the two of them would feel even more awkward. Yes, it's not a bad thing, and Lariat is also a candidate. It won't be bad if both of us catches Global EXO's attention with the videos. But can I do well? Ark turned and looked at Lariat. It was unnecessary to mention it again, but Ark had more than a crush on her. Every time he met her during the game, his heart trembled. But those sentiments weren't feelings of love. It was similar to the feeling that the general public felt when watching celebrities. Ark had been thinking that all along. Lariat was very beautiful. If Buxel saw her in real life, then he probably wouldn't be able to act so calmly. And her education was enough for her to have a job at Global EXO's. Meanwhile, Ark was struggling with medical bills and living expenses every month. It was the reason why he hesitated in her presence. Lariat Nim suits a guy like Alan. A bitter sigh emerged from Ark's mouth. In New World, Ark had removed Alan's position as the Lord. But in reality, Alan was still nobility while Ark was just a common person. And Lariat was a woman more suited for nobility than a general person. In fact, at this point Ark still believed that Lariat and Alan were dating. She was probably wandering around alone because Alan was in jail. Yes, I don't need to have complicated thoughts. The reason I have a crush on her is because she was the only one to reach out a hand to me when I was feeling nervous about the interview. That's it. Lariat Nim is probably kind to me for the same reason. Since meeting acquaintances inside the game is not that common. Of course, what other reason would there be? Ark had that thought and finally cleared his mind. Like it was mentioned earlier, Ark only used 1% of his brain on such worries. Since Buxel's words had made his head all complicated, Ark had been worrying about it too much. He had to quickly finish his rescue Bona quest. He had to complete it to proceed with his genius alchemist's laboratory quest. And there was also the Red Man who appeared after defeating Tamora. Although he couldn't pursue him, he needed to find out more information about why he was in the Netherworld. But that would be a problem for later. He had a more realistic problem to think about after exiting the Abyss of Despair. In order to complete the job, he had to return to the village in the valley. But all of Ark's skyrays had been wiped out by the Draken. Fortunately, they could still walk back to the village. It was a straight path when flying through the sky, but navigating the complicated terrain would take a considerable amount of time. Guren, how long will it take to return to the village from here? I don't completely know, but it should take approximately 4 days. He naturally sighed at Guren's words. 4 days was approximately 1 day in reality. But Ark just looked gloomy. He forgot for a while, but this wasn't a situation where he could afford to waste time. Ark had wiped out Jewel's party who came to the Netherworld. It meant that Jewel would resurrect after 24 hours. If Jewel followed my path, then they probably updated the resurrection place at the village. Then they would have resurrected before I reached the village. It was a serious issue. He was lucky before, but Ark couldn't deal with Jewel, Duke, and their group by himself. He wouldn't stand a chance if he encountered them in the field. No, he was unlikely to succeed, and they probably wouldn't let him run away either. But there isn't another way to return to the village. He couldn't cram his 4 companions on Raiden's back. Kai-ia-dash. Then Ark suddenly heard familiar cries from above his head. He looked up and saw skyrays flying above him. Skyrays? Wait, the Mutal living in the Valley Village are the only monster trainers. Ark looked expectantly at Guren. Guren, can you tame those skyrays? Monster taming is a special talent only a few Mutal have. Bona also has the talent. But taming a monster requires a lot of time. Even an experienced trainer would take 1 month to tame a monster. Even if Bona managed to train one, it would take some time to tame too. Bona nodded at Guren's description. Damn it, I'll grow old before that monster will be tamed. But it's strange. This area is the habitat of the Draken, so normally the skyrays wouldn't approach, eh? Wait, that is... Guren focused his attention and seemed to have found something. Indeed, these skyrays have already been trained. They've already been trained? Yes, it is definitely hooked up to some reins. There are approximately 10 of them? Why are 10 trained skyrays here, eh? Perhaps teacher, dot. The circumstances suddenly became clear in Ark's mind. That's right, Jules' group arrived at the abyss shortly after I did. They must have taken 1 hour to reach the abyss from the village. Even if they knew my position thanks to the curse, they wouldn't have been able to reach me so fast by foot. If that's the case, Jules' group must have chased him using the skyrays. They must have stopped by the village while chasing me. Now the circumstances made a lot more sense. And a way to solve his problem emerged. If the skyrays have already been trained, then perhaps they can take us? It is possible, but the seal on the skyrays has loosened. Seal? Yes, originally the monster and the trainer wouldn't be able to move a certain distance away from each other. That's because the dominance would weaken and they would return to the wild. Eh? But we came here riding the skyrays. That is the effect of the seal. Guerin rolled up his sleeves and demonstrated. There was a black pattern on his wrist. Before they left the village, Basutyu had stamped the pattern on Ark's and Buxel's wrist. The person stamped with the pattern will be recognized as the monster trainer for a certain period of time. Therefore the effects of the dominance won't disappear if there is the seal. Now the people stamped are dead, so the skyrays are in a state of confusion. It is impossible to tame them again. Then Bona interrupted. They haven't fully returned to their wild state yet. If we update the seal before they return to the wild state, then it'll be fine. But the seal of the original owner, that's right. Guerin tilted his head and shouted. That's right. If these skyrays are teachers, then we can renew the seal. Because we have one if teachers seals. Of course we need to update every person's stamps, but it shouldn't be hard for Bona since he has the makings of a trainer. The problem is how we can catch the confused skyrays, dot. Guerin muttered in a small voice while staring at the skyrays flying above. The rest of this situation was up to Arkansas. I'll take care of it. Diedrich, it's your turn. Ark ventured forward with a smile. The skyrays were flying dozens of meters above him, but it wasn't a problem with Diedrich. However, no answer was heard. Diedrich was looking at the distant mountains and couldn't seem to hear anything. Hey you, what are you doing? Can't you hear me? There was no reply. Diedrich yawned and scratched his neck. This guy, is it because I beat him earlier? Ark's eyes sharpened. It appeared that he had to train his pets first before the skyrays. However, 1 or 2 beatings wouldn't work when Diedrich was rebelling so openly. His ego was so strong that beating him wouldn't fix the habit. Diedrich had to be in a critical condition 3 or 4 times before paying attention. But now there were too many eyes watching. Not only was Lariat watching, but doing violence in front of Bona might make him lose respect for Ark. In addition, there was no time to waste on beating him so much. Damn, this guy must be aware of the urgency in this matter. Ark glared at Diedrich. Wait? Wasn't his bad mood because Razak succeeded in the evolution? Then, what should he do? Ark concentrated for a bit before he smiled and said. This time I've gathered so many ingredients that I'll probably be able to make at least 10 new dishes. Unfortunately, it's not possible anymore. Diedrich tilted his head in confusion. Normally he would beat them until they ate new food, but now he said it wasn't possible? Aren't most of the ingredients gathered good for the body? Well, at least 70% of them will have a good effect. But I can't force you if you don't want to. I'll just feed all of it to Razak. I will probably continue like that in the future, but then wouldn't Razak become even stronger, dot. Then Diedrich pricked his ears and began to look around. What the? It will also be like that in the future? Yes, I changed my policy. After thinking about it, I realized that I've been acting terribly. I've reflected deeply. If you don't want to eat food in the future, then I won't force you. I'll only feed Razak who wants to become stronger. It's a different story. Why is it different? It's what you always wanted. It is, but... Diedrich stuttered with embarrassment. He certainly didn't want to eat disgusting new dishes. But not eating at all was a problem. Since Razak's stats increased after going through his second evolution, wouldn't the difference become even bigger if only Razak ate the food? His position might even fall beneath Raiden and Razak. No, it was almost certain. Then wouldn't it go back to the days when he was bullied as a bat? Ark smiled like a wicked adult while watching Diedrich shake his head. Ho ho ho, he really is childish, dot. Ark actually learned this approach from his mother. As a child, Ark never took his medicine even when he had a high fever. He was so stubborn that his mother couldn't force him. His mother abandoned it halfway and used a trick. If you don't eat this, then there is no possibility of becoming an adult, no chance. I'll just give it to the children next door. The children next door will grow rapidly while Hyunwoo will stay as a little kid. When the neighborhood kids are playing at school, Hyunwoo will be playing by himself. Ah, our Hyunwoo is so pitiful. Then his mother burst into tears and Ark took the medicine. It was a bitter pill. Ark was also aware of this. That's why he decided not to eat even if he died. But there was a movie that said loneliness was the hardest thing for a child. Since then Ark was a good child who took his medicine. He hated it, but he wanted to become a man. Anyway, Diedrich wasn't that different from when Ark was 4 years old. He didn't like eating new dishes. But if he was ignored and everything given to Razak, then he would become lonely. Then, just like his mother, Ark approached Diedrich and whispered in a gentle voice. I'm only saying it now, but don't you think it's better that Razak evolved first? Ha? Think about it. Who do you think had really been useful so far? Who? You frustrating guy, of course it is you. In fact, I actually regard you as the number 2. That is why you're punished when there is a problem. It is standard for the boss to punish the upper rank as a demonstration to the subordinates. Then the rest would also follow. Why, you ask? In their hearts, Raiden and Razak also think of you as number 2. Really? Of course. That is why only you can such crude language. Was it really like that? No, Raiden and Razak simply couldn't talk. Anyway, you evolved first, so you're higher up in the hierarchy. Since you evolved first, you were even more helpful in battle. Do you understand? If you don't help this time, then it won't be possible to catch the sky rays. Razak is no use even though he evolved. I couldn't give up the opportunity for Razak to evolve, but I didn't really feel like it. Ark shook his head in regret. So I wanted to make you even stronger than Razak by feeding you new dishes, but I can't help it if you don't want to. You can just give up your number 2 spot to Razak. I'll also only give food to Razak from now on. How about it? Who said I didn't like it? Diedrich shouted loudly. Then Ark silenced Diedrich and whispered in a low voice. Shoo, please speak quietly. Raiden or Razak can't hear this. Why? You fool, those guys don't realize that I've been treating you in a special manner. Special? Yes, special. Ark enunciated it clearly. Then Diedrich smirked and laughed. If Master says so, okay, Razak is useless even though he evolved, right? Ho, of course it is like that. It is a skeleton that evolved. It is incomparable to a noble vampire. I didn't know that Master was aware of it. Ho, as the number 2 I'm supposed to show an example to the lower ones. Will you give me a new dish from now on? Of course. You are special. Okay, should I lure those guys towards Master? As expected, I can only rely on you. I don't have to explain it. I'm not number 2 for nothing. Ark was laughing when a message window appeared. Your pet Diedrich is looking at you with more respectful eyes. The loyalty of your summon has increased by 10. The effect was immediate. Diedrich behaved himself and flew up at an incredible pace. Ha, I am the number 2. Take this. Diedrich narrowed the distance and quickly approached the sky ray. And boldly, after digging his fingers into his nose, he flicked it at their face. He fiercely used his taunt skill. The sky ray instantly rushed towards Diedrich with angry cries. However, the opponent was Diedrich, who was in extremely good spirits. Diedrich avoided the attack and led the sky ray towards Arkansas. Master, the number 2 guy has attracted a sky ray. You're indeed the best. Razak, transform. Razak's body transformed into a sword like a robot. The blade that Razak changed into also had a different appearance. There were some vertebrae sprouting from both sides and a black aura covered the blade. Ark picked up the saw blade, changed it into a whip and threw it towards the sky. Schwerarak. Thanks to the evolution, the whip became 5 meters longer and shot into the sky. Even though Razak evolved into the saw blade, he was still conscious. It was the reason why Ark could use the whip to wind around things even when he didn't know how to use the whip. Razak knew Ark's intent and aimed towards the sky ray before winding tightly around it. Kai-ia dash. The sky ray shrieked and twisted its body. Now. Please help. Yes, dot. When Ark called out, Gurin, Bona, Buxel and Lariat, who had been idly watching, rushed forward and helped pull. However, they were facing a flying monster. It wasn't easily taken down even with 5 people. We shouldn't just blindly pull. When it tires from struggling, then we'll quickly pull. Please control the pace according to my commands. Release, pull. Heave-ho, heave-ho, heave-ho. 5 people tugged on the saw blade. This bastard, where are you looking? A skyray dares defy me? I am the number 2 summon. Diedrich also helped by stepping on the skyray from above. After a few minutes, the skyray became exhausted and was dragged down. Using Diedrich as bait was a great success. Hook, 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 be good now. Bona, it's your turn. Please change the stamped pattern. Yes. Bona said while gasping. He brought Ark's wrist with the pattern close to the skyray and chanted a spell with his eyes closed. After a while, a message window floated in front of Arkansas. The trainer's seal has been successfully renewed. The skyray will continue to follow Ark for the duration of the effects of the sealing. Remaining time, 2 hours. Okay, we can't take a break. Ark grabbed the reins and got on the skyray. The now docile skyray flew obediently into the sky. Diedrich, lead the skyray to me coolly just like before. Was I cool? He, okay. Master. He danced like a fool from the praise. Diedrich felt good and shot across the sky like an arrow. Then he led them towards Ark, who immediately wrapped his blade around them and drew the skyray to the ground. It wasn't easy for 5 people pulling, but it wasn't a problem if Ark utilizing the tame skyray. So Ark immediately caught all 10 skyrays. Only 3 people were stamped, so the skyrays could only follow their commands. He, how was it, master? Diedrich strutted forward and said after capturing the skyrays ended. Yes, as expected from the number 2. I'll feed you new dishes until your stats climb higher than Razak's. You have the appropriate qualifications. Really? You promise? Diedrich confirmed a few times. He was truly deceived. If a monkey was fed 4 times in the morning, he would be upset when only fed 3 times in the evening. But if he fed the monkey 3 in the morning, then he would be satisfied with 4 in the evening. Somehow this seems not right. Diedrich was more intelligent than a monkey, so he was a little cautious. But when Ark mentioned the number 2 position and flattered him again, Diedrich immediately forgot and laughed again. He was indeed simple, it was really pitiful. Arknim, I finished updating all the seals. Urin approached after he finished stamping. Then let's leave quickly. Ark and his companions walked towards the 10 skyrays. Urin and Bona were familiar with them and got on their backs. Buxel had suffered through the skyray dying during the storm and hesitated, but he eventually got on. But Lariat just stopped a small distance away. What's wrong? No, are we flying in the air on these creatures? Lariat shuddered and shook her head. Because I'm not familiar with this, no, flying in the sky. It isn't very risky. Ark murmured to try and calm Lariat down. It's not that, this might be bad, I'm a bit afraid of heights. Surprise showed in Ark's expression. The skyrays were trained to obediently follow commands. Buxel was a merchant who would often travel long distances and had the riding skill. Ark also had the riding skill and was used to traveling on Redunma. It was possible even without the riding skill, but asking someone afraid of heights to fly on a skyray was definitely impossible. Then Gurin shrugged and made a suggestion. It is okay. Lariat will just have to travel with someone since she's afraid. There are 10 skyrays, so we can't afford to change when it gets tired. But as you can see, Bona is not yet familiar with the skyrays. Bona was seated in front of Gurin. Ark looked at Buxel, who pretended to stare at the distant mountains. Buxel didn't want to travel with someone afraid of heights. Ark scratched his head before shrugging. Then please get on behind me. Lariat hesitated for a moment. However, she had no choice. Eventually she grabbed Ark's hand and got on the skyray. And just like a girl riding on her boyfriend's motorbike for the first time, Lariat grasped the edge of his shirt with a red face. Now, let's go. Gurin, please guide us. Yes, Haya. Gurin grabbed the reins and ordered the skyrays into the sky. It rose in an almost vertical line. Kayak. Lariat screamed and hugged Ark tightly. Ark was so shocked that he almost dropped the reins. Lariat Nim? Ark burst out in embarrassment, but Lariat was already in a state of panic. All she could do was bury her head and scream. Meanwhile, Buxel was filming the whole thing. He flew sideways holding the magic projector and made the OK sign with his fingers. But Ark was also falling into a panic. If I laugh, then I won't be able to stop. Lariat had switched to a knight, but she was still wearing a robe. Her soft touch and warm body temperature was clearly transmitted to him. Apart from his mother and Roko, Ark still had 0% resistance against women. Ark's brain became paralyzed from the situation. Meanwhile, the sky ray was flying through the netherworld's spinning sky. Ark's head was also spinning. I'm a little bit uneasy. Diedrich was following behind him while still being confused. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 3. ACT 3 Lee Myung-ryong's humiliation. What on earth did you do? A gray-haired middle-aged person asked with a sharp glance. He was the section chief of the police agency's SWAT forces, Cho Young-hwan. Nothing much. The person replied in a curt voice. Bad dress, bad posture, bad attitude. The man was the captain of the number 1 SWAT team, the number 1 hooligan known as Lee Myung-ryong. Cho Young-hwan shot Lee Myung-ryong an annoyed look and said, "Are you really going to act like this? What do you mean? I don't know the circumstances, but did you bark at someone at the top? Barking wouldn't change anything." Cho Young-hwan approached the desk. That is why this situation happened. I never denied that. I just didn't want to say it. Hey, Lee Myung-ryong. Cho Young-hwan pressed a finger to his temple and rebuked him. Don't I know you? Don't you know me? We've gone to the public baths together, so of course I know you. Don't joke around. But yes, there are many members of the police agency who knows all the scars on my body. It is a part of our lives. In the field, one mistake can mean being unable to dodge a bullet or having a sashimi knife stabbed in your back. And everybody in the police force is prepared for that. You should have gone to the National Assembly. You would gather all of the police's votes. Don't joke around. Cho Young-hwan struck the desk with his fists. The fists which hit the desk were covered in scars. Although he was now sitting at a desk, a few years ago he was also a member of the SWAT team. The bear of the National Police Agency. It was the nickname the delinquents gave to Cho Young-hwan. I'm a public servant. Wearing wound dressings is useless. But it's done. Someone at the top aimed a bullet at me and it hit. Lee Myung-ryong replied coldly. Warang Sunbinim also exited the police department with a limp. You really? Cho Young-hwan jumped and blushed. Lee Myung-ryong noticed this and glared while muttering. I don't need to complain to section chief. Don't you know? It is an amazingly accurate hit to be random. No, it is like they're trying to make it look accidental. Cho Young-hwan was silent for a moment before pulling out a cigarette. Before the smoke reached Lee Myung-ryong, the cigarette butt was pressed into the pile of butts on the ashtray. Cho Young-hwan took a deep breath and inhaled the smoke into his lungs. I know how you feel, but there are quite a few people you've offended. Offended? Yes, I am furious. Lee Myung-ryong gave a cynical smile and nodded. Yes, fury was building up in his throat even though he was laughing. He wanted to search for the criminal, but he was quite cynical. An incident took place this morning. He had exited the gym after finishing his usual workout. All of a sudden he was summoned to the section chief's office and told that he would be joining the Special Crimes Countermeasures Unit. That asshole. Lee Myung-ryong had a quick mind. No, he wasn't smart in the conventional sense. He had entered the police force thanks to his history as a national taekwondo representative. He had barely passed the test to enter. But he had a keen sense of smell about shady dealings. Special Crimes Countermeasures. It was the name of the department which dealt with violent crime. However, it wasn't the investigation but measures unit. That meant gathering information at a desk about the criminals before they committed an incident. And then handed over the clues to the investigation department. It was a paid position which required little work. The normal workers would have graduated from college, but to have a SWAT team member join it, yet the announcement was that Lee Myung-ryong would join that department. However, Lee Myung-ryong immediately understood the situation when the section chief explained it. No, he had actually been expecting it for several days. Lee Kyung-ho. Not long ago, he went to Hyunwoo to visit Andal's father. He used to be a part of the prosecution office and was extremely close to the chief of the police force. And Lee Myung-ryong happened to not get along with the police chief. He had confrontations with the police chief after Gwon Warang was forced to retire. Therefore Lee Myung-ryong was an eyesore to the chief of the National Police Agency. But since Lee Myung-ryong had good results, he couldn't openly punish him. So Lee Kyung-ho used his police connections to help smooth the way. This situation was rigged by those two people. It was obviously the wishes of those two humans. They wanted Lee Myung-ryong to either become angry and disobey or resign. Those civil servants, I would love to beat him up. Lee Myung-ryong definitely wanted to go to Lee Kyung-ho and throw his letter of resignation in his face. Since he knew all the circumstances, Lee Myung-ryong wasn't just going to follow their plan. If Lee Myung-ryong left, then Hyunwoo would definitely notice. That guy calms me down pretty quickly. He smiled while thinking about Hyunwoo. He felt a sense of pride. He was a teacher after all. He didn't want to involve his disciple in this kind of dirty situation. Damn it, it's impossible. That bastard is the police force's playground? You must know something since you're not arguing about it. Cho Young-hwan smoked his cigarette with annoyance. Anyway, that's it. Don't write the resignation letter immediately. I'll wait and observe the situation a little bit more. Please think of it as a couple of months' holiday. I'll look for something in the meantime. Yes. I've contacted the section chief there. That fellow will find you a suitable position. He's a friend, so he'll look after you. You can go now. Yes, I'll return if possible. Lee Myung-ryong replied and left the section chief's office. He talked roughly, but it seemed like Cho Young-hwan had been truly worried that Lee Myung-ryong would resign. So he contacted the Special Crimes Countermeasures Department beforehand to organize a position. A desk job, I don't know how long I can endure it. Lee Myung-ryong sighed and slowly headed towards the Special Crimes Countermeasures Department. At this point, Lee Myung-ryong never imagined the work that he would be undergoing. Ah, you're the one section chief Cho mentioned. I'm Choi Deokpil and I'm in charge here. Someone approached him as he entered the Special Crimes Countermeasures Department. He had the appearance of a typical white-collar employee. Yes, I'm Lee Myung-ryong. No need to be so formal here. I understand that this announcement must have been very unpleasant for you. But after seeing Section Chief Cho's reactions, you shouldn't be here that long. Well, I hope we bond as a family while you're here, but what do I need to do? Copy? Coffee errands? I think I can put a SWAT team member to better use. Just as well. A position recently became available and I was worried about it. It might suit you. Come one. Choi Deokpil led him to a small corner office. Even though it was called an office, there were none of the usual machines. There was just a big circular capsule. What's this? A newly excavated dinosaur egg? Is this the first time you've seen it? Yes, I'm not interested in archaeology. Choi Deokpil looked at him before letting out a burst of laughter. This machine is a game unit. It is a computer designed to connect to a virtual reality game. This unit is dedicated towards the game called New World. New World? Lee Myung-ryong's eyes widened. Don't tell me you haven't heard of it? No, I've heard of New World. I'm glad. You almost seemed like a caveman just then. Choi Deokpil nodded his head. But Lee Myung-ryong had no interest in the middle-aged Choi Deokpil. He was curious about the unit after listening to Hyunwoo's words and asked in an inquisitive voice. But what does this have to do with the police force? You don't seem to understand yet. These days it isn't very rare to investigate online games. And it increases the department's results. Choi Deokpil gave a brief explanation. Those who commit a crime tend to have an excessive amount of free time. Since they can't carelessly wander around, they're forced to stay in a dimly lit room all day. It is surprisingly hard to endure. Sometimes the criminals even become depressed from hiding and surrender themselves to the police. A virtual reality game is a good way for a criminal to escape their lives. They don't have to risk themselves going outside and they can wander around a different world. Most of those guys are satisfied living through virtual reality games. They even have a guild in the game. Meetings as well. Those guys even have regular meetings where they exchange criminal information and laugh. In that case, finding clues for the meeting is not that hard. That's because police personnel were also sent into the game. These investigation methods had been started 10 years ago and were getting satisfactory results. Then this unit is. Yes, after the commercialization of New World, we've received information that those fellows have flocked towards that game. So a few months ago, we requested support from Global Exos and received a few test models. This is one of those. Now he knew why there was a unit in the police agency. But there was still a part which didn't make sense. As far as I know, I heard that you need to create a user ID to access the game. And the ID must list the social security number and personal information. If so, couldn't you simply request the information from the company? My friend, we can, but it is not that simple. Choi Deokpil shook his head like he had a headache. You said that they must enter personal information to create an ID. But that's in the old days, now they create an ID using retina scans. Personal information is more hidden than ever. So it has become much more challenging. But that is exactly the problem. That's the problem? Don't you know? Ever since companies have changed security measures to body data a few years ago, the human rights laws have made it incredibly difficult to access that data. Currently, the privacy-related data that is stored in the black boxes can't be accessed unless it is related to terrorism at a national level. So the police has to work even harder to get that information. Choi Deok-pil scratched his head. His mind became complicated just thinking about it. But what will I be doing? That's simple. It shouldn't be that different from actual investigation. Just look for the suspects or the guild based on the information that we give you. Once you've found the suspect, then please approach and discover as much information as possible. Their address, telephone number, information about the incident. The game also has the ability to videotape such information. Once you record such information, then the rest of the team will take care of it. You want me to investigate in New World? That's right, isn't that what we do? But I only know how to beat people up. That's the reason why you're suitable. Yes? Lee Myung-ryeon was bewildered and Choi Deok-pil explained with a grin. In fact, I've never tried it out, so I don't know. According to your predecessor, New World is different from traditional virtual games. The game is said to be not that different from reality. Isn't it still a virtual reality game? That's right. But New World has a different meaning. The user can utilize their previous knowledge and experience. It isn't 100% of course, but the person with a developed physical ability will be more advantageous. That's why you were recommended. Although you'll only have a little bit of time to learn the game, your physical abilities have been developed over many years. What are you saying? Like I said, I don't know. It is something your predecessor said. So just learn the game step by step and identify the suspect. Since we can't check their personal information, you won't know who is a suspect inside the game. Choi Deok-pil handed him a thick stack and papers and continued. The problem is that all these people have been in the game for a long time and having a considerably high level. With the level difference in online games, even you would have a hard time if you met them. Your predecessor lived in the game for 2 months and didn't spot even one suspect. So we thought of you who was a member of the SWAT team. Choi Deok-pil took a deep breath and tapped Lee Myung-ryeon's shoulder. However, we want you to play the game casually since investigations inside the game are a supplementary method. For now, just casually get used to the game. HRMMM. Lee Myung-ryeon rubbed his chin and looked at the unit. Choi Deok-pil wore a subtle smile and asked, "How is it? Will you try?" "Well, it is better than fetching coffee." Choi Deok-pil nodded and tapped his shoulder. "I thought so. The first time isn't that difficult. Because your predecessor raised the character to level 150. The money earned is also quite high. Your predecessor even shed tears when he was forced to go to another game. The porridge has been cooked and given to you. The other employees have more things to do, so I've been quite impatient. Frankly, this is a special employment." "Ha?" Lee Myung-ryeon's expression showed that he didn't understand. Didn't this game use raw data? But how can I inherit a character that someone else raised? Yes, that is usually the case. Choi Deok-pil nodded. But like I said earlier, this is a global Exos test unit. It is used by maintenance staff who check the system, so it is designed to connect with a common username and password. The username and password is written on this piece of paper. Choi Deok-pil handed him several more pieces of paper and left the office. Lee Myung-ryeon and the unit were the only things left in the office. Lee Myung-ryeon crossed his arms and stared at the unit. "You're the controller for New World?" The work that he had to do felt strange. New World, Hyunwoo had raised his curiosity, so he tried to play it once. However, he was also called back whenever he tried to enter the game room. He never thought that he would end up playing the game like this. Well, okay. It isn't bad for a holiday. Lee Myung-ryeon finally entered the unit. He emerged in a small town filled with users. "Oh, is this really the game?" The man looked around curiously. It was a small town, with houses scattered around and a few people visible. The scenery was also different. It was a quiet mountain village surrounded by forest. It was a place for users to rest while traveling around New World. But the commonplace landscape seemed entirely new to the man. This is a virtual reality game? The earth, wind, and smell, everything feels real. His worn clothes and heavy bag proved that he wasn't a novice in New World. However, he acted like he was accessing the virtual reality for the first time in the way he touched everything and moved his limbs. Yes, it was Lee Myung-ryeon who logged in from the police department's unit. The documents he received included the variety of materials left behind by his predecessor. But looking through documents was not his style. Wouldn't a person who tried soybean paste understand it better than having it explained to them? Therefore Lee Myung-ryong shoved the documents into a corner before accessing New World. Lee Myung-ryong's reaction when logging into the game was similar to a normal person. Most novice users would marvel at the amazing technology of New World. Even with a dozen years of training his keen sense to the limit, he was still unable to distinguish the difference between reality and the game. Hyunwoo really wasn't joking when he was talking about the game. How did they manage something like this? I'm freely moving my limbs, so am I really sitting in the unit? Lee Myung-ryong froze for a moment. He had entered the game, but he didn't know what to do. Then, a semi-transparent object flickered in the corner of his eyes. Character information window, bags, etc. It was the icon to view the related information. In fact, most users set these icons as hidden in order to maximize the realism and used commands to open them. However, Lee Myung-ryong's predecessor set the icons for him. Luckily Lee Myung-ryong knew these icons even if he was an idiot with games. I have to know what type of guy I am. This is? Lee Myung-ryong touched the icon of a person with his fingers. The character information window showing various numerical values opened. Usually the information of a user who first started the game was simple. However, Lee Myung-ryong's character was level 150. The various additions and changes in the meantime had made the information window complicated. The only things he learnt was his name Isurum and that he was level 150. Isurum, the name is not bad. It somehow seems strong. Although strength, agility and stamina were all common stats in RPGs, they were simply numbers to Lee Myung-ryong. He didn't know what was high or low. Sheesh, I don't know what any of this means. I'll slowly examine it later. Lee Myung-ryong clicked on the icon shaped like a bag. This time the bags opened and a huge number of items were shown. He also saw that he had 800 gold. Although the bags were filled with all kinds of items, he didn't know what they were used for or why he had them. 800 gold? Is this a lot? But what are all these things? Bunch of rapana leaves? Unicorn horns? Pearl sand? Why the hell am I carrying around things like these? Other users would have drooled if they saw the bag full of expensive items. But Lee Myung-ryong didn't know the value of goods in New World and just saw it as trash. Oh, I don't know. Let's do something. According to Hyunwoo, you can catch monsters in New World. Will it be similar to a real battle? Okay, first let's look for a monster. But where can I go to find a monster? I just ask someone. Lee Myung-ryong, no, Isurum closed the window. And then he roamed around the village for someone with information. Then he saw an old man at the entrance of the village grabbing several people. You really can't? I'm sorry. It should be quite quick with everybody's skill, but... The old man begged with a pleading look in his eye. However, the people wearing leather and holding a sword shook their heads. We're aware of that. We've often fought that monster when we came here. We'd love to help you if we have enough time. But we've been hastily summoned by the guild. We'll help you next time we drop by. Hey, we have to hurry. We'll be late for the summons. Okay, let's leave. The warriors hastily left the village. Even though they were the first warriors I met after several weeks. The old man muttered in a desperate voice. At that time, Isurum, who had been watching the situation, approached the old man. Did you mention a monster? You look familiar, but who are you? Oh, I'm Lee Myung-ryong, no, Azura. No, Isurum? No, wait a minute. Isurum still hadn't adapted to the game and opened the information window again. Oh, yes, I am Isurum. I heard you mention something, there is a monster, . The old man was confused about the names and just stared at Isurum. But he just sighed and then nodded. I'm tired of those monsters. They came here several weeks ago and started threatening us and hunting our herds. Therefore it is dealing considerable damage to the village. But as you can see, not many adventurers come to this mountain village. Those were the first warriors I saw in a while and asked them to exterminate the monster. But as you saw, they were too busy and refused to talk to me. Now I don't know what to do. Then this game really has monsters? Are you making fun of me? The old man stared at Isurum strangely. Shouldn't you be experienced with monsters? Anyway, there really is a monster? But will you be enough? Yes, it's a monster. So what do you want? Annoyance showed in the old man's eyes. However, Isuram ignored it and spoke quickly. Since this is a game, then shouldn't I deal with it for you? What? The old man looked Isuram up and down. And then he asked incredulously. Were you serious just now? Why wouldn't I be? No, I honestly would love any help just now. If you get rid of the monsters, then I'll be grateful. Right. Do you have any colleagues with you? No, I don't need any. There is no one? Just leave it to me. Where is it? That hill over there is where they first appeared. If you dispose of 50, then I'll be grateful. A message window appeared in front of Isuram after the old man finished speaking. Gnoll extermination, repeatable quest. You've met the old man in the unknown town who is in a predicament. A group of monsters has appeared and is threatening the safety of the village. If you kill 50 gnolls and collect their tokens, then the old man will compensate you. But you shouldn't expect a great reward since it is a small village. You can expect warm food, a bed, and some silver. Difficulty level, D. Would you like to accept the quest? Oh, so this is a quest. It's similar to the complaints that the police receive. Then the old man is not a real person. A NPC? He is created really well. Isuram paid close attention to the old man. The old man looked at Isuram suspiciously and his body trembled. Why are you looking at me like that? I have a wife and a child. Such a strange hobby. It's nothing. Then I'll be going. Hey, wait a minute. When Isuram turned around, the old man was surprised and immediately shouted. However, Isuram had already shot out of the town. I know enough. Hyunwoo has already told me how to complete a quest. Now, where are those monsters? Isuram had often heard about New World through Hyunwoo. While he didn't know everything, Isuram understood enough. More realistic battles than reality. In addition, the practical techniques in reality can be applied as skills in the game. Hyunwoo was not the only one. Some of the members in his SWAT team also played New World. When they gathered, they exchanged information about how actual fighting techniques could be applied to New World. Even though he heard those information, Isuram hadn't felt the attraction of New World yet. He possessed the old-fashioned way of thinking that the game equals for children. Why would he want to fight with a character created by the computer? Even if it was realistic, it couldn't actually compare to real life. However, Isuram underwent a 180-degree change once he was actually in New World. The old man was just like a real person. After seeing the environment and the NPCs, he was looking forward to the battles. Since it was a game, wouldn't the levels of the fights also increase? Okay. There is nothing different about moving my body. No, it feels even better than reality. In this condition, I shouldn't have any problems killing the opponent. I don't have to stress about it. What kind of standards are the monsters in New World? Isuram smirked and quickly climbed the hill. Kayawak, a human. Grrrrrrr, he came up here alone to die. Then I'll kill him. Kikikik, let's eat the fresh meat to our heart's content. Ugly voices were soon heard from the hill. The ugly voices continued as they stepped through the forest. Their faces resembled a huge dog while their mouths were filled with sharp fangs. Their appearance would be frightening if this was a dream. Normally people's hearts would jump if it was the first time they saw such monsters. However, Isuram just slightly raised his eyebrows. Oh, this is a monster? A dog. These guys are actually quite shocking to see. They would look good served with boiled soup and soju. It is possible to eat real food in New World, so can I possibly eat them? An unimaginable response. There weren't many users who would look at a gnoll and think of dog soup. Instead of Isuram flinching, the gnolls ended up jumping instead. Go. What the? What is this guy? This guy, is he actually a tremendous warrior? Grrrrrr, no, look at him, that is. Isn't it? Isn't it? While they were busy talking, Isuram rushed up to them. Okay, shall we begin? Isuram said as a gnoll raised its arm. It was definitely a very threatening attack. But who was he? He was a former member of the national taekwondo team and the captain of the #1 SWAT team, someone who fought against gangsters and criminals every day. He was the owner of a steel heart who wouldn't blink an eye at that attack in reality. So Isuram was convinced of his victory. Those guys at the village earlier said that it wasn't very hard. So these monsters are very weak. The warriors who had rejected the old man's request seemed like children to him. With Isuram's eyes, he was able to grasp if someone was strong or not. Even though it was in a game, their posture and gait wasn't too different from reality. So he could sense their strength using such aspects. If these monsters are easy for them, then the difficulty is clear. These are my first enemies, but aren't they too weak? Well, when I return to the old man, then I'll search out stronger opponents. Figuring out the pattern of attack was so easy that Isuram yawned. Quack. It approached closely and swung the axe. Kukuku, this dog had tried such a simple attack. Isuram laughed and quickly used some footwork to dodge the attack. Then he closed the gap to the enemy and, Wooduk. Wooduk? Isuram's body suddenly stopped in the middle of his counterattack. Then his ankle collapsed and he tilted sideways. An information window then appeared in front of him. Your action has gone beyond the limits of your strength and agility and sprained your ankle. For 30 minutes, your speed and reaction rate -30%. It was a truly ridiculous information window. Ankle sprain? Ouch. What did it mean? Isuram was able to run wearing a lead bag, but now his ankle sprained from this little movement? But he didn't have time to be amazed. There was a red gauge visible on the lower left corner. But that was not the problem. Just like the message window said, his movement became incredibly slow. Although he could move 10 meters in his mind, he wasn't even capable of moving 1 meter. In the end, Isuram had to roll onto the ground to avoid the subsequent attacks. Damn it, why did my ankle sprain all of a sudden? Is it because I didn't warm up before the fight? The same physical state in reality was also applied to New World, that was what he thought, but Isuram was still ignorant of the problem. And there was no room to worry. Look at the ankle. My ankle sprained going against such insignificant dogs. If his movement was slowed, then it would be better not to move. Isuram took a light step and relaxed the muscles in his body. Then a gnoll rushed forward and swung a club. Isuram rocked his body, avoided the attack, and then transferred the power into a counterattack. Bakak dash. There was a loud sound as flesh and bone collided. The allocation of power, timing, posture, everything was perfect for a counterattack. Alright, it is perfect this time. Ho, that is stunning. Isuram had a look of satisfaction on his face. Go! Isuram's fist quickly took down a 2-meter-tall figure. A blow to the temple turned the dog's head 90 degrees. You have no knowledge of hand-to-hand combat, so the unreasonable attack has broken your wrist. Less than 100 damage. For 30 minutes your attack power and attack speed is -50%. You have no knowledge of hand-to-hand combat and the movement has caused your spinal discs have slipped. Less than 100 damage. For 30 minutes your upper spinal disc movement is restricted. Hook, what the hell is this? Isuram couldn't understand what was going on. It was also the same afterwards. Even with an ankle sprain, broken wrist, and restricted spinal movements, Isuram's fighting spirit burned until the end. But after 13 more fractures, he became dog food within 2 minutes. What the hell is going on? After a while, Isuram revived at the town's quartermaster. TSK, as expected. The old man standing at the entrance to the village clicked his tongue and muttered. Isuram became very embarrassed and tried to explain. Old man, this time was a mistake. You failed and now you want to try again? If you're an experienced adventurer, then you wouldn't have any trouble with an opponent like that. As an adventurer you must have some experience. But an experienced warrior is an expert at swinging a sword. With a poor body like that, how can you even lift a sword? Isuram now looked at his body properly. Since his movements were normal, he thought his body was the same. He had spent years training his body and optimizing it for his techniques. However, this body was completely the opposite of his real body. Bony arms and legs stuck out from his leather clothes while his ribs were slightly sunken. Although it was a model-like body, Isuram just thought that he looked malnourished. Hook, what is with this body? Well, it is quite a decent body for a merchant. A merchant? Isuram once again opened his information window. He hadn't checked it properly before, but merchant was written down as his profession next to his level. Isuram had no way of knowing, but merchants were users who carried around goods. It was a job that dealt with trade and contracts. So his contract-related skills were higher than other merchants while his strength and stamina was lower. The old man couldn't understand Isuram and muttered. I thought your face was somewhat familiar and I finally remembered. Weren't you the merchant trying to gain exclusive contracts with our village last week? But you're acting like this is the first time. Did you bump your head and lose your memory? That's right, Li Myung Ryong had taken over the character of Isuram from his predecessor. He changed the profession to a merchant because it was easier to gather information trading than hunting monsters. Since he was level 150, as a merchant he invested his stat points into wisdom, intelligence, and luck. It was reasonably decent stats for a merchant. Then suddenly the owner of the body changed. And he tried to move the poor merchant like he had a superhuman body. In other words, it was similar to a F1 racing engine being installed into a truck. So Isurum's body couldn't keep up with Li Niangyong and broke. It was the difference between reality and games. If Li Niangyong started off at level 1 in the novice village, then he would learn the knowledge naturally and be experienced in the movements. That was the reason why the novice village existed. However, he just took over a level 150 character with no experience. I'm thankful that you wanted to help, but please stop, the old man said before turning away. Isurum couldn't speak and stood there dumbly. He had imagined New World like a playground. As a SWAT team member, he was experienced with all sorts of martial arts. When he went out on police business, he was the power of the tyrannical authorities and would pull out the teeth of hooligans. Of course, the police agency wasn't a tyrannical force. No, really. However, there definitely were victims who received damage. While most people considered New World a paradise where dreams come true, it was here that a martial artist was suffering frustration. He was not aware of what happened. A disgraceful merchant? It was the reason why he couldn't experience the allure of a real battle in New World? The captain of the #1 SWAT team, feared by other gangsters, and he couldn't fight because of this body? Hyunwoo and the other team members, no, even a child was able to defeat a monster that he couldn't damage? I can't. No, there is no way. Isurum clenched his fist and shouted. His pride had been damaged and he couldn't possibly accept it. A poor body? A merchant? I am the captain of the #1 SWAT team, Li Niangyong. Am I going to run away scared because of this merchant body? Don't be ridiculous. I'll just create a proper body. Just like he helped train Ark's body, Isurum believed that hard work would strengthen a body. There are some differences between a game and reality. If it's too easy, then it wouldn't be a challenge. I will become the winner and beat this game. Who cares about investigation? I won't leave this place until I can defeat those dogs. Isurum ran to a corner of the town. First I have to create a body. 5,000 punches. 5,000 kicks. And he began to exercise like crazy. What the? Who is that merchant? The NPCs flocked around and started gossiping. However, Isurum ignored them and only concentrated on remodeling his body. No matter how many times he broke his ankle or wrist, Isurum just clenched his teeth and continued hitting the pillar. But this was Isurum's mistake. Actually, only the commercial version of the unit for New World had the option to regulate the pain. Normally the system determined the amount of impact the user received after being attacked by a monster. But the red gauge on this unit was set to reality. Reality meant the pain was similar to reality and was the highest option. In other words, he really felt like his arm was broken. Haha, Shoryuken. Wooduduk, snap, dot. Ouch. It is a virtual reality game. But it's really painful, like my arm actually broke. But Hyunwoo and the other members also suffered this much. I won't die from this much. Hiya. His character was experiencing flesh and bone remodeling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 4. ACT4 working part-time at the village in the valley. Phew, we've finally arrived. Around dawn, the skyrays finally set down at the village entrance. Even then Lariat was still clinging tightly to Ark with her eyes closed. Her arms wrapped around his waist still trembled even when they landed. Lariat Nim, it's fine now. We've arrived. Lariat opened her eyes and looked around quickly. After seeing the ground, she let out a relieved sigh and said in a quivering voice. SS scary. It was really scary. You endured it well, dot. I'm never riding double again. I'm getting off. Lariat dismounted from the skyray with a pale face. But she couldn't even walk a few steps before her weak legs collapsed. The heavens and earth is spinning. I still feel sick. Well, isn't it reasonable? Ark scratched his head with an embarrassed expression. In fact, riding the skyrays wasn't that great. If he looked at the appearance of the skyray, the whole body was its wings. In other words, the whole body would shake every time it flapped its wings. Furthermore, there weren't any safety devices attached like amusement park rides. Even holding onto the reins, your body would still rock up and down with every flap, so of course someone afraid of heights would fear for their life. That wasn't all. The netherworld wasn't a place where someone could rest peacefully while flying through the sky. Storms would randomly occur, and they were even attacked by wild skyrays once or twice. They experienced all of that during a 1-hour flight. In order to escape the many crises, they have to fly using complicated maneuvers which tortured Lariat. Thanks to that, Lariat had a new phobia of skyrays and heights. Scary. Do you know how scary it was? Really, really, really scary. Sob, I'm never riding it again. Never ever. Do you understand? Sob. Lariat muttered tearfully like a maniac. She was probably quite serious. But she looked like a little kid whining, and he thought it was kind of cute. Anyway, she was in a panicked state for a while. In fact, this was actually an opportunity. Anyone would know that their impression would become more favorable if they spoke comforting words during this situation. Unfortunately, Ark didn't have a knack for such things. Diedrich was much better at it compared to Arkansas. Sheesh, they can't understand the romance of flying women. Diedrich pouted and muttered as he passed by. Well, I'm sorry for what happened a while ago. Although you'll be accompanying Master from now on, I'll recognize you as a colleague. But you better not mess with the number 2 person. He seemed like a 4-year-old apologizing to the girl he teased. Ark burst out laughing. But the childish words were unexpectedly accepted by Lariat. A faint smile appeared on Lariat's pale face. At the same time, her impression of Diedrich, which was at the very lowest 1 hour ago, skyrocketed. What scene is this? That apology actually worked? Ark couldn't comprehend it. If Ark was in Lariat's position, he would immediately punch Diedrich the moment he said something sassy. Men and women really were shaped differently. Well, at least Diedrich and Lariat reconciled. I'm going to take the skyrays to their kennel. Teacher is waiting, so Ark and Bona should go there first. Gurin said before herding the skyrays to their kennel. Ark and Bona entered the village. When they entered, Basutyu, who had been waiting anxiously in front of his house, rushed towards them. His complexion was haggard from a night of worrying without any sleep. Bona had been behaving calmly so far, but he burst into tears when he saw his grandfather and ran towards him. Grandfather! Sob, oh, ooh, be Bona. Basutyu and Bona embraced each other while shedding tear. It had been 2 long days, eh? Come to think of it, it had been 16 hours since Ark arrived in the village, which was 2 days game time. Their reaction made it seem like it had been a whole week. Well, anyone would be thrilled that their grandson came back alive after being kidnapped. I'm glad. Lariat muttered as her complexion seemed to return to normal. She felt a lot of affection for Bona since they had been captured together. Of course, Ark was also thrilled about the reunion. He had rescued the baby Smuff from being eaten by Gargamel. Now it was time to be rewarded by Papa Smuff. Why wouldn't he be thrilled? After a few moments, Basutyu collected his feelings and led them towards his house. I'm sorry. They said that they wanted to help you. I didn't realize they were villains targeting you. My heart was so worried that I couldn't see the motives. He was referring to when he lent Jules' group some skyrays. Ark just smiled and shook his head. No. I received their help anyway. He wouldn't have been able to overcome Tamura without the help of Jules' party. Basutyu's head tilted, but he didn't question it. He only cared about the fact that his grandson was rescued. Honestly, I thought I was making a mistake when I heard that he was captured by the Nakujuk. I thought I would never see my grandson's face again. I don't know how I can repay the favor. It was my pleasure. I couldn't just stand by and watch as a little boy was sacrificed by a wicked group. But I won't reject Basutyu's sincere heart. Ark replied modestly. He was mindful of his words since Buxel was filming it on the magic projector. He didn't want to make it obvious that he was aiming for a reward. Ark was smart and danced around the subject. Basutyu nodded with an impressed face. You really are like the incarnation of Rarukan. Rarukan? I've heard Gurin say that before. Who is Rarukan? Ark didn't ask this because of mere curiosity. Gurin had mentioned the name Rarukan once. When an NPC mentioned something, there was a high possibility that it was important information. For example, it could be related to a quest or related to a quest compensation item. That's right. It was similar to the bold letters in the NPC's dialogue in the old RPG games. Basutyu waited a moment before answering. Rarukan is a legendary warrior in our tribe. Legendary warrior? To be more precise, Rarukan is the god of abundance in our clan. But a long time ago we were driven from the north by the Nakuja clan who tried to exterminate us. Then a warrior appeared and saved us. Although we tried to reward him, he disappeared without even telling us his name, so we just called him Rurokan. Disappearing without compensation? Ah, indeed. That's right. At that moment, Basutyu jumped up. Then he began to rummage through a pile of boxes in the corner. It should be somewhere here. No, it's not. Somewhere. Oh, here it is. Basutyu returned holding a small jewelry box. I was wondering how I should repay you, but I remembered thanks to you asking about Rurokan. This will be useful for you. Inside the jewelry box was a ring. It seemed quite old, but a faint light was shining from the stylish ring. This ring was specially designed with gratitude and respect towards Rurokan. Although our Baron clan is now scattered, we once had a lot of influence in the north. And this ring was created using the best materials we could find and the best workmanship. But Rurokan did not receive this ring. After that we kept it with the family of the Baron's record keepers. As the incarnation of Rurokan, I think you have the qualifications to receive this ring. It must be a requirement to hear the story before receiving the ring. Although it was the latest technology, the common sense from old RPG games was really useful. With the words ancient and legend, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that the item should be one of the finest. Hook, a level 200 unique ring. Rurokan's ring, unique. Item type, ring. User restriction, level 200 and more. A ring specially designed by the inhabitants of the Netherworld for the legendary warrior Rurokan. This ring was designed a long time ago when the Baron clan still prospered. The size is small, but it was made with a special type of ore that contains the rare magic of the Netherworld. In addition, the ring possesses a jewel which has the power to protect the wearer from darkness. The inside of the ring is carved with homage to Rurokan. Option, agility plus 10, attack speed plus 10, critical hit plus 8%. Special option, you can use the skill Dark Protection. When used in the darkness, your defense and magic resistance will increase by 20% for 5 minutes. Cooldown time, 2 hours. Ark's mouth dropped at the information window. He didn't need to explain it, but it was definitely a jackpot. This was his ring. Unlike weapons and armor, normally rings didn't have a secondary option. In fact, even the rare ring Ark was wearing now only had the skill Mind's Eye without any added bonuses. However, 3 options, 2 of them were valuable options which increased his attack speed and critical hit. Those 2 options were difficult to find in magic items. My attack speed and critical hit probability dropped once I changed to Gwyzel's sword, but this ring increases my defense as well. But was that all? It even had Dark Protection as a special option. This increased his defense and magic resistance by 20%. The standard of the skill wasn't that high, but it only had a 2-hour cooldown time. It was a skill that could be utilized actively. As expected, it was good to ask about Rurokan. It gave me a unique ring. Ark was delighted. He would explain it briefly, but there were 5 types of items in New World. General, magic, rare, unique, and legendary. Anyone who played the game would know about these 5 types. General items were considered as Japtum, magic items more common, and it was extremely difficult to find rare items with a good option. A unique item was definitely unique. Unique items were similar to rare items, but the performance was slightly better. In some cases, it might even have a lower performance. The reason it was more expensive on auction sites was because of its scarcity. While several of the same rare items could exist, there was only one of every unique item. In other words, Rurokan's ring was the only one that existed in New World. Well, a legendary item had the best performance and options, but it was so rare that none had been seen yet. Anyway, a unique item was also hard to obtain. Of course, it was the best-selling items on the auction site. The Netherworld is the land of opportunity. Very few people had come to the Netherworld. A lot of the quests were being completed for the first time by Arkansas. It meant that he could grab the best rewards from the quests. It was natural. NPCs couldn't get rid the items. So the first person to complete the NPC's quest would probably receive his best item. Since it wasn't possible to receive the same reward, other people who complete it would just receive a similar one. That's why the biggest rewards were given to users who discovered a new area. Of course, such opportunities weren't just given. If he hadn't asked about Rurokan, then it would have been replaced with another item. That's why he had to pay attention to receive the best reward. Discovering the backstory was the whole point of a game. Omo, it's a pretty-looking ring. As a woman, Lariat was also interested in the ring. Thank you very much. I will use it well. Ark coughed and hurriedly packed the ring into his bag. The quest Rescue Bona has been completed. He increased 3 levels after the message appeared. Thus he completed the first quest he received in the Netherworld. By the way, the information I wanted you to check. Oh, about that person called Megaro? Buxel jumped when he heard the name Megaro. However, Ark deliberately pretended not to notice and continued talking. Yes, did you find anything? I'm sorry. I've been so worried about Bona that I haven't checked yet. Basutyu pointed towards the large stack of scrolls. I'll start looking for it now. But what you see here is all the records from the past hundreds of years. If it was related to a special event, then it'll be indicated separately and I could find it immediately. But looking for the record of a simple visitor is more difficult. So please wait 3 days. 3 days, but waiting is not the problem. There was no doubt that Jewel updated her resurrection point to this village. It had been 11 hours since those guys died in the Abyss of Despair, so there was still 19 hours until resurrection, but 24 hours in reality was 3 days in game time. Jewel would eventually resurrect here. Ark was worried for a while before he thought of a method. I understand. I will wait 3 days. But I have one request. Request? What is it? I do whatever you say. His intimacy with Basutyu had soared after rescuing Bona. And he grinned and nodded at Ark's words. That won't be difficult. Understood. 2 days later, did you say? I will do it. And there is something else I want you to check. Ark briefly explained about the red man who appeared after he defeated Tamura. A man with red hair wearing a white mask. He also crossed into the Netherworld from Middle-earth. There is a high possibility that he had entered the Netherworld before. Please see if you can find any data on it. He was behind the events that happened in the underground world. So he had been in Middle-earth until then. If he entered the Netherworld immediately, then it would have been a couple of months ago. Ark was convinced that the red man held the key to passing the entrance examination. And he might have some ulterior motive if he ran away. He would continue to look for information while completing Megaro's quest. I see. Don't worry and just rest comfortably. Basutyu raised his arms and headed to the stacks of scrolls. After summarizing the situation, Ark headed outside. Arknim, will you wait here until you receive the information? I'm going to log out for a little bit. Because of the earlier flight. Lariat said with an unsteady face. Yes, you can enter at this time tomorrow. Me too, I've been playing the game for 15 hours so I'm sleepy. Buxel had stayed up all night following Ark, so he also quit the game. So what will I do now? Ark murmured after being left alone on the street. He had stayed up all night, so it was dawn in reality. Normally at this point it was time to go to the gym. But yesterday, Ark had received an unexpected phone call from Li Myung-ryong. Hyunwoo, I won't be able to go to the gym for a while due to various circumstances. So don't come back to the gym until I contact you. Don't just play around and make sure to exercise properly. I'll get back to you after a couple of months. Don't ever go near the gym. Okay? The police agency had spread rumors of Li Myung-ryong's demotion to the Special Crimes Countermeasures Squad. Li Myung-ryong wanted to prevent Ark from hearing those rumors at the gym. Thanks to that, Ark didn't have a set time to sleep or exercise. I can't just wait around town. Should I get some sleep or hunt in the area? Oh, before that. Ark took out Raruken's ring from his bag. He couldn't wear it while Lariat was still present. Ark contemplated for a moment before removing Mind's Eye. Mind's Eye was a rare ring, but it only had a skill and no other options. On the other hand, Resurrecting Spirit boosted his strength and mana recovery. So using the magic ring would be better. I don't use Mind's Eye that frequently, so I should only wear it when necessary. With an excited expression, Ark moved Raruken's ring towards his finger. And just as he was about to put it on, Arknim. Ark suddenly heard a voice from behind him and dropped the ring. Hook, my ring! My ring! Ah, here it is! My ring! Ark scrambled for the ring on the ground and grasped it tightly. He looked like a hungry beggar picking up a 3-day-old piece of bread. He had acted instinctively. When he raised his head and blinked, he realized that it was Bona who had sneaked up on him. Hum, the soil here is pretty good. Do you like pretty rings? Bona asked while Ark smiled awkwardly. Ark's face turned red at the sight of Bona's friendly face. Ah, as the number 2 I am so ashamed. Diedrich sighed. Ark awkwardly grinned and nodded. Well, that is. Arknim, please follow me. I'll show you around the village. Visit the village? Ark said with an uncomfortable look. Ark was a human. What person would be able to play the game for 20 hours without getting tired? But now he had to go around the village instead of hunting? But Bona just grabbed Ark's arm and dragged him along. Ark didn't dare reject Bona, so he was inevitably dragged along. However, it wasn't a bad choice to follow. There was something like this in the village? Ark hadn't even explored 50% of the village. This is a sap refinery. There are a lot of trees with special characteristics in the forests near here. We extract the sap, refine it, and then barter with other villages related to us. In addition, we have a variety of plants in our fields. Bona guided him to a workshop he hadn't seen before. Since it was concerned with the village's production, outsiders were forbidden from entering there. However, he was able to access most areas if Bona accompanied him. After touring, Ark's opinion of the Mutal changed a little bit. The the Baron tribe was not as uncivilized as Ark thought. The Yama's sap and Nadinka's fruit that Ark bought were items produced by the village. Since most of the products were used to trade with other tribes, they only had a few of them. Is money not used because of the limited trading? If someone was trading multiple items from many places, then it was recommended to use money. However, if the exchange was limited to the tribe and one-on-one, then there was no reason to use money. They have no problem with production, but they are unable to sustain a large production system, so the economy couldn't develop. If they were able to move freely between Middle-earth, then they could develop a large profit. Ark connected everything to making money. And there were definitely a lot of ingredients scattered around that would make money. The Baron tribe was not limited to just this village in the valley. There were a large number of them spread out over a wide area. If he was the intermediary for the villages which produced items, or create a currency exchange between the Mutal, then the fees he could collect for doing it would be 3-4 times what he would earn from a castle. But that was only if he could freely move between Middle-earth and the Netherworld. Since he was stuck in the Netherworld at the moment, he decided to contemplate the idea later. Well, it's not possible at the moment. I'm just fortunate to be able to monopolize the dungeons and quests. Here's the monster kennels, Bona said as he guided Ark towards a sparse cave with walls. In fact, the biggest feature of the valley town was the tamed monsters. Arknim, you have come? Guren waved his hand from inside the kennel. Guren helps look after the Skyray for Grandpa. Actually, that's my day job. Guren laughed and nodded. There are a lot of monsters. Yes, we have 20 trainers here including teacher. Each trainer tames around 10 monsters, so there are approximately 200 altogether. Managing something like this must not be easy. But if there were no monsters, then we wouldn't be able to settle in a place like this. Guren looked at the monsters with proud eyes. Of course, training monsters wasn't cheap since they had to be fed and taught. You've seen it already, but we used the Skyrays to barter with other towns. And these monsters are good for fieldwork. Guren explained the many ways the Baron tribe used the monsters. The predator that Ark defeated while crossing the wilderness was used for fieldwork. These monsters had similar attributes to earthworms. Their excretion made a good fertilizer for the fields. The predators were the reason why the Baron could harvest the crops in the barren land. In addition, a monster called Hellhound was a guard dog that protected the village. Since the Baron tribe's combat ability was low, the Hellhounds were the reason why they could repel attacks by other monsters. The relationship between the Baron tribe and the monsters is inseparable. But Ark was full of wild ideas while looking at the monster kennels. These monsters are suitable to make a safari, low-level users can spar against them as practice, and the Skyrays could be used to create guided tours of the Netherworld. He came up with a brilliant business plan. However, Ark soon sighed and shook his head. I shouldn't get too ahead of myself. This business idea is under the assumption that people can move freely between Middle-earth and the Netherworld. And just the initial investment into the business would be astronomical. It would require far more money than Ark's 4,000 gold. I wouldn't even be able to attempt it with that much money. Ark sighed as he stood inside the kennel. Then Bona looked at him strangely. Arknim, what happened? A child doesn't need to know. Ark muttered in a pained voice. Then he heard a rough voice not far from the kennel. Me. This guy, why can't he hold still? He turned around and saw a Mutal holding a knife and chasing after a sheep-like animal. Bona saw Ark's curiosity and quickly explained. That is the barn. It is where we raise edible livestock called Pepe. Joshi. Bona waved towards the barn owner, who turned his head. Isn't that Bona? Guren told me what happened. Wasn't it pretty serious? There is a lot I would like to ask, but I'll have to leave it till later. My stupid assistant got the payment date wrong, so I have to catch 200 of them by tomorrow. He couldn't even come today, so he became ill. It is really serious. The barn owner murmured in an irritated voice. 200? Yes, I need to deliver 200 meat and leather to Sandstorm Village in 4 days. Since I have to carry it there, I need to catch everything by tomorrow evening. Oh. Yes, Bona, will you help me? You can't groom the Pepe, but you can hold them still. I'm so desperate that I would use any free hands. Of course I would like to help. Bona studied Ark's face quickly. Then Ark had a brilliant idea. Wait, meat and leather? Then perhaps. Can I help Bona as well? Ha? You are? He's the person who saved me. Oh, yes. The barn owner looked at Ark with surprise and nodded. Good, right now anyone is welcome. Do you have any experience dealing with cattle? No, but I'll work hard if you teach me. Well, you have the right attitude. Understood. Then I'll catch the Pepe while you peel off the leather and parts of the meat. When you finish, then Bona will take it to the drying room. If we finish within the time limit, then I'll reward you generously. A quest window appeared after the barn owner's words. Catch the Pepe in the Valley Village. The owner of the barn in the village is in big trouble because of a mix-up with the delivery date. You must obtain 200 Pepe meat and leather within the next 2 days. If you don't finish in time for the delivery, then you will lose the barn owner's respect. Difficulty. So Ark began a part-time job. In fact, the novice villages normally had such easy quests. They consisted of carrying stuff, cleaning warehouses, or looking after a store for the owner. There was also significantly less compensation for the simple quests. But there was a reason why Ark accepted the job even though he was tired. Damn, who knew that I would need such a thing? Anger welled up when Ark thought about it. After defeating Tamora, he had received the Necromancer's essence. After making Razak evolve, he had taken out his pot and checked the necessary recipe. Necromancer's Immortality Pill recipe. Shining Jelly Necromancer's Essence 1/1. Heart of the Dead 0/2000. Skin of the Dead 0/2000. Ark was unhappy after seeing the information window. Heart of the Dead or Skin of the Dead were items that sometimes dropped from undead monsters. Since the drop rate was so low, he had collected them initially. However, they were just Japtum. Even the stores wouldn't buy them. So he just disposed of the item whenever it dropped. But now he needed 4,000 of them? Damn it, I've already thrown away 1,000 of them. He had just thrown away 1/4 of the ingredients necessary. Although the results would still be the same even if he hadn't thrown it away. The drop rate for these 2 ingredients was really low. Ark had killed a significant number of undead but had only found 1,000 of them. If he used simple calculations, then he would need to kill 40,000 to make the immortality pill. A few days, no, it would surely take months to make. Oh, I don't know. I'll complete it someday. So Ark had given up halfway when he saw the recipe. But that changed after hearing the barn owner's words. Wait, if I work here, then wouldn't I be able to learn butchery and leather extraction? So it might be easier to collect the ingredients. Yes, Ark hadn't accepted the job for no reason. Of course, it was possible to obtain leather and meat from monsters without these skills. However, the probability was only 20%, while it would increase to 70% if he used these skills to collect meat and leather from dead monsters. He actually had the chance to learn these skills before, but he chose to learn ingredient foraging since it was more useful for survival cooking. But now things had changed. Heart of the Dead is meat while Skin of the Dead is leather. Learning the leather extraction and butchery skills will make my ingredient collection a few times faster. He had a lot of downtime, so now was the perfect time to learn it. Come, let's start straight away. The barn owner handed him a knife. Then Ark sat down and began to work. This one. Me keek. The barn owner grabbed the first Pepe, cut off its head and peeled off the leather. He thought it would be simple, but it wasn't that easy when he first started. He learned how to dismantle from the barn owner, but if he didn't do it properly, then the leather would tear or the meat would be damaged. Indeed, doing the job without the skills was impossible. You have made a mistake using the dismantling knife and ruined the Pepe leather. The worth of the leather Pepe goods has dropped by 70%. You have made a mistake using the dismantling knife and the Pepe meat has become spoiled. The value of the Pepe meat has dropped by 40%. The barn owner's face fell every time the messages appeared. Damn it, are you going to eat up my entire farm? I'm really sorry. You can't decrease the commercial value of my goods. Don't you know how much I treasured them while raising them? Ugh, they're just cattle, but I've raised them like they were my children. I shed tears every time I have to catch one. Yet now you're spoiling the precious leather and meat? Ark clenched the knife as he held it to the cattle's neck. He felt like exploding, but he endured it. It wasn't easy to meet NPCs that could teach these techniques. Luckily, Ark also had some support. Joshi. Why are you saying such things? Ark Hyung is just trying to help Joshi out. But the work is difficult, which is why he is clumsy. In addition, Ark Hyung is a warrior. It is natural for him to be clumsy. Oh Bona, I'm really glad I rescued you. This Hyung is strongly impressed. Bona's words were effective. The barn owner sighed and scratched his head with an uncomfortable expression. Yes, I see. I'm sorry. I was irrational for a little bit. No. It is because I am lacking. My chest also hurts after I ruined the leather and meat of the Pepe. Can you teach me some more tips? I understand. The barn owner sat near Ark and explained to him the way to use the knife. Ark listened obediently to the barn owner and his understanding went up. The only requirement to learn skills like these in New World was understanding. It was a number which showed how much he understood the work. If he repeated the work, then it was possible to raise this number. However, learning from NPCs specialized in the work would increase the understanding at a much faster rate. Ark cunningly took advantage of this system. Whoops. Another one ruined. Damn, I'm really rubbish. I once again spoiled something that Joshi raised like his child. Someone like me should die. Ark blamed himself and crazily waved the knife when he failed again. The barn owner was so surprised that he couldn't even be mad. What? Even though I taught you again, eh? Hey, please calm down. The Pepe is like my children, but is it worth dying over them? Okay, I understand your heart. It is impossible to get used to it the first time. Sit down and I'll teach you again from the beginning. The owner made Ark sit down and began to explain the tips from the beginning. Thanks to that, Ark's understand rose quickly and 5 hours passed. You have learned a new skill. Leather extraction, beginner, passive. You can use a dismantling knife to extract leather from domestic animals, wild animals, and monsters. The leather obtained can be used as material in the creation of leather armor. However, the probability of success depends on the skill level and the monster's level. You have learned a new skill. Butchery, beginner, passive. You can use the dismantling knife to obtain meat from domestic animals, wild animals, and monsters. The resulting meat can be used as an ingredient in various dishes. However, the success rate depends on the monster's level and the skill level. That's it. He was finally able to learn the desired skills. Since the cattle was only level 1, he could peel off the Pepe's leather immediately. After that, Ark's hands flashed as he successfully obtained the Pepe's meat and leather. In addition, the value of the leather and meat didn't fall at all. Oh, now you've got the hang of it. Hoo-hoo-hoo, it was thanks to Joshi's teachings. Ark could even communicate as he stripped the leather. Thus the production speed increased and he finished the remaining Pepe in 3 hours. Phew, I'll be able to make the delivery date thanks to you and Bona. I want to give you a gift since you've helped me with my work. Right. I'll give you this. It is the dismantling knife, although it is also good as a long knife. And this is the Pepe's meat. The barn owner gave him the dismantling knife and meat as a reward. Butcher's knife. A professional knife used to obtain leather and meat. Increases the success probability of leather extraction and butchering by 20%. Pepe's fillet, 5. The meat of the cattle Pepe who was raised in the netherworld. The meat is so fresh that you can eat it as sashimi. The quest Catch the Pepe in the Valley Village has been completed. Additional compensation, leather extraction and butchering plus 20. At the same time, the quest had been completed. Since it was a production quest, the bonus was always skill experience or proficiency. A food item and bonus skill proficiency. The part-time quest was really useful. Thank you. Haha, I am even more thankful. Please grill the Pepe meat and eat it. The taste is really amazing. That reminds me, shouldn't I get going? I should eat before completing my delivery. Me. The barn owner turned wicked eyes towards the Pepe who cried out and trembled. Hey, wasn't that his children? Didn't he shed tears everything he had to catch one? So he would eat it even while shedding tears? Ark wanted to get up but his calves were too tired. After receiving the quest to rescue Bona, he hadn't had a chance to shut his eyes. Then I'll take this and go. Ark said goodbye to Bona and the barn owner before terminating the connection. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 5. ACT-5 Locate the laboratory. Damn! A dim light appeared at the totem as a magician appeared. It was Jewel, who had self-destructed in the abyss of despair. Jewel checked her information window and clenched her teeth. That damn bastard Ark, I'm going to pay him back several times. The self-destruct magic was critical against enemies, but it was also lethal to Jewel. Although she dealt a tremendous amount of damage in a wide range, she received 3 times the death penalty. In other words, she lost 90% experience and all stats -3. Although she already knew such details, tears gathered when she actually saw it. Damn it, it will take so long to recover that 90% experience. In addition, how can I recover the 18 stats lost before leveling up? All this was because of Arkansas. If she hadn't been tricked by Ark, then she wouldn't have needed to use that skill. If Jewel realized how much her self-destruct ended up helping Ark, then she probably would have exploded again. Nevertheless, ignorance was bliss. So Jewel just furiously waited until the other members had resurrected. Duke rushed up to her and said, "Jewel, where is that Ark bastard now?" "Damn it, how should I know?" "What do you mean?" "Check with Mana Perfume." "Of course, I've already tried it." But there was no reaction. "What? He removed the curse? What other explanation is there?" "He must have been carrying a curse release scroll." "What now?" Duke asked with a serious face, but Jewel didn't know. The group dedicated to killing Arkside. Then Basutyu, who had been lingering nearby, ran up to them. "Ah, look, it is you guys." "Eh? The old man who gave Ark the quest? Please. My grandson, please rescue my grandson." "What is that?" Basutyu grabbed Jewel's arm and begged. "You've already heard what happened. You guys appeared after Ark, who just left. He said that he went to the abyss of despair and ran away when he saw it was hopeless. After seeing you appear at the totem, I know that you fought against the Nakujuk until the end. You're different from Arkansas." "That's right. That bastard Ark is no match for us." Jewel snorted before nodding. "My hunch was correct. Yes, I knew I could trust you. Since you've returned, I must request this of you. Would you not go back to the abyss of despair?" Jewel and Duke looked at each other after hearing Basutyu's words. They exchanged looks for a while before Jewel spoke. "That's right. Indeed, if we were all wiped out, then he would have no chance." "I understand. It won't be an easy opponent, but we'll save your grandson." Thank you. But where did Ark go?" "Why? In fact, we suffered serious injuries while fighting the Nakujuk to rescue your grandson because he stole our equipment and fled. We can't forgive such a lousy bastard. After rescuing your grandson, we want to find him and make him pay for his sins." Basutyu gnashed his teeth at Jewel's explanation. "Such a dirty thing, I knew he was strange. That's why he refused to wait for you and just ran off." "I know. I heard him say that he would go to the city beyond the northern mountains." "Was a mount used?" "No. There is no reason to lend a mount to the person who abandoned my grandson. He went on foot, so he shouldn't have gone too far. After saving my grandson, I'll allow you to borrow the Skyrays and chase him." There was a cold smile on Jewel's face. "Duke, did you hear that? He went to the city on the other side of the mountains." "Okay, everybody get ready. Let's depart." "Eh? You guys. What are you saying?" "Then my grandson. Who cares?" Jewel pushed Basutyu out of the way. "Your grandson has already been eaten by Tamura. I have no interest in continuing a quest which already failed. I'm more concerned with Arkansas. Now, let's go. Jewel immediately used quick magic on the group. Their movement speed increased by 20% thanks to the spell, and there was a billow of dust as they rushed towards the north. "Grandpa, are you okay?" After a while, Bona ran up from where he was hiding nearby. "Bah, they're bad people just like Ark Hyung said. They have no honor." Basutyu snorted as he turned to watch them disappear. That's what they get for trying to annoy Bona's savior. There is no city beyond the mountains, only the territory of the main Nakujuk clan. They will end up suffering. But the way, did grandfather find what Ark Hyung was looking for? Of course. Well, let's return. Ark said he would be coming back now. Basutyu and Bona smiled before returning to the village. Now it is safe. They have left for the northern mountains. Thanks for the good work. I acted just like you told me to. There was a wily smile on Ark's face after Basutyu's answer. Now I don't have to worry about those guys. They'll soon discover that they made a mistake, but without the help of magic they won't be able to find me easily. Thus one of his worries disappeared. Now the only thing left was to find any clues related to Megaro. Ark looked expectantly at Basutyu, who smiled and nodded. I've found the information you need. Something related to Megaro? Yes, he came here approximately 100 years ago. Well, read it yourself will be faster than me explaining. It's been translated so you can read it. Were the resources recorded using a special cipher to maintain secrecy? It was probably a countermeasure to ensure that users couldn't abuse their knowledge of the Netherworld. Since Ark was entitled to the information, Basutyu translated it onto a scroll and passed it to him. I can finally discover the whereabouts of Megaro. Ark unrolled it with anticipation. It was recorded in first-person format, just like a diary or letter. He introduced himself as Megaro. Megaro was an unusually polite and sincere person. It surprised me that he crossed from Middle-earth. I heard that people could pass freely between Middle-earth and the Netherworld a long time ago, but I thought it was just a legend or myth. But he proved that Middle-earth existed and that it was a much more advanced civilization. He was very clever. Although he only saw the flora and fauna here for the first time, within a few days he was able to understand their attributes and how best to use them. He taught us how to refine the sap of plants in order to heal wounds and how to live a more abundant life by raising cattle. However, he was forced to leave the village after a month. He came to the Netherworld for a special purpose and he needed more research materials for that purpose. I informed him about the forest of life in the eastern wilderness where he could find those materials. He could obtain everything he needed from there. Unfortunately, I never saw him again. That explains it. Ark noticed some strange associations while reading the document. When he saw the sap refinery, the first thing that came to mind was the Magic Institute's alchemy lab. The standard of the equipment was very different, but the structure was somewhat similar. He discovered the reason after reading the record. Megaro was a genius alchemist, so he taught them how to use the sap. As expected from the alchemist Megaro. But I still don't know Megaro's secret purpose, which is the reason he came to the Netherworld. It definitely smelled like money. I was also surprised after reading this record. I didn't realize that the person who taught us how to use sap and herbs came from Middle-earth. Where is the Forest of Life? I've never gone there directly, but if you head to the eastern wilderness on the southeast side then you should find it. Then he opened up the map and indicated the area with a red dot. The location was close to the snowy mountains that Ark descended down. It will take me a few days if I move in a straight line. But at least I know the location. Ark stored the map and asked. By the way, did you find any information about the Red Man? Ah, you mean that? Basutyu shook his head. I couldn't find any information about that person. Really? Ark was only a little bit disappointed. In fact, he hadn't expected anything. He had received a quest to find Megaro's laboratory. It was possible to receive information related to this because he received the quest. That's because the clues for the quest were intentionally placed from the beginning. However, the Red Man had nothing to do with this quest. And Ark didn't know what he needed to investigate. He only had a vague thought of finding the Red Man. If he didn't know what he was looking for, then there was no way he would receive a clue. Above all, he really needed to determine if the Red Man held the key to passing the entrance examination. It can't be helped. There's nothing for me to find at the moment. Ark finished collecting the information and packed for a new trip. He re-examined his equipment and stopped by the general store to barter for usable medicines. By that time Lariat and Buxel had finished resting and connected to the game. Arknim, I'm not late? Yes, you came right on time. Where are you going now? The Forest of Life in the wilderness to the east. The distance is quite far, so we should leave quickly. When Ark seemed like he would leave straight away, Basutyu spoke in a worried voice. Can you leave tomorrow morning? No. I've rested, so it doesn't matter if it is morning or evening. In fact, evening was the best time for a dark walker to travel. Then how about you take a skyray and go? Lariat was so surprised that she flinched and turned pale. Skyrays? Arknim. Thank you, but it is fine. I'll walk this time. Lariat sighed with relief and laughed when Ark refused. But Ark didn't decline just because of Lariat. The skyray moves faster, but that's all. There were still a lot of ingredients that he hadn't seen in the netherworld. He would miss those opportunities if he flew on the Skyray. In addition, he confirmed that there were quite a few wild Skyrays in the east when he traveled to this village. If he flew on the Skyrays, then a battle was inevitable. There are too many variables in aerial combat compared to ground combat. When returning from the Abyss of Despair, it was difficult to defeat 4 or 5 Skyrays while protecting Lariat and Buxel. So I would rather walk even if it takes longer. Well, it's not like anything is urgent at the moment. Then we'll be going. Please feel free to drop by. You are always welcome. Ark Hyung, Lariat Nuna, please make sure to come back when your business finishes. Bona chased them to the entrance and shook their hands. Okay, I understand. Now, let's go. Yes. Lariat smiled and nodded. Ark turned his head without thinking and looked at her. The sun had started to set and it dyed the surroundings red. It was dark but light. It felt regretful, but his heart was also beating fast. It was like she was standing in a mysterious space. Her whole body was dyed in a mysterious light and made her even more beautiful. It was difficult to express in words as elusive emotions rose in him. Traveling in the netherworld is unlikely to become boring. This isn't something. A mysterious world with a woman who longed for adventure. It was like a movie where the protagonist had a fateful encounter with the heroine and they ended up exploring and fighting monsters together, with the hero sometimes saving the heroine. After overcoming numerous adversities, the two protagonists finally found the treasure and began a relationship with each other. Wasn't it a dream that all men would aspire to? Although they hadn't reached the ending, Ark was lost in the sweet fantasy after exiting the village with Lariat. But reality wasn't that superficial. Ark's reality was not that superficial. Ark sighed and looked at his colleagues eating a meal. Ah, this is really good? It really is. Ark Nim is also good at cooking. Really? It's delicious? Diedrich was ravenously licking the pot like a pig. After he refilled the pot, it was once again emptied as they continued chattering. Master, did you hear that? Another serving of this. It was a ridiculous situation. He had made dishes from the ingredients collected. In addition, Ark had lost 50% of his health, but he wasn't even able to eat one spoonful. The pot was emptied, yet he wanted another serving? And is such a demanding tone? Ark had a bitter taste in his mouth at the sight. No, he really wanted to punch him. However, I'm sorry. We ate everything without leaving anything for Ark Nim. When Lariat spoke, Ark's fist, which had been heading towards Diedrich, suddenly changed into patting his head. Ah, no. You should eat well. Ha ha ha. Yes, don't worry about it. Master's hobby is feeding others. Diedrich smirked at his words. And the naive Lariat just nodded. So your original hobby was cooking? Ha? Ah, yes, that's right. Ark awkwardly smiled before whispering to Diedrich. You bastard. Are you afraid for your future? What? Diedrich just whistled as he stared at the distant mountains. His instincts sensed that something was happening. Although he behaved for a while, that fellow was once again starting to behave hatefully, and he even became worse than before. Damn, I made a mistake. If I knew this would happen, then I wouldn't have called him the number 2. I forgot that he was a child and that it would go to his head. But who could he blame? This situation was due to his own mistakes. Ark sighed again and looked through his bag. Then he poured a few ingredients into the pot with tears in his eyes. How much money are the ingredients I poured into this pot worth? Ark replayed the past events in his head. In the beginning, everything was good when they left the valley village. Omo, look at that river. It is a rainbow of colors. Have you seen this? If you blow the flowers, then the wind will blow it back into your mouth. Ho ho ho. That looks like a human face, but it is creepy. Lariat explored the area with childlike excitement in her eyes. Please be careful. It is a monster that will attack anything that approached. Ha? Really? Ark laughed at Lariat's amazement and added. Ha ha ha. It won't attack unless you approach, so it'll be okay. She had arrived in the netherworld before Arkansas. However, she appeared in the Hagel forest surrounded by the dead and didn't have time to explore before being captured by the Nakujuk. So she was curious and excited about everything. Ark also enjoyed watching her. And he explained everything that she developed an interest in. For someone, it was quite enjoyable having a girl interested in his words. Monsters appeared occasionally, but it didn't matter. Ark had already faced these monsters several times while heading to the village from the snowy mountains. The level was higher, but no more than 2 appeared at once. In addition, Ark's level was much higher than before. After killing hundreds of Nakujuk in the Abyss of Despair and completing the quest, he was level 256. Buxel, take it well. Ark whispered to Buxel before drawing his sword. Then he used flashy movements to dispose of the monsters. The video was shooting, but how could he fight normally in front of Lariat? Wah! It's fantastic. You took care of those strong monsters so easily. Ark's nose rose in the air at Lariat's interjection. It's not a big deal. Ark said with fake humility. After Lariat's reaction, Ark immediately began to exaggerate his actions. Ark was generous when cooking food and pretended not to notice when his pets made a mistake. He couldn't be an unpleasant person in front of her. So Ark's normal behavior was stopped by Lariat's presence. It was indeed a pleasing scene when he recalled it. But the good memories with Lariat only lasted until then. He was so entranced by Lariat then the trip through the wilderness passed without him noticing. They soon reached the south where the wilderness changed into dense forests. The forest continues from here. It seems to be a checkpoint which will lead to the forest of life. This is my first time here, so I don't know what the monsters will be like. Diedrich, reconnaissance. Understood. Master. Diedrich flapped his wings for the first time after several days. However, he couldn't make it a few meters before he started gasping. What happened? I don't know. Somehow I became very winded? Ark glanced around but couldn't spot anything unusual. Could it be? Ark looked uneasily at Diedrich's body. He finally noticed that Diedrich was subtly different from normal. What the? When did this child? While showing off his cooking skill to Lariat, Ark had used barrage of ingredients. But Lariat was not a glutton. More than half of the meal remained every time, so his pets and Buxel would eat the rest. On the other hand, only 1 or 2 monsters appeared at the same time in the wilderness. So he didn't need Diedrich to scout or fight with him. As a result, it was like Diedrich received a holiday as he continuously partook in holiday foods. In other words, the excess nutrient intake and lack of exercise meant that he became bigger. It was also true for Razak and Buxel. Buxel, well, he looked even more like a pig while Diedrich's bones also thickened. Oh my god, why didn't I notice until now? Lariat had distracted him. Anyway, Ark finally noticed what was happening and became astounded. Kiki kiki. Kikiki, kiki kiki. The branches suddenly shook and they were surrounded by a mass of red pupils. Monster! There's around a dozen of them. Buxel, Lariat Nim, step back. Diedrich, Razak, defense formation. Oh, it is hard, understood master. Clack clack, clack clack clack. His summons replied in relaxed voices and took their stances. He wanted to say something but there was no time. A significant number of monsters had come running from different directions. The Kirin was a monster that looked like a combination of a monkey and a wolf. Ark relaxed a bit after confirming the Kirin's information. They were only level 200. Although he was surprised that there were a dozen of them, without the dark attribute bonus he would still be able to handle them by himself. Okay Lariat Nim, please buff me. Yes. Heavenly Light, Immortal Aura, Pure Sword. Lariat's buffs increased his various stats. Now, you will be sliced in an instant. Elemental Sword, Fire Attribute. The sword was engulfed in flames when he used the skill. Ark's body then shot like an arrow towards the Kirin. Flash dash. The Kirin screamed as they were suddenly wrapped in flames. Ark used the momentum to continuously attack until the Kirin's health had decreased by half. Okay, this is enough to deal with them. Ark smiled with satisfaction. Of course, Ark's health has decreased after attacking the Kirin. But then Lariat used recovery magic and a situation he couldn't predict occurred. Some of the Kirin who had been attacking Ark shrieked and turned to attack her. What the? Why all of a sudden, whoops? Ark suddenly realized what was happening. It was a familiar situation for anyone who played online games. Numerical numbers for a monster's fury existed. If 2 users beat up the same monster, the system would attack the one who dealt more damage. There was one exception. Recovery magic. Although the magic didn't deal direct damage to the monster, its aggro gauge would increase considerably. Therefore, warriors in the party would have to time the use of provocation to coincide with the moment a priest used recovery magic. The most important part of fighting in a group was aggro management. Ark had spent a year soloing, so he never got the hang of it. Occasionally he fought with Roko, but the rehabilitation members were there to tank. Kayak, please help me. Hook, move it. Hike. Ark rushed towards Lariat and Buxel, who were in a crisis. Buxel was a merchant and Lariat just changed jobs, so both of their health decreased. In fact, the Holy Knight had less recovery magic than a priest and were inferior in combat compared to warriors. But they had higher combat capabilities than a priest and could use magic to recover. Since it was the best profession in the Holy Attribute series, the Innocence Knight received bonus stats based on their reputation. So although she was level 160, her actual stats were over level 200. But the problem was that she had originally been a magician. She was wearing a cloth robe. Since she had been in the Dawnblade Guild, it was a pretty good magic item, but it had low defense. She was also inexperienced in melee combat. When the Kirin ran up to her, she was too busy escaping to counterattack. This is, Diedrich, use taunt to disperse their attention. Eh? Understood. Yeah, you bastards, over here. Two Kirin rushed towards Diedrich after he used taunt. Diedrich flapped his wings and tried to run away, but he could not. Diedrich, who had gained weight, gasped as he flapped his wings and staggered after being hit in the back of the head. Ah, he really was playing around. Damn it. Razak, take your defensive stance and protect both of them. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak's fat bones clattered as he ran forward. Even though Razak gained some weight, he was still better than Diedrich. He was a bit slow but managed to get in front of them in time. Thanks to that, Lariat and Buxel didn't collapse. But Razak couldn't block all of the Kirin's attacks even in his defensive stance. Once again, Diedrich and Razak weren't able to deal with monsters higher than them. Razak was around level 150 after evolving, while Diedrich was only level 130. His summons were able to fight with level 300 monsters due to a combination play that they perfected through many trial and errors with Arkansas. They would just die if Ark wasn't there. It was even worse once their flesh became plump. Damn it. Of all times to be fat. Ark cursed as he gave up on the Kirin with 50% health and ran towards them. "Ma master, please help." Diedrich rolled on the ground like a ball of fur and called for help. Ark snatched Diedrich and instantly used Dark Dance. He moved like a ghost and used the chain skill of Dark Blade and Dark Strike on the Kirin. Despite the intense and continuous attacks pushing the Kirin back, the situation became even more bleak. His pets, Lariat and Buxel, were all in a critical condition. Ark also only had 50% health left after attacking the enemy. On the other hand, the Kirin had their health decreased by flash, but none of them had died yet. The ones with low health retreated and started throwing stones. I can narrow the distance and attack with flash and then retreat using Dark Dance, but Ark started to realize how unstable his party was. Buxel couldn't help in battles in the wilderness, but he was good at luring monsters in dungeons to the desired place. However, having too many enemies in a wide open place like this turned out to be a weakness of their group. Ark wasn't a warrior, so he couldn't wear heavy armor with high defense. So he had to reduce damage in fights by evading. But he couldn't use those methods if he had to protect people. If he avoided the attacks, then it might hit Buxel and Lariat. That was why he needed a warrior in the party. Damn, I have no choice but to hold on. Ark took out most of the flying stones with riposte. During that time, Lariat had recovered her health to 60% using recovery magic. Lariat Nim, please concentrate your recovery magic on Razak from now on. Razak, use your defensive stance to protect Lariat and Buxel. Hold out for a minute. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak held out his shield. Sprint. Ark shot off like an arrow through the flying stones. Then he used flash on the Kirin as soon as he entered in range. Once, twice, 3 times, his mana was running out by the Kirin started collapsing one by one. Now it is time to finish this. Blessing of the Sea. Ark used Adelaine's necklace to restore his mana and once again used flash. He exterminated the remaining Kirin after using flash a few more times. Hook hook hook, I barely won. Ark gasped as he ran out of breath. After checking his health, he saw that he only had 5% left. Since Lariat used her recovery magic, Razak wouldn't have been able to hold out if the Kirin concentrated their attacks on him. Therefore Ark took most of the attacks by the stones while using flash. When it was over, Lariat and Buxel came running over to him. Phew, the crisis is over. I'm sorry. We were just a hindrance. No, it's okay. Let's take a break first. We don't know when a monster will appear again, so we should restore our health and mana when there is a chance. Ark started to set up a camp. Both Ark and Lariat had run out of mana. We had such difficulty against a group of level 200 monsters. Ark sneaked a peek at Diedrich and Razak, who were lying on the ground. Diedrich and Razak both realized that they had made mistakes. Ark became annoyed at the sight but just shook his head. No, there is a more fundamental problem. Yes, he knew that neither Diedrich and Razak would be able to handle dozens of Kirin just yet. Nevertheless, the reason they struggled so much and almost died was because they had to protect Buxel and Lariat. If it was just Buxel, then he didn't need to worry that much. But now there were two of them. The situation was different. Ark needed to concentrate on attacking while protecting those two. It was a significant burden on Ark, who was not a warrior and couldn't wear heavy armor. This is a surprisingly serious problem. There were level 300 monsters in the wilderness, and now level 200 monsters suddenly appeared. This means that most of the monsters move in groups. If there is a dozen at the beginning of the forest, that number will probably increase as we move further in. If there is more than a dozen, then I won't be able to handle it. The same was true for Razak. If they attacked only Ark, then he could handle it, but if they concentrated on Lariat and Buxel, then Razak would only be able to last for 1-2 minutes. There must be a way. Ark blew out a sigh while looking serious. After worrying about it for a long time, he clenched his teeth and made up his mind. Yes, it really can't be helped. Lariat Nim. Ark went over to Lariat, who was still restoring her mana. After a moment of hesitating, he opened his mouth. I think it is dangerous if we enter the forest blindly. If there are a lot of monsters, then I won't be able to block everything. Buxel is a merchant, but since Lariat Nim changed to a knight, if you raise your defense, then it will decrease my burden by a bit. I know that too, but I only have items for mages. I know. Ark nodded and stuck his hand into his bag. That's right. If Lariat wore armor and raised her defense a little bit, then it would decrease the burden on Arkansas. She was still lacking close combat skills, but if her defense rose, then her would be decreased slower. However, even if he was determined, his body didn't want to move. Cold sweat dripped down his face as his hand remained in his bag. But Ark was a man of his word. Please receive this. Ark closed his eyes tightly and took out an item. Lariat and Buxel looked at Ark strangely while he was sweating. Battered half plate. Armor type, iron armor. Defense power, 0. Durability, 0/0. Weight, 10. User restriction, level 100 and over. The half-plate armor can be seen everywhere. This one is so old that mold has started to form on it. No matter how great the craftsman, they would not be able to repair this armor. You can attempt to sell it, but you probably won't receive that much. It was an item that clearly wasn't great once checked in the information window. The gloves, shoes, and shoulder blades that were taken out afterwards was also similar to the armor. What the? He hesitated so much to give me items like these? Those were Lariat's and Buxel's thoughts. Look, if I sell all of these, then I would get at least 1 gold. If I sell it as a set, then I might be able to get 4 gold. Tears gathered at the thought of 4 gold flying away. 4 gold was 40,001. It was like grabbing a shovel and digging for 3 hours. 1,001 might appear. Of course, Lariat was a special person to Arkansas. But that was different. If Ark was just playing for fun, then he wouldn't care about a few Japtum. No, even magic items wouldn't matter. However, Ark had a definite goal. To make money. Thanks to that one goal, he couldn't even afford to lose 1 copper. It was a big decision for him to give up some Japtum. Yes, thank you. Lariat couldn't bear to say no and received the armor set. In fact, the cloth armor that Lariat was wearing had pretty good defense. Alan had spent money and obtained it for her. The cloth armor had better defense than the armor that Ark gave her. A higher quality. But something called profession attributes existed in New World. In other words, if it wasn't restricted to profession, then a magician could also wear metal armor. However, there would be a job penalty inflicted and they would not receive the full defense. That was why magicians wore cloth equipment despite having a lower defense. If knights wore a robe, then they would have a 40% penalty in defense. But the items Ark gave was metal armor. It was a trivial item, but it would be able to increase the defense. That's it. It is valuable, but my burden so lessen a little bit. But Ark miscalculated. Once she wore armor, Lariat seemed to mistakenly think that she was a knight. When the monsters appeared, she stepped forward while holding her Japtum sword. However, her battle sense was really bad. I'll help you. Oh, no, it is not necessary. Lariat Nim? Lariat blindly swung her sword and instead of hitting the target, she swung too wildly and fell onto the ground. So Ark had to stop fighting and rush to protect her. But that wasn't all. Because she was a magician for so long, she didn't understand how to fight as a knight. When Ark swung his sword, she would also swing hers and almost damaged him. It was truly a disaster. At least Lariat would focus on recovery when wearing a robe, but now she was too busy trying to fight to support Arkansas. Therefore every battle was difficult. Ark was worn out. But it wasn't possible to approach and tell her off. "I'm sorry. I haven't improved, have I?" What could he possibly say to such a lovely face? Ark smiled painfully while sweating. "Ah, no. You've worked hard. My satiety went down to 60% because I moved too much. Eat this rice." There was nothing more to say. When the battle started, Ark had to try not to die, and when it ended he was forced to feed them. But now there were 5 mouths. He had to make servings for 5 people. Everything a fight ended, so his ingredients were quickly running out. There were many times when Ark had to skip meals to go around and gather ingredients. Furthermore, once the situation repeated, then Diedrich started acting up. It is strange. Normally Master would have already punched me, so why hasn't he said anything? The plump Diedrich finally snapped his fingers. Aha, now I get it. That Master, his weakness is that girl. It is embarrassing that he is so attached to Alan's woman. And now he can't tell me and Razakov. Ho, this is a chance to pay back all my sorrow. I'm going to show him how fearful I can be. When it was time for a break, Diedrich transformed into a young boy and stuck close to Lariat. Then he started to harass Ark just like a mother-in-law. "Hey, Master. What is this? I told you I wanted to eat meat dishes." He just kicked the pot and complained when more servings were cooked. How dare this child act like this? Furthermore, it wasn't only Diedrich. Buxel also started acting cocky once Ark was compliant. "Arknim, somehow you're not appearing too good on the screen lately? Was the exertion too much for you?" Buxel placed his pig foot on Ark, who was kneeling down to boil the soup, and chattered on. "Do these bastards think they can treat me like this?" Curses rose in his throat. His heart really wanted to kill something right now. But he couldn't curse and strike at a young boy and a pig in front of Lariat. No, he just had to fix the habit stealthily. No. It's not something I can endure. So his happy trip had turned into hell in a few days. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 6. Act 6 My Fair Lady. Ah, no, it is impossible anymore. Ark's patience was slowly reaching its limit. As Lariat became worse in the battles, Diedrich started openly annoying them. He was still collecting ingredients for their meals. Thanks to the player, your pets were able to eat comfortably and have become satisfied. Affection +2. Wasn't it understandable that the message window rubbed salt in his wounds? Ark's stress continued to accumulate. Is there another way? There must be a way to make Lariat more useful in battles and to fix the child Diedrich's bad behavior. If I can't find a way, then I really will die. Ark groaned and glanced at Lariat. In fact, she was very difficult for Arkansas. It was difficult because she was a woman. He couldn't openly tell her off, but he was suffering and almost died because of her. Should I close my eyes just once and try to say something? He thought about it many times but just ended up going in circles. It wasn't just another woman, this was Lariat. He was so natural with Roko that he would have no problem telling her. Ha, that reminds me of Lee Nyung-ryong teacher. Ark thought of Lee Nyung-ryong. There were a considerable number of policewomen present at the gym. But Lee Nyung-ryong didn't treat them any different from the other members of his team. Well, if he was bothered by acting violent towards women, then he couldn't be a SWAT team leader. If a woman wants to be treated nicely, then she should stay at home doing laundry. That was Lee Nyung-ryong's thoughts. Of course, the policewomen didn't express their dissatisfaction. If they didn't train properly at the gym, then they would get yelled at. Wait? Ark lifted his head at the thought. That's right, why didn't I think of that? Ark had found a way to solve all his problems. He stood up and went to Lariat. Lariat Nim, I have something to say. Please say it. Lariat Nim is now a knight. Isn't Innocence Knight similar to Holy Knight? Then holy magic is used more as support. Learning how to fight with swords and shields is more important than holy magic. Didn't Lariat become caught up in the fights because you enjoyed it? Yes. Lariat replied in a small voice. Yes, Lariat already knew about it from watching Alan. So she learned combat skills and approached monsters because she wanted to be useful for Arkansas. But you've spent a lot of time as a magician, so you can't just suddenly master close combat. So let's focus on supporting the battles using recovery magic while you slowly learn the basic combat skills step by step. If you like, then I would be happy to teach you the basics. Arc-Nim will teach me? Yes. I'll teach you everything from using a sword to moving in combat. Lariat wavered for a moment before nodding. Let's give it a try. A smile formed on Arc's mouth. Yes, if she didn't know how to fight properly, then just teach her. Besides, Arc and Lariat were now mentor and disciple. He didn't know how to speak to a woman, but if it was a disciple, then couldn't he say everything he wanted to? I don't know how good it'll be, but it is better than moving forward blindly. Arc brought Lariat to a suitable place and indicated. Now, let's begin immediately. First, swing your sword 1,000 times. Ha! 1,000 times? Other warriors have swung their swords since they were level 1. If you have such basics, then you can fight against level 200 monsters. If Lariat Nim wants to reach that standard, then you need to swing that much every day. Arc was relentless once it became a mentor and disciple relationship. I'll come back once you've done 1,000 swings. Then we will follow up with defense training. After Arc made Lariat train, he approached Diedrich, Rozak and Buxel, who were at the camp. He grinned widely and opened his mouth. Hey, everyone, follow me. Hook, what? Surely you aren't taking us to a dark place to beat us up? Beat up? It's training. Lariat Nim is working hard to become stronger while you guys are just lazing around eating rice. Since we have to stay here a couple of days to train Lariat Nim, I'll also make you guys do training. But everyone has already graduated from the basics, so I guess it's time for sparring. And no, I don't want to. I will not. Why should a merchant train? Noisy, just come with me. Arc dragged his pets and Buxel into the forest. Then, he used the pretense of sparring to deal indiscriminate violence for a long time. 2 hours later, the faces of his pets and Buxel were completely swollen, so Arc brought training to an end and they returned to the camp. Lariat, who had been brandishing her sword, said with surprise. Omo, your faces. It was training. After seeing Lariat Nim, those guys were so motivated that they wanted to train as well. Buxel's face contorted with Arc lied about training. But when Arc smiled and elbowed him, Buxel instantly nodded with sweat on his face. The effect of 2 hours of education appeared. Ah, how refreshing. As expected, I have to break them to teach them manners. Arc was so refreshed that he felt like he lost 10 years. For the next few days, Arc stayed in that place and focused on training. Fortunately, Lariat learned her sword mastery and heavy defense skills while Buxel and his pets lost all the weight they gained. As a bonus, they once again listened to him after the discipline. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I should have done this sooner. Once again the control is in my hands. After Lariat got the hang of basic postures, Arc immediately began the next part of the training. Now, I'll be showing you the first party formation, so please watch carefully. Diedrich, Rozak. Yes, master. Clack clack clack. The disciplined Diedrich replied while floating. The formations will range from plan A to D depending on the command. Go! Arc led his summons and began a battle against a group of Kirin. Lariat's eyes widened. In fact, she hadn't understood anything while watching Arc in the previous battles. The timing to evade a hit, sword angles, and footwork. Everything was standard techniques, but she hadn't been able to understand it since she wasn't a trained warrior. But now she had a high level of knowledge thanks to Arc teaching her battle skills. In addition, she also learned a lot about party cooperation with the summons. It is a level higher. Now I know how much of a hindrance I'd been to Arc-Nim. But he never expressed any of it. He was afraid of embarrassing me, so he taught me combat skills. Lariat now looked at him with a lot of respect. Anyway, Arc had given her a textbook which explained the standard pets formation. After the training, Lariat's skills were around a level 30 warrior. So Arc instructed her properly using his pets. In fact, in the past he never would have imagined commanding her. But after they became a mentor and disciple, it wasn't that difficult teaching her things. No, it was to the extent that he didn't understand why he hesitated so much before. Yes, she's just another person I know. Lariat was no longer considered a guest, so he didn't have to be so careful anymore. It was only traveling with a colleague. If that's the case, was there any reason to keep on feeding her? Once the relationship was established, Arc revealed his true colors. Lariat Nim, the Dawnblade Guild has been dismantled, right? You don't have to worry while accompanying me, but one day you'll be traveling alone, so you'll require skills to take care of yourself. Among them, the most essential thing to learn is cooking. Learning how to collect ingredients will also be helpful towards cooking later on. I'll teach you. Buxel, I'll also teach you to collect ingredients. Ha! But I have the mission to record Arknim. Buxel said in surprise, but shut up when Ark shook his head. So Ark forcibly taught him how to forage ingredients. Since there were mainly high-grade ingredients in the Netherworld, there was a lot of failures. But after a couple of days of suffering, Lariat and Buxel managed to learn the ingredient foraging skill. Kya, I've learned it. Ingredient foraging. Congratulations. But now's the important part. We need to increase your proficiency in order to take advantage of the skill properly. You will always be looking for ingredients except when fighting. So Ark forced the collection of ingredients to Buxel and Lariat from now on. Phew, now I can concentrate on raising leather extraction and butchery instead of collecting ingredients. That was the reason why he forced ingredient foraging on the two of them. He had to raise leather extraction and butchery in advance to be able to obtain the skin and heart of the undead. But he had been so busy trying to feed the five of them that he had no time to raise the skills. It will now be a pleasant journey. Therefore all the stress he had built up flew away. But they encountered a new ordeal shortly after they resumed the journey. A1 plan. Lariat Nim, attack from behind. Ark was allowing Lariat to practice the battle formations. When the A1 plan was implemented, Ark, Lariat and his summons attacked from 4 directions. Then the special Kirin that was twice as big as the others wasn't able to last and collapsed. And it dropped an item. Resilient shield made of garum wood, magic. Armor type, medium shield. Defense, 250, plus 40. Durability, 320/400. Weight, 25. User restriction, Knights level 150 and more. The shield covered in garum wood is stronger than steel. Garum wood is taken from a sacred tree and is used in a lot sacred items. If used to create a wooden armor, a holy aura will protect the wearer. Option, stamina plus 10, wisdom plus 20, defense plus 40. Special option, amplification of holy magic by 10%. A magic item. Ark's eyes gleamed. But the performance of the item was a problem. It was a knight-only shield and it also amplified holy magic. When Lariat decided to accompany Ark, there was an agreement that all items would go to him. But just by looking at this item, it was clearly an item that Lariat had to use. Even if they reached an agreement, the shield would definitely be coveted. But it isn't just a magic item. Shields that have a special option is rare. It will earn at least 1,000,001 on the auction site, so I can't just concede it. But it is a lot better than all the Japdom I've collected. Ark struggled and avoided Lariat's gaze until he finally lifted the shield. He couldn't give up 1,000,001 even if it pricked his conscience. Then Ark suddenly had a brilliant idea. I might be able to avoid any damage and still get credit. Lariat Nim, do you need this shield? Ha? No, I. Although Lariat used ambiguous language, she couldn't take her eyes off the shield. Ark made a worried gesture before speaking in a serious voice. In fact, it's been weighing on my mind. Even though you've changed your occupation, you don't have any night-exclusive items. I only gave you Japdom. I already decided to concede all items to Arknim. But if such an item dropped, then it should definitely go to you. But I'd feel sorry. Even though Lariat was glad, she still felt sorry. Then Ark muttered something. But do you know about the Baron's trading methods? Ha? Baron's trading methods? We should barter items of similar value. For example, Lariat doesn't need the magician items anymore, so you can barter with those items. Yes, we should do that. Buxel, who had been watching from the sidelines, felt his face heat up. He noticed the intent in Ark's words. He was offering to trade the shield for an item with equal value of Lariat's. Buxel was distressed at such a dirty method. But Ark was resolute. I might be embarrassed now, but I would regret giving up money forever. Ark decided not to be worried about Lariat any longer. Of course, Lariat was still his ideal woman. Although he was more comfortable after making her train, his heart would still feel sick if she cried. But Ark braced himself. What have I been doing so far? No, wake up. Ark didn't know what was in Lariat's heart. Although he felt a strange expectation at one time, Ark wouldn't accept it even if Lariat confessed her love. That was because Ark already loved one person more than anybody else. He devoted his whole life and love to that person. It wasn't some cheap feeling. He sincerely felt like that. My love, my life, my past and future. My eternal fair lady. Mother, yes, the person I love most in this world is my mother. How can I feel shame if that money will pay for my mother's medical bills or for slightly better food? I would do even worse things if it is for my mother. He was not ashamed. Everything was for his mother. That was one reason why Ark could act so dignified while behaving like this. But Lariette's reaction was unexpected. Ah, that's fair enough. Yes, I would feel sorry, so let's exchange it for my magician items. So we do this if any other night items drop in the future? Ha? Ah, yes. Ark was puzzled by her reaction. In fact, Ark's behavior didn't seem that good to Lariette. But she didn't hate that attitude. When she was a part of Dawnblade, Alan had been overly hospitable to her. At some point it became a burden and she decided to leave Dawnblade. But Ark was different from Alan. He didn't treat her well just because she was a woman. In reality she was a beauty, so nobody had ever treated her like Ark did. So Ark's actions in the last week was refreshing for her. The talk about beauties being attracted to bad boys wasn't unfounded. Anyway, Lariette exchanged her wand for Ark's shield. Then shall we continue? Ark smiled pleasantly after the transaction finished. Ark didn't just move on. Buxel and Lariette, please move over there and gather ingredients. When the battle finished, he instantly forced Buxel and Lariette to raise their experience. Both of them ended up with sore backs from bending over to pick up ingredients. Ark's bags were moderately full from their efforts, so he said firmly, "Continue collecting ingredients until your proficiency has increased. Do we have to live like this until it reaches intermediate?" Lariette was scared by the thought. On the other hand, Buxel was frightened for another reason. If the bag becomes full, then I'm going to end up like my younger brothers, But Ark was quite satisfied with the situation. I really needed to do this. Now my stress has disappeared. Ark exploited the two people while entering the forest of life. Qua 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 quang. Fire wall. A barrier of flames erupted along the trajectory that Jewel pointed towards. They weren't simple flames like a candle. The fire exploded from the ground with tremendous pressure. The dozens of Nakujuk was engulfed in flames and burned. Piercing arrow. Duke shot an arrow towards the Nakujuk through the wall of flames. It was a piercing skill that could only be used on steel arrows. The steel penetrated through the bodies of the Nakujuk and dealt tremendous damage. Jewel and Duke were pioneers and took care of 3-4 at once. Magicians and archers had a lot of wide damage skills, so they showed their full power when there were plenty of enemies. The only drawback was that they specialized in long-distance attacks and had low defense. Steel barrier. But the warriors used a shield skill and stepped in front of them. Therefore Jewel and Duke had plenty of leeway to maximize their skills. However, there were too many of them. They had killed more than 100, but the enemy numbers did not decrease at all. It felt like they've only lifted a spoonful of sand in a desert. Damn, what the hell? That Ark didn't appear at all. Don't tell me he tricked us and went the opposite direction? Jewel muttered. After receiving the information, they had chased after Ark for a few days. Not long ago Jewel's group finally crossed the northern mountain. Of course, even that wasn't easy. The northern mountain was the one near the Abyss of Despair. They used skyrays the first time they went there, but now they decided to cross on foot. The monsters on the northern mountain were no problem. It was the unbearable terrain of the northern mountain. The ground, walls and ceilings were all covered in the sharp stalactites, making it difficult to grab and climb the rock cliff. They weren't able to cross the terrain using conventional methods. But Jewel's group didn't give up even despite being stabbed by the brambles. There is definitely a way to pass here somewhere. If that bastard Ark managed to cross, then we should as well. Everybody was resolute towards getting revenge on Ark. They were able to use their vengefulness as an energy source and crossed the mountain. But none of them could have imagined the suffering that was waiting beyond the mountain. Was Ark waiting for them? No. Instead, the group of red Nakujuk were gathered. Intruders! Seize them, the Baron have clearly sent spies. Hook, what at this? Retreat! Jewel's group panicked and ran away. However, the northern mountain was blocking the path behind them. Why was there a group of Nakujuk instead of Ark? After a while, they realized that Ark wasn't there and he had led them towards the Nakujuk just like before. No, I can't die like the previous time. Lure them into the valley. They didn't know the circumstances inside the Abyss of Despair, but this time was different. They might seem stupid sometimes, but they were still pioneers. Jewel immediately judged the situation and lured them into the valley. A traditional tactic of dealing with a lot of enemies was to use a narrow passage to bottleneck them. So even though there were hundreds of Nakujuk, there only faced around 20 at one time. Jewel stopped the Nakujuk's rush using warriors at the front with support from ranged attacks. So they were able to deal with 100 monsters without receiving much damage. But Jewel knew that it was only a temporary solution. It will be the end once my mana runs out. We need to find a way to penetrate the siege and run away. It isn't possible to come here and not kill Ark. Jewel bit her lips until it became bloody and started thinking. Then Duke exclaimed with black pupils. Jewel, their leader is near the valley entrance. It was the ranger's advanced skill hawk eyes which could see everything in a range of 200 meters. While looking around to determine the number of enemies, Duke had spotted the large figure of the leader. The distance? Behind those troops over there. Level 350. Okay, this is a chance to improve the situation. Jewel's eyes lit up. In a battle between users and monsters, the existence of a leader was important. If the leader was killed, then its troops would be in a state of panic for a while. Their morale would fall and their formation collapse. If that happened, then it would be possible to penetrate the Nakujuk's encirclement. If we kill him, then those guys will fall into a panic. Understood, let's penetrate the enemy with the triangle formation. The goal is 50 meters from the entrance. Let's go. Kwa 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 kwang. The warriors transitioned from defense to attack and pushed through the Nakujuk. Jewel and Duke used penetrating attacks while the warriors used their shields to push the Nakujuk away. Suddenly the only enemy in front of Jewel's group was the elite leader. He was a giant with huge axes in both hands. Don't pay attention to the followers and focus your attacks on the leader. Oh, heroic strike. The 10 group members surrounded the leader and enthusiastically used their skills. Although the elite monster possessed incredible strength and stamina, under the concentrated attacks his health quickly fell. Then Duke's precise shot hit his knee and he kneeled down. Ugh, you unbelievable. At last. Bye ye dash. The warriors ran up for the final assault and swung their swords. Suddenly there was a sharp cry from the sky as a black eagle descended towards the battlefield. At the same time, a flash of light fell towards the leader. There was an intense shock wave that pushed the warriors back. Ugh, what the? Who is that? A person fell. Jewel's group lifted their weapons. The form of a person appeared amongst the cloud of dust. It was a man with red hair wearing a white mask. What is this guy? An enemy? But somehow the atmosphere. Jewel couldn't determine how to handle it. You're the people from the abyss of despair. You did well. The red man gazed at Jewel's group and nodded. How about it? Would you like to join hands with me? If you work for me, then I'll promise a payment. What? Join hands? What are you saying after suddenly appearing? Or, would you like to die here? The red man moved his hands and gestured around. Jewel looked around dumbly. Jewel hadn't realized, but the Nakujuk had stopped attacking once he appeared. The leader had also stopped and wore a look of surprise. So the red man must have a lot of influence on the Nakujuk clan. If they rejected his request, then it was obvious what would happen. Who are you? Jewel rolled her eyes and asked with a dissatisfied expression. Then there was an amused look in the eyes revealed by the mask. I'm a user. The same as you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Galjin Clan's Disaster. Kwang. A loud roar rattled the forest. It looked like a Kirin but with 3 heads, a monster with 5 tails called the Chimera Kuramaton. Level 250. There was a group of 4 or 5 monsters. They had high defense and attack, so they were the toughest opponent he's faced so far, but he had become accustomed to their attack patterns after fighting them a few times. Although it was a little difficult in the daytime, once he had the dark attribute bonus, then Ark could easily take care of it. But Ark didn't use his skills and just raised his voice. Plan A3. Lariatnim, lure 2 and take them out. Ha? Yes. Holy bolt, holy bolt. Lariat attacked 2 of them with holy magic. However, only one of the monsters moved and chased after her. Then Diedrich, who had been sitting on her shoulder, started lecturing her. How many times do I have to say it? Are you stupid? Distance is important when you are trying to lure. Even if you too far away when you taunt, then it won't work properly. But it's too scary. What? Are you kidding right now? Are you a princess? You're afraid of hitting a monster while holding a sword? You're too much trouble. Are you scared of hitting with your sword? Is that what you're saying? Don't use magic. Only use your sword and shield. You understood. What are you doing? Move closer to the monster. Sword, sword. Shield, shield. Diedrich continually harassed Lariette. That guy, he's acting like this again. Well, that's why I entrusted it to him. Ark gave a wry smile after hearing the noisy Diedrich. He had trained Lariette for a few days. In the meantime, Lariette had improved a lot as a knight. She could use recovery magic and attack the monsters from the rear. However, she still hadn't met Ark's standards. Well, using a sword and shield is not something that can be learned overnight. Yes, Lariette had the same issue as Isurum. If she started the game as a knight, then she would have naturally learned the necessary skills to use a sword and shield. However, she suddenly became a completely different class at level 160 with no previous skills and knowledge. She could only use the holy magic exclusive skills of an innocence knight. Common skills such as sword mastery would have to be taught by mercenary NPCs after they were paid. But Ark was kind? After teaching her some tips, she was able to learn some warrior exclusive skills. She has to adapt to fighting in a party in order to truly become useful. Of course, Lariette had participated in party teamwork with the Dawn Blade members. But her role was different as she was a magician. In addition, the Dawn Blade members always hunted with dozens of people. Even if 1 or 2 people failed in their roles, then it wouldn't be a problem. In a small party with 3-4 people, even one person could affect the battle. Fortunately, Lariette had a clear head. I remember the basic plans, but as expected, there are numerous variables in an actual battle. I have to have a broader view in order to learn every formation. So Ark determined what he should train Lariette in. Ark taught her how to use a shield, Razak tips on dealing with a shield and sword, and the tactical combat was left to Diedrich to teach Lariette. It was an excellent choice. In fact, Diedrich had become slightly depressed after Ark succeeded in re-education and forcing him on a diet. But after receiving the number 2 position and being entrusted with the tactics, his mood and loyalty rose once again. His chatter was also more bearable than before and didn't annoy Ark as much. Oh, it's really crazy. Are you stupid? How many times do I have to tell you? Didn't I tell you not to move too far when luring? There may be other monsters in the vicinity. Will you shoulder the responsibility if other monsters attack and the party dies? Invite the monster and lead them around a small area. Diedrich once again spoke roughly to a woman. You idiot, I told you not to do that. You have to maintain a distance that allows you to use recovery magic on your allies. Are you going to just blindly use magic? Is that acceptable? Your group might end up eaten. Hey Razak, time for a demonstration. Clack 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 clack, dang Kong. Razak pushed the Karamatan with his shield. Diedrich nodded and said. Did you see? Take 1 step and then push. Okay? Hook, you understood. I'll give it a try. Do it right this time. Diedrich picked his nose and continued harassing her. It is crude but more effective than me teaching her. Thanks to that, Lariette gradually learned her role in the group. Now, should I finish it for the moment since Lariette is tired? Diedrich, Razak, gather all of them in one place. Clack 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 clack. Okay. Watch carefully, trainee. I'll show you how to lure. Diedrich displayed dazzling skills and lured the Karamatan straight towards Arkansas. Razak also gathered around the monsters and used shield stroke. It was like dressing up a table for Ark, and he continuously used flash. Qua quang. The flash of light moved around the Karamatan like a spider web and their health gradually decreased. When the Karamatan fell into a critical condition, Ark and Lariette finished it off. After the Karamatan died, Ark commanded in a hurry. Raiden, swallow the items quickly. Sack. Raiden shot off like an arrow and swallowed the items without checking it. Meanwhile, Ark didn't relax and kept on looking around. Phew, fortunately it hasn't appeared yet. Ark gave a sigh of relief. Then a cross pattern appeared on top of Lariette's head, who screamed. Another level up. Kya, I also got the shield block skill. But the severe tactics training continued even now. What's the point of an uproar when you made so many mistakes? The techniques are not as easy as you thought, Diedrich declared sharply, causing Lariat to flinch and close her mouth. Then, Ark smiled and said in a friendly voice, "No. In my view, you've gotten a lot better. Although you still have the habit of relying on magic in a fight, if you fix that, then you'll be a proper knight. It's all thanks to Ark Nim." Lariat blushed at Ark's compliment. "Bah, you're still a shameful knight. You're not there yet. Stop it, Diedrich. I can see that your skill handling a sword is very good." Lariat's face had darkened at Diedrich's words, and now it brightened after Ark spoke. It was the carrot and stick. That was the secret reason behind Lariat's quick progress. "Let's take a break and recover our mana." Ark made a campsite and collected the corpses of the Karamaton. He took out the butcher's knife and began to separate the meat and leather. After finishing those actions, Ark surveyed the area with a worried eye, like when Raiden collected the items. "Damn, I never thought a monster could make me so nervous." Annoyance showed in Ark's eyes. It had been a week after they left the valley village. They finally arrived at their destination, the Forest of Life, yesterday evening. If it was just Ark, he would have arrived at the destination a long time ago. But Lariat was an office worker, so she couldn't access the game during the day. Whenever she disconnected, he would make a campsite and spend the time hunting in the vicinity. Well, there is no urgency at the moment. It was taking longer than he expected, but he wasn't that impatient. There were many reasons why, and one of them was that the monsters here gave quite good experience. Character name: Ark, race human. Alignment good, plus 400. Fame 9125, plus 500, level 269. Profession: Dark Walker. Title: Cat Knight, caretaker of the abandoned, Jackson's hero, great adventurer. Health 4111, plus 150, mana 4250. Spiritual power 200, strength 543, plus 28. Agility 703, plus 55, stamina 773, plus 20. Wisdom 107, plus 10, intelligence 822. Luck 103, plus 30, flexibility 107. Art of communication 46, affection 152, plus 10. Resilience 305. Special stat, knowledge of ancient relics 138. Asterisk equipment item effects. Guardian armor of the Mare people, water attribute resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat paws, gloves attack speed plus 10%, agility plus 15, critical hit plus 10%. Raccoon's pith, helmet agility plus 10, wisdom plus 10. Asterisk king set effect, strength plus 10, agility plus 10, stamina plus 10, defense plus 20. Warrior's transcripts, shoulder blade strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's boots, shoes agility plus 30, movement speed plus 30%, attack speed plus 10%, slide available. Galgashi's fur, mantle cold resistance plus 100%, agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, magic protection automatically activates. Adelaine's necklace, necklace defense plus 40, affection plus 10, blessing of the sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, ring strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5%. Rarukan's ring, ring agility plus 10, attack speed plus 10%, critical hit plus 8%, dark protection available. Amulet of Vitality, bracelet health plus 50, health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, bracelet strength, agility, stamina plus 10, fame plus 500, sword-based skill growth plus 5%. Asterisk all abilities will increase by 40% in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. He gained 13 levels in a week. Lariat could only play 6 hours a day but still managed to gain 8 levels to reach 170. In New World, there was a penalty on experience gained if there was a large level difference between party members, with the penalty depending on how much the difference is. The number of monsters and experience is acceptable. The speed is similar to leveling up in a dungeon. Ark quite like the Forest of Life. Except for one type of monster. You have succeeded in gathering Karamaton leather using leather extraction. Thanks to his steady efforts, his leather extraction skill had reached the intermediate level. But the success rate of leather extraction on level 250 monsters was only 5%. The effect of Sacred Branch raised it to 15%. Although it was a habit, he hadn't expected the result. However, Ark's face had a rushed expression instead of the normal look of joy. Look, it is coming to take the soul away. Ark packed the leather in his bag and grabbed his sword. At that time, he heard the sound of rustling leaves coming from the forest. That bastard, you were hiding nearby. Ark glared with blazing eyes filled with anger at the dark forest. After a while, he heard the rustling sound of something moving away. It was definitely that guy. The monster who made Ark's blood tremble in fear. I never thought there would be a tough monster like that. Ark had only seen it 2 or 3 times. But it was the first time Ark had sensed that the monster would be a threat to him. The monster was called the Chimera = Bandit Fox. It was a thief fox. Those guys hid themselves using protective coloration and appeared out of nowhere to steal his items before running away. They had even managed to intercept him when Ark was holding the items. In addition, their speed was so fast that he wasn't able to catch them using sprint. There are also monsters like that. His obsession with the burglar fox was so much that even Diedrich held his tongue. So Ark made sure that Raiden swallowed the items as soon as the battle ended. Raiden was responsible for collecting the items, so it especially disliked the bandit fox. Damn! Ark cursed whenever he sensed them. Anyway, if he was careful, then the bandit fox would have no chance of stealing his items. The problem was that there were ingredients scattered all over the Forest of Life. Just like its name, the Forest of Life was a place where lush greenery grew. There were a wide variety of plants that could be used as food ingredients, and that was the real reason why he hated the bandit foxes. Even though Ark searched the Forest of Life, he only managed to collect 3-4 ingredients. Every time a food ingredient popped up, it would be devoured by the foxes. It is impossible to catch the bandit foxes inside this forest. He had tried to catch them. However, whenever he got close, they would use protective coloration, which was similar to stealth. And the problem wouldn't be solved by catching 1 or 2. Who knew how many thousands of bandit foxes there were? It is impossible. I just have to collect it first before he foxes discover it. Okay, let's go. It is time for ingredient foraging. Ark ordered while Buxel and Lariat stood up with a sigh. Now, Lariat Nim will search around here while Buxel will search to the north. But what if the thieves have already collected everything and we find nothing? I would rather use that time to search for the laboratory. The Forest of Life is quite wide, so wouldn't it take a long time to walk around the whole thing? You never know. Ark replied in a stern voice to Buxel's complaint. There might be ingredients hard to collect because they're foxes. I think we have enough ingredients. Food is plentiful now, but there is no guarantee what will happen in the future. Think about it. I've already faced a situation when I'd been exhausted from hunger. But did I just give up? I can't let them take away what is ours. It is too vexing. We're not like Arknim. Buxel murmured with dissatisfaction but started searching the forest when Ark glared at him. We have to scrape as much as possible. Ark used those reasons and forced the 2 of them into manual labor. But all they got for their efforts was back pain. How much time had passed? Kya, what the? Look, go away. Lariat screamed from a short distance away. Ark flinched and swung his sword in Lariat's direction. Then she came screaming out of the forest with something wrapped around her head. Stop. Don't hit me. That guy is... The person hanging onto Lariat was an acquaintance? It was an NPC resembling a bug. It was Reed, the Galgian peddler he rescued from the predator the other day. Lariat had mistaken him for an insect-type monster. Lariat Nim, wait a minute. Ark stood in front of Lariat and blocked her. Reed moved his head away and saw Arkansas. Why you are? It is Arkansas. We met once before . Oh, running into someone I know in a place like this, God is really helping me. Help me. His eyes were brimming with tears as he spoke. Don't worry. I'm not going to attack anymore. Ark looked at Lariat and smiled bitterly. The one who had turned pale with fear was Lariat. Of course, someone like her would be scared of an insect-like creature. In fact, it was the first time he had seen Lariat truly having an urge to kill. But Reed just shook his antennae and said, No. It's not that. My entire family's clan is about to die. Clan? Reed explained the situation while crying. You know that we are peddlers. When an adult starts peddling, they don't get to meet their family that often. So it's a tradition to designate a place to travel to and meet once a month. The reason I was in the vicinity before was because this forest had been designated as the meeting place. Then, yesterday I've arrived at the meeting place and everybody was suffering. Suffering? Yes, all of them are dying. I hastily made several medicines, but it had no effect. It's obviously a mysterious disease. Although they are sick, they're still holding on to their lives. So I started searching for people who could help. Do you have ways to treat such diseases? Middle-earth should have advanced techniques to cure diseases. You're from Middle-earth. Ark turned and looked at Lariat. It should be a technique similar to disease recovery. After Lariat changed to an Innocence Knight, she happened to learn disease recovery. But Lariat had an uneasy expression and said in a worried voice, Arknim. Are we really going to help this insect? Of course he would help. Why? In order to get a reward. Isn't Reed's family the Galgian clan of peddlers? Well, they might not have that much, but I might be able to get some items for my summons from Reed. It was difficult to obtain items in the Netherworld. There were only 2 or 3 bartering shops in the Valley Village. There were items like the Umma's sap, but the number was quite restricted. But this was a gathering of peddlers. The opportunity to take advantage of such a department store couldn't be missed. Ark replied with a serious expression. Lariat Nim, although he looks like an insect, Reed is still a resident of the Netherworld. The heart which regards their family is not that different from ours. But if we ignore a patient just because of their looks, then isn't it discrimination? Lariat gasped at Ark's speech. Thank you, I never expected that you would regard the Galgian clan like that. This bastard insect, why is he holding my hands? I'll have to use some hand disinfectant. It was impossible for Ark to like being touched by an insect. Anyway, he just had to pretend for the moment. But I believe that Lariat Nim is not one of those people. Ark looked at Lariat with a trusting expression. After looking at Reed's eyes, she couldn't bear to refuse even if she felt disgusted. Phew, I understand. Hoo, another free quest. Ark inwardly grinned wickedly. An Innocence Knight had various kinds of recovery magic, so it should be settled without any difficulty. When they accepted, a message window appeared in front of Ark and Lariat. Galgian clan's disaster. After a month, Reed and the other peddlers in his clan met in the Forest of Life. But when Reed arrived, his clan was suffering from an unknown disease. Help identify the cause of the disease. Difficulty, C. They are still cockroaches. After a while, Reed guided Ark towards the meeting place. When they arrived there, he noticed that there were plenty of cockroaches gathered. Just like the name suggested, the Forest of Life was a forest full of vitality. When walking around, there was plenty of lush greenery and warm sun. But the place where the Galgian were gathered had a somber atmosphere. There were rotting trees everywhere with the Galgians scattered around. Just like Reed said, the situation seemed quite serious. Oh, sea cold, somebody. Mama, stomach hurts, sob. Hook, my guts are twisted. There was the sound of moaning everywhere. Some of the cockroaches had viscous liquid seeping from their arms and legs while others were vomiting. The terribly sick appearance of the Galgian clan made Lariat pale, and she hid behind Ark in terror. When he arrived at the camp, the Galgian was in tears. Great-grandfather, great-grandmother, grandfather, aunt, uncle, cousins. All of the cockroaches were Reed's family. Yes, they really couldn't ignore the proliferative capacity of the cockroaches. Darling, my sons. Reed went crazy and ran towards his family. Daddy, it hurts. Ooh, really? Don't worry though. Believe in your father. I found someone to help you. Those people will surely make you feel better. Ark looked at Reed with a stupid expression. He had a wife and children? Anyway, Reed's wife, the cockroach, struggled to raise her body. Please, no matter what happens to me, my children. What are you saying? You should never give up. Reed ran to her and embraced her. You have to live no matter what. So you should never give up. Darling. It was truly a moving scene. If only they weren't cockroaches. In reality, I've killed plenty of cockroaches every day and they keep on multiplying. Well, that would solve the problem, but Ark could even be kind to cockroaches for a quest. Don't worry, you will soon regain your health. Oh, Ark. Please. Reed clung to Ark and begged. Yes, it is my mission. Ark looked at Lariat quickly while talking. In fact, there was nothing that Ark could do. Ark's only healing skill was nursing. But nursing was only an auxiliary skill. It was possible to extend the life, but it couldn't treat illness. On the other hand, the Innocence Knight's cure disease was magic to treat illnesses. Lariat hesitated before walking towards the cockroaches. She seemed a little bit afraid but spread her hands and chanted. Holy God, please get rid of the illnesses that dwell in this body. Cure disease. The body of the cockroach was engulfed in a white light. Hoo, it's over. Now what reward will I get? Ark was celebrating. Then Reed unexpectedly shook his antenna and said, What is this? There's no change. Yes, the disease is, huh? What is this? Look at the eyes. I don't know what you did, but there was no effect. The symptoms of the female cockroach didn't improve at all. The body remained the same and there was no sign that the health recovered at all. Lariat had a puzzled expression. It should have worked. Have you perhaps been cursed? Remove curse. But the result was the same. She tried all sorts of cure diseases, release curse, and even buffs, but the state did not change. Meanwhile, the symptoms seemed to be worsening as they started gasping for breaths. Ark was distressed and used nursing. Find your energy. Will the Galgian clan of the Netherworld be taken out this easily? You shouldn't collapse in a place like this because of some disease. The nursing had an effect. The complexion of the cockroach eased slightly. When Lariat used recovery magic in this state, the health that had dropped to the bottom was restored. But that was the only thing that happened. The combination of nursing and recovery magic could only slow down the disease but nothing more. What the hell? They're ill, but why does the treatment to cure diseases not work? For the moment, Ark and Lariat went around the campsite and recovered their health using nursing and recovery magic. However, the fact that the cockroaches were still hurting was troubling. There were too many and it took 1 hour to recover to help all the cockroaches. The crisis had been averted for the moment. If Ark used nursing appropriately, then they shouldn't die. But it was just a temporary solution. What now? Lariat looked around restlessly. She shook her head and sighed. Maybe it's because my skills are only at the beginner level. I don't use cure disease or remove curse that often. But I have no more skill points. She transferred her gaze to Arkansas. Ark couldn't think of a good idea. If he used nursing, then he could prevent the illness from proceeding. But he couldn't just stay here to extend the lives of the cockroaches forever. Even if he stayed until Lariat's cure disease skill reached intermediate, he would have invested too much time into this quest. I have to give up this quest. Ark sighed and shook his head. I'm really sorry. We can't do any more. Ark. Don't. It's a request. A bit more. There must be some way. Do you understand? I don't have the time to find somebody else. If you give up, then my family will die. Anything is good. I'll do whatever you want, but please don't give up. Reed cried and hung onto him. He really had tried everything. He also wanted to complete the quest for the reward. Wasn't that why he had spent an hour using nursing? But what was he supposed to do now? Ark started to become annoyed at the insistent cries. Stop it. Can't you see that there is no way to solve this? It was at that time. He suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body and sat down. What the? This feeling is. Ark felt perplexed at these incomprehensible feelings. Why had he suddenly felt so uneasy? While Ark was looking at Reed, he suddenly recalled a surprisingly memory. He suddenly realized why he felt so unpleasant as he thought back to the past. We did our best. There is nothing more we can do. You should prepare your heart for the worst. The voices rang inside his head like thunder. Yes, those were all words that Ark had heard from other people's mouths. The doctors had said those words when his mother was in the ICU. It was like that. They said so. Their faces had no sign of apology or pity as they straight up told Arkansas. As long as they received money, it was not their responsibility. They seemed like they had no interest in the subject as they spoke about death so easily. Did the doctors have any idea of the despair they made Ark feel then? The despair of that was still like a cold knife stuck in his heart. He would sometimes wake up from nightmares of that event. When his mother recovered, he had somewhat forgotten about that incident, but now it was ignited again in his heart. But now he was talking with the same voice and expression as those doctors. His eyes showed no concern about the Galgians' lives. The only emotion he felt was regret that the quest couldn't be completed. He had talked so easily about his family's death in front of Reed. Ark became disillusioned with himself. Whether it was a game or reality wasn't important. The important thing, I know the pain too well, yet I dared to say such words so casually. It was me, not other people. Then Lariat spoke to Reed in a tearful voice. You know, Arknim tried his best. But there is nothing we can do. Ark interrupted in a low voice. I haven't finished. Huh? Ark Nim? I still haven't tried my best. What are you saying? Ark kneeled beside Reed and took his hand. That's right. You are correct. Reed. I haven't tried my best yet. Honestly, I can't give you a definite answer on whether I can cure the disease. I don't know if I can cure it. But I promise. I will never give up. Let's work together. Yes, these words. They were the words Ark wanted to hear when he was in the ICU. Dangerous. He might have to prepare his heart. Ark didn't want to hear those words. He stood in front of the ICU doors all night waiting to hear the right ones. He just wanted to hear a sincere word. Anyone was fine. Even if it wasn't the surgeon, a resident who was there for training would have been fine. He just wanted someone to have more interest in his mother. If that happened, Ark wouldn't think that the hospital was a place that devoured money. Ah, but Ark Nim. Ark replied in a decisive voice. I'm really sorry. I know that Lariat Nim is uncomfortable. But I'm not going to abandon them. I will hold their hands even if they become corpses. Lariat was puzzled by Ark's firm attitude. But she smiled strangely after a brief moment and nodded. What should be done? It is ineffective, but please continue to use cure disease. If it really is because cure disease is too low, then you have no choice but to raise the proficiency. I will continue to use nursing while investigating a different direction. Yes, I understand. So began a fierce fight against a disease. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 8. ACT 8 Ark's Responsibility. One idea could change the world. It was a commonplace phrase in CFs, but it was certainly true. When his heart changed, Ark was immediately determined to help the cockroaches. Their appearance didn't matter once he changed his mind. That's right. Racism, religious wars, and even bullying were all social issues that occurred differently. But that all occurred from arrogance and different thoughts. Anyway, Ark wasn't disgusted by touching the Galgian's hands and feet anymore. He forgot all thoughts of a quest reward. Ark examined the patients like hoped a doctor would. Then he wondered about new questions that he never considered before. There's something strange. There were approximately 50 Galgian gathered in the camp. But they all had different symptoms. They should have the same symptoms if they caught the disease from here. The Galgian are showing over 10 different types of symptoms. It isn't just some simple symptoms but a mixture of them. So it must not be a simple disease. There must be some other reason. Ark decided to interpret the events in a different direction. In the world, there was no effect without a cause. The Galgian became sick after entering the forest, so they must have done something different. And that act might have evoked the disease. Ark asked the patients what they did after entering the forest. Forest, after coming, nothing unusual, hook. Anything is good. It is important, so please describe in detail. Just, as always, gathered to celebrate, ate some food, danced and played, and not long after. One by one we started feeling sick. Ate some food? Ark eagerly asked again. Did you use any different ingredients? No. The ingredients here are scarce, we used a few obtained here, but we mainly ate what we normally do. I got it wrong? Ark thought they might have eaten toxic ingredients. But if he thought again, they were professional travelers, so the Galgian should be quite experienced with ingredients. They wouldn't blindly eat mysterious ingredients found in a forest. But there might be something that tricked them, so I should check it out. Where is the place you obtained the ingredients? We couldn't get any proper ingredients near this area, so we went far away. Fortunately, we found a few near the river. We mixed it with our ingredients. Just head in the direction of that large tree. Lariat Nim, wait here for a while. Ark left the patients with Lariat and Buxel and went to find the river. Diedrich, head towards that large tree and look for the river. I've found it. After a while, Diedrich came back from scouting and directed him towards the river. It was a rainbow river commonly found in the netherworld. But it wasn't easy to find ingredients near the river. The foxes had a keen sense of smell and they would swallow the plants whenever it grew. Ark was patient and finally found one. Let's have a look, shall we? Ingredient identification. A satarad. An edible grass which grows naturally on the riverbank. The roots and leaves can be eaten and it can be used as a spice. Was it a useless thought? Ark sighed and shook his head. Then there was a lively sound as an information window appeared again. The advanced effects of ingredient identification had obtained further information. The asadarod you are currently holding has been deformed because it grew beside a polluted river. If a person with no resistance consumes it, the fatal symptoms of headache and fever will be displayed. However, the asadarod can also be used as a medicine to treat the toxicity. Thus, depending on the processing method, you can extract a medicine to treat the symptoms caused. When ingredient identification became an advanced skill, there were no additional effects. He never paid it that much attention, but he never thought that it would help in this manner. What the polluted river? Ark obtained some water from the river and used ingredient identification again. Polluted river water. Water from a river running through the forest of life, which can be used to make food. Advanced additional information. It looks like ordinary water, but a closer look shows that it has been polluted with an unknown mixture of chemicals. The effects of consuming too many kinds of chemicals are unimaginable, and the level of contamination even affects the surrounding flora and fauna. As expected, there was a problem with the food the Galgin ate. Ark was convinced of his reasoning after investigating. And he was able to guess the reason for the Galgin's multiple symptoms. The river had numerous chemicals mixed into it. Those chemicals could either be good or bad for the body. And the plants growing around the river would be deformed by those chemicals. If the Galgins had learned advanced ingredient identification, then they probably wouldn't have eaten such dangerous ingredients. But the ingredients looked like normal ones, so they just used it casually in their food. Therefore, the Galgin had a mixture of food poisoning and chemical poisoning. Therefore, Lariat's cure disease and Ark's nursing didn't have an effect. Even so, the Galgin have food poisoning. The environment pollution was a more serious problem for them. Well, there's a solution now that I've found the cause. Ark recalled the information discovered using ingredient identification. The river didn't just have toxic chemicals mixed in. There were also some good medications. So he had to treat the food poisoning and toxic materials with the good medication. Medicine could also become a poison. So he had to extract the good parts while neutralizing the toxins using the same processing method. Ark looked at the river with a serious expression. He had figured out a method. But there were several problems implementing it. First, he had to investigate what ingredients the Galgin ate. It was in order to determine the cause of the symptoms and how to treat it. Hopefully the Galgin will be conscious so I can question them and figure out how to make the medicine. The information window showed the method of processing the food ingredient to obtain the medicine. Soaked in water, dried, fried, steamed, etc., there were numerous methods to extract the medicine. He needed a large amount of time and effort to investigate the right methods one by one. But that was a problem for the future. The urgent problem is that I have to collect at least 20-30 samples of each ingredient in order to research it. Ark looked gloomily around the river. The river in the forest was quite large. But he couldn't find any ingredients no matter how he looked. The banded foxes ate everything. He barely gathered one after 10 minutes, so he couldn't imagine how long collecting 20-30 would take. I also have to keep using nursing on the Galgin, so I can't spend the whole time collecting ingredients. Lariat and Buxel's ingredient foraging skill is only at the beginner level, so it would likely fail even if they find an ingredient. Ark was worried for a while before he thought of a method. That's right. It's a little expensive, but it is possible with that skill. Diedrich, Razak. Drive them out. Understood, woo. Clack 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 clack. Diedrich and Razak yelled wildly through the forest. Lariat Nim, drive them out with Buxel. Lariat and Buxel were swinging sticks at the bushes on the other side. Ark closed his eyes and concentrated everything on his hearing. After a while, he heard the sound of something stepping on leaves nearby. Ark opened his eyes and raised his hand. It's near, mind's eye. Then the eyeball ring on his finger rolled around and shot out sonic waves. At the same time, there was a blurry picture where previously he couldn't see anything. There were banded foxes disguised with protective coloration. Even though it changed color to camouflage with the surroundings, the foxes became surprised and ran away as soon as Ark headed towards it. If someone approached it, the banded fox would use its enormous speed to run away. That was why Ark was so worried about the banded foxes. Hoo, it is still an animal despite its speed. Ark grinned and laughed. K-hong. He heard the screams of the foxes after a few seconds. When he turned his head, Ark saw that the banded foxes was struggling with the vine wrapped around its body. That's right. It was Nadinka's fruit. Ark had spread Nadinka's fruit around in advance in a similar method to landmines. Then Diedrich, Razak, Lariat and Buxel pushed the fox towards the minefield. Thanks to that, Ark managed to reduce its movement speed by 50%. Although it was still fast, he could now catch it. That's it, sprint. Ark narrowed the distance. Demonic opening, elemental sword fire property, flash. He swung the sword covered with ghosts and fire at the foxes. They were only level 100. And he increased his attack power using the skills. But Nadinka's fruit only lasted 1 minute, so it was highly likely that the foxes would escape. This time Ark used flash to increase the damage as much as possible. Phew, it isn't that difficult to catch them once I've made up my mind. Fortunately, the foxes had low defense, so he killed it with 2 shots. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden jumped down and instantly ran to the fox's corpse. Just like Ark, Raiden had also been stressed because of the foxes. Raiden, stop. Move your body. Now we have a few of them. Ark returned to the camp carrying the bandit foxes' bodies. The camp already had the body of 3 foxes. Altogether we have 6. This should be enough. If there is too much, then I'd be in trouble. Ark gathered the bodies of the foxes together and looked at Razak. Yes, that was the reason why Ark suddenly started catching them. Razak, now it's time to show the effect of your evolution. Death's equations. Yes, it was the skill that Deimos learned after he evolved into Razak. Ark had never used the skill so far. There was no reason to use it when it consumed some of Razak's bones. However, this time Ark would accept the damage. Razak sighed and demolished 6 ribs. The ribs powder was then sprinkled over the corpses of the foxes. Razak had offered his ribs to use Death's equations. Stamina -2, defense -1. Due to Death's equations, the Chimera equals Bandit Fox A, B, C, D, E, F has been resurrected. The Chimera equals Bandit Fox will absolute obey every command while the spell is maintained. But if Razak moves from his current location or loses concentration, then the spell will be disabled. The bodies of the foxes trembled after the skill was activated. It looked like some kind of zombie was being created. But it didn't matter as 50% of the health and stats were restored. Okay, you will be named the processing unit. You will go around the riverside and search for ingredients. But you can't eat them. Bring all the gathered food to me. Kung 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 kung. The zombie fox unit saluted and ran to the riverside. It was why Ark hunted the bandit foxes. Even with 50% of their stats, it was equivalent to Ark's speed when he used sprint. They also had a keen sense of smell and the ability to forage ingredients. In other words, the foxes could run around constantly at Ark's fastest speed to gather ingredients. That was the key point. Well, he had to sacrifice 6 of Razak's ribs, but it would only take a couple of days to restore again. Anyway, the 6 foxes ran around gathering ingredients. They scoured the river for ingredients. That's it, now I just have to wait. Clack clack, clack clack clack. Razak had been deprived of his ribs and sat miserably in a corner of the camp. Kung 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 kung. A fox came back with 1 ingredient. It couldn't grasp it, so the fox had to bring them back one by one. Sometimes they would come back wounded. They were branded as traitors by other foxes and occasionally attacked. But the foxes had absolute loyalty to Razak and diligently carried the food away. If they bite only one, then bringing the ingredients isn't that efficient. By the way, I'm actually a little bit sorry after seeing them wounded. Sack sack? Sack 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 sack, dot. When Raiden saw the foxes, it stared at them coldly before running up and squeezing them. It was punishment for stealing from Arkansas. On the other hand, Buxel was terrified when he saw the scene. Scary, he really is the god of exploitation. It isn't enough to use our bodies to scrape ingredients. Now he's using the bandit foxes as well. If they don't listen to him and collect the ingredients, then he'll probably just kill them. They can't get away from that person even when dead. Thus, Ark planted a new form of horror inside the poor pig merchant. After 3-4 hours had passed, there were many ingredients gathered. Lariat Nim, write down every patient's symptoms without leaving anything out. Buxel, write down everything I tell you on a notepad. Ha? Yes. Faced with the thought of discipline, Buxel approached holding a notepad. Now let's begin. Ark had been resting while the foxes gathered the ingredients, and now he burst into action. He started with identifying the ingredients. Ingredient identification. Carentatura. A moss which grows in the river it can revive the body when added to soup. Asterisk advanced additional information, it has grown in the polluted water and has been contaminated with a lethal toxin. If a person with no resistance eats it, strong sores will attack the body. If purified in a special way, you can extract a soothing anti-inflammatory medicine. As he guessed, all the ingredients in the river had been contaminated. The cockroaches who ate it with their food had no choice but to receive food poisoning. Now Ark needed to figure out what food they mixed it with. If I compare the symptoms discovered by Lariat with the ingredients, then I will figure out the answer. The problem is how to extract the medicine. Ark took several equipment out of the Galgen's bags. He took several ingredients and tried a variety of methods such as burning, soaking it in water, etc. And then checked with ingredient identification while Buxel wrote the results down. There were hundreds of ingredients, but he stayed patient while testing our every method and recording it. If I give up, then the 50 Galgen will die. He felt a commitment to studying, just like someone learning medicine would feel. After 8 hours, Ark started to realize the best method of extracting the medicine from the ingredients. It wasn't completely clear, but he noticed a pattern. Well, if I put most of the toxic ingredients in pure water and soak for 30 minutes before boiling, then the poison would be neutralized. If steamed or baked, the toxin became stronger, while boiling would weaken the toxin. If I baked it after boiling, then wouldn't the medicine be extracted? It was the first time Ark had tried these cooking methods. Normally he just put them in the pot and his cooking skill would automatically make the food. But he couldn't use that cooking method this time. He had to check the ingredients manually one by one during the process. It would be lucky if the processing of ingredients created a good dish. With survival cooking, he would only know the results of the dish after eating it. It meant that Ark might also be stricken by poison. Anyway, Ark just concentrated on researching the ingredients instead of eating it. But he couldn't lose himself in the work completely. "Arknim, it is time for your rounds," Lariat said after checking the status of the patients. While he was researching, the Galgen's health was still falling thanks to their illness. So Ark had to occasionally stop his research to go around and use nursing. "My studies have progressed, so please have courage. Once I've treated you, then you'll become healthier and will be able to carry around a backpack again." Fortunately they held up, but the Galgen were getting thinner every hour. But the Galgen noticed Ark's sincerity and thanked him every time. "Yes, thank you, Dot. We will believe in Arknim. I'll have no regrets even if I die." Ark felt pained every time he heard such words. No matter how different they looked, their images would overlap with his mother's, who would bow her head in gratitude every time a doctor showed her kindness. "Yes, I can't afford to be resting. The patients will suffer while I'm resting. I need to figure out the extraction methods faster." Ark didn't take a break and just headed straight back into work. And he once again focused on researching the ingredients. How much time had passed? In the meantime, Lariat had disconnected and then returned. A full day had passed. Ark, however, stayed in the game and only clung to studying, refusing to even eat or drink something in reality. Ark persisted even when he became dizzy. Then Lariat spoke in a worried voice. "You'll be in trouble at this rate. Please take a break." "No, I'm fine. The work is almost over. Please be patient, Dot." Ark didn't even look around and just stared at his work. Lariat looked at Ark with a complicated expression. "I don't understand. That guy, what type of person is he?" She couldn't understand Ark even after traveling with him for 1 week. She had been happy after meeting him in the netherworld. Lariat was even more impressed after Ark ran to her rescue. If a man's dream was a beautiful woman, a woman's fantasy was a man who would risk their life for her. It didn't matter if it was in a game. But now she was seeing a strange side to Arkansas. At first, he treated her like every other man. Then his attitude underwent a 180-degree change after entering a mentor and disciple relationship. In addition, he exploited Lariat and Buxel under the guise of teaching. Of course, such an image wasn't bad. She had only been the receiver of overeager attention in her life. However, she knew that their intentions weren't pure. She was a woman, but she only received attention because of her looks. Even after comparing his actions, she never saw those intentions in Arkansas. Therefore Lariat felt that it was convenient to be with Arkansas. No, she felt impressed after he taught her combat skills. But she just had a vague good impression of him. Those feelings once again changed today. How can someone do all this for an NPC? I didn't want to help because I was disgusted by their appearance. Arknim is different. At first I thought it was due to a quest reward, but it's not. After working for a long time at the reception desk, it was possible for her to grasp people's sincerity. Despite what people told her, she could tell through their eyes and voices. And it was obvious that Ark really wanted to help the Galgen. Otherwise, he would not invest Razak's stats for a quest reward. He was different from the person who exploited her and Buxel. I don't understand. What is Arknim's true self? When did he show it to me? Was it when he taught me combat skills? When he exploited us? Or maybe, when he stayed up all night helping the Galjin? In Lariat's head, Ark was increasingly becoming a person who she couldn't understand. Anyway, Ark is a much more affectionate person than he seems. The answer she came up with after a long time worrying was no answer. But she just looked at Ark and laughed. Yes, I honestly like this more than someone pretending to be good in front of a woman. Furthermore, discovering the method after a small clue, he is also very smart. Did he graduate from a medical college? He treats the patients skillfully. It was really different. Once again she had misunderstood. Anyway, she couldn't endure like Ark, so she disconnected and went to sleep. The next morning she got up early and accessed the game. It had been 32 hours since he started. Buxel was dozing while holding the magic projector. And Ark was still engaged in research. She deliberately got up early, but Lariat had nothing to do, so she just sat on the side and watched. It was a somewhat comical scene as she could see Dark Wolf's tail wagging around. Well, it would be better with his original face. Lariat murmured and laughed. It was at that time. Ha ha ha. That's it. I've finally found the information for all the ingredients. Ark suddenly jumped up and yelled excitedly. Buxel was shocked and picked up the magic projector. Hook, what the? Arknim, it's over? Yes, I'm done. Now I understand the extraction method for all the ingredients. All I have to do is adjust it for the patient and feed them. I'll start treatment immediately, so please follow me with the ingredients. Arknim, you have huge bags under your eyes. Ark had stayed up 32 hours and his complexion was like the zombie fox's. But Ark just shook his head. I won't be able to sleep if the Galjin is suffering after I've finished my research. I'll be able to sleep much better if I treat them first. Ah, wasn't it a wonderful sight? Ark had always wanted to act like a doctor. Okay, that was terrific. Buxel filmed it with the magic projector and gave him a secret thumbs up without Lariat noticing. And soon the human medical drama began. Ark approached a patient with a calm expression and said, "Now, please tell me all your symptoms and don't leave anything out. I have a splitting headache, and my whole body is itchy because of boils. I can't swallow food and water without vomiting." That's right. The dried powder made of Verona seed will treat the headache, while the steamed toxic urana roots will treat the boils. Your stomach is injured from eating the food, so you should eat the kulpana leaves, which has been soaked in pure water for 24 hours. Ark murmured and put the ingredients into his pot. He used the pure water Buxel obtained from a faraway place and made the necessary dishes using survival cooking. The smell of herbal medicine drifted from the pot. The one unfortunate thing was that even though it 100% treated the Galjin's injuries, it did not improve his pet stats as well. Then Ark filtered the dregs from the soup and fed it to his patient. Oh, my body is starting to feel better. Some of your symptoms will disappear instantly. If you take the medication properly, then the remaining symptoms will clear up and you will recover immediately. Now, what are your symptoms? Ark listened to every patient's symptoms and administered the medicine. The cockroaches' faces started clearing up. When Ark heard the symptoms and made the medicine, the Galjin's illness disappeared. Wow, this, unbelievable. So many symptoms are gone in a flash. Daddy! Reed's wife and children became better and got up. After suffering from the illness for so many days, all of the Galjin's eyes were focused on Arkansas. It's all thanks to Arknim. Arknim is the most skilled doctor in the entire world. I just combined the right food ingredients. Ark modestly exclaimed while the Galjin instantly shook their heads. Don't say that. We are not blind. Everyone saw how hard Arknim worked. You've stayed up all night and constantly studied the ingredients. We were able to endure because we could see Arknim. If it wasn't for Arknim, we would all, Hook, thank you very much. The 50 Galjin bowed and expressed their gratitude. The campsite suddenly became a place with a lot of activity. Wow, it's a very human documentary. Buxel was also shedding tears while filming with the magic projector. Master is so dumb, going to all that effort to save some cockroaches, sniff. Diedrich muttered while sneakily rubbing at his eyes. Then, a message flashed in front of Ark with a cheerful sound. After studying the ingredients deeply, the rating of the survival cooking has risen. Survival cooking, high grade, passive. After deeply studying the ingredients, you have reached a new level of cooking. Now you can draw out the effects of ingredients by 100% and change the effect through various secret ingredients. In addition, the more skillful handling of ingredients means that the expiration date will lengthen while the associated penalties will also increase. In fact, his survival cooking skill had reached 499 a long time ago. But no matter how much he created, it would not reach 500. In order to reach the mastered stage, he needed a new type of enlightenment. However, that was not the end of the bonuses. A new information window appeared before the other one even disappeared. Since survival cooking has reached the high-grade stage, you are able to choose it as a sub-profession. Food worshipper. Master chef. In the past, a medicine derived from nature was created by a foreigner. The secret to it was conscious mobilization. Food and medicine to treat illness has the same foundation. In some cases, medicine can be created using weeds on the side of the road. Survival cooking is a skill that has been developed using this knowledge. Now that you have become a master in survival cooking, you can actively practice that conscious mobilization. When you become a food worshipper, a bonus will be applied to a successful survival cooking dish. Would you like to accept the food worshipper's sub-profession? Ark read the information window carefully. The sub-profession could be changed at any time. Prior to this, he received an offer to become a gladiator at the evil Silrian but refused because it required him to participate in the tournament once a month. Furthermore, there was a bonus applied to survival cooking dishes. I select the food worshipper sub-profession. You have chosen the sub-profession food worshipper. Asterisk the requirement to become a culinary master in survival cooking is complete. Asterisk a bonus of 50 is applied to the proficiency of survival cooking and ingredient identification. Asterisk 20% increase in the probability of making the best dishes. Asterisk the profession-specific skill herbal decoction has been learned. Herbal decoction, beginner, passive. As a food worshipper, you will be able to determine the medicinal effects of ingredients when using ingredient identification. While you boil the ingredients using herbal decoction, a special effect will be added to the medicine. The herbal medicines can show a variety of therapeutic and nourishing effects, and can be poured into an empty bottle and used like potions. Herbal medicines can be used in battles and there is no expiration date. Hook, what at this? He could use the ingredients to boil the ingredients and create a herbal medicine? And he could use it like regular potions in battles? In other words, it was a skill to create potions like alchemy. He was also using regular food ingredients instead of the expensive magic items. Of course, his herbal decoction skill was only at a beginner's level, so he couldn't make medicines that would rival recovery potions. It might even be better to cook more food. But there was a separate part that attracted Ark's attention. Since it doesn't expire, there is no need to discard it once it becomes spoiled. It meant he could sell the herbal medicines on the auction site. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Ark released an involuntary burst of laughter. It was indeed New World. If he made an effort, then the world would reward him. He had spent a few days submerged in this task. He suddenly felt dizzy after all the tension melted away. Lariat, who had been watching from the sidelines, and the Galgian flocked towards him. Lariat spoke in a concerned voice. Okay, it's finished now. Stop and rest. But Ark shook his head with a firm expression. Not yet, there is still something to be done. Ha! The patients are treated now. Isn't it? So? Ark murmured in a low voice as he approached Reed. Then he extended his hand and said, "Gee, give me the compensation." At that point everyone froze. Oh my god. Hyunwoo rushed through the hospital with an embarrassed expression. How could he make such a mistake? He was amazed just thinking about it. He realized the mistake 1 hour before. After staying up a few days to rescue the cockroaches, Hyunwoo succumbed to sleep. Then he connected like usual to New World. Lariat and Buxel connected at the same time and greeted him with a smile. Arknim, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hyunwoo was confused for a moment. Sorry, but I don't think I can play the game today. I need to go somewhere. His surprise continued after hearing Lariat's words. Yes, New Year's Day had arrived while Ark had been sleeping. Arknim, I've got a lot of time, unlike Lariatnim. Then please continue gathering ingredients. Ark yelled before disconnecting. Then he got dressed and ran to the hospital. Where on earth did I sell my spirit? Obviously he sold it to New World. After the end-of-year party, he had prepared for New Year. If he was still exercising daily at dawn, then he probably wouldn't have made this mistake. However, he stopped exercising for a while and his sense of time had been distorted after staying awake for 32 hours to help the cockroaches. Pathetic, how could I forget about New Year's Day? In fact, Hyunwoo's melancholy was usually the greatest on New Year's. 5 years ago, his relatives and friends of his parents would flock and give him a lot of money. But it changed entirely after his father passed away. Were they scared to be associated with Hyunwoo? The acquaintances and his relatives didn't even send a greeting card on New Year's. He had become like that. A worthless thing. At that time, Hyunwoo was a high school student who felt exhausted. I don't care. It's just a holiday. But his mother was different. She never had anyone in her hospital room to celebrate New Year's Day with her. Therefore, the sense of loss became even more magnified. And now her one child had gone crazy and logged into a game on New Year's Day. It was afternoon and he hadn't even shown his face? Was there anyone else like this in the world? Hey, don't jump in the hallway. A nurse exclaimed as he jumped onto the stairs. Their nerves were already sensitive because they had to work on New Year's. But why would he care about the mood of a nurse? Hyunwoo just sprinted towards the hospital room. Just as he was about to open the door, he flinched and stopped. His hands were empty. After he remembered and ran at full speed, he couldn't prepare a fruits basket. Although he was late, he rummaged through his wallet but it was empty. He forgot to withdraw money in advance. What should I do? Should I find an ATM to withdraw cash and buy a fruits basket? Hyunwoo stood in front of the room contemplating for a moment. Ah, that's right. He is certainly not that charming. We've talked about it before. Appa, this is a hospital room. Keep your voice down a little bit. Well said, hi son. Such noisy guys, do you think this is a market? Anyway, the problem is that they are unable to learn. That's why I told you not to come. Ah Hyung-nim, you're terrible. Aren't you glad that we're helping? Hee, don't be angry. We knew that Hyung-nim must have been excited about spending time with Nuna. We understand. Oh, so that's what happened earlier, What are you guys saying? It's not like that. Oh, look at you blushing like a child. It's not very convincing. Hi son? In addition, these voices are. Hyunwoo opened the door with a puzzled look. He never imagined the things that were occurring in the room. Gwanwarang and 10 rehabilitation members, the big men were gathered in a small hospital room. And there were a variety of holiday food placed on the tables. Ah, Hyunwoo. His mother, who was surrounded by rehabilitation members, spotted Hyunwoo. Mother, this is. They all came to see you. Ha? Hyunwoo looked at the rehabilitation members with a foolish expression. And he felt very emotional at the sight of his mother laughing happily amongst everybody. Hyung-nims. Ark had only just realized it was a holiday and hurriedly ran to the hospital. Then he found that the rehabilitation members were one step ahead and already at the hospital. They even prepared hospital food. It was the first time Hyunwoo had seen such an act of kindness after the accident. Now it felt strange to him since Hyunwoo wasn't used to it. Was he upset at someone taking care of him? No, they didn't give anything to Hyunwoo, so he wasn't upset. But it involved his mother, so he was unable to express his gratitude. Appa, you're late. Young Haesun said while sitting next to his mother. She made it seem like they had arranged to meet. Yes. Hyunwoo replied in an awkward voice and entered the room. At that moment Hyunwoo felt really strange. Gwanwarang, Young Haesun and the rehabilitation members being at the hospital was really unexpected. So naturally he felt awkward interrupting. But Hyunwoo joined them in laughing and being noisy. How much time had passed? Since they all played the game, naturally the topic turned to New World. The first to speak was Haesun. Hey Appa, you're in the place called the Netherworld? Why? Are you bored without me? Bah, what are you saying? Haesun pouted at Hyunwoo's words. But after a brief moment, she spoke in an anxious voice. I've heard rumors around Cairo. There's a bounty on Hyunwoo Appa. Bounty? For me? Hyunwoo asked, bewildered. In New World, users could place bounties on other users. But the target had to be chaotic in order to get a formal reward from the government. It wasn't possible to hang a bounty on someone who wasn't chaotic in New World. Hyunwoo wasn't chaotic, so he couldn't understand the bounty. It's not a formal bounty through the government. What? Then. The Hermes Guild has offered a merchant's contract to the chaotic users. Haesun described the contents of the contract that she overheard. Merchant's agreement. Contractor, Raiden equals unspecified. The person with this contract who gets rid of Ark will be paid a reward of 100 gold. Raiden created a mugshot of Ark and scattered the contract among the chaotic players. Hysun often traveled between Lancel village and Cairo where there were a lot of chaotic users, so she heard the rumors. I heard they scattered quite a lot of contracts. Bah, that Raiden, he's using cheap tricks like always. Hysun was worried, but Ark dismissed it. If he was the same as before, then it would definitely seem threatening. But Ark wasn't worried about chaotic users anymore. Chaotic players received various penalties, so they had a slower growth than general users. Moreover, 100 gold was a large amount, but it wasn't to the extent that they would hang themselves. In other words, Ark's high level meant that not many chaotic users would consider 100 gold worth the risk. He was able to handle pioneers like Jewel and Duke, so 3-4 chaotic users wouldn't be a threat. It didn't matter if they formed a group and attacked. Raiden also probably doesn't expect the chaotic players to catch me. He already has evidence that I'm in the Netherworld, but he's not showing that information to the public. Hermes Guild, the pioneers probably contacted each other offline as well. In other words, Raiden probably knew about the Netherworld through Jewel or Duke. He knew that Ark was there. Even so, he never mentioned the Netherworld to the chaotic users at all. It is difficult to find someone in New World. The contract is in Middle-earth, so my location will probably be identified quickly when I return to Middle-earth. If a chaotic user with a contract dies because of me, then Raiden will be able to determine my location. This means that the chaotic users are hounds that Raiden released to find me in Middle-earth. In this situation, Raiden didn't have to waste 1 copper in order to obtain a large source of information. Indeed, Raiden, his ability to use cheap tricks was superior to everyone else. If the chaotic players stick to me, then it can become a little annoying, But if he killed someone with a chaotic alignment, then there was a 100% chance that one equipped item would drop. If people wearing banknotes approached him, then of course Hyunwoo would be glad. But the Hermes Guild is occupying Sylvana. They must have recovered if they're doing something like this. Well, okay. If Sylvana stabilizes and develops, then it will be more rewarding later on. Until then, they can run freely. Hyunwoo laughed and shook his head. You don't have to worry about those contracts. If the prize money is not officially offered by the officials, then there will be a significant penalty. At that time, Jack Tung, who had been studying Ark's face, interrupted. Speaking of New World, there is a slight setback in the Slime's immortality pill production plan. Currently, Guan Warang, Young Hysun, and the rehabilitation members were collecting the Slime's essence in the underground labyrinth. And the progress of the operation could be described as successful. They've collected quite a lot of Slime's essence and raised their level considerably as well. But an unexpected problem occurred when they tried making the Slime's immortality pill. First of all, the corrupted fairy wings. Ark was going to collect more while hunting. However, there was a sudden disruption to the supply since he went to the Netherworld. And the second, more serious problem was the unicorn horn. The unicorn horn is more difficult to obtain than we thought. In the past it cost 700 gold, but now the price has surged to 1,000 gold. Yes, I have heard. Hyunwoo sighed and nodded. In fact, Hyunwoo had confirmed the information on the auction site. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people trying to obtain unicorn horns on the auction site. That was because users had found a new purpose for the unicorn horns. In the past it was only used as an ingredient in the highest level potions, but now they found that it could add significant options to a warrior's sword or a magician's wand. But thanks to the indiscriminate catching, it was extremely difficult to find a unicorn these days. Due to the shortage, it was natural that the price would soar, but that meant his production line was interrupted. If I want to make a profit with Slime's immortality pill, then I have to find unicorn horns for less than 700 gold. It would be difficult to make profit if it costs 1,000 gold. And I don't have the time to go around looking for the corrupted fairy wings. They might need to buy it from a store, which will make the total earnings a deficit. If he couldn't make a profit, then it was just a waste of time. Sheesh, I thought of such a good plan. Ark sighed and replied. It isn't possible. The production of Slime's immortality pill will stop for the moment. Then we can leave the underground labyrinth? The rehabilitation members asked with great joy. In fact, the rehabilitation members' main problem was not the cost of materials. Ark had gone to the Netherworld approximately 1 month ago, thus the rehabilitation group had been stuck hunting in the labyrinth for a month. At first their levels rose fast and it was interesting to obtain the Slime's essence, but that changed after a month. I don't want to look at slimes and skeletons anymore. Sunlight, I want to see the sun. I feel like I've been stuck in a cell. Since Roko could ride the unicorn to obtain food, they couldn't even use that excuse to go outside. Thanks to Roko's consideration, they spent 1 month smelling like a sewage plant. Now they felt sick if they even heard any mention of Cairo's underground labyrinth. Yes, but how many Slime's essences have you found? 10. So if you find 2 more essences to make 12, then it will be enough for Hwarang Ajushi, Haisun, and Hyungnims. Talk to Sid and ask him to obtain the unicorn horns and corrupted fairy wings when it is available for a cheap price. Yes, we'll check it when we have time as well. And we'll promise to pay you back the royalties once we figure it out. No, you already went to all that effort, so some of it will belong to you. Hyunwoo was very thankful to the rehabilitation members and promised them some of the royalties. Since he met up with the rehabilitation members, he asked them about Shambhala. They had a unicorn horn that had been sent by Shambhala. When Ark gave him the first scroll, Shambhala had promised to exchange it for the unicorn horns and corrupted fairy wings. As expected from Shambhala, Shambhala had already obtained the corrupted fairy wings and made the immortality pill. After seeing the effects, he sent the extra unicorn horn to the rehabilitation members. Of course, it was placed on a credit note, along with a similar message. Thanks to the relationship between Ark and Shambhala, he was willing to give them the items. Anyway, we've obtained 2 unicorn horns from Shambhala and now he is going to begin cleaning up the Dark Brothers organization. Then isn't he going to advance to the second stage profession before me? Hyunwoo was aware of threat. While Hyunwoo was thinking, Jaktung suddenly scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look, "I'm really sorry. We've just been talking among ourselves, are you bored?" "It's okay. It's pleasant watching people have fun." His mother smiled at Jaktung while Gwon Hwarang glared. "Ah, we're stealing precious minutes from Hyungnim. What the? Don't become so angry. We're supporting Hyungnim." Jaktung laughed and got up from his seat. "Now, we have to say goodbye to the raccoons in the underground labyrinth, so should we return to New World? Hyungnim should stay a little and clean up." "Hey, let's go. You guys too." Jaktung dragged the rehabilitation members away from the hospital. "Mother, I'll come back in a few days. I'll go with Hyunwoo Appa." Hyunwoo and Young Haisun followed the rehabilitation members' example. Hyunwoo and Young Haisun entered the hallway where the rehabilitation members were waiting. "What, these people? Are they here to get back some loans?" "That ward is where the patients with large operations are." But to even visit the hospital on a holiday. People were gossiping at a distance. Since the 10 of them looked like gangsters, it was natural for there to be a misunderstanding. That was the reason Gwon Hwarang never brought them to the hospital. Bulkun heard what the gossips were saying inside. "Haisun, Hyunwoo, you should fall back a little bit." "Why, Dot?" Of course, Hyunwoo also heard the voices. Perhaps if Hyunwoo didn't know the rehabilitation members, then he would also gossip. But Hyunwoo proudly held his head high and walked side by side with them. Then he spoke in a loud voice. "Hyungnims, I'll pay for lunch today. There's a great restaurant nearby." The rehabilitation members jumped and turned to Hyunwoo. Hyunwoo nodded and smiled at them. "Thank you. We really appreciate it." The rehabilitation members laughed and put their arms around Hyunwoo's shoulder. "This child, thank you. Let's go. Hyunwoo is paying for our meals for once. I'm only going to eat rice. Then let's watch a movie." Young Haisun grabbed his shirt and murmured. Hyunwoo left the hospital with a large grin. On the other hand, Gwon Hwarang was left alone with Park Somi. There was an awkward silence before Gwon Hwarang got up and started cleaning the mess. "Those stupid guys, I'm sorry. Normally they're not that troublesome. Why don't you sit down a little bit more?" Park Somi spoke in a low voice and grasped his hand. "Thank you." "Huh? Yes? What is it?" Hyunwoo laughing like that, "I've finally seen it after a long time." Park Somi looked at the door where Hyunwoo and the rehabilitation members had exited through. "It's all thanks to Detective Gwon. And me, no. You're exaggerating, I mean." Gwon Hwarang stuttered with an embarrassed face. Gwon Hwarang really felt that way. But Park Somi just leaned her head on his shoulder. She had no immunity against the sight of Hyunwoo laughing with Gwon Hwarang. Even though he could clearly smell the alcohol, it seemed like Gwon Hwarang was surrounded by a garden of flowers. The new year was bright. Gwon Hwarang was having a truly happy New Year's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10 Chapter 9. ACT-9 Magaro's Laboratory. Hoo-hoo-hoo, it is a jackpot. Ark had connected after resting comfortably and started blowing and polishing the lamp again. "Agu, you've become so beautiful." Ark rubbed his cheek against the lamp and happily smiled. Except for the skull carved on the handle, it looked like an ordinary old lamp, but it was the reward for completing the Galgin clan's disaster quest. Of course, the reward item wasn't just an antique. It was a magic item with options. The problem was the special effect of the lamp was truly vague. But the smart Ark could tell with one glance. The rare lamp was more valuable than some rare items. Or it was for Ark, who was a dark walker. He had finished the quest right before going to sleep, but he asked for the compensation for Reed first. The reward. Reed scratched his head with an embarrassed look. Although he had made the request with an urgent heart, he couldn't think of a suitable reward. He trembled as Ark's face slowly hardened. Of course. Reward. Of course I've prepared it. You've saved our lives, so we have to give you the best thing we have. Please wait. Reed gathered the other Galgin together. And they huddled in a corner and conferred for a while. What do we have to give? Let's see. Do you know what the humans' Middle Earth is like? How about this? I obtained it in the south. This is also acceptable. It is 300 of the Renka fruit. Their opinions were divided as they showed Reed different options. Since 3 people completed the quest, 3 rewards needed to be given. In fact, Ark had used discerning eye on Reed in the past and knew that the Galgin didn't have many good items. So he didn't expect a big reward for this quest. But even so, this was terrible. Reed confidently showed him the items: the Netherworld's Western Region Eating Competition Victory Token. The person who possesses this can eat food for free at any store in the Western region. Carved sculpture of the Galgin clan. If you possess this, then your intimacy with the Galgin clan will increase. In Reed's proud collection of 10 species, a pile of trash that is no use. Ark became angry after checking the compensation list. Eating for free? Is this a joke? Who cares about eating for free in the Netherworld? In addition, a statue of a cockroach? My intimacy with the Galgin is already the best thanks to this quest, so what is the use of the statue? There aren't any good options. What the hell is this crap? When researching the ingredients, Ark had obviously wanted to help the Galgin. He accepted that he would suffer a bit. But that moment of emotion and delight had passed. Ark immediately returned to reality. He finally remembered about money. He had invested 32 hours into studying contaminated ingredients. He even destroyed 6 of Razak's ribs. But now they couldn't even reward him with an item he could use? He started to regret it while looking at the list of reward items. Ark stared at the list with a sour face and sighed. You don't like it? Then I could show you something else. Reed spoke immediately after seeing Ark's dissatisfied face. Ark had a sudden thought as he listened. Show me something else? Then I can select the reward for this quest? Ark thought that he had to pick one of those items as the reward. No, normally it was like that. But sometimes the system of compensation was different depending on the species. Then I don't need to decide hastily. The Galgin clan are peddlers. There might be something of use in their goods. Okay, I don't need to decide it straight away and can wait until a good item appears. Then, Buxel approached and looked at the statue. This is a pretty well-made statue, Ark kicked the pig's feet and smiled calmly. Like I said earlier, I didn't do that much. It looks like these items are precious to you guys, so I can't accept it without feeling the burden. I'm sorry, but could you show me other stuff? Ark didn't want to decrease the precious intimacy, so he spoke gently but firmly. But Reed had good sense for a cockroach and notice. You don't need to feel burdened. The items we gave aren't valuable to you. They're still great, so... Ark was reduced to one syllable by Reed's powerful force and retreated. And the cockroaches gathered again. Hey, is this good? But is there anything to give to our benefactor? After consulting for a while, Reed returned with 3 new items. However, Ark still returned them. They were just like the first few items. The situation repeated so many times that even the cockroaches became annoyed. Of course, Ark wasn't feeling great either. He had been awake for 32 hours, so his eyes were drooping. But I might receive a surprisingly good compensation. I can't just accept something useless because I'm sleepy. I have to receive something that can be somewhat useful. Ark desperately opened his eyes and persisted. The items Reed brought were completely random. In some cases, there were slightly useful items, but they didn't meet Ark's expectations. When 2 hours passed, his spirit surged. Damn, okay. There will be nothing if this keeps on happening, so let's give it a try. Pass. Ark didn't look at the items properly and just called pass. Reed, who was tired from running back and forth with the items, groaned pitifully. Now Reed started to realize that Ark's reason wasn't because of the burden. Hey, it seems impossible. Didn't he go 4 days without any sleep? At this rate we might be doing this for the next few days. It's impossible. Take out all your collections. If we don't find something fast then we'll collapse of exhaustion. But the really good stuff. The cockroaches hesitated and looked at each other. At that time, a young cockroach rubbed its eyes and said sleepily, "Daddy, I'm so tired." "Darling, take out the item you're so proud of." Reed's wife couldn't stand it anymore and shouted angrily. Then Reed flinched and said in a frightened voice, But these are. Are those items more important than me and your children?" "It's not that, but. If you keep acting like that then I'll divorce you straight away." "You understood, I understand. But these can't possibly please Arkansas Hick, okay? So don't glare at me like that. I'll show it to him." When his wife glared, Reed grumbled but took out a bundle. Yes, they were merchants. And as mentioned before, Reed was a peddler who didn't engage in any business that would lose him profit. Of course, they felt gratitude towards Arkansas. But the Galgin were born peddlers and couldn't give the best items for free, even to their benefactor. So Ark was shown general items. And they thought he would just give up if shown the same items. They truly were merchants to the bone. However, even those merchants were forced to wave the white flag before Arkansas. Well, half the win was thanks to the glare from his wife. Ark, how about this? You don't like it either? Then I'll show you something else." Reed showed a quick glimpse of the bundle before taking it back. That was a mistake. In fact, Ark had almost reached his limit. So he was about to say pass automatically. If Reed had showed it normally then Ark probably would have passed it. But his questionable behavior stimulated Ark's curiosity. "Wait. Please show it to me again." "This? It's not a big deal. You don't need to see it again. Please show it to me again." There's no need. I'll bring something else immediately." "Show it to me again," Ark said firmly when Reed tried to escape. Then Reed turned around and looked at his wife with a desperate expression. He sighed at his wife's frown and put the items down. He added in a small voice, "It's nothing much, it's just a lamp I picked up when crossing the Urabesa Valley a few years ago. But it's broken and doesn't work. The other items are the same. They're just a toy and graffiti that I picked up. Dark lamp, special, item type, lamp. User restriction, none. An old magic lamp created by unknown people. Complex shapes are drawn on the bottom. This lamp is different from normal lamps, and will cause darkness instead of light when used. It is the greatest treasure of the Galgin who enjoyed napping but disliked bright places." As the owner of this lamp, Reed had been envied by other Galgin. However, you have to sacrifice magic ingredients in order to activate the dark attribute. When 10 magic ingredients are used as fuel, a radius of 10 meters will be plunged into darkness for 30 minutes. The same environmental effect as nighttime is applied to the range of the lamp. What did this? His sleepiness quickly fled. He never imagined that there would be such an item. In fact, this item wouldn't be any use to an ordinary player. The cockroaches loved the darkness, which is why they used the lamp. What ordinary user would take a nap? But this was much more important to Ark than a rare sword. The lamp would activate a nighttime effect in the area. Didn't that mean he could receive his darkness attribute bonuses even in the daytime? It was an item that could give him a 40% bonus at any time. What else did he need to say? Thanks to his tenacity, he had found a pearl at the end of all his passes. The other 2 items were also vague but useful. They were far better than the ones shown previously. Wisdom ring, special. Item type, special consumable. User restriction, none. This is a puzzle type item made of entangled wire and metal to create complex shapes. Although the history is unknown, it seems to be made by a pretty smart person. The solution is so difficult that it can raise wisdom depending on the level reached, with levels ranging from 1 to 5. But you have to be very smart to reach the 5th level. Every time a puzzle ring is undone, wisdom increases by 3. But the bonus will not be given if you are told the solution to the puzzle. 1,000 visitors. Item type, collection. User restriction, none. This is a collection that a very famous calligrapher wrote down a long time ago. If you place this in your store then it will increase your business. If you operate a store then you can receive a bonus 3% profit on the selling price of all goods. Ark's eyes lit up. The wisdom ring was meaningless to Arkansas. Every time a puzzle was undone it gave +3 wisdom. That was a total of 15 wisdom. But wisdom was a stat that didn't really matter to Arkansas. But Lariat used holy magic, so wisdom was more important to her than strength or agility. The effect of holy magic would vary depending on her wisdom. Well, Lariat also went through a lot of trouble during this quest. Ark decided to concede the wisdom ring to Lariat. But Buxel didn't help, so Ark had no intention of conceding any items to him. The 1000 visitors is a surprisingly good item. I can't give an item like this to the pig. Fortunately, the item is not restricted. Ark grinned and received the items. It was definitely the best reward he could get from Reed. Thank you. Like Reed said, it is use a broken lamp, a toy and graffiti, so I won't feel burdened if I accept these. You'll accept these? Yes, I'll think of the Galgian every time I see these items. Ark laughed while Reed gaped at him and tried to open his mouth. But the Galgian had been there for 2.5 hours, so they rushed to cover Reed's mouth. It's really admirable. Take these items as a sign of our gratitude. Will you take these and go? Let's meet again in the future. Hopefully the distant future. In the really, really far future. Reed spoke in a tearful voice and ran away quickly. Ark had only been expecting to receive some pet exclusive items from the quest. In contrast to his expectations, he received some valuable items. Anyway, the touching quest ended with a funny skit. Lariat Nim, thanks for the hard work. This seems like an item that you'll need. Thank you. Ark handed the Galgian's wisdom ring to Lariat. She had also inwardly wanted the wisdom ring, so she accepted it thankfully. After Ark handed it to her, Buxel approached with expectant eyes. But Ark just turned his head and said, "Then I'll quit and rest for a bit. I'll see you in 6 hours." Buxel grunted and exclaimed, Ark Nim, aren't you forgetting something?" "Huh? What?" "That 3 people completed this quest." "So? That? You're referring to that?" Buxel sighed with relief at Ark's words. Yes, that. Since you know. It's okay, I don't mind at all." "Huh? What are you? Aren't you sorry that you were no help in solving the quest?" "It's okay, I don't care that much." "No, it's not." Buxel noticed something strange and opened his mouth. But Ark hit first. "I don't mind keeping it. After all, I spent 32 hours not eating or drinking in order to complete the quest, and you received experience from it. Even though you didn't help and just napped while I was suffering, we're still colleagues. I don't have to feel offended by such little things, right?" Every one of Ark's words pricked Buxel's conscience. And finally he couldn't say anything. He could sense the hidden message, "Don't be greedy for trivial items and hurt my feelings," in Ark's words. Buxel just laughed awkwardly. "Yes, that's right. For understanding, thank you. Let's stop this talk now. You're my important colleague after all." Ha ha ha. So that's how Ark received both the dark lamp and the 1000 visitors. Buxel's mood was now gloomier, but Ark had no interest in his feelings. He was still a guy aiming to strike at Ark's back. He had no moral obligation to give items to someone disloyal. In addition, Ark had already considered a use for the 1000 visitors. I'll sell it to Sid and make him place it in the trading post at Sylvana. After the earnings increase, then Sid's monthly salary will also increase. Then I can receive the debt quicker and increase my secret funds. Currently the trading post at Sylvana was earning thousands of gold. With a 3% increase, the profits would go up. Then Wukasu could add some of it to the secret set of books. Ark just had to wait until he became the Lord of Sylvana again. Selling it to Sid would increase his secret funds. It was indeed killing 2 birds with 1 stone. What reason did he have to give it to a pig? Then I should start. Ark placed the polished lamp on his waist. Lariat and Buxel stood up and asked, "Are we collecting ingredients?" Whenever Ark said let's go, they automatically stood up to forage ingredients. However, Ark shook his head. "No, we'll go directly to the destination." "Huh? But you still haven't found the lab." "I already know where the laboratory is. Follow me." Ark replied with a smile. Ark had roughly guessed the location of the laboratory while completing the Galgian's quest. The culprit of the incident was the polluted river water. The Galgian might have provided me with a clue to find the laboratory. When Ark investigated the river using ingredient identification, he found that the river was polluted from various chemicals upstream. That meant the cause of the pollution would be found upstream. But the netherworld hadn't developed alchemy, so there shouldn't be that many chemicals. Now, did they understand what Ark meant? That's right. The genius alchemist who had come to the Forest of Life a long time ago. The chemicals polluting the river were probably coming from his laboratory. If so, the answer was simple. Just go along the river to find the source of contamination. Using that reasoning, Ark headed towards the river. How far did they walk? River flowing through the Forest of Life. The river in the Forest of Life is full of energy. It has various nutrients and abundant plant growth, which will have an excellent effect when cooking. He was finally able to reach the point where the river was not polluted. The river was polluted just before here. So the chemicals should be flowing into it somewhere around here. Ark mobilized his pets, Lariat and Buxel, to search around. Soon after, they found a cave hidden in some nearby bushes. Cave filled with the odor of chemicals. You have found a cave with a terrible smell in the Forest of Life. An abnormal cluster of plants never seen in the Forest of Life grows around the cave. An unpleasant mucus also sticks to your feet. For a long time, even monsters and beasts won't appear around here. Explorer's knowledge, new dungeon discovered bonus, skill points, 10. The message window flashed once he entered the cave. Then there was a look of elation on Lariat and Buxel's faces. They were also in the top 10 users who entered the netherworld and received the title of Great Adventurer. So they also received the same skill bonus as Ark for finding the cave. However, it did not remove Ark's tension. There were unexpected risks in a new dungeon. Diedrich, Razak, scout around the perimeter. Okay. Clack 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 clack. His two experienced pets also looked around nervously. And one step, they carefully entered the cave. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. How far did they go? Suddenly Raiden blinked and surveyed the area with tearful eyes. Monster, dot. Ark and his summons focused their attention and took an attacking stance. Then a hazy image appeared in the darkness. Dozens of monsters appeared while he was creeping along the cave wall. But there was something weird. They were floating in the air and seemed dead. That monster. Ark cautiously approached the monster. And soon witnessed a strange scene. The monsters were trapped in a place that looked like a big water bag. To put it more precisely, they were being grown. From young to adult monsters, they were floating in the water bag like the clones that floated in a capsule in science fiction movies. He saw common monsters from the Forest of Life like the Chimera equals Karamadin and Chimera equals Bandit Fox. Ark finally realized why their names were so peculiar after seeing the capsules. Chimera, that's right, it's a common term in fantasy. Chimera is a word used to describe an artificial monster. And this is Magaro's laboratory. If that's the case, all these monsters were made by Magaro? After realizing this, he understood the peculiar abilities of the monsters. The Karamatin was probably used to protect the lab while the bandit foxes were used to gather ingredients to study. But after Magaro grew old and died, the controlling power was destroyed and they returned to the wild. One thing is clear. Just like the Magic Institute said, Magaro was a genius alchemist if he could artificially create monsters. Well, it doesn't matter since he died of old age. Arknim. Lariat came close to him and stuttered in an uneasy voice. Of course she would be scared being surrounded by dozens of deformed monsters in the darkness. There's no need to panic. They're all dead. Just like Ark's words, all the monsters in the capsules had been rotting for a long time. But that just made it seem even creepier to Lariat, who shuddered. I'm aware of that. But... Ark just laughed at Lariat's reaction. He was now 100% sure that this was Magaro's laboratory. He assumed that Magaro's laboratory would have documents piled up like mountains. In order to receive the quest reward, he needed to give the Magic Institute the documents found in the laboratory. And understandably, Ark had no thought about splitting it with Lariat and Buxel. It was natural. Ark had suffered so much trying to find this place. Lariat Nem doesn't know that Buxel is after Magaro's legacy. I can't be careless even when finding the legacy. This is a good excuse to keep Buxel in this room. Then please wait here with Buxel. Looking at the atmosphere, there doesn't seem to be any monsters. I'll go on my own to look at the situation. At the end of Ark's words, Buxel jumped with surprise. What do you mean? I've chased Arknim here to record your heroic adventures. But you want me to wait during this historic moment? No, I can't promise that there will be no danger ahead. And do you want to make Lariat Nim more anxious? Who will stay with her? That's why I'm getting you to stay here. But. Ark scowled at Buxel, who immediately shut up. I'm sorry. Lariat spoke in an apologetic face while Buxel avoided her eyes. Anyway, Ark left the two of them there and ran towards the treasure. The cave became increasingly brighter as he entered. It was a magical place to study medicine. A faint light glimmered from the cave wall. Yes, all that medication. It made the entire wall glow. If I had this at home, then I wouldn't need to pay my electrical bills. The electricity required to power the entire cave would be out of the reach of normal people like Arkansas. Anyway, it was a lot of light for a large space. I finally arrived. The genius alchemist's laboratory. Was this the feeling of discovering a new continent? Was this how the adventurers felt when they discovered El Dorado? Ark inwardly cheered as he surveyed the area. The space Ark arrived at had numerous machines and experiments hooked up. On one side of the wall was a bookcase which contained numerous scrolls, books, and colorful liquid medicine bottles. He had finally managed to track down the genius alchemist's lab using a few clues. It was a good idea to use Buxel. The scrolls and medicines in the lab were now in Ark's possession. He didn't know what the effects would be, but since it was the work of a genius alchemist, then it wouldn't be a common item. No, he could convert it into a large amount of money even if it was the low recovery potions. But the problem was the quantity. Even if he emptied his bag, he wouldn't be able to fit everything in. I don't know what Buxel is expecting, but I'm not that easy. I will discipline him again and make him sign a contract, then pack it in his bags and send him to Middle-earth. But what about the materials needed to complete the quest? The quest log says that the research materials are necessary to complete it. Ark entered the lab with a wily smile. At the same time, a shadow watching from the corner of the entrance trembled. Bastard, I knew what you were thinking as soon as you split the group. The person trembling in anger was someone who Ark considered as a walking bag. It was Buxel. Buxel wasn't stupid and knew the reason why Ark had visited the laboratory alone. So he spoke to Lariat about recording Ark's historical achievement and blah blah blah, then sneakily shadowed him. And he found Ark laughing in the laboratory. Just looking at that smile. His body trembled with anger like a Pepe seeing a dismantling knife. He could imagine Ark's devilish plan. But a wild smile flashed on Buxel's face. Bah, do you think this will go your way? That Ark bastard, you dared to make me work so much? But even after all your abuse and exploitation, the final winner will be me. I'll make you regret messing with me. Buxel put his hand into his bag and grabbed his secret weapon. Sapjil, Olniak, my younger brothers. Please give me strength from heaven? Buxel clenched his teeth and made a firm resolution. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind the bookcase that Ark was reaching for. Who is it? Ark was frightened and retreated. Buxel was also shocked and hid behind the corner again. Then an old man walked out from behind the bookcase. He was an old man with white hair and beard wearing rags. He stared at Ark and looked him up and down. Who are you? How did you get here? Can I ask how I'm talking to? Huh, what an interesting friend. You suddenly came to my house and asked me who I am. Well, it's not like I hung a nameplate on the front door. Somebody's house, dot. Yes, this is my house. To be correct, it is my laboratory. Laboratory? No way, are you Magaro? Ark asked the old man in a surprised voice. How do you know my name? Ark's mouth gaped open. Magaro? He was Magaro? What absurd thing was he saying? According to the Magic Institute, Magaro had disappeared many decades ago. From the records, he discovered that Magaro came to the Netherworld 100 years ago. At the time, Magaro was already older than 80 years. If he was still alive, then he would be over 200 years old. But the life expectancy in New World was 70 years old. The Granny Johansson he used nursing on in the novice village died because her age exceeded 70 years. But 200 years old? Was he mistakenly looking for a dragon? Oh damn, what if he created the elixir of immortality using alchemy? Ark had no interest in whether he lived for 200 years or 2,000 years. The problem was the piles of items in the laboratory. If they had no owners, then Ark could just take the items. But if the owner was alive, then how could he obtain Magaro's legacy? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ark felt like grabbing the old man's neck and squeezing. But even Ark wouldn't kill an old man for his inheritance. Then am I only able to receive the quest reward? Magaro had been watching him with wary eyes and asked again. You still haven't answered my question. How do you know my name? In fact, I found you after being commissioned by the Magic Institute. Magic Institute? Magaro was puzzled before he nodded. Ah, yes, that's right, I think that answers it. After coming to the Netherworld, I jokingly sent some clues to the Magic Institute. Then you came here after putting all the clues together. I never thought anyone would get here, how shocking. Well, it was really difficult. Ark replied bluntly. Then Megaro clicked his tongue and muttered. But the Magic Institute is very strange. I know they have no patience, but I haven't been missing for that long that they would send someone to look for me. TSK. Ark retorted with an astounded expression. What did you say? As far as I know, 110 years had passed. 110? Megaro widened his eyes and burst out laughing. He, why are you joking? It's only been 10 years since I've come to the Netherworld. Ha? Ark replied with a stunned look. What did it mean? Had the Magic Institute lied to him? But why? No, it wasn't only the Magic Institute. Even the recorded history in the Valley Village. Then Megaro continued talking. They must have also hired you to play a friendly prank. 110? PFFF, even I'm still alive, then wouldn't I be a dragon? Well, apart from that, yes, why did the Magic Institute send you? Did they want to say something to me? They requested me to bring Megaro's research to them. Research material, Yes, the research material that Megaro had been studying in the meantime. Ark spoke calmly. Then Megaro's face twisted and the impression he was giving off completely changed. My study materials, my research, what I dedicated my whole life to. The skin on his face started cracking and falling apart. The subsequent face that was shown looked like some monsters had been stitched together. Yes, it was similar to Frankenstein's face in a horror movie that had been created with graphics. While Ark was shocked by the sudden change, Megaro grabbed his hair and howled. A metallic voice seemed to emerge. Research materials, research materials, research materials. I stomached the pain and degraded my flesh. The research material that I dedicated decades of my life to. You bastard, you wanted to hide like a rat and steal it from me? Are you trying to take my life? I dare you to. Please relax. Your blood pressure. Shut up, kill. I'll kill anyone aiming for my research. Suddenly Megaro shrieked. His body tore to pieces and a large monster emerged. The distorted body was painful to look at. Many spider eyes were nailed to the face, while the body looked like a lion with 10 arms attached. And there were bright-colored blister-like things growing on the body. It was so horrific a monster that he felt like vomiting up his meal. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. The boss monster, Crazy Alchemist Megaro, has appeared. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 1. ACT-1 Unfinished Quest. What is this? Megaro is a boss monster? Ark was unable to process the absurd sight in front of him. What type of 4D space was in that person's body? How did the body of an old man suddenly become a 10-meter-tall monster? Had the alchemist never heard of the law of conservation of mass? Ark was a modern man with common sense, so he questioned it, but Megaro was already talking. Hoo, I absolutely can't lose. I can't lose to anyone. All of this is mine. Only I can have it. I will kill everyone who tries to take it away from me. He couldn't even try a conversation in this atmosphere. No, he had seen many boss monsters, but this was the first time he dreaded looking at one. It was like an experiment failed and he just stitched random monster parts to his body. Each eyeball rotated in a different direction. 10 different arms with coloring blisters covering it. It was the first time he had seen such a scary monster. Ark wasn't the only person to think so. Hook, what the hell? The cry emerged from around the corner when Megaro transformed. He turned his head and saw that the pig was sitting down on ground. Buxel had used historical mission as an excuse to lariat and followed Arkansas. He was about to use his secret weapon when he saw Megaro and froze. Then Megaro's eyes rolled around and focused on Buxel. Ark's body instinctively moved. As such a stupid bastard. Ark used sprint and collided with Buxel. Jewel dash. Buxel was thrown into the air. At the same time, Megaro's arms moved in strange angles and attacked. Despite using his sword to block, Ark was pushed back a few meters. Sweat poured down his body at the fearsome monster's fierce attack. Ah, Ark Nim? You rescued me. You stupid fool, you can't die so selfishly. Ark Nim. Buxel looked at Ark with tearful eyes. He had secretly followed Ark in order to use his secret weapon and obtain Magaro's legacy. That is, to strike him in the back. But he felt strange once Ark used his body to prevent him from dying. Although Ark Nim is wicked, he truly regarded me as his colleague. Nevertheless, I was always aiming to stab Ark Nim in the back. Quack. I really am terrible. I'm not even human. I'm disqualified from being a human. But he was only impressed for a few seconds. I need you to pack all the items here before dying. This son of a bitch, am I just a bag? Buxel's face wrinkled after Ark's comment. Anyway, Ark raised his body and stared at Magaro. But there wasn't fear or confusion on Ark's face. It was like someone finding a ray of happiness in the midst of despair. I don't know how it happened, this is an opportunity. If I kill Magaro, then Magaro's ownership of the items would disappear. And I can obtain Magaro's legacy. At first he was scared thanks to the horror-like scene. But he couldn't forget the hideous appearance in the face of money. Even if the girl who crawled out of the TV or a nine-tailed fox begged him, or the person from Friday the 13th held a chainsaw and threatened him, he would welcome it any time if they gave him more items. Thanks to that, Magaro now appeared like a roll of banknotes to Arkansas. I'm going to kill you. And even I will inherit the legacy. Those were the only words he cared about. At the thought of money, Ark became cool-headed in the battle. Gauging from the previous impact, he's not an opponent to be trifled with. In addition, he probably has some special attacks while I'm fighting blindly. The first rule of victory is to fight in the most favorable conditions. Why are you just sitting down stupidly? Follow me. Diedrich, Razak, run. Ark grabbed Buxel by the collar and bolted. That dirty rat, I will not miss it. Magaro cried and pursued them. However, Ark used sprint to escape the pursuit. Ark Nim. Lariat had been sitting near the entrance of the cave with a worried face and stood up when she saw them. Then she screamed at the ugly form of Magaro chasing them. Kayak, that is. I don't have time to explain in detail. Please buff me. Ha? Oh, yes. Warrior strength, virtuous vitality, pure light. Lariat stacked 3 buffs on him. Virtuous vitality increased his strength and stamina for 3 minutes and increased his health, while pure light improved his mana regeneration. While the Innocence Knight had less combat abilities than a Holy Knight, its buffs were stronger. Of course, the skill level was lower, so it wasn't as effective as Alan's. But it was 100 times better than nothing. Furthermore, Lariat's buff affected all her allies, so it applied to Buxel, Ark, and his summons as well. The combat abilities of the whole party rose sharply. That's it. Ark stopped and turned around. Then he shouted while using riposte against the approaching Magaro. A1 plan. Diedrich, Razak, take position on the right and left. Understood. Clack 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 clack, tatadak. Lariat Nim, please attack him from behind. Virtuous vitality is more concerned with attack than defense, so we will concentrate on attacking from 4 directions. Yes, I'll try it. Lariat looked fearfully at Magaro, but she wasn't a child. In such a situation, it wasn't possible to sit down and be scared. Buxel, retreat a safe distance. Yes, let's do it. Buxel answered boldly and ran away. While Ark attracted Magaro's attention, Lariat and his summons got into their positions and surrounded him. Then Ark used his elemental sword fire attribute, Diedrich Dark Dash, Razak and Lariat Shield Stroke, and attacked Magaro simultaneously. Quack, these people. The attack struck like a storm and instantly reduced Magaro's health by 30%. Of course, Magaro wasn't an insignificant opponent. He was level 500. The 10 arms also moved back and forth in a bizarre series of attacks. Perhaps Ark would have been struggling if he was alone. However, Ark wasn't alone. He had been steadily feeding his pets food to raise their stats, while Lariat had graduated with honors from Ark's Spartan training over the last 10 days. Teaching is really rewarding. Ark smiled warmly at Lariat. Of course, looking from the viewpoint of the teacher, there was still a lot more for her to learn. But it was still a rewarding experience since Lariat was useful now. The best advantage of an Innocence Knight was that they could use recovery magic while wearing heavy armor. Healing touch. Lariat used healing magic regularly between attacking and defending. A warrior receiving recovery magic was the difference between life and death in a battle. Ark was able to concentrate freely on attacking without worrying about his health. These guys, how dare these thieves, I cannot forgive. Finally, Magaro's health was reduced to 50%. He once again received a critical hit from Guizel's sword and fell to one knee. At the same time, Magaro's body turned red. Double critical chance. This is a chance. Ark rushed forward like a wolf. Something unthinkable occurred. The blisters on Magaro's 10 arms moved and scattered. When it came back, he was holding potion bottles in each of his hands. You wanted my research materials? Hohovu, okay, take it. This is the result of my research. Wiririk, Pepeng, Pepung, Kukwakwang. Magaro threw the 10 bottles onto the ground where multiple explosions took place. Flames and poison gas, lightning and winds. You have received lightning damage from the explosion. 150 damage. You have received fire damage from the explosion. 250 damage. He received all sorts of attribute damage. The bottles that Magaro threw were filled with explosive liquid of different attributes. Fortunately, Ark had some resistance to all the attributes thanks to the mongoose immortality pill. But his fire resistance went down to -25% thanks to the use of elemental sword, so he received 250 damage thanks to the additional damage. That was not the whole problem. Magaro swallowed a potion and his health increased. He also stored recovery potions. Kukoku, how is it? Stupid bastards, this is the power of alchemy. Magaro went on a drinking spree of recovery potions. No, this son of a bitch. Magaro transferred the recovery potions to 2 arms while throwing the explosive potions with the remaining arms. Hook, Raiden, swallow the potion. Sack sack, sack sack sack. Raiden shot out and swallowed the explosive potions at Ark's command. Raiden has acquired the fire explosive potion. But no matter how it tried, Raiden couldn't swallow 8 potions at once. Raiden could only swallow 1 while the 7 remaining exploded. Kukukukuku, kukwang, quaquaquaquang, dot. It seemed like bombs were falling from the sky. Ark used Dark Dance to avoid the blast range, but it was impossible in a narrow cave. He barely managed to avoid everything and receive Lariat's recovery magic. Then Magaro turned his eyes to Lariat. Bah! You dare, botch my excellent work. No, Lariat Nim is not at the level where she can avoid the explosive potions. Ark sprinted past Magaro to reach Lariat. Then he shouted while rotating his body. Lariat Nim. Raise your weapons. Ha! Lariat automatically raised her weapons. At the same time, Ark ran up and hit her shield with riposte. Kayak. Lariat was pushed back 10 meters and fell. At the same time, an intense explosion took place in Ark's vicinity. A message window appeared in front of Arkansas. He had lost 1,500 health from that attack. Oh, Ark Nim. Healing touch, healing touch. Lariat identified the situation and immediately healed him. However, Magaro's damage was more than the amount she could recover. There was no chance to fight back properly. Even if he dealt a critical hit, Magaro would just restore his health using recovery potions. It was impossible for the minor attacks of his pets to deal any damage. He used the 10 different potions like water to deal damage. Damn, how am I supposed to defeat him when he keeps throwing potions? With the potions exploding everywhere, his summons were already not following his commands. Ugh, fire, fire. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. They just ran back and forth trying to save their lives. And the potions also exploded against the capsule walls, which smashed everywhere. The sticky fluid inside the capsules and the monsters' corpses scattered everywhere. Damn it, is he just going to destroy everything? Then Ark had a sudden thought as the chimera bodies scattered. Wait. He uses potions, then, dot. Lariat, please escape outside while I distract this guy. Ha? But. I don't have time to explain, quickly. Lariat hurriedly exited the cave at Ark's words. Diedrich, Razak, you guys leave the cave too. What? Master. What are you talking about? We'll die together. Clack clack, clack 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 clack. Diedrich and Razak shouted ridiculously. Normally he would be disgusted, but it was very praiseworthy in this moment. However, Ark had an idea. He explained it telepathically to Diedrich, who grinned and nodded. Indeed. Master's shrewd plan has started again. Stop talking nonsense, get out quickly. I don't have the time. I can only hold on for 10 minutes. If you don't do as planned in 10 minutes, then I will 100% die. Do you understand? You don't have to worry. Diedrich and Razak bolted out of the cave while holding the parcel Ark gave them. Now, let's see what one-on-one is like. You'll win if you kill me within 10 minutes. Ho-hoo-hoo, how dare, dot. Magaro smirked and threw the bottles. Ark gave up on counterattacking and used a combination of slide and dark dance to avoid the bottles. Then he ran out of the cave at a suitable time. He had lost an extra 20–30% of his health from the explosive potions. Sheesh, jumping into a dungeon blindly was a mistake. His dark attribute bonus was unconditionally applied inside the dungeon. There was no reason to wait until evening, so he entered during the day. When he exited outside, his 40% attribute bonus was turned off. But... Raiden, give me 10 dark attribute magic ingredients. Sack. Raiden spat out one magical ingredient after another. Ark put the ingredients into the lamp and fuel and pulled the lever. At the moment, the surrounding area darkened like a curtain was pulled around it. For 30 minutes, the dark lamp will maintain the state of nighttime. A dark attribute bonus, all stats plus 40%, will be applied. Rorokun's ring, activate dark protection. When he lifted the ring and raised his voice, Ark was wrapped in a black aura. It was the option from Rorokun's ring which raised his defense and magic resistance by 20%. Of course, this dark protection could only be activated in the dark, but that was no problem with the dark lamp. Ark used slide and dark dance like crazy. The reason he exited the cave was because he couldn't escape the range of the explosive potions inside the narrow cave. If he used the wide forest and 2 skills appropriately, then Ark could minimize the damage. But it was raining and his clothes were wet. Ark's health frantically decreased from the overflowing potions and he was soon in a critical condition. Thankfully, the magic protection from Galgashi's fur also activated and Megara was frozen for a little bit. Damn, it's already been 15 minutes. Ark glanced around, but there was still no sign of Lariat of Diedrich. Meanwhile, the flames decreased his health to 3%. No, just a bit more. Ark watched the exploding potions with desperate eyes. That's it, master. Go, Razak. Clack. He heard the distant sound of Razak's voice. It was at that time. The surrounding bushes shook and black shadows emerged. Then the explosive potions suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Hook. What? Yes, you guys are, Chimera. Yes, it was the rotten bandit foxes that emerged from the forest. Ark had seen the stiff bodies of the bandit foxes when the capsules broke and devised this plan. The monsters wouldn't come close to the cave thanks to the strange smells. But it was different when controlled by Razak's death's equations. He had used Buxel, Lariat, Diedrich and Razak for this plan. Previously, he had hunted the bandit foxes using Nadinka's fruit. He was worried that Lariat would be unable to capture the foxes, but thankfully they managed to hunt the bandit foxes and turn them into zombies. Well, poor Razak's ribs also decreased again. His abilities had started to decrease after evolving. Anyway, thanks to that the battle changed completely. Ark placed Gweizel's sword across his shoulder and laughed. Now, let's see if you can throw those damn potions. This bastard. Megara once again threw the explosive potions. But the bandit foxes just rushed forward and swallowed them. Ark faked being startled. Where is the bottle? Wow, weird. Those stupid bastards, don't even know who their master is. Megara was furious at the betrayal of the foxes that he had created. But it didn't matter if he was their creator. The really important thing was how he raised them. Ark had raised Diedrich and Razak from a useless bat and skull and Raiden from an egg with affection. Are you finished? Now it's my turn? Lariat Nim, recovery magic, please. Yes, healing touch. Lariat belatedly used her recovery magic. Now, here I go. Demonic opening. Kaya Waak. Ghostly wails emerged from Gweizel's sword. Ark began to pound on Megara with his sword. His health was sucked out. In an instant his health fell to 50% and Megara retreated before pulling out a recovery potion. However, the recovery potion was a bandit fox's favorite item. The foxes swarmed at the opportunity and swallowed the potion. These bastards, go away. Where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Gweizel's sword continuously found Megara's bare flesh. His remaining life instantly went down to 10%. Without the explosive potions, Megara was just a big hulking monster. However, Ark didn't deal a fatal blow and just gradually chipped away at his life. Once it reached 8%, Megara tried to escape towards the cave. You're trying to run away? I'm sorry, but I can't allow that. Go, sprint. Ark shot forward and swung his sword downwards. At the same time, Megara's body fell apart and black blood poured out. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Thanks to drastic measures, X 1.4 experience was applied. Constant message windows appeared and he leveled up 7 times. In addition, the cross symbol appeared above Lariat's and Buxel's head. Despite the 100 level difference between them, they still gained 6-7 levels even with the experience penalty. That's it. Success. But Ark was more interested in the items than the experience. Ark looked at the falling items. Magaro's dimensional movement powder bag, less than 20 kilograms. A genius alchemist, Magaro created many amazing magic items after long years of studying. He refined this powder from a mysterious fairy which allows him to move between dimensions. If an appropriate amount of this powder is used to draw a circle, you can create a dimensional gate between the Netherworld and Middle-earth. The amount of people able to be moved will depend on the amount of powder in the magic circle, with a larger circle requiring more powder. However, the effect disappears if the magic circle is damaged. Netherworld equals magic gate between Middle-earth. Magaro's Deluxe Alchemy Tools Rare. Item type, Magic Tools. User restriction, Advanced Alchemy Skill. A set of tools made by the genius alchemist Magaro a long time ago. These specially created tools are made using special materials and techniques and allow a higher standard of work compared to the normal tools. In addition, a high-quality tools means there is chance of creating a more powerful effect in products created. A skilled alchemist might be able to make an amazing discovery with these tools. Not that many great tools like these are easily available. Passive effects for owners: Wisdom plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Luck plus 10. Special option, success rate of products produced plus 30% and probability of the best item being made plus 10%. Alchemy tools? Magaro's alchemy tool was a heavy bag filled with tools. Inside was filled with all sorts of equipment for experiments such as grinders or beakers. Alchemy was originally a profession that required a lot of money. The reason was that magic ingredients were expensive and the likelihood of failure was higher than blacksmithing or tailoring. Of course, if they kept on creating the same item, then the proficiency would rise while the rate of failure would fall. Of course, they needed the related alchemy skills to create new prototypes. In that case, the failure rate was 3 times other professions. The failure rate was many times greater. So the items that alchemists needed most were ones that raised the success rate. A success rate of 30% was like creating an a la carte dish with a 10% option attached. They were the coveted items that alchemists desired most. I don't know the prices of alchemist supplies, but this is worth at least tens of millions of won. Next was the dimensional movement object that he obtained. Fortunately, he could now return to Middle-earth anytime. But the quantity is limited, so I have to use it sparingly. If the information is released to the public, then a swarm of people will gather. I have to take advantage of all the experiences and items in the Netherworld first. Now all that's left is the lab. There was a slight problem, but now Magaro was gone. The laboratory was in Ark's possession. Ark returned to the laboratory. And he brought his hand to the bookcase to find the first quest item. In the past, Magaro had appeared and now Buxel let out a wild burst of laughter. Hoo hoo hoo, dot. Buxel pointed the magic projector towards Ark and said, "That's far enough, Arkansas. Honestly, I wavered for a moment, but you've disappointed me. So now I will say it without any problems. I'm sorry, but the thing's here." What? Ark unconsciously turned his head. And his outstretched hands felt something strange. He had extended his hand to reach for a book. But his hand just passed through the bookcase like it was a mirage. Eh? What on earth? Ark reached out again dumbly. But his hands just passed through the bookcase no matter what he did. He tried to pick up other stuff, but it was the same. Stacked up potions, books, or scrolls, he couldn't pick up anything. What the hell is going on? Ark was perplexed and explored the laboratory. Then Lariat, standing at the entrance, lifted a think booklet and said, "Arknim, I'm able to touch this book." Ark hurriedly ran and opened the booklet. The booklet, no, to be precise, it was Magaro's diary. He had recorded the entire confusing solution down. Page 157. It has been 30 years since I've come to the Netherworld. But I still haven't obtained the knowledge I desire. No, I haven't even figured out how to return to Middle-earth from the Netherworld. What I want is just. But I know I don't have that much time left. But I can't just die like this. What meaning will there be to my life if I just die without anything to show for it? Page 328. I've finally made my decision after long years of struggling. I am going to synthesize the materials here and evolve into a chimera. It's a forbidden technique that has been taboo to all alchemists for a long time. But this is not for my personal greed. I'm now in the final stretch of my long research period. And I firmly believe that the topic I've dedicated my life to will change the world. I will do whatever it takes to complete my research. Page 402. Fortunately, the first experiment seems to be successful. I can finally feel some energy in my body which has been weakened for a long time. My spirit has cleared and I think I can bring an end to the research. Page 420. There is something strange. Sometimes I cannot repress my desires. And it is difficult to remember the days. Some side effects of the experiment? I'm worried. Page 459. Ah, what have I done? Why does some of the laboratory not exist in this world anymore? It is clearly the effect of an experiment. Perhaps this phenomenon is what took place in the netherworld a long time ago. If so, I have gotten one step closer to the answer. But I don't remember what I did. Oh my God, now I can't touch the documents with my many years of research on it. All I can touch is my diary. However, even what I wrote in the diary is unknown. Who am I? Why am I here? What happened to me? I do not know. Tricked? By whom? Then Megara turned himself into a chimera. After that, the genius alchemist just focused on his research. No, he directly wrote down the process. After remodeling his body, he experienced short-term memory loss and dementia as a side effect. Even if he was smart didn't mean his life was smooth sailing. A message window appeared when Ark read the final part of the diary. Quest has been updated. Genius Alchemist's laboratory equals study the mirage. You found the hidden laboratory by following in the footsteps of the genius alchemist. However, you could not touch anything in the laboratory despite all your efforts. Megara has disappeared, so you have no idea why this is happening. If you want to get your hands on Megara's research, then you'll have to figure it out on your own. Difficulty? Damn it, it wasn't finished once I found the laboratory? Annoyance rose in his stomach. How much time had he invested to get here? Starting from the key in the Magic Institute to the arena and Salrans Towers, he obtained all the clues to enter the Netherworld. And he finally came to the Netherworld. After suffering and almost dying in the abyss of despair, he had finally figured out the location of the lab in the Netherworld. And now it was an updated rather than a complete? What kind of absurd situation was this? So my great reward has just rolled away? It was to the extent that he wanted to give up the quest. But had he suffered so much just to give up now? I can only touch this diary in the laboratory. But Megara wrote in the diary that he didn't know how to deal with the phenomenon that happened in the laboratory. Then I have to search elsewhere to figure out what happened here. But Ark didn't worry for that long. Ark knew only one village in the Netherworld, the village in the valley. And didn't it have the old man Basutu? His family business was to record everything that happened in the area, so he might have some idea of this phenomenon. The phrase in the diary, "what happened in the Netherworld a long time ago," seems to be a hint. So Ark decided his next destination. He would revisit the valley village. But before that, Ark summarized the situation and glanced at Buxel. Yes, what were you going to tell me? Please say it. Huh? Oh, no, that. Buxel rolled his eyes anxiously and said. As expected from Ark Nim. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. I only survived because of Ark Nim and Lariat Nim. HRM, what a sneaky guy. He's definitely hiding something. Ark briefly glared at Buxel. Ark knew that there was something strange. Buxel was a merchant and had no chance of winning against Arkansas. Buxel probably knew this better than anyone else. But why would he risk death to follow Ark? Obviously there was something that Ark didn't know. Something that made him think he could steal the legacy from Ark. But what was it? A skill Ark didn't know about? A scroll? An item? If I hit him, then I might be able to figure it out. Anyway, there was still some time before he could obtain the legacy. And Buxel could still be used for a variety of things. The pick could be used for picking up ingredients, as a second bag, for money transactions when he needed it, and to also finish filming the video. After calculating it in his head, Ark just nodded. I'm thankful that you're admitting it. Egu, what kind of, it is natural. Is that right? Of course. Buxel rolled around giggling and beat at his forehead with his feet. Lariat didn't know the relationship between the two, so was just confused. Now, let's return to the village in the valley. I've already figured out the way, so it shouldn't take that long. Raiden, can you carry 3 people? Sack. Sack. Raiden answered positively. So Ark headed towards the valley village on Raiden. But Ark couldn't imagine what lay ahead. While running towards the Valley Village, he never knew that this quest would not just affect the Netherworld, but the entirety of New World as well. And it would also have a huge impact on Ark's adventure. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 2. ACT-2 A Heartless City. Ha? Nothing? Yes, some came in a month ago, but it was sold out immediately. Then when will they come in again? The shabby-looking merchant asked in a desperate tone. The specialty store owner just shrugged and shook his head. I don't know either. Sometimes it might be a couple of months and other times it is 6 months. But it usually takes 4 months. Aside from the delivery date, the quantity might be very low, so we would see out immediately. Well, it can't be helped with rare items. That can't be. When the merchant whimpered, the shop owner smiled and raised his finger. Although you're quite lucky. Ha? Our store has a sale for guests visiting from distant places every year. All of the items on display will be sold for a 15% discount. Only until the end of this week. How about it? You've traveled all this way, so why don't you buy something? This place is small, but there are many rare specialty items around. You'll get a much better price than in other provinces. The shop owner made noises about a sale and slashed prices. If a stranger heard such talk, then of course they would be tempted. But the merchant looked at the shelves and shook his head. No, thank you. There was a difference between a general user and specialty merchants. When trading with NPCs, the general users didn't have to worry about the price. The prices at stores such as general or weapon stores varied in different villages. There was no reason for the users to pay a big price. On the other hand, specialty merchants were different. The prices between areas were significantly large and the price would often soar or slump depending on different circumstances. Not only that, but NPCs at specialty stores would often deceive them and sell it for the previous slump price. And they didn't hesitate to push forward unpopular stock in a sale like now. The merchants who naively believed in the NPC's words would become bankrupt overnight. Transactions between a shop owner and merchant was like a sword match. Just think about it. It is difficult to get such quality stuff elsewhere. And isn't there a sale? Okay, if you buy items worth 100 gold even with the 15% discount, then I will give you a special gift. If the shop owner went this far, then his inventory was 100% unable to be sold. That's okay. I'll come back. Too bad. I might have even given you 2 special gifts. If you change your mind, then come anytime. The shop owner was truly persistent. The merchant shook his head and waved before exiting the store. Bah, who is he trying to scam? I can tell just by looking at the half-price inventory. Anyway, even a remote country place doesn't have any. The user grumbling was none other than the hobbit merchant, Sid. If it was the past, then he probably would have been fooled by that sale. But now Sid was different from his old self. After tasting the bitterness and sweetness of Ark's friendly care, he had grown quite experiences as a merchant. No, Sid had also obtained a large amount of fame in Nagarin as a merchant. His hard work played a role in building that fame, but it was also because of Nagarin's complicated situation. 2 months has passed since Arknim left Sylvana. Sid muttered and recalled the past. In the meantime, there had been a lot of changes among the 12 estates. Thanks to the guild sieges, the lords changes so many times that it was hard to keep track. But a time of stability came after all the confusion. Among the many guilds challenging the lord's seat, many could not survive the war of consumption and several successful alliances appeared. And once the alliance captured the seat, they firmly held it. There were 5 alliances in Nagarin. Once the 5 alliances occupied a seat, the area completely changed. The majority of guilds were not satisfied with one castle. The first target of a user was to occupy a castle and become a lord. Once they became a lord, they could earn an honorary title of viscount. And that was just the starting point. If they used their forces to occupy 3 castles, then they could earn the honorary title of earl. The dividends from the castles would also increase. If they managed to obtain 6 estates, then they would be promoted to marquis. And if they managed to get all 12 estates in Nagarin, then they would receive the honorary title of public king. Although the information about public king was unknown, it was clearly the best title available. The revenue obtained would be unimaginable. It was a place where money and fame was obtained from blood. So obviously Nagarin would be plunged into the era of war of conquest. However, the forces of the 5 alliances were almost equal. None of them had the strength to capture another castle. No, they couldn't afford to show their ambitions even if they had reserve forces. If they reveal things too soon, then the remaining forces would strike at them first. So the five alliances held each other in check while the lesser guilds engaged in a war of consumption for the other castles. In human history, the larger powers would be plunged into a cold war while the minor powers fought against each other. The necessary requirement to survive in this Cold War period was economic power. The five alliances had already seen this and poured money into their estate and focused on development. They would then invest in military forces when the rating of the manor increased and they received more income. So after 1 month, one of the five alliances rose to prominence. It was the Hermes Alliance, which occupied Silvana directly. In the past, Alan and Ark had recognized the geographical advantage of Silvana. Once the Hermes Alliance firmly grasped Silvana, they invested a lot of money into it and became the first estate to be promoted to a C-class estate. And the most significant contribution to their development was the trading post that Ark had the foresight to build. Once the Lord changed, the trading post was renamed to Continental Commerce Firm and received the tax from it, keeping them one step ahead of the other estates. Hovuhu, behind them is the Caravan Sid. Sid smiled with satisfaction. Sid got a job in the Continental Commerce Firm thanks to Arkansas. The chairman of the firm was the NPC with a fanatic belief in Ark, Wukasu. Thanks to the escalator promotion, Sid was now the business manager. He handled the purchase of all good for the Continental firm and oversaw the sales. In 1 week, Sid had already moved through 10,000 gold. Thanks to these enormous transactions, Sid's various skills went up like crazy. Thanks to the experience from each transaction, Sid had long passed level 200. And not too long ago, he received the title of Caravan that every merchant fantasized about. Oh, that person, Sid. He's the legendary merchant who moved thousands of gold in 1 week. In just 2 months he was promoted to the foreign department of the Continental Commerce Firm. Weren't his results recognized a short time ago when he received the title of Caravan from the Midas Merchants Guild? That's right, the decoration on his chest is only provided to merchants who have received the title of Caravan. But amazing, how many people have received the title of Caravan? But that's not all. A Caravan merchant is able to receive VIP treatment from guilds and can get deluxe information. It is incredibly obvious what would happen with the deluxe information. His funds are probably sufficient to create 1-2 guilds. Whenever Sid appeared at a trading place or the Merchants Guild, he was the source of envy for all merchants. Huhuhu, respect. More respect. Sid puffed up every time. But occasionally people in the street were puzzled. But why would someone with so much money dress like that? Yeah. Doesn't he smell like poverty? Sid was wearing low-level clothes. Moreover, he was so busy that he had no time to wash them properly. I guess rich people don't care about their attire. The merchants nodded and continued speculating. But Sid's thoughts flared up at those words. Are your eyes bad? How dare you take such a pretentious air when talking about me? Damn, I have no money to eat, let alone buy clothes. Yes, he was the foreign business manager of the Continental firm. The merchant who moved 10,000 gold in 1 week. The Caravan recognized by the Merchant Guild. These facts painted him in an amazing light. But the reality was that he only earned as much as a salaryman in the firm. Of course, he now had a monthly salary consisting of his wage and bonuses. It was enough for other merchants to eat and even become rich if careful. However, most of those earnings were seized by Arkansas. Hook, that's why I shouldn't fall into debt. At first, Ark seized 50% of Sid's revenue. But once his earnings became better, Sid was sent this message through Roko. I heard your salary climbed a lot. Shouldn't you pay off your debt first before earning money? Tell Wukasu to send 90% of Sidnim's monthly salary to me. A devilish human. Thanks to that, his increased monthly salary withered and he became even more destitute. But was that all? He also often made Sid run errands. The reason Sid left Nagarin and came to this remote village was because of Arkansas. Not long ago, Ark once again delivered a message through Roko. Arkappa needs unicorn horns for Lancel village. Ha! How many? The Rehabilitation Brothers can only prepare 4,000 gold. Damn it, does he want me to lose my hair? My hands? Not once has he given me an expense fee. The reason Sid couldn't lose his temper? He still needed to pay Ark back 3,600 gold. I understand. Give me the money. Sid sighed and replied. Then Roko asked him in a puzzled voice. What money? I need the money to buy the items. Oh, that? In fact, the Rehabilitation Brothers don't have the money yet. Then how do you want me to buy it? I don't know, Arkappa said that Sidnim is a Caravan? Isn't a caravan allowed to borrow 4,000 gold from the Merchants Guild? Just bring it to Lancel village and we'll settle the bill. Eh? Sid was outraged. How could he accept that? Of course, as a caravan, Sid was eligible to apply for a loan from the Merchants Guild. However, the loan was literally a debt. The procedure to apply was quite complicated and he needed to pay interest as well. But was that all? Once he applied for a loan, his credit rating was significantly slashed. First he had to pay back ARC, and now he was being sent on an errand without being given once penny and would end up in further debt? But Sid soon changed his mind. The purchase requester was Arkansas. He wasn't evil, but he would always pay people back. So he wasn't worried about that if he received a loan. The loan scheme administered by the Merchants Guild had rules. The Merchants Guild's loan wasn't exactly borrowing gold. If they used the Merchants Guild's name as a guarantor, they could purchase items without gold. That is, when applying for a loan from the Merchants Guild, they offered in credit note. The merchant would be able to purchase items from the NPCs with the credit limit on the credit note. However, there was one limitation. The person issued the credit note must have the equivalent amount in their possession, whether it be gold or goods. In other words, the items had to be worth 4,000 gold. In this case, if the trader only had goods worth 1,000 gold, then they needed another 3,000. If their remaining belongings and goods didn't equal 4,000 gold, then they would become bankrupt until the guild could reclaim the loan. It was a situation to prevent selling the borrowed gold outside of the game. If he happened to sell at a loss, e.g. needing a thief during the determined trading period, and wasn't able to pay off the loan, the merchant would become bankrupt. It was a bad reminder of the old days when Sid owed a debt to the Merchants Guild. Anyway, thanks to this rule, he could afford to buy ARC's items at reasonable prices. The person I can believe in the most in this world is Arknim. If I get a bad credit rating from the loan, then surely he'll rescue me? Yes, it should be safe to go on. So Sid went to Celebrate, where he was issued a credit note and had his credit rating cut. Then he went to the auction in Jiren to find the unicorn horns. Forgotten memories flashed through his head. Wait, it was unicorn horns? I think I've seen that somewhere before? Oh, that's right. Merchants often visited the NPCs in poultry stores or the Merchants Guild to obtain information on specific items. It's just a rumor, so it is up to you to believe it or not. Those words were 100% associated with information to make money. Among them, Sid had heard someone mention unicorn horns a while ago. Aren't the prices of unicorn horns rising these days? So I did a little digging. In a mountain village not far from Jiren, there is a specialty store that sometimes sells unicorn horns. The NPC whispered as he came close. There isn't a lot of them, but you can buy it for a relatively cheaper price than the market price. Well, it's still very expensive, but you can likely afford it. If you're near Jiren, then you should stop by once. He had registered the information and then forgot about it. But it was a great opportunity if true. The money Arknim allowed to purchase the unicorn horns is 4,000 gold. The present market price is 1,000 gold, so he intended to get 4. But if I can get it for cheaper than market price, wouldn't I be able to get the remaining money? Even if I buy it for 50 gold cheaper, that is still 400 gold. Sid's eyes gleamed at the thought of gold. While purchasing items for the Continental firm, everything was recorded down. Isn't this a chance to get around those records? He wouldn't feel remorse, even if the opponent was Arkansas. Sid immediately turned around and headed towards the village selling unicorn horns. However, the result was a total failure. Other merchants had been told about the specialty store and already bought it. Sid had been brought to reality from his land of dreams and sighed. Che, I thought I could pay off a lot of my debt. He owed Ark 3,600 gold. He became gloomy when he thought about it. Sid sighed and took out a big piggy bank from his bag. I can only believe in one thing. It was an item he had obtained by chance on one of his merchant quests. Lucky Pig of Good Fortune Special. Item type, piggy bank. User restriction, merchant. A nice piggy bank surrounded by gold light. An old item that had been gathering dust on top of a mountain. If you're aiming to become rich as a merchant, you can't forget the importance of small money. This piggy bank is important for people who cherish small money, and the money won't be able to be withdrawn until it is full. You can save 1 gold once a day. When you reach the maximum amount of 100 gold, you can receive a bonus 10-30%. 1 gold every day was 100 gold. After 100 days, he could receive a bonus 10-30 gold. The only pleasure Sid received while under this debt was filling the piggy bank. Hoo-hoo-hoo, it is half full. Yes, it's best to make money safely. If I can sneak 1 or 2 gold away from Arknim, then someday I'll earn my independence. The Hobbit's grand dream of becoming the best merchant on the continent suddenly turned into gaining independence from Arkansas. Clink, clink. Sid felt better after hearing the sound of coins in the pig's stomach. Even though Sid was a Caravan, he had lost his vigor. Now is the time to be doing this. I have to hurry. If I'm late, then I might suffer some criticism. Hi-ya-ya. Sid heard it as he was about to leave the village. All of a sudden, a loud cry was heard from one side. Sid automatically turned his head and saw the person exercising in the moonlight. Hat, 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 hat. The 5,000 yelling regime is over. Next is kicks. What the? That man? Sid asked with a puzzled look. No matter how much he looked, the user was clearly a merchant covered in bags. But somehow the shape was different. What sane merchant would yell and kick on a vacant lot? In addition, what was that? Quack, damn, it broke again. Ugh. The merchant frantically kicking the tree groaned and grabbed his swollen ankle. In order to maintain a sense of realism in New World, users who received an injury would receive a shock. However, that shock was at a similar level to static electricity. It wasn't to the extent that it would be painful. But the merchant was really moaning like a person who broke his leg. Sid couldn't understand. The person suffering in front of him was really experiencing the pain of a broken leg. Yes, it was the only user in New World who suffered realistic pain. The merchant was Lee Myung-ryeong, no Isurum. Sid had visited the village was Isurum was modifying his body. Thus Sid and Isurum had a fateful encounter. There really are strange people. It hadn't even begun yet. Sid jumped and quietly avoided that area. It wouldn't be good for a crazy person to notice him. So he once again rushed to the road that headed towards Jiren. He had left the village for 10 minutes. Go. The village was so remote that there was no path for Sid to walk along. So he was walking in the woods when a low cry was audible from a distant place. Hook, Knoll. Sid panicked and jumped behind some bushes to hide his body. Soon enough, 4 monsters with a dog's head approached. Grrrrrrrr, strange. I thought it was in this area. No, I heard it too. Maybe it's that crazy merchant? At those words, the Knoll flinched and looked around with anxious faces. However, one Knoll shook his head and muttered. No, I would be able to smell him from a distance. Hold still. Kung, this is a different person. I think somewhere in the vicinity? It's faint but obviously near. The Knoll sniffed and approached the bush. Ugh, why is it coming here? Hook, don't tell me. Sid quickly checked the information window frantically. After confirming that there was no lasting effects, his heart fell. Oh my god, has the effect of the safe travel scroll worn off? Even if they were highly ranked, a merchant had no combat abilities. Even a level 300 merchant wouldn't be able to beat a Knoll. That's why merchants always needed mercenaries when traveling a long distance. However, hiring mercenaries for a low-level area didn't fit. He would obtain a loss instead of a profit if he hired mercenaries. That's why the Merchants Guild developed the special scroll, Safe Travel. The effect lasted 2 hours and there was a low probability of being attacked by monsters. Even if they were right around the corner, a monster with a keen sense of smell wouldn't be able to notice him. Because of that, merchants only hired mercenaries when going to high-leveled areas and just used the Safe Travel scroll in low areas. Sid was level 200. When he used the scroll, it was impossible for him to be discovered by level 100 Knolls. However, the duration was 2 hours, so he had used it once and forgot about it. I need to quickly use the scroll before being discovered. Sid hurriedly opened his bag. But he couldn't see the scroll no matter how much he looked. I was so busy applying for a loan in Celebrate that I forgot to buy a scroll. Grrrrrr, hiding in a place like this. Oh, how long has it been since we saw a hobbit? Hee, you've done excellently. The eerie voices surrounded the hobbit, who looked up fearfully. Sid got up, screamed and tried to run away. Grrrrrr, do you think we will miss? Take this. One of the Knolls threw his club. Pakak, the club collided with Sid's back with a heavy sound. You have received a critical hit to your head. 400 damage. You are stunned and won't be able to move for 10 seconds. Kung. The merchant became caught in a stunned state. He couldn't see the approaching monsters, but it was obvious. The Knoll swarmed around the stunned Sid and was about to beat him up. The stun lasted 10 seconds, but Sid wouldn't even last 10 seconds against the Knolls. Damn, my resurrection place is Celebrate. Sid swallowed his bitterness. It was incredibly difficult for a merchant to reach level 200, and of course he didn't want to die. There's nothing good about selecting a merchant. First I get treated like a bag by Arknim, then exploited because of my debt, and now I'm about to become a dog's food. He was so miserable that he couldn't even cry anymore. It was at that time. Just as he was in a critical condition, a voice singing ridiculous lyrics was unexpectedly heard in his ears. Where do you stand, someone, when anything happens? Sid turned his head, puzzled. One man was slowly approaching with crossed arms. That man is... The Knoll and Sid all gaped at that person. Sid had seen him before. It was Isurum, who had been exercising in the moonlight. Sid looked dismayed and sighed with disappointment. Damn, I thought it was a warrior passing by, but it's just that strange man? I'm going crazy. That merchant just came here to be eaten. Yes, there should be 2 bowls of dog food. However, Isurum was still humming and didn't grasp the mood. This, Isurum tremendous energy. In this situation, singing a 70s theme song, he was indeed insane. But the Knoll's reaction was surprising. The Knolls winced and retreated from the merchant. Gert, that guy. The mad merchant. The crazy merchant. Damn it, we didn't see him for a few days, so I had hoped he went somewhere else. He is still a merchant. Kill him. Kung. Sid wasn't in a shape where he could run away, so he just watched. The Knolls flocked to Isurum and swung their clubs. Isurum just curled his lips and said, these guys aren't going to run away. Okay, then I'll show you the results of my training. Then, Sid witnessed an incredible scene. Hayaya, Shoryuken. Add a dodo, jumping kick. Somersault kick. Merchant. No matter how much Sid looked, he saw a merchant. Nevertheless, he was almost equal to the Knolls. No, he was overwhelming. He was a merchant, so he lacked defense and attack, but he avoided their attacks with amazing timing and counterattack, which had a high probability of being a critical hit. It was also surprising that he was able to use techniques such as Shoryuken and jumping kick. Take that, pile driver, wrestling technique. Queek. He even grabbed the Knoll, jumped and drove it into the ground upside down. After 3 minutes, Isurum had taken care of all 4 Knolls. Then Isurum approached Sid, who was making a ridiculous expression. Boy, are you okay? Ha? Ah, yes. Sid looked at him stunned before asking. But aren't you a merchant? Well, unfortunately I have such a shape. But a merchant against Knolls, and 4 of them. Houhou, Ryu and Ken, Chun-Li and Zangief are all my teachers, so of course the Knolls can't compare to me. Isurum rattled on in a smug voice. But after a moment, Isurum's body stiffened and he paled. Then he flopped onto the ground as sweat dripped down his face. Ugh, damn, indeed, this pain, can't get used to it. What's wrong? I am okay, this much. I'll be fine after a little bit. Isurum clenched his teeth and shook his head. No matter how he looked at the situation, it clearly wasn't normal. He appeared suddenly humming a 70s theme song, said that Ryu and Ken were his masters, and then suddenly he looked like he was having a seizure? Sid didn't want to hang out with these sorts of people, but he couldn't just ignore him after being helped. Sid hesitated before sitting in front of him and waiting for the attack to end. Fortunately, Isurum returned to normal after 10 minutes. Phew, I've survived. You shouldn't have seen that in our first meeting. It's nothing. Sid shook his head and asked with uneasy eyes. But what was that just then? A hero's ordeal. Isurum replied with a smile. He couldn't understand as expected. But Sid didn't question it anymore. He was scared of what insane answer he would receive. And he had other questions. Then how was a Joshi able to defeat them while playing as a merchant? I told you. Ken and Ryu, Chun-Li and Zangief are my mentors. Then who are they? You don't know those names? Sid shook his head and Isurum sighed while scratching his head. Kids these days don't know about them? I really am old. To put it simply, they were people who burned martial arts into my soul in my childhood. The Knolls were defeated after holding the images of my teachers in my heart. But it isn't easy using those skills. My bones have really suffered because I'm a merchant. Isurum recalled his memories of the past fortnight. Yes, he couldn't forget the fortnight of humiliation and suffering every day. As soon as Isurum became dog food, he was immersed in his training. However, Isurum was a merchant. His limbs couldn't keep up with his training and kept on breaking. That wasn't all. Sometimes he would fight against the gnolls to confirm his training and really felt the pain of dying. Since the police's training unit was set to reality, he felt 100% of the pain inflicted on his character. Ugh. It really is horrible. Why would anyone play the game while suffering such pain? No matter how fun the game is, isn't it too much? They would surely be hit in battles. Maybe everybody is a pervert? Isurum couldn't understand it. Anyway, I can't just give up. Damn, this is a matter of pride. When will this body be able to defeat the gnolls? Of course, this problem would be solved if he just asked someone. However, who was Isurum? In the game he was a merchant, but in reality he had been the captain of the number 1 SWAT team. How could he give up a game because of the pain when even a school kid could play it? It was a matter of pride now. I don't know anything about a merchant. I just have to try until I die. Every time he was hit by the gnolls, a cloud formed over his eyes. And he clung even more insanely to the game. One day a miracle happened. Once again he was fighting the gnolls with a broken wrist and ankle. Isurum's pride had been injured so much that he just persisted and clung to their legs, biting. Quack! This vicious child, stop biting. Hick, is he infected with rabies? Was this a joke? The dogs were talking nonsense, so he continued biting. Then a message window flashed in front of Isurum. You have learned a new skill. Self-defense beginner, passive. You have built up your body using basic training methods. Self-defense is a skill that only non-combat professions can learn, and it allows the user to show a minimal combat ability. It is possible to reduce the risk of injury using self-defense. The battle penalty of a non-combat profession has been removed. Chances of injury is reduced by 30%. You have learned a new skill. Invincible spirit beginner, passive. You're a weed who never gives up despite the desperate situation. Even if a person with invincible spirit gets injured, it will not interfere with their action in battle. In addition, if your health is reduced below 50%, then you will enter the invincible state and a bonus will be applied to your combat power. However, all damage received during the fight will be applied after the battle finishes. Invincible state, when your health falls below 50%, attack power and resistance to abnormal states plus 10%. If your health falls by 70%, attack power plus 15% and resistance to abnormal states plus 20%. If your health falls by 90% and you're in a critical condition, attack power plus 20% and resistance to abnormal states plus 30%. What is this? Isurum wasn't used to playing games and couldn't understand all the information in the message window. But it wasn't necessary for him to understand. Even if he couldn't understand it with his head, he could sense it in his body. What kind of thing is happening? In fact, this was the first time Isurum fully grasped the gnolls' attack patterns. The simple attack pattern of the NPCs wasn't difficult for someone who had experienced actual fighting. But he was being slaughtered thanks to his insufficient merchant's body. With his ankle broken, he couldn't move quickly enough, let alone deal damage with a broken wrist. However, the situation completely changed with invincible spirit. If he was injured in battle, then it wouldn't interfere with his actions. Isurum's fighting abilities had such a huge effect that it transcended common sense. In addition, he leaned a merchant-only skill, self-defense, which was similar to the warrior's skill, sword mastery. Well, Isurum was in a critical condition when he received these skills, so he still died, but now he could finally fight back. That's it, I can finally show the results of my training. Isurum was completely delighted with the skill effects and went crazy. But that was Isurum's mistake. In fact, Invincible Spirit was an illusionary skill. The additional stats were too fantastic. This skill couldn't be learned in a normal way. In the early stages of New World's production, there were a few skills that could only be learned using this method. However, feeling actual pain was too absurd, so the development was stopped. Invincible Spirit was one of those skills. Of course, a general game unit could never learn a skill like this. However, Isurum believed 100% in his training and didn't doubt the execution. An Invincible Spirit was actually the most dangerous among the aborted skills. There was a reason for this. One reason was that they might become too accustomed during a battle and then suffered huge penalties after the battle ended. The battle had ended and Invincible Spirit has been automatically released. Invincible State has been released and all injuries received during the battle applied. Your wrist has broken thanks to the impact. Your ankle has twisted due to moving beyond its limits. Your ribs have cracked due to a blow. Quack, what is this? Again, Invincible Spirit wasn't a skill where he would receive no injuries during the battle. The injuries just wouldn't affect the body until the battle was over. And all those injuries would be applied at the same time. experiencing at the same time a broken wrist, ankle, ribs. It was so painful it felt like a truck had run over him. The reason Isuram suddenly turned pale and started sweating was because of this penalty. An average person suffering this would have probably just fainted. He had astonishing mental strength to endure it, but Sid only saw that he was having something that looked like a seizure. Anyway, Isuram then spent time smashing the gnolls around the village. He had caught 300 gnolls during that period. Thus Isuram could now completely identify the patterns of attack. Furthermore, he was able to reduce the probability of an injury but quite a lot thanks to self-defense. So Isuram finally felt the serious feeling of martial arts. Then it finally reminded him of a street fighting game that had been released a long time ago. Yes, it's better to enjoy the game a little bit. Isuram imitated the techniques of those characters and fought against the gnolls. So he made up some nonsense about Ryu and Ken etc. being his mentors. Are you okay? Sid's voice was suddenly heard from the side. Isuram woke from his recollections with an embarrassed face and scratched his head. Well, I was a merchant at first, but it was a fair bit of trouble. Indeed. Sid nodded and realized that he was just as strange as Sid expected. I don't understand. If he would rather fight, then why didn't he save money and change to a warrior profession? Does he have to be a merchant because of some circumstances? In New World, if they paid a fee of 200 gold, then the former profession could be cancelled and an initial profession selected. And his predecessor had told Isuram this information in the pile of documents left to him, as well as information about the pain settings. All of Isuram's efforts were indeed wasteful. But the information was so basic that Sid thought it was impossible for the level 150 Isuram to not know it. If Isuram became aware of the facts now, well, ignorance was bliss. Anyway, we've met like this, so let's share a meal together. Isuram whistled and took out a pot. Sid was glad to hear those words. He had been so heavily in debt that Sid had only eaten wheat bread for a while. But he expected a proper meal after seeing Isuram take out the pot. The joy only lasted a moment as Sid freaked out when he saw Isuram prepare the ingredients. What are you doing? What? I'm making food? And no way, you're going to eat the gnolls? Ah, you've never eaten dog meat? No, I've eaten dog meat. Ah, you're worried about eating the gnoll meat. I was wary at first, but it turned out surprisingly fine once I ate it. It is really chewy like dog meat. And it's also good for the body. Isuram casually said as he sliced off the meat and placed it in the pot. Although Isuram was a merchant, he had managed to discover a secret. It was impossible to make dishes with every type of meat in New World. However, the meat of a monster which wasn't classified as edible was toxic. The meat of a gnoll was toxic. Therefore most users never even considered cooking gnoll meat. However, Isuram just abandoned common sense and ate the meat of a gnoll. And the taste was really similar to dog meat. Isuram was a fan of dog meat, so he immediately liked the gnoll meat. Of course, the toxic gnoll meat caused an abnormal state, but he didn't pay attention to such trivial problems. Well, this state won't cause me to die, I will quickly recover. It's not like the meat has maggots. I can't abandon this taste just because of a little venom, but... After making 200 of the gnoll soup, he received an unexpected skill. You have learnt a new skill. Bizarre Cooking Beginner. Passive. You have an interest in making dishes out of bizarre monster meat. When bizarre cooking is used, it can neutralize the toxic monster meat. In addition, if you cook a certain monster more than a certain number of times, then you will instill fear in the monster. After eating the flesh of a monster a certain number of times, you will instill fear in that type of monster. Fear will reduce their attack power in combat. After eating all that dog meat, even wild dogs didn't dare come near him. The dogs instinctively felt afraid of someone addicted to dog meat. That fear was why Isuram became a horrifying presence. Everyone has ripened already. It won't take a long time to cook. Ah, this isn't supposed to fall in the soup. Isuram swallowed his saliva and pulled a bottle out of his bag. When he first started eating the dog soup, he stopped by the village's tavern and bought some drinks. Although the sake bottle cost 10 gold, Isuram had no sense in regards to money. The expensive liquor soon spread through his whole body, making it feel hot. The glow made him feel rewarded for the pain he just suffered. Haha, being able to drink and eat dog soup is like heaven after everything I've suffered. After a little food and alcohol, my spirit will be purged until I feel hungry again. What the? Why aren't you eating? No, I'll just eat my wheat bread. Sid said with a frown. I guess your taste buds are really picky. Then drink a cup of sake. But I'm still a minor? It's fine to drink with an adult. Yes, then just a little. Sid cautiously took the cup. He's not that strange after all. At first he only drank 1 cup, then it turned to 2 and 3 before he eventually ended up drinking 5 cups. Sid had become so tipsy that he confessed his problems to Isurum. So you came all the way here for an errand only to have to return in vain? Sid nodded at Isurum, who frowned. But did you say Ark? He seems like a bastard or a crook. What kind of person would make you fall into a debt and then exploit you? In addition, it is 3,000 gold, so the interest is 1,000 gold? Even if this is a game, shall I lend you a hand? Hick, please stop. Sid panicked and waved his hands. Ajushi doesn't know how scary Arknim is. Arknim won't take it silently. Is he that strong? It's not just that he is strong. Arknim is definitely not a bad person. When we first met, he saved me from Leo, a chaotic player. And then he extorted the escort price out of Sid. And he helped me when I was in really bad debt. In order to treat Sid like a walking bag. He also left me in charge of the enormous profits from the business in Cairo, which caused him to obtain a debt of 4,000 gold. He felt even more miserable after he spoke. Sid sighed and shook his head. Anyway, Arknim is not a bad person, I think. He even got me a job to repay my debt, and thanks to that I climbed a lot of levels. Well, that doesn't matter. But I have a serious problem going forward. What? I carelessly didn't buy any safe travel scrolls. They're only sold by the merchant guild in large cities. I don't know how I can make it to Jiren. I'll come along. Ha? Isurum Ajushi? Yes, I'm a little tired playing here, so I thought of going somewhere else. And I have a reason to go to where people congregate. Jiren is the nearest city around here? Then it would be better to go with someone who knows the way. Really? I would like that. Okay, then let's go. Isurum finished the remaining alcohol and jumped up. Then he escorted Sid towards Jiren. Of course, it wasn't an entirely pleasant trip. They were attacked a few times by monsters. But honestly, Sid was more scared of Isurum after the fights than the monsters. Hoo, it's no big deal. This small amount is quiet. Every time a battle finished, Isurum would turn pale and look like he was suffering from a seizure. After the seizure, he would just get up and cook the monster. The meat of a troll is quite tough. But it's good when I chew it. It's juicy, so it would taste a lot better once the meat softens. Any troll who heard that would be frightened. Anyway, the trip filled with terror and thrills ended after half a day. Sid sighed with relief after crossing Jiren's gates. Thank you. I was able to reach here safely thanks to Ajushi. I wasn't bored thanks to you. What are you going to do now? Well, Isurum scratched his head. Ever since starting the game, it was the first time he had been to a place with so many people. He had been buried in the mountains, and now suddenly there was a busy city with lots of noise and people. I can just wander around. But the problem is money. When Isurum received the character, his bag had 800 gold. But his funds was empty because he bought the 10 gold sake and went on a drinking spree. He would drink a bottle whenever he ate a monster. I suffer so much fighting the monsters, so what fun will the game be if I can't drink? Isurum was finally able to drink during working hours, so he went overboard. Isurum explained the circumstances to Sid, who sighed. I'm sorry. I don't have any money right now. No. Don't get me wrong. I'm not asking for money. But... Sid used vague language and lifted his head. Oh, then wouldn't Ajushi have a ridiculously amount of japtum in your bags? He remembered that Isurum would put the japtum from the monsters he killed in his bag with a grunt while they were traveling together. Then Isurum nodded. Yes, then I can get money from selling those things? Ajushi, haven't you conducted any deals as a merchant? Well, there are circumstances. I really can't understand you, Ajushi. If you don't like engaging in business, then why are you a merchant? Well, in these circumstances I guess I can help you. Ajushi can sell it directly, but if a merchant like me sells it, then you will receive a lot more money. Sid had a conceited expression on his face as he spoke. My trading skill is actually quite high. I'd be able to get at least 30% more profit. Usually I would charge a fee, but for Ajushi I'll do it for free. Oh, really? Then please. Isurum's expression brightened and he opened his bag. Sid became surprised and quickly shook his head. Don't just hand your things directly over. Why? You really don't know anything. I might run away with your items, of course. Whenever conducting a deal, you should receive a contract first. Why did he have to explain this to a level 150 merchant? Isuram really seemed to know nothing, so Sid explained while drawing up the contract. Merchant's agreement. Contractor, Isuram equals Sid. Sid will sell all the items received from Isuram and return all the proceeds. The sale price has to be higher than the purchase price. There will be no sales fee for this service. Take a good look. Anytime you give something to a merchant, you should always receive this contract. In some cases, the person will sell it for a lower purchase price just to raise his skill, so you should always add the provision that it should be higher than the purchase price. How complicated? You'll soon get used to it. Now, please hand me the items. Sid smiled and began the trade. Sid was soon handed the items in the bag. Isuram didn't know how to buy or sell goods. Of course, most of what he carried was monster's leather. But Isuram also handed over expensive trade goods and specialty products. Where the hell did he get all these items? Coral silk, pearls, aren't these specialty items from the southern region? They're worth 700 gold. No, I could receive 800 gold for them. What else will there be? This is. Sid's face stiffened as he was handed something. Ha? What's the matter? Ah, it's nothing. You will sell all of these? Yes, will it make money? I do not know. Well, let's see. I won't know until I sell it. I'll check the market price for the moment and sell it at the right price. Let's meet back here after 1 hour. Sid muttered before quickly running to the shops area. Then he halted in an alley and quickly opened the bag. See clearly, is it that? Yes, the item that Isuram gave was that. The unicorn horns that Sid took out a loan to buy. And there were 4 instead of just 1. To make matters worse, the purchase price was set at 850 gold when he investigated using his merchant skills. Currently the market price was 1000 gold, so that was 150 gold cheaper. Then the person who bought the unicorn horns before I arrived in the village was Isuram Ajushi? If he doesn't know how to conduct business, then did he get the money to buy these? His heart had pounded as soon as he saw the unicorn horns. Anyway, Isuram didn't know the market price for this item. Of course the contract said he had to sell it at a higher price than the purchase price, but wasn't 851 gold higher than 850? When considered ARC's quoted price of 1000 gold, Sid would receive 149 gold. Then he could make a profit of 596 gold? But he had already written the agreement as the sales agent. Sid couldn't snatch the item in the middle. In addition, Sid had an credit note. He could use it in NPC-run shops or auctions, but it couldn't be changed to cash directly. And it wasn't possible to explain the situation to Isuram. He would have to explain the market price value first. What crazy guy would sell it for 851 gold when he knew that it was worth 1000 gold? There is a way. In fact, Sid's chest pounded for this reason. He knew a method to snatch the unicorn horns for 851 gold. However, Isuram had rescued him. And didn't it continue to accumulate on the way here? Even though money was at stake, to betray that person's trust. No. Why wouldn't I? Sid wildly shook his head. Haven't I lived honestly so far? And all I ended up with was a debt of 3,600 gold. Just like Arknim said. Only fools get tricked in this world. Why can't I do as Arknim said? That's right, chances like this won't always come. I have to grasp the chance whenever possible. After being debt-stricken, Sid had become corrupted like Arkansas. Sid made up his mind and put the unicorn horns in a suitable size box before heading to a nearby store. He passed the box to the NPC of the Merchants Guild and said, I'm sorry, I have urgent reasons, so there is no time to visit an auction. So can you put this item on the blind auction at the Merchants Guild? The condition is that it will be sold immediately when the asking price is met. And if possible, I don't want to reveal my name. It's not a difficult thing. I understand. You just have to pay a handling fee and it will be put up for auction under the name of the Merchants Guild. Thank you. Sid paid the fee and immediately ran to the blind auction room. After standing in front of the auction place, the NPC finally bought the box and registered it 10 minutes later. If he needed to explain again, nothing in the blind auction could be touched. In other words, there was no way to figure out what was in the box. However, Sid had set the selling price as 3,404 gold, the price of 4 unicorn horns at 851 gold each. Of course there was no way it would sell. Sid visited the auction house and quickly spoke to the NPC. I'll buy this box. Huh, this? You have no idea what the contents are and it is 3,404 gold, that is a tremendous gamble. I understand. Then can you pay immediately? I have this credit note issued by the Merchants Guild. Well, you have enough credit. I understand. It will be addressed immediately. The salesroom NPC signed and deducted 3,404 gold from the 4,000 credit note. When Sid paid off the loan, he would only have to pay the 3,404 used at the auction and the interest. So he managed to obtain the unicorn horns without 1 penny. In fact, the person who came up with this method of deception was Arkansas. If he wanted to sell his items in a blind auction, then he would use the services of the Merchants Guild. Even without any money, all he had to do was pay the handling fee to the Merchants Guild and he wouldn't suffer an actual loss. What I learned then really worked. Sid carried the box joyfully. After selling the other items at the stores and visiting the Merchants Guild, he managed to obtain the 3,404 in gold. Even after paying the Merchants Guild 40 gold, he still received 556 gold. Now Sid would receive that money after passing the unicorn horns to Arkansas. Hook, I finished. I got a lot more than I thought. After a while, Sid returned to where he promised to meet Isurum. Then he handed over the money made from laundering the Japtum. Oh, 4,580 gold. Those items were that expensive? Yes, if you look at the receipts then you'll see I got them for more than the market value. Hey, I'm lucky I met you. I'll treat you since I have money now. Where is the most expensive tavern? No, that's okay. I have somewhere to be right now. Really? Unfortunately it can't be helped. Now, this is a tip. Isurum held out 100 gold. Ah, he really was scamming this Ajushi. Sid's conscience was poked, for a moment. He was already scammed once. What use was feeling bad? Anyway, the world was filled with stupid, gullible people. Sid kept in mind Ark's words and took the gold from Isurum. I did it. I earned 656 gold. Sid felt no remorse once he got his hands on the money. Ark's second-generation merchant was truly growing up in this heartless city of Jiren. Those useless things were worth so much money. I never would have known if not for Sid. I'm glad I met such a nice guy. Isurum was unaware that he had been scammed by Sid and muttered this. Well, merchants in Jiren should always be aware of other merchants eager to fill their purses. The future of Isurum who didn't know this world was still unknown. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 3. ACT 3 New Hobby. Pa. Dust rose in the endlessly stretching wilderness. Crossing the wilderness at a tremendous speed was a lizard kicking up dust. It was Raiden transformed into Redunma. Of course, riding on its back was Ark, Lariat, and Buxel. How long do we have left? Ark checked the map and answered Lariat's question. We've gone about 1/3 of the way. We should arrive in a day. That's awesome. It took a fortnight when we were going to the Forest of Life. It's all thanks to this guy. Ark patted Raiden's neck with a proud look. Lariat also sent an admiring look to Raiden. But I never imagined that your snake could change. He can store items and also change into a mount. Diedrich and Razak are also uncommon. I've seen a lot of people summon, but this is the first time I've seen such pets. Where did you get them? How many times do I have to say it? This body is not a normal summon. I'm a nobleman. And what do you think I am? A bonus gift that can be given away? Those remarks are species discrimination. Diedrich lost his temper and pulled Lariat's hair. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Shut up, humans are just. Diedrich shouted in a rough voice. However, Lariat just poked her fingers into Diedrich's stomach and laughed. I said I was sorry. This child, don't be upset. I'll be careful next time. Ugh. Where are you touching? Don't touch there. They are sensitive areas. That tickles. Ugh. Then tell me you're not angry. Or do you want me to continue tickling you? This is really, understood. I understand. Ho, thank you. Hook, there is no respect for adults these days. Diedrich crumpled and gasped for a short time. But although he complained, his face seemed strangely satisfied. In fact, this was the part that surprised Ark lately. In the past, Lariat would hesitate whenever Diedrich spoke meanly. However, Diedrich had been training her in tactics for a fortnight. Now Lariat didn't even lift an eyebrow at Diedrich's harsh tone. No, sometimes she dealt with his pet better than Arkansas. And he realized why Lariat dealt so well with his summons. My parents used to raise many pets at home. Arknim's summons are similar to those pets. Pets? Yes, Diedrich resembles a Chihuahua and Razak doesn't speak, so he resembles a Siberian Husky. And Raiden looks like a chameleon. Luxurious names of animals worth millions of one emerged from her mouth. Ark never had a pet, so it was incomprehensible to him why people would raise one. Of course, owning a pet would be useful. He heard that it soothed loneliness and helped children talk. However, he couldn't comprehend spending a few million one-on-one and then wasting money buying pet food for it. Besides, once they were tired of them, they would discard it like old handbags. Humans were indeed despicable. Oh, his thoughts were wandering. At any rate, it wasn't a problem he would think too deeply about. Well, Lariat Nim isn't such a person, but... Then, he sensed some movement as they passed a group of trees. Raiden, stop. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden stopped moving and breathed harshly. Razak was transformed while Diedrich was in his bat form, but Raiden had to carry Ark, Lariat and Buxel and became completely exhausted. Diedrich, take a look at that copse of trees. I think I see some Tunton? Ark immediately commanded Diedrich once they stopped. Diedrich checked out the thicket and flew back in amazement. Whoa! That's amazing. How did you see them amongst all of that? It's money. Ark replied with a wide grin. If they wound back the time a little bit, a few days ago, Ark thought he had finally complete the genius alchemist's laboratory quest. It wasn't necessary to say, but dealing with the sense of loss after all his expectations wasn't easy. But Ark had found a clue, so he was positive he would solve it soon. Megaro had written in his diary that the phenomenon happened a long time ago in the Netherworld. Didn't that mean there would be more people who knew about what occurred in the laboratory? And Basutu was an expert in the history of the Netherworld. It must have been a great global event that happened all across the Netherworld. There had to be a record associated with it. So Ark was determined to hurry back to the Valley Village. His mind became really impatient to solve the quest. He couldn't afford to be distracted from completing the quest. However, this was different. Of course, Ark was impatient. He wanted to return to the village as quickly and avoid combat if possible. But if he saw a monster with a high probability of dropping the best items, then it was different. Raiden, let's take a break here. Buxel, wait here while Lariat will come with me. Ark got off Raiden and approached the thicket. While he called it a wilderness, it wasn't simple and empty plain. In some copses, there were many monsters that lived together. Ark discovered that monsters called Tunton were gathered in those thickets. Puswi dash. Puswi dash. They were huge boar-like monsters with sharp fangs and a blackened snout. The Tunton wandered the wilderness in groups and possessed enormous attack and stamina. Hoo-hoo-hoo, I've found some good guys. Ark mumbled as he confirmed the Tunton and drooled. It was challenging to hunt the Tunton, but they gave a lot of experience. In addition, the fangs dropped by the Tunton were items that the Baron clan liked a lot. It was possible to exchange 3-4 fans for the Umma's sap, which was equivalent to an advanced recovery item. They would be worth 20 gold in Middle-earth. The quality of the leather and meat was also better than other monsters. Discovering 6 Tunton at the same time is lucky. Are we using the same tactics we used last time? Lariat asked in a manner that showed she was accustomed to battle. Yes, me and Razak will enter from the front and strike first. Lariat, Nim and Diedrich help out from behind. What buffs? Well, 6 of them won't be a burden, so go with set of 3 offensive buffs. Ark thought for a moment and replied. Ark and Lariat had already become used to playing in a party. After training with Ark, Diedrich and Razak, her skill proficiency and level had steadily risen. Lariat had changed professions at level 150 and now her Innocence Knight skills rose every time she leveled up. She was now level 180 and had achieved all the buffing skills previously shown by Alan. Ark had access to a large variety of buffs depending on the situation. You should organize your buffs and have a system for them. Ark suggested to Lariat. An Innocence Knight was a similar profession to Holy Knight. The biggest advantage of a Holy Knight was that its buffs could be stacked up 3 times. The characteristics of the party would be determined by how they utilized the buffs. Stacking defense buffs would make a party strong in an endurance battle, while stacking magic amplifiers would create a party strong in magic combat. An Innocence Knight was an all-rounder profession with almost all types of buffs. Then shouldn't they be properly utilized? Ark tested various kinds of buffs and the ones associated with them for research. He divided them into 3 types: offensive, defensive and average. After Ark's command, Lariat immediately used the offensive type buffs. The Great Warrior's Soul, Hero Spirit, Warrior's Concentration, Storm Breathing. Hero Spirit increased damage by 10%. Warrior's Concentration increased the probability of a critical hit by 20%. Meanwhile, Storm Breathing increased the attack speed of his weapon by 10%. When armed with those 3 buffs, his abilities quickly rose. Well, I would rather use Dark Lamp, but... Ark looked down at the dark lamp hanging on his waist. It was an item that gave him the 40% dark attribute bonus during the day. At first he fell for its charm and used it recklessly. It consumed 10 magic ingredients, but he didn't think it was that important since he gathered a lot. But when continuously used, it was a surprisingly expensive burden. In addition, he became so familiar with Dark Lamp that battles become more difficult if he didn't use it. This is not good. The addiction is hard to break. Ark sensed the looming crisis. People who played the game would understand that it was like having good equipment and then suddenly changing to worse ones. Using the Dark Lamp was no different. It wasn't an easy habit to break once he got a taste of it. It's difficult. Unlike food, magic ingredients can be sold in stores. Magic ingredients can be obtained in the fields, but it is still wasting money. On the other hand, Lariat's buffs raised his stats less, but it was free. Besides, she had recovery magic, so there was no reason to use the Dark Lamp. I'll go first. Demonic Opening. Ark used Demonic Opening and immediately plunged into the copse of trees. That was the good point of Lariat. When he used Demonic Opening, it drained his health, so he could only use it for a few minutes. Considering the damage dealt by the enemies, he could fight for approximately 5 minutes? However, it was different if there was a recovery user behind him. Kayawaak. Ghostly wails emerged from Gwyzel's sword. The eerie aura caused the Tunton to jump and become aggressive. At the same time, 5 of the Tunton rushed towards him. The huge wild boars ran up to him and it seemed like he would be tackled by a mountain. However, they just looked like a flock of lucky pigs to Arkansas. Okay, I'll eat well. Elemental Sword, Fire Attribute. Flash. A flash of light penetrated the Tunton and they were engulfed in flames. Ark was especially fond of the Warrior's Concentration buff. Ark's critical hit probability was originally very high. When he attacked 3 or 4 times, it was highly likely that there would be at least 1 critical hit. When the additional 20% was added, 2 or 3 hits was likely to be a critical hit. The critical hits combined with the extra damage of Demonic Opening and Elemental Sword was no joke. Such skill combination was in basic example. As expected, the effect of combining skills is greater with hero-related professions. Ark realized that fact once again. The Saint Assassin Shambhala, Holy Knight Allen, Dark Walker Ark. So far, Ark had confirmed 3 hero professions. They were unable to wreak as much havoc if they grouped up with unrelated professions. The power of a hero-related profession was only shown 100% when they partied with other hero professions. Of course that applied to other professions as well, but the synergy effect for hero professions was stronger as demonstrated in the Evil Silrian. And Lariat also had the Holy Knight hero profession. I don't know if it was intentionally created, but the skills of the hero professions really complements each other. Indeed, the legendary 7 heroes grouped up during the Dark Century, so it is natural. Razak, stop the Tuntons attacking from behind. Clack 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 clack. Ark trusted his back to Razak and plunged into the group of Tunton. Queek, queekeek. His sword swung all over the place and the pigs squealed as some of them collapsed. It was at a level where he could stand picking his nose and still win. However, Ark deliberately drove 2 Tunton with half of their health left towards Lariat. A mentor could not overlook their pupil's growth. He had time to give Lariat more hands-on practice. Lariat Nim, take care of those 2. Yes, I understand. Lariat had experienced this many times and replied calmly. She grasped her shield and stood, with Diedrich's shout coinciding with the timing. Now, shield stroke. Tack, dang Kong dash. The correct timing. The fiercely rushing Tunton was stuck by the shield and retreated. But the eyes of the training assistant still saw it as lacking. Diedrich lifted her curtain of hair and yelled into her ears. You idiot! How many times do I have to say it? Your weight was tiled too far forward. Then you won't be able to connect your later movements quickly enough. Oh. Ouch. Diedrich's comment was indeed very keen. While Lariat's weight was tilted too forward, the other Tunton rushed in and crashed into her side. Look, what did I say? You must always anticipate the enemy's movements and calculate your next movement based on that. Hey, what are you doing now? You really haven't learnt. Hey, pig. Look at me. Come on. While Lariat was on the ground, Diedrich provoked the Tunton. Of course it fell for the taunt. When the Tunton snorted and turned towards him, Diedrich instantly ran away. In fact, Diedrich was only level 140 while the Tunton was level 200, so he couldn't face it one-on-one. But he didn't forget to show off. Okay, I'll take care of this guy for now. Can you handle the other one? Yes, thank you. I can do it. Lariat got up and wiped off the dust. Ah, what a complete attitude change. It was a big development compared to when she would become embarrassed about the situation. Seems like she truly grew up strong. But honestly, it was still difficult to expect much from Lariat in a warrior's role. It was not simply a matter of battle sense. In fact, Lariat received an enormous penalty when she changed to Innocence Knight. Even with getting 50% of her skill points, her stats were still fixed based on her previous profession. In other words, the points that she invested in wisdom and intelligence were still intact even after she became a knight. Of course, she needed strength, agility and stamina for close combat. Even after pouring all the points she got from leveling up into strength, agility and stamina, it still wasn't enough strength for close combat. That's why she fell down after the Tunton just slightly rammed her. This problem wasn't something that Ark could solve. She had no choice but to level quickly and raise the stat points. Still, her force is pretty good compared to the first practice. But that's a little. Ark smiled wryly as he stared at Lariat. Yap, 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 yap. Lariat hopped around the Tunton and brandished her sword. The problem was the movement. Taekwondo was the style Ark frequently used. He didn't know when, but Lariat had somehow picked it up, and her style of swinging the sword and evading attacks resembled Arkansas. Well, it was inevitably, seeing as Ark was the only close combat warrior she had observed, it was impossible for Ark's face not to become hot. Kya, I did it. Lariat had finally defeated the Tunton. However, she couldn't rejoice before Diedrich, who was being chased by the Tunton, shouted. Late. And slow. Hook, 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 hurry up and deal with this guy. Understood. Leave it to me. Yap, yap. Lariat couldn't recover her breathing before she was forced to swing her sword. At that time, Ark and Razak finished killing the rest of the Tunton. And they leisurely sat around watching Lariat fight. What do you think, Razak? Hasn't it become a lot better from the first time you saw it? Clack, 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 clack. Razak folded his arms and nodded. Hoo, it's all thanks to hammering it into her body. Then Lariat had transferred the monster off Diedrich, who puffed up and pretended to strut. And he threw sympathetic glances towards the last Tunton. What a poor thing. Queek dash. Queek dash. The Tunton was bleeding heavily after the desperate struggle with Lariat. If Ark was his opponent, then it would have already died multiple times. But unfortunately, Lariat's damage was low. Her swordsmanship was shabby. The Tunton's level was also higher, so she could only deal 5,100 damage with each attack. Thus she had to stab it a lot more than Ark before the Tunton would collapse. Thanks to that, the Tunton was hacked until it resembled mangled rag. Didn't it seem like the Tunton was sending glances at Ark asking to liberate it? But Ark didn't see the pitiful look in the Tunton's eyes. Lariat skipped around and imitated Arkansas. Ark laughed involuntarily and murmured, "Isn't it quite cute?" Then Diedrich opened his eyes and winced. Master, your character is gloomy." "No, frankly it is too evil. Being happy when you're not tormenting us, somehow it is not normal. Anyway, now I know for sure. Master has indeed changed. Say one more thing about my character and you're dead." Ark declared sharply, making Diedrich jump and mutter. What the? What normal person would look at the mangled dying Tunton and find it cute? This idiot. Who would consider the boar cute? I mean. Kya, I did it. Lariat's joyful shout was heard over the fierce scream. Certainly. Ark wore an unpleasant smile. The Tunton had completely stiffened while its blood was scattered all over the trees. And in the middle of that bloody scene was a woman rejoicing while holding a sword. If dark and dreary music was used, then it would seem like the climax of a horror movie. Yet she still seemed pretty. Was his head slightly off? What are you talking about? Lariat rubbed the blood off her face and approached. Damn, it's a foul. Why does that still seem pretty? No big deal. Just discussing how Master's personality, ha. Ark grabbed Diedrich's snout and awkwardly laughed. No, we were talking about how Lariat's skills has become a lot better. Really? You see that? Lariat blushed at the praise. A little bit of Ark's soul was gone, but he fiercely nodded. Yes, with a little more practice you can travel anywhere alone. Alone. Loneliness shone in Lariat's eyes for a moment. Ark was puzzled by the abrupt change in her mood. What's wrong? Nothing. By the way, perhaps Arknim. Hey, thanks for the good work. Lariat hesitated before opening her mouth. Wipe off the blood with this. Buxel had been watching the battle from afar and quickly ran over with a towel. The pig clearly intended to flatter her. You were wonderful once again. In particular, Lariat's skills has become noticeably better. All I could do was admire it. However, Ark ignored him and asked Lariat. What were you planning to say? You were wondering? It's nothing. Will we continue resting her before going? Yes. Raiden needs to rest for a bit and I need to recover my mana. Then I'll go with Buxel to collect some branches. Lariat acted strange as she dragged Buxel away. Why all of a sudden? Did I do something wrong? Ark gazed after her and scratched his head. This wasn't the only time. A few days ago, Lariat had also acted strange after exiting Megaro's laboratory. She would study Ark's face before suddenly change the topic in the middle or running off to avoid him. I thought we'd become friends, so why is she suddenly acting like this? Ark's poor imagination could only think of one thing. Maybe I've acted too freely and made her uncomfortable? That might be it. We've been traveling together due to various circumstances, but Lariat Nim has a boyfriend. I've tried to be careful, but I might have done something unknowingly which made her uncomfortable. However, it was a misunderstanding. Of course, Ark had a crush on her, but it was far from romantic. At first she was a person to yearn after and then she became a reliable colleague. He never imagined anything other than that. And Ark thought that Alan was Lariat's boyfriend. Although Ark didn't like Alan, he wasn't going to act presumptuously. So Ark never said a word about Alan to Lariat. It would be impossible for Ark to say anything good about Alan. He didn't want to become a person who talked badly about her man in front of the woman. In addition, talking about her boyfriend could also lead to a misunderstanding. I don't know if she had misunderstood my instinctive behavior. When Lariat Nim returns, it is better to tell her indirectly. Then shall I pack the loot? Ark went over to the Tunton holding the butcher's knife. You have succeeded in gathering the Tunton's leather. However, the leather had been too damaged, so it will not be a useful product. Of course. Ark sighed as he looked at the tattered leather. Whenever he skinned the leather of monsters Lariat killed, it was highly likely that he would receive this message. The leather had been damaged because of too many injuries. However, Ark didn't mind that much. Although he was pained that the leather couldn't be used anymore, skinning the leather still raised the experience for his skill. Ark would rather raise leather extraction than earn money because he wanted to make the necromancer's immortality pill. We're back. After a while Lariat and Buxel returned. Ark had finished gathering all the leather and meat, so he opened his mouth. That, Lariat Nim, what you wanted to say earlier. Oh God, it is already this time. I have to stop playing now. Lariat suddenly said. Then Buxel, who had been building the campfire, jumped and said. You're leaving already? Already? It is 3 a.m. Okay. I'll be waiting here. Ark once again missed the timing to talk and sigh before nodding. Then Lariat hesitated just before disconnecting. I'm really sorry. For what? Isn't it inconvenient because of me? You've been teaching me and you have to wait for a long time whenever I disconnect. Stop saying those things. I told you. You don't have to worry. But I really don't mind. Ark scratched his head as Lariat smiled and nodded. Thank you. It's really lucky that I met Arknim. Then I'll see you this afternoon. Afternoon? It is the weekend. It's already the weekend. I've lost track of time. Then I should go for a run this afternoon. Ho, okay. I'll see you as soon as possible. Lariat laughed and exited. After Lariat left, Buxel studied Ark's face and jumped up. Oh Arknim, I'll go and collect ingredients. What? I have a lot saved, so I don't urgently need ingredients. Then what will I do? I'm not helpful in a fight, so I must do something to help out. That attitude is quite desirable, but I will go straight away. Buxel ran into the forest without waiting for an answer. Then Diedrich muttered with confusion. What's up with that guy lately? He flatters you generously and trembles whenever you talk to him. Master, did you beat him up again? Am I a bully? Always beating people up? Then why is he acting like that with you? It's shameful to see. Leave it alone. There's no need to stop it. Ark laughed and shook his head since he knew the reason. A few days ago, Buxel had been full of complaints, but now he was the model of a pig. The reason he changed was because of what appeared on the broadcast. This was why Buxel became strained. He was afraid that he had exposed his ulterior motive in Magaro's laboratory. In fact, Ark already knew about Buxel's ulterior motive beforehand. He also guessed what Buxel tried to do. However, Buxel never dreamed that Ark already knew and thought that he had made the mistake of a lifetime. That Ark bastard is quick to understand. Obviously, he noticed something suspicious. What should I do? If he starts wondering about the situation, then it will become complicated. In the worst-case situation, my secret weapon might not even be used. That absolutely can't happen. He had sacrificed his 2 brothers and his liver to accompany Arkansas. If Ark abandoned him, then it would all be useless. Buxel felt the crisis, so he was trying not to offend Arkansas. And he would avoid Ark as much as possible whenever they were left alone. Truly, it really was a painful effort. However, Buxel wasn't only afraid of that. Then shall I begin? As soon as Ark was alone, he opened his bag and took out some colorful materials. Ark had started a new hobby. Yes, it was inconvenient that Lariat was an office worker, so she would often disconnect. But Ark truly didn't care. It might have been annoying hunting in the same area for several hours, but that wasn't a problem with his new hobby. His hobby was the herbal decoction that he learned from his food worshipper sub-profession. Hoo, this surprisingly has a lot of depth. Ark started making herbal medicines. At first he considered it a skill to make potions. But he changed his mind after trying a few tests. The results of herbal decoction could be divided into 3 types. The first time Ark used herbal decoction, he created a sticky mucus. Since it wasn't possible to eat it, Ark checked the information window. You have successfully made a salve for the first time. Salve, a herbal remedy which can treat the simplest of trauma. Depending on the type of salve used, you can treat sprains, bruises, arthritis, bleeding and other status effects. When putting the relevant salve on the part that is creating a status effect, you can recover from that abnormal state. However, it has no effect on stun or other mental type afflictions. A treatment that can cure abnormal states. Ark's eyes popped out. Bruises and sprains decreased his movement and attack speed. In addition, states like arthritis usually lasted for a few hours and were a nuisance. Of course, using potions would heal those states, but the price wasn't cheap and he couldn't always carry the potions around with him. So Ark just suffered through it. But it's another story if I can make it directly. And I can also sell it. The salves had different effects depending on the color. Red and yellow, white, black, etc., respectively, it would work on bleeding, bruises, and sprains. Unfortunately, he couldn't really utilize it yet. They also had ratings. Of course, a treatment would have ratings. Ark's current salves could only cure lower-ranked injuries. On the other hand, the monsters in the Netherworld inflicted advanced status effects. I have to raise the skill proficiency before I can create higher-level salves. Since then, Ark created salves every time there was a break. Then he managed to create another form of medicine. It was a herbal medicine which gave off a sweet, fragrant smell. You have successfully made a tonic for the first time. Tonic, herbal extract that was created after boiling the ingredients for a long time. A tonic is an effective supplement which can give long-term effects. However, you won't see much of an effect if you only take it for a short time. In order to see the effect properly, you must continue taking it over a long period of time. When you take the tonic steadily, your various stats will increase. However, you have to take it for a minimum of 30 days to 80 days in game time in order to see a proper effect. Taking the tonic will slowly raise your stats. There will be a penalty if you stop in the middle of taking the tonic. Hook, what the? Herbal medicines can also raise stats? Ark really felt like he had found a treasure. It was possible to make medicines that would raise stats? He never imagined it. In fact, there were alchemy recipes for drugs that would boost strength or stamina by 1/3. But such drugs were incredibly expensive because of the amount of magic ingredients required to create them. The expensive price was set at 500 gold. But he could create tonics using common ingredients. But it's a little vague. Ark scratched his head and muttered. He wasn't able to create a useful tonic yet. Since his skill was still at the beginner's level, Ark was only able to create tonics that raised his attack by +1. And taking it for a period of 30 days, that was 10 days in reality. He had to produce it 30 times in 10 days in order to raise his damage by 1. In addition, he couldn't take overlapping tonics. He could only take one type at a time. But there was no need to be disappointed. After all, I can create it for a much lower price than alchemy potions. And once the skill increases, then I will be able to make tonics that increase strength or agility. Then I can sell it in sets of 30 or 180 at the auction for a lucrative price. Ark was already excited by the thought of selling the tonics. Of course, Ark registered all the tonic recipes before eating one. Eating it for 10 days would only increase his attack by 1, but it was still better than nothing. And the most problematic was the herbal tea. You have successfully created a herbal tea for the first time. Herbal tea, one of the simplest and most convenient ways to create a herbal medicine. Unlike the tonic, the effect will immediately show after drinking the herbal tea. In addition, you can overlap and it is possible to drink several different types. However, the effect is only temporary and runs out quickly. The special effect and duration will depend on what you drink. What? The effect is similar to survival cooking? Then why would I bother to make a herbal tea? Ark asked with frustration. Ark's survival cooking was at the master level. Once his skill rose, the effects of his dishes also rose. There were a few additional effects such as strength +20, magic resistance +20% and etc. It was to the extent that the battle would become easier once he ate some dishes. There was no reason to consume ingredients to create the low-ranking herbal tea. However, Ark found a strange area in the explanation of the herbal tea. What is this? Why are my eyes drawn to the additional effects section? The side effects attached to the herbal tea was not raising strength, agility, or damage. Thus his eyes stared at the description. What does this mean? Ark struggled for the moment while thinking. However, Ark knew from experience that variables in items existed. He couldn't determine what it was until he drank it. Therefore Ark tried an experiment using livestock. The target was the pig he was raising, Buxel. How is it? Do you feel anything different? Ark asked after Buxel drank the herbal tea. However, Buxel just shook his head. Let's see. I don't feel like anything has changed. Really? Strange? I understand. Tell me if you felt anything different. Huh? What? Something strange? Did you feed me something suspicious? No. It's good for the body. Ark said with disappointment. Damn, what the? Then it was just a standard tea? But after a while the effect of the herbal tea was clear. Huh? What's this? What the? Why is it so easy to gather ingredients? Oh, and I can pick it this quickly. It doesn't seem like my hands. Buxel burst out as he quickly gathered ingredients. When Ark went to look, he saw Buxel's hands frantically move as it gathered ingredients. In addition, he continued digging without hesitation despite the high failure rate. With a flash, Ark realized what was happening. This is the effect attached to the herbal tea. Ark finally discovered the secret of the herbal tea and immediately created another one to feed to Buxel. Oh, what is this? All of a sudden the ingredients look really good? There are even delicacies hiding in the shade of the tree. Ugh, what? Why have my steps become so fast? The ingredients are also very easy to dig. I feel like I'm the master of ingredient foraging. Buxel ran around all over the place like Superman and collected ingredients. Thanks to him, Ark's supplies started to accumulate in his bag. The effects attached to the herbal teas was truly for beggars. The herbal teas allowed Buxel to gather all the ingredients in the vicinity. Okay, in the future Lariat will continue her training while I leave the ingredient foraging to Buxel. Ark decided to use the herbal teas after learning of its effects. However, there was a side effect Ark never expected from this skill. He made Buxel drink herbal teas for the whole day. After drinking the herbal tea again, Buxel started to feel a tingling spread around his body. What is this? Ugh, itchy. Itchy. Ugh, I'm going crazy. Buxel screamed as he frantically clawed at his body. Ark examined Buxel's body with surprise and a message window appeared. You have used the special nature of food worshipper to feel Buxel's pulse and made a diagnosis. Buxel's symptoms is due to poisoning from a drug overdose. The herbal tea is weak, but it is still a medicinal drug. If someone consumes too many varieties in a short period of time, then they will suffer some symptoms until it is cleansed from their body. In the worst case scenario, it can permanently destroy a certain stat. Fortunately, Buxel's symptoms are not serious and he will recover in 8 hours. The effects are so severe it can damage a stat? Lucky I tested it out on Buxel. Ark really admired his foresight. Ah, Arknim, what did you learn? My body, Agu, why is it doing this? Ha? Ah, it's no big deal. You should recover in approximately 8 hours, Hook. 8 hours? I have to stay in this state for 8 hours? Buxel turned pale at Ark's answer. Then he truly experienced hell for 8 hours. From then on, Buxel became even more afraid of Arkansas. Well, it's not like Ark made him abuse the teas after that. Buxel was sick in the heart, but it didn't make a difference. Despite his illness, Buxel was still forced to gather ingredients. The important labor needed good management after all. Hoo, this is just another weapon to intimidate Buxel with. So Ark's wickedness increased even more. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 4. ACT4 Buxel the House Pig? Character Information Window. Character Name Ark Race Human. Alignment Good plus 400. Fame 9125, plus 500, level 280. Profession Dark Walker. Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of the Abandoned, Jackson's Hero, Great Adventurer. Health 4360, plus 150, Mana 4350. Spiritual Power 200, Strength 563, plus 28. Agility 723, plus 55, Stamina 823, plus 20. Wisdom 107, plus 10, Intelligence 842. Luck 103, plus 30, Flexibility 112. Art of Communication 46, Affection 152, plus 10. Resilience 305. Special Stat, Knowledge of Ancient Relics 138. Asterisk Equipment Item Effects. Guardian Armor of the Mare People, Water Attribute Resistance plus 100%, penalty based on water is nullified. Cat Paws, Gloves Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit plus 10%. Raccoon's Pith, Helmet Agility plus 10, Wisdom plus 10. Asterisk King Set Effect, Strength plus 10, Agility plus 10, Stamina plus 10, Defense plus 20. Warrior's Transcripts, Shoulder Blade Strength plus 3. Wind Spirit's Boots, Shoes Agility plus 30, Movement Speed plus 30%, Attack Speed plus 10%, Slide available. Galgashi's Fur, Mantle Cold Resistance plus 100%, Agility plus 20, when health is less than 50%, Magic Protection automatically activates. Adelaine's Necklace, Necklace Defense plus 40, Affection plus 10, Blessing of the Sea available. Resurrecting Spirit, Ring Strength plus 5, Mana Recovery plus 5%. Rarukan's Ring, Ring Agility plus 10, Attack Speed plus 10%, Critical Hit plus 8%, Dark Protection available. Amulet of Vitality, Bracelet Health plus 50, Health recovers by 5 every 20 seconds. Gladiator's Honor, Bracelet Strength, Agility, Stamina plus 10, Fame plus 500, Sword-based Skill Growth plus 5%. Asterisk All abilities will increase by 40% in the dark. Asterisk You have the ability to hide in the darkness, 20 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk Resistance to fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. Asterisk Shock absorption is increased by 20%. Asterisk Poison resistance has increased by 50%. Asterisk 10% increased attack and defense. Ark had gained 7 levels after defeating Megara and he gained 4 more on the way back to the village, raising his level to 280. It is a lot better than hunting bee myself. Ark nodded with a pleased face. He was quite satisfied with the current party. It wasn't necessary to explain, but Ark had been skeptical of hunting in parties. The reason was very simple. Just like most online games, New World provided additional experience when hunting in parties. Depending on the number of people in the group, it could range from 100% to 400%. At first glance it seemed like a bonus, but it was a problem once he considered that the experience had to be shared by the party members. Let's just say that a monster would give between 1,000 to 4,000 experience. When divided by 10 people, that was only 400 experience at most. Of course, it was quicker and more sustainable than hunting alone. That wasn't the only disadvantage of hunting with a party. The biggest problem wasn't when hunting but what happened after the monster was killed. Anyone with experience in online games knew that there were several types of item distribution. The most widely used approaches were the turn and roll based methods. The turn method used rotated the members who would receive the item. And the roll method made players roll for the item if a magic or higher item dropped, with priority given to the related profession, and the user who rolled the highest number would obtain the item. It was a system that seemed fair when looking at it. But the actual situation wasn't that fair. After hunting so many monsters and clearing dungeons, the items that monsters dropped weren't completely random. What he meant was, for example, if he joined a party in order to clear the thieves in a mountain hideout, thieves would mainly drop weapons and armors for thieves. So if a thief joined the party, then they would end up monopolizing all the items. On the other hand, a different profession would only receive Japdom. And they might even experience a loss since they had to buy potions and pay for repairs to their equipment. And those users would have no choice but to watch other people with the right profession take the items. A magic item dropping was better. If a rare item dropped and he was deprived of it, he would die from envy. The sound of rolling a 10-1 coin in that situation was the most fearful thing Ark could imagine. In that sense, this party is truly ideal. Ark smiled warmly at Lariat and Buxel. Of course, in the beginning it was uncomfortable, but now Lariat had eased into her role. And she accomplished her share alone as well. But was that all? Even though Buxel couldn't help in combat, he was valuable for gathering ingredients. However, Ark's favorite thing about this party was the substantial profit. While hunting in a party, Ark had to share the experience between the three of them. However, there was one loophole. The system to prevent low-leveled users from being power-leveled. When there was a huge difference in levels in the party, most of the experience went to the highest-leveled user. Currently Ark was approximately 100 levels higher than Lariat and Buxel. After they killed a monster, Ark got 50% of the experience. On the other hand, the party received an additional 100% experience. As a result, he received 50% of the 200% experience, which was a little bit more than when he hunted alone. Asterisk that contributed to why Ark gained 4 levels in 3 days. But was that all? They already agreed that Ark would get all the items obtained from hunting and harvesting. So items were more likely to drop in a party. Ark obtained more items than when he hunted alone. Ho, it can't be better than this. Since the party depended on Ark, it could truly be called Ark's party. Ah, Arknim. While Ark was thinking, Lariat and Buxel ran from the forest with a panicked expression. What's wrong? Monster, the red monster, ... Buxel shouted with a stricken face. Red monster? Ark was puzzled until Lariat added. The Nakujuk we saw in the Abyss of Despair. Nakujuk? In this area? Yes, we saw more than 20 of them. Ark was confused by time Lariat finished speaking. The Nakujuk clan lives beyond the northern mountains. According to Basutu, the terrain of the northern mountains was so difficult that the Nakujuk hardly ever came to the south. The group of Nakujuk he met in Hagel Forest passed with the help of the Durakan. At that time, they came to hunt for the deceased. But after I disposed of Tamora, what reason would they have to come to the south? In addition, there is a hostile relationship between the Nakujuk and the Baron clan. So why are they roaming so close to the village? What on earth is going on? Ark was thinking that when something interrupted. Go! He heard a threatening beast's cry from behind him. Ark and Lariat jumped and instinctively grabbed their swords. At the same time, a bush shook and an eerie dog with a red mane appeared. Ark's forehead wrinkled when he saw its appearance. Haven't I seen this monster in the village's kennels? The dog was the hellhound that the Baron clan bred. The hellhound Ark previously saw was black, so this one appeared red because it was tinged in blood. That wasn't all. The faltering hellhound was also carrying a boy with serious injuries on its back. Surprisingly, the boy was Bona? Ark exclaimed once he belatedly figured out the boy's identity. The boy flinched, then he painfully lifted his head. Ah, Ark Hyung? Yes, it's me. What's going on? How did you become like this? Ah, Ark Hyung, help! The village, Grandpa. Village? Grandfather? What do you mean? What happened to the village? Help. Please help. Bona grasped Ark's hands and mumbled before nodding off. At the same time, the hellhound ran out of energy and collapsed. Ark approached quickly and examined Bona. Fortunately, the Hellhound and Bona were only unconscious because of their injuries. Arknim, what is going on? Lariat asked in confusion. But Ark also didn't know. The Nakajuk were also wandering around, clearly something strange had happened. He shouldn't act recklessly before finding out the reasons. Ark organized his thoughts for a moment before saying, "Hurry and clean up. We have to avoid them and find a safe place. Dash shadow has been applied and stealth has been maintained. Those bastards." Ark hid behind a rock and looked down at the valley village. Rattle, rattle. The people in shackles were moving rocks or wood while gasping. All around them were supervisors monitoring them with whips. The scene happening in the village seemed like a medieval movie. The Baron clan were reduced to slavery while the Nakujuk were the supervisors. "That guy, what are you doing, Dot? Can you move faster?" The Nakujuk shouted and used their whips. Then, a big bull carrying a big rock passed out. The bull was a monster called Bulkanesa trained to pull carts in the village. Not only the Baron clan members, but the monsters they trained were also being abused. When the Bulkanesu fell down, the Nakujuk ran towards it. "How dare you fall down? Take this." "It is impossible." "Hold on, please let it rest for a moment." A middle-aged trainer appeared and fell to the ground begging. However, the Nakujuk just kicked him away and continued whipping the Bulkanesu. Then the trainer embraced the Bulkanesu. "What? How dare the slave resist? Okay, I'll let you taste it once." "Ugh, Ayok, please." The trainer's back immediately became bloody as the whip tore it open. But the Nakujuk seemed encouraged by the screams and only whipped him harder, dealing deeper wounds. Just as the trainer reached a critical condition. "Stop!" A sharp voice was suddenly heard. Ark reflexively turned his head and flinched. The person approaching the Nakujuk was surprisingly Jewel. "It's just like Bona said." "But how on earth did those guys?" Ark swallowed his saliva and replayed a memory. About 30 minutes ago, Ark had avoided the Nakujuk in the forest and hid with Bona inside a small cave. In fact, Ark could actually handle 20 Nakujuk by himself. But after checking Bona's injuries, he instinctively sensed that the situation was more complex than he thought. Ark's judgment was correct. After Lariat used recovery magic for a while, Bona delivered some shocking words. The incident occurred a week ago, which was 2 days in reality. The peaceful village was attacked by 400 Nakujuk. They occupied the village in an instant and drove the Baron clan to slavery. Ark still couldn't understand anything at this point. First of all, Basutyu told him that the Nakujuk lived beyond the northern mountains. And the terrain was so steep and complicated that the Nakujuk couldn't move through it. Although a small group could penetrate using the Draken, it was impossible to move a few hundred troops. That's why the Nakujuk had never a threat to the Baron clan so far. But how did 400 troops suddenly climb over the northern mountains? Bona just shook his head. "I don't know. But Grandpa said that it obviously had something to do with them." "Them?" "The foreigners that passed into the netherworld along with Ark Hyung." Ark became even more confused. "The foreigners that came to the netherworld with Arkansas." In other words, Jewel's group dedicated to killing Arkansas. Then Jewel worked with the Nakujuk to attack the village? The Nakujuk was a species of monster in the netherworld, but it still had a chaotic alignment. But why did they ally with the monsters? How was that possible? And how did they manage to transport hundreds of Nakujuk across the northern mountains? There were numerous questions that popped into his head. But he didn't know any of the answers. All he knew was that it was a complicated and twisted situation. For users to ally with monsters in order to invade a NPC village. He never imagined that such a thing was possible. However, it wasn't that impossible after working through it step by step. Of course, it would be absolutely impossible in Middle-earth. If a user did that, then it would be impossible for the royal families of the Schuttenberg, Cineas and Bristania kingdoms to just watch. The knights of the kingdom would be dispatched to smash them. But this was the netherworld. While the Nakujuk had established a kingdom in the north, the south was filled with different communities and a major NPC force to protect the town didn't exist. Even so, Ark thought for a moment before moving on to the second question. It was clear that Jewel's group allied with the Nakujuk to invade the village. The problem was why. He couldn't think of a reason for why they would do that. Even if Jewel noticed that Basutyu tricked them, it's still weird that they allied with the Nakujuk to attack the village. They came to the netherworld in order to catch me. And they already know that I've left the village, so why would they want to occupy it? And what reason would the Nakujuk have to occupy the small village? Ark considered all the possibilities. He came to the conclusion that there must be some benefit for Jewel and the Nakujuk. Let's consider Jewel's group first. Occupying a village had clear benefits. However, they would have to share the profits with the Nakujuk. In addition, this world relied on bartering, so there was no money. All they could obtain was at most Japtum. Would they provoke a hostile relationship with the Baron clan who lived in the south just for some Japtum? There must be something more than profit. The same also applied to the Nakujuk. Although they had taken over the town, they clearly couldn't go back and forth between the northern mountains yet. More than 400 troops would have come over if that was possible. It also wasn't easy to plunder the loot and then send it back home. There was no reason for them to travel over the northern mountains just to occupy the village. They took control of the town and are making the monsters and uncles collect materials to create something. But Grandpa didn't know what it was either. Bona also couldn't answer this part. Create something. That must be their other purpose. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted. Bona shed tears and suddenly spoke. Ark Hyung, please help us. If the villagers are harassed by the Nakujuk, they will die. They managed to escape with me, but then Grandpa and Guren were recaptured. After the village was attacked, there were a lot of barren survivors. The reason was simple. Jewel's group was just too strong. And there were also 400 Nakujuk combatants. With only 200 residents, the villagers couldn't afford to fight back. In addition, they used the children as hostages as soon as they attacked. So the villagers didn't dare resist and became prisoners. Guren and Basutyu were trainers and they managed to use a hellhound to escape with Bona. They planned to notify the other villages and ask for help. However, they were caught by the Nakujuk and only Bona barely escaped. Ark saw the bruises on Bona's body and was speechless. Thanks to Lariat's healing, Bona had recovered, but there were still injuries on his body. He had received those wounds after being chased by the Nakujuk. He didn't even know what happened to the village after it had been occupied. After thinking about that situation, something rose in Ark's heart. How dare they do such things to a child, son of a bitch? Ha! Clack 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 clack? Diedrich and Razak sent Ark a strange look. What? Why are looking at me like that? No, master talking like that. What about it? No, I was suddenly reminded of the past. Diedrich said while shrugging. After all, Diedrich was actually younger than Bona when he transformed into a boy. When the person who kept on beating Diedrich up said those kind of words, who wouldn't find it strange? Bona's wounds were pretty average compared to how Diedrich looked after Ark was finished with him. But was that all? Didn't he also beat up a user like Buxel and exploit him? However, Ark was strict to some people while generous with others. He believed his actions to his pets were raising them with love, while Buxel was give or take. Those words. Ah, I got it. I understand. I know Master is a good person. We're really happy that we met such a good master. Diedrich insinuated sarcastically. This child really. What? Do you intend to break me again? Fine, expose your true character. Buxel, you say something too. When he saw Ark's furious expression, Diedrich quickly ran away and Ark chased him. Ark, Nim and Diedrich should control yourselves. This isn't the time to be playing around. Ark and Diedrich stopped moving at Buxel's shout. Hey, pig. Diedrich made a stupid expression and blinked several times. But Buxel just applied salve onto Bona's wounds without turning his head and said, Bastards, to a child. Buxel's serious attitude felt out of place. Ark's eyes asked, why is he acting like this? Did he eat something bad? Indeed, Diedrich replied silently, how should I know? Stupid master. So what was Ark's response? Stupid master? Do you believe I can't do anything to you? You really want to die? He silently told Diedrich. Buxel Nim is right. We can't play around. When Lariat sighed, the quarreling Ark and Diedrich became embarrassed. Ark Nim, what do we do now? Let's see. Ark sighed and shook his head. His thoughts had been wandering thanks to his conversation with Diedrich, but this situation was serious. A major problem was that if he didn't save Basutyu, how would he discover any clues to complete the study the Mirage quest? Somehow I have to settle this problem. Lariat Nim should stay here with Buxel to continue treating Bona. I'll take a quick look at the village. We'll discuss any further problems after that. Diedrich, you stay here and contact me if anything happens. So Ark headed to the village from the cave. A user is better than NPCs. Ark hid behind the rock and laughed as Jewel approached the Nakujuk. Although they were enemies with Ark, at least Jewel's group had a conscience. But Ark miscalculated. Jewel pulled the trainer's face close and said, "You shouldn't excessively injure the valuable labor force. Let's see, you said you both needed a break?" "Yes, yes. Please. The Bulkanesu is at its limit. Even a little bit is good. Okay, it can't be helped. The rest to your heart's content." "Ha? Really? Of course. If you can." "Ha? What are you saying? Hey, bring his child here." The Nakujuk brought a young boy in shackles. Jewel kicked the boy and waited. "Hook, what is this?" "Ha, didn't I tell you? You can rest for 1 or even 2 days if you want. Instead, your son will take your spots." Father. Stop. Please don't. I'm going to work. So please stop." The trainer screamed and grabbed Jewel's pants, who then spat on him and muttered, "Bah, how dare you ask for a break? If you act like this again, then I won't leave you son alone. Take his son away." "Ha? Yes." Even the Nakujuk was amazed at Jewel's viciousness. However, the other Hermes Guild members just smirked and gave a thumbs up to Jewel. "Oh Jewel, you really were a villain this time." Hoo, I was still restraining myself." Ark was outraged while watching. Sadist? Did those guys open their eyes and became AS? Ark was not a messenger of justice. Ark was more irritated than sick whenever he saw news about people dying in terrorist attacks. But this wasn't right. Even if the people were NPCs, how could they behave like that with no hesitation? And to even laugh as the father and son were separated. He wanted to run down there and punch them in the jaws. But the opponents were Jewel's group and the 400 Nakujuk. In fact, the 400 Nakujuk weren't a big problem. Ark had already killed more than 600 Nakujuk in the Abyss of Despair. Of course he couldn't handle 400 at the same times, but if he planned it properly then he could kill 400 or 600 Nakujuk. But the problem was the combined power of the players and monsters coalition. It was impossible to use such plans against a user. Unbelievable. It'll be better if Jewel's group wasn't in the village. Ark was worried until he suddenly tilted his head to one side. Wait, what on earth is Jewel's purpose? Jewel and the Nakujuk wouldn't be making them labor for no reason. So there must be some purpose, but what is it? Where are they moving stone and timber to? I suppose I'll have to check it out. Ark walked along the outskirts of the village using shadow. After moving to the other side, he managed to see the problematic structure. It was a tower that was already 50% completed. I've seen that structure somewhere before. Ark dug through his memories because there was a sudden flash. As expected, it was the tower in his memory. The tower seen at the Magic Institute in large cities on Middle-earth. Of course, it was a much smaller scale, but the shape was approximately the same. An oddly shaped sphere was rotating with a hazy light around it at the top of the tower. Ark realized Jewel's and the Nakujuk's plot as soon as he saw the sphere. That is the reception tower used for letter movement. That's right. Jewel's group was constructing a tower to receive letter movement. Letter movement was a spatial movement technique that the Magic Institute was still studying. It wasn't something that users like Jewel's group could make. Since their civilization was delayed, the Nakujuk wouldn't have such knowledge either. So how the hell could they build a tower for letter movement? It was incomprehensible. But Ark could understand the reason for building it. Oh my god, the Nakujuk are planning to conquer the Netherworld using the Valley Village as a base. Yes, that was the only reason he could think of. There was probably another reception tower in the Nakujuk's kingdom. With the 2 reception towers, they wouldn't have to march their troops through the northern mountains to reach the south. The Nakujuk could freely come to the south whenever they wanted. After occupying the Valley Village, they would spread through the south and the Baron clan wouldn't be able to resist. This problem might be worse than I thought. Ark's face became serious. Jewel would never make the decision to ally with the Nakujuk alone. Raiden, the leader of the Hermes Alliance, would definitely be involved. It was a high possibility that they made a contract with the Nakujuk to conquer the Netherworld together. It would be impossible in Middle-earth, but if such a thing was possible. At present, there is no benefit to occupying a town in the Netherworld. But the Netherworld and Middle-earth is not completely disconnected. Although it would take some time, many users could enter with the passage I used. So what if the Hermes Alliance decided to enter the Netherworld and conquer some towns? Clearly the Hermes alliance would undergo an incredible growth in a short amount of time. And all that power would be concentrated in Sylvana. Ark knew about Nagarin's current state through Justice Man. The 5 alliances, each occupying a castle, had similar forces and held each other in check. If one of the alliances tried to grab more power, then the other 4 alliances would ally together to stop them. But it was a different story if one alliance could hide the growth of its forces from the others. That was Raiden's target. Hide in the netherworld and conceal his strength. After raising it by a certain amount, return to Sylvana and concentrate on conquering the rest of Nagarin. If the Hermes alliance managed to take control of the netherworld, then that wouldn't be a dream anymore. And the Hermes guild was his enemy, so it was like a death sentence to Arkansas. Oh my god, I wouldn't be able to handle it alone. Ark's face turned dark. If the Hermes guild had that kind of power, then regaining Sylvana was impossible for Arkansas. He would have to discard the secret tunnel in the dungeon and the 2 sets of books from the trading post. But was that all? The Hermes alliance would spread throughout New World. They would have an influence in Middle-earth as well as the Netherworld. Ark would have no place to hide. It's the end if Jewel and the Nakujuk manage to conquer the Netherworld. I have to stop it somehow. But the opponent was the Hermes alliance and the Nakujuk. The Hermes alliance couldn't leave Sylvana empty, so they couldn't concentrate their energies on the Netherworld. But the Nakujuk had been aiming for the southern region for hundreds of years, so they would use all their power. The Nakujuk were soldiers of a kingdom, so they weren't simple monsters. Didn't that mean he would have to fight against a kingdom in the end? I can't stop it. I'm screwed. Ark was feeling pessimistic. At that time, Bona's words came to his head. Wait? Didn't Bona tell me Basutyu wanted to escape to ask for help from the other Baron clans? That's right, the Baron would definitely want to stop the Nakujuk from conquering the Netherworld. Although they are scattered, if the Baron knows about the situation, then they might join forces to fight them. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted. He suddenly heard Diedrich's desperate voice in his ear. Master. Nakujuk have detected the group, hurry. Quickly. Since they were quite far apart, the communication wasn't that great. However, he was able to understand the vague information. The Nakujuk chasing after Bona had probably discovered them. Ark felt his heart fall. Damn it. If Bona asks the other villages for help, then it will be a big problem. Of course the Nakujuk wouldn't easily give up on pursuing Bona. If I'd known in advance, then I would have never left them. If Bona was captured by the Nakujuk, then his one strand of hope would disappear. Ark hastily ran out of the village and shouted to Raiden. Sack sack? Sack 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 sack. Ark frantically rode Raiden. Then he finally reached the forest near the hideout. Master, this way. Those guys are around, be careful. Diedrich's voice was heard in the opposite direction of the hideout. Fortunately, they're still not caught. Ark got off Raiden, used Shadow, and followed the voice. He soon discovered Lariat and Bona hiding in some bushes on top of a hill. You're safe. Yes, but Buxelnim is. Buxel? Ark noticed that Buxel wasn't there. Then Lariat pointed down the hill with a dark look. Ark followed the finger with his eyes and frowned. That bastard. 10 Nakujuk and 1 user were gathered in a group at the bottom of the hill. It was Duke. Duke had used his various tracking skills to supervise the search. And lying next to Duke was Buxel with half of his health already gone. His beaten face was swollen and bruised. What happened? We were hiding in a cave when the Nakujuk suddenly appeared. Fortunately, Diedrich and I managed to stop the Nakujuk's attacks and ran away. But then that guy called Duke suddenly appeared. Diedrich and I was no match for his strength. We were almost caught when Buxel, who had been watching, suddenly blocked him and allowed us to escape. But we would have been surrounded if we ran off, so we just hid here. Lariat explained. Ark had seen dozens of Nakujuk in the forest when coming here, and Lariat didn't have a stealth skill like him. But even so, it was surprising that Buxel threw his body to save them. This bastard, why won't you hurry up and talk? Duke was kicking Buxel at the bottom of the hill. Buxel screamed like a child and rolled around on the ground. D-damn, I already told you that Lariat, Nim and Bona have left the forest, Bah, don't make me laugh. The forest is already surrounded. They wouldn't have been able to leave without getting captured. Obviously they're hiding somewhere around here. Foolish bastard. Duke pulled out a scroll and showed it to him. Buxel turned pale with terror after seeing the scroll. The track scroll, that's right. It was a scroll that could determine the relative position of the target within a 1 kilometer distance. Now do you understand? They will be caught anyway. But I don't want to know about a girl and a child. Do you think I've forgotten? You were with that Ark bastard before? Ah, Arknim isn't here. I know that. I've already tried to use the track scroll on Arkansas. But how can it find here when the netherworld is so big? Tell me, where is that bastard Ark hiding? No, I don't know. Do you really want to die? Duke raised his hand and a Nakujuk immediately lifted its sword. But he changed his mind with a light laugh and said, Okay, then let's make a deal. In fact, killing you won't do me any good. I'll let you live if you tell me where Ark is. There is no point in being loyal to Arkansas. That guy is a despicable and vicious bastard. I know. I know a 100 times better than you do. Ark is a grueling taskmaster and a really stingy man. He is a wicked person who uses violence after a meal and secretly poisons you. I have no intention of protecting such a person. That bastard is seriously backstabbing me. Ark's face warped as Buxel's words rang through the forest. But Duke was delighted and nodded. Oh, I understand. Then have you agreed to the deal? But. Buxel suddenly tackled Duke and punched him. Aish, he's not vicious like you guys. He's not unscrupulous enough to whip a child. Take this, you damn bastard. This bastard. Buxel had used two element of surprise to land a hit on Duke. But the fists of a merchant only dealt 1% damage. When Duke kicked him, Buxel instantly rolled across the ground. The normal Buxel would have moaned and acted like he was dying. However, today Buxel was different. Instead of crying, he just got back up and rushed towards Duke. Son of a bitch. Ark clenched his teeth together tightly. He looked like a messy pig covered in tears but that didn't matter. Ark was just grateful that Duke's attention was focused on him. But, why was his anger rising? Why? He had no loyalty towards the pig. Aish, kill you. I'm going to kill you. You son of a bitch. Are you crazy? Okay, if you really want to. Duke cursed and got out his bow. Then an arrow flew towards Buxel's neck. Geok dash. Duke's jaw went back 90 degrees. Duke received massive damage and fell down. A man wearing a thick cloak stood in front of Buxel. Ark. Yes, Ark had jumped down the hill and kicked Duke's chin. You, this bastard. He glared at Arkansas. Ark smirked and murmured. Hey, Duke. Who told you to hit this guy? Arknim. Buxel looked at Ark with tearful eyes. But his joyful expression disappeared at Ark's next words. This guy might look like this, but he's not a wild boar. Wild boar? This guy is a house pig that I've been raising. What is this? I don't understand, was I considered a house pig that could be eaten at any time? Buxel became seriously worried about his identity. Translators, the Ross were missing the stats for resilience and affection, so I just used their previous values, but they've probably increased. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 5. ACT-5 Baron Family Rescue Mission. Coo. Duke raised his body and giggled slowly. He alternated looking between Ark and Buxel. Haha Ark, you're softer than I thought. Are you willing to die for a colleague? What are you talking about? He's a house pig. Ark blushed and declared sharply. Anyway, you just did something stupid. I'll make you regret it. Damn it, you don't need to say it, I'm already feeling regret. Ark inwardly sighed. Was he crazy? Plunging into enemy lines just to save a pig? By now, 50 Nakujuk had appeared. The odds weren't in Ark's favor. It wasn't something he would normally do when sane. But it had already happened. Although he acted unknowingly, Ark wasn't the type to give up once a battle had begun. I just have to get away from the enemy's formation. Ark was thinking that when something interrupted him. Everyone attack. The 50 Nakujuk rushed in unison at Duke's command. Thanks to their momentum, Ark would be pierced by 50 swords. Slime's time, and 01. 222 tongue dash. Ark's body was wrapped in a yellow slime and the swords bounced off it. He couldn't attack, but he was invulnerable to all physical attack skills for 10 minutes. In fact, the Mutal were a race that couldn't develop magic. That's why he never saw any magicians in the Baron clan or among the Nakujuk at the Abyss of Despair. In other words, Ark could use Slime's time if Jewel wasn't present. Okay, I can earn some time with this. But that was Ark's mistake. Bah, using that skill again, but that's not enough. Duke ran and continuously shot arrows. At the same time, flames appeared where it hit Ark's body. You have been damaged by the exploding arrow. 450 damage. Your magic resistance has fallen by 100% thanks to your state and you will receive burn damage. Ah, magic arrows. He forgot that Duke could use magic arrows. Magic arrows were granted a magic attribute. Thanks to Slime's time, he received 100% of the damage. But there was even more. When using Slime's time, Ark's body was covered in a viscous liquid. So his sword became soft and he inflicted 0 damage. In that situation Ark couldn't even fight back. Cuckoo, did you think I would fall for this again? Duke sensed this and enthusiastically shot his arrows. Flames were rising everywhere and his health was decreasing. Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have done it. I accomplished nothing and only made the situation more complicated. Ark shot Buxel an angry look. Why did he have to suffer so much because of this guy? But there was no way to run once he took action. Ark grabbed Buxel by his collar and shouted. Why are you just standing here? Let's go. Ha! Ah, yes. Buxel was surprised and ran after Arkansas. Do they think I will miss? Duke chased after them and shot his magic arrows, engulfing them in flames. With these odds, I'm unlikely to be able to get away. Ark rolled on the floor with Buxel and clenched his teeth. Duke's profession was a ranger. The ranger's default movement speed was faster compared to other professions and he could also track their trail if the path split. Was that all? His ability to detect stealth was the worst for rogue-type characters. But there is a way. Ark grabbed Buxel and pushed through the Nakujuk with Dark Dance. Kill them. The Nakujuk swung their swords as Ark twisted among them. But Ark was invincible against physical attacks when covered with slime. Rather, he made it difficult for Duke by leaping between the Nakujuk. What the? These morons, get out of the way. Ark moved among the 50 Nakujuk who were hit by some of the flying arrows instead. But the magic arrows even triggered splash damage. The Nakujuk were caught in an explosion. The Nakujuk belatedly noticed this too late and scattered all over the place. But Ark didn't willingly let them get away. He clung onto the Nakujuk like a leech. You rat bastard. But time is running out. You won't stand a chance, dot. It definitely will be tough to win this. Ark had to use the Nakujuk as shields until time ran out. Once Slime's time ended, the Nakujuk would be able to hit him with their swords. He would definitely not be able to avoid all those swords. However, Duke was forgetting one thing. If Duke was acting more calmly then he would have noticed straight away. Even though he was cornered, Ark's pets who always followed him wasn't there and neither was Lariat. Slime's time is almost finished. Are they almost done? Ark's stomach went tight as he determined the time remaining on his skill. There was only 10 seconds left when Diedrich's voice flowed into his ears. Master, ready, it's finished. At the same time, the slime disappeared from Ark's body. Fire burned in Duke's eyes. His skill has ended. Attack! Ooh oh oh oh. As expected, the Nakujuk ran up and stabbed their swords. Ark used riposte to push back the group of Nakujuk. The Nakujuk collided with their colleagues and fell down in a huge mass. Ark quickly stepped past the Nakujuk and ran towards the narrow gap between the hills. Cuckoo, what a foolish fellow. You should have run away to some other place, after him. The Nakujuk followed closely behind Ark and swung their swords. Ark confirmed that all 50 of the Nakujuk were coming and took out the saw blade. After converting it into a whip, he twisted it around them and gathered the group together. Ark held the saw blade and shouted towards the top of the hill. Now Raiden. It was at that time. A giant lizard jumped out from the hill. It was Raiden transformed into Redunma. Raiden blocked the Nakujuk from the entrance of the hills, making them flinch. Hook, what the? Raiden, just push against them. Sack sack, sack 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 sack. Raiden let out a sharp cry and pressed his body against the Nakujuk. Thanks to the narrow gap between the hills, the Nakujuk was pushed back. Damn! What, this lizard is? Kill them, tear them apart. Hook, wait a minute, I'll look behind you. The Nakujuk tried swinging their swords. Then one of the Nakujuk saw something behind it and screamed. Raiden had pushed the Nakujuk inside a hill. There was a round circular shape that looked like a mirror. Then all the Nakujuk disappeared, making it seem like a lie. What the? What happened? While being pushed by Raiden, the Nakujuk had been swallowed by that circular space. Success! A satisfied smile spread on Ark's face while he watched from the hilltop. Yes, this was the strategy that Ark thought of. He had jumped off the hill to save Buxel, but before that Ark entrusted Lariat with one item. She used the dimensional movement powder to draw a circle on the hill to Middle-earth while Ark bought some time. He didn't have to explain the reason. The Nakujuk entered the hill and was transferred to Middle-earth. Fortunately, only 500 grams of the precious powder was used. While the Nakujuk were being swallowed by the dimensional gate, Duke came running. Grab that bastard Ark, eh? Where did everyone go? Duke looked around with stunned eyes. All the Nakujuk gathered in that narrow space had disappeared, so of course he was puzzled. Ark just grinned from above and said, "They were sent to a good place. They'll probably receive a warm reception." You, what the hell did you do? I told you. They were sent to a good place. But there is no space for you. You bastard. Duke lifted his bow. But Ark was many times faster. Ark pushed off a tree branch as he jumped down and his heels landed on Duke's head. It was like a 10-meter thunderbolt dropping down. Duke's face was smashed into the ground and he became stunned. Now, shall we fight fair and square? Of course, I'll be fighting fairly. Lariat, Razak and Diedrich stood around them smiling. Thus Duke's fate was decided. Razak, prevent that guy from running away. Clack 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 clack, dang Kong. Razak pushed Duke back using his sword, while Duke couldn't grasp the situation. Ha, didn't you hit me with the exploding arrows before? It might have only hit this body for 3 seconds, but I store a grudge for 300 years. Take this, Dark Dash. Diedrich chattered next and rushed into him. Ugh, those fellows. Duke remained baffled and fired arrows all over the place. However, nobody in Ark's group was idiot enough to be caught by one of the blindly fired arrows. No, there was one. Ugh. Buxel screamed as an arrow hit his bulging stomach. His health was already low and he fell into a critical condition. It really was ridiculous. You idiot, don't stay too close. Lariat Nim, the 3-piece set of offensive buffs please. Yes, the great warrior's soul, hero spirit, warrior's concentration, storm breathing. His damage, attack speed, and critical hits rose thanks to the buffs. However, there was no need for him to receive the buffs. What the? Is this guy really Duke? Duke's health dropped to 30% before he understood the situation. Even though the situation was bad, Duke was a pioneer and regrouped before starting a counterattack. When they fought in the evil Silrian, every shot by Duke felt like a special move. But now they were too weak. Of course, it wasn't like Duke weakened. If that was the case, have I become that much stronger in the netherworld? Enough to feel like a pioneer is nothing? In fact, it was the inevitable result. Duke had been engaged in the sieges at Sylvana. And the biggest drawback of the siege was the penalties when dying and that no experience was received from defeated users. In the long run it wasn't possible for him to grow that much and the same thing happened in the netherworld. It wasn't possible to hunt since they were chasing Arkansas. On the other hand, Ark had hunted in the Ice Cave and the Abyss of Despair after coming to the netherworld. His level was already overwhelmingly above Duke. After being helped by Lariat, it was impossible for Duke to be a match. Duke realized it as well. This is impossible. Why is it impossible? Diedrich smiled boldly and smacked him in the back of the head. Thanks to Ark's overwhelming strength, even his pets were acting dismissively. Damn it, we'll see. Sheet of feet. Duke was eventually forced to admit the difference in strength between him and Arkansas. Once his pride was lost, he thought of escaping using cheetah feet. It was an escaping skill that increased his movement speed by 30%. But Ark had been aiming for that moment. Sprint. Ark shot forward like an arrow and slashed Duke's leg. In his completely defenseless state, Duke received a critical hit. However, Ark wasn't aiming for the abnormal state then the damage. The additional cutting effect of drastic measures had been activated. Duke's Achilles tendon has been severed. Cutting. When he succeeded in cutting, he could cut off a monster's limbs. But against a user, he could only sever the tendon. Anyway, Ark succeeded in the using cutting and slowed down Duke's movements. Rather than his movement speed slowing down, he couldn't even move that leg. At the same time, the cheetah foot skill was released from his legs. This is. Duke had suddenly become a second-grade disabled person and tried to counterattack. However, both legs were required for a ranger to shot his bow accurately and with a fast firing speed. Thanks to one leg being unusable, the firing speed of his arrows went down by 50% and kept on missing. Ark avoided the arrows and damaged the other leg. After a couple of minutes, Duke was forced to the ground as his other Achilles tendon was cut. But that was not the end of Ark's brutality. "Damn, just kill me, dot." Duke shouted with desperation, but Ark just smiled and shook his finger. "I can't finish this so easily. Now, this time is the arms." What the? He moved around Duke and attacked his arms. After a while, Duke was down to 3% health while his arms couldn't move. Thus Duke changed from a second grade to a first grade disabled person with none of his limbs working. "Why you?" Duke talked wildly with his face in the ground. "Arknim, I know you're angry, but it is too much." When Lariat looked at him with pity, Duke's face became hot. Indeed, a pioneer looking so shabby and being pitted would definitely injure his pride. But Ark wasn't trying to injure Duke's pride when he did this. There was a wide and deep meaning for his actions. Ark walked up with Buxel, who had a swollen face, and laughed. "Buxel, now it's your turn." "Huh? What? What? Do you need to ask? You don't know why I bothered slicing his limbs, dot. Well, let's see. There's a serious problem in Arknim's personality." "What the? Oh, no, how could I possibly understand the deeper meaning behind Arknim's actions?" "Ah, you're right." Ark looked at Buxel with pity in his eyes before speaking. "Is your head okay? Your memory? Don't you remember what happened a few minutes ago? He beat you up. If I hadn't stopped him, then he would have killed you. But there's even more. Your brother Sapjil had no choice but to die in the abyss of despair because of those guys. With your enemy so close to you, I had to make sure that a chicken like you could get some payback. But I'm a merchant. I'm not strong like Arknim." Buxel sighed with a gloomy face. Ark wrapped an arm around Buxel and bent down. He then whispered a secret into Buxel's ears. "It's okay. Now that guy is weaker than you. Then perhaps. Think of it as a New Year's gift." Ark smiled sweetly. Buxel looked at Duke dumbly for a moment. But Ark was behind him whispering, "Show me you're a man, take revenge for you brother." And a slow smile grew on his lips. Then he finally took out a stick and started hitting Duke. "Ah, didn't you hit me before? Take this. This and this." Wouldn't a weak man become more violent when he suddenly gained power? That described Buxel perfectly. After experiencing the taste of endorphins like adrenaline and dopamine, he went into a completely frenzied state and beat up Duke. His eyeballs rolled around and he went into a dangerous state. However, Buxel was still Buxel. The frenzied state did not last long. "You, bastard, Buxel, I'll remember your name and face. You'll soon see." Duke's face was dyed with colors from bruises and glared at him with his full power. Buxel suddenly felt like cold water had been poured on his spirit. What have I done?" Buxel realized what a huge mistake he had made at Ark's urging. Buxel already knew Duke's identity. He was one of the pioneers of the Hermes Alliance, one of the 5 alliances settled in Nagarin. It was no different from antagonizing the Hermes Alliance. If a mere merchant built up such a large grudge, then he would have to give up the game. "No, it's not my idea." Buxel stuttered as he stepped backwards. No, it was when he attempted to step back. Someone pushed him as he stepped back and he ended up stepping on Duke's face. It was a critical hit. Duke's health disappeared from the blow. Buxel jumped and quickly tried to give excuses. But Ark went forward and clamored loudly. "Indeed, Buxel. That last blow was the best. I never thought you would end it by stepping on his head. You never even blinked an eye at his threat. Wonderful. And no, Arknim. I never meant to do that. Ugh. Okay, you son of a bitch. You'll see." Duke eventually hung his head and died. A pioneer had literally been stepped to death by a merchant. Duke had been raging with anger when he was stepped on and died, so Buxel's immediate future was dark. But Buxel's tragedy didn't end there. With 2 dings, a new message window appeared. Buxel has murdered a player and became chaotic. Hook, say chaotic. Buxel screamed when he saw his name turn to red. Ark smiled wickedly while watching Buxel. Ho, just as planned. Yes, that was the reason why Ark made Duke unable to fight and incited Buxel. Jules' group had stormed the NPC village and occupied it. Thanks to clever planning, Jewel, Duke and Hermes members managed to avoid becoming chaotic. In order to avoid becoming chaotic, they would attack and then avoid dealing the final blow. That was the problem. If Ark killed Duke, then he would become chaotic. Of course, users had methods to avoid becoming chaotic even if they killed someone. If he received the first attack, then the opponent's alignment would temporarily fall and become gray. In that person was killed, then he wouldn't become chaotic. But Buxel had been so excited it wasn't possible to think, and he attacked Duke first. I'm level 280, so the chaotic penalty will be quite extravagant. He realized this while fighting Duke. So he made Duke unable to fight and forced the kill onto Buxel. Hoo, I've taken care of Duke and Buxel. Being chaotic was a disaster for a merchant. They wouldn't be able to freely enter or leave a village. In addition, their combat abilities were lower than warriors, so they couldn't defend against hunters. They would have to stay in jail until their chaotic state was released. A chaotic user was also likely to be robbed by general users. And now he had a hostile relationship with the Hermes Alliance. It wasn't possible for Buxel to live without Ark's protection anymore. Although he was acting a little suspiciously before, as a chaotic user, would he dare attack Ark without any hesitation? So he was protected from betrayal until the chaotic state was released. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, 3 birds. Ha, why am I this smart? Ark smiled warmly and approached Buxel. Well done, Buxel. You are indeed a man. Ha? I. You proudly took revenge on your brother. Hoo, aren't you thankful? But don't forget whose protection you're under. You owe me one. Do you understand? The poor merchant was dropped into a hopeless despair while Ark patronized him. It was planned. That bastard expected this from the beginning. I actually felt grateful to him for a moment. I'm so stupid. Buxel hurled curses at himself. However, the bus had already left. His weakness had been grasped and all he could do was suck it up. Arknim, now what? Then Lariat and Bona, who had been hiding, asked. Let's see. Ark sighed and shook his head. The problem regarding Duke was resolved. Let's organize my thoughts for a moment. Ark's main purpose was to save Basutyu in order to find a clue for the quest. But it was close to impossible at the moment. Ark's present power consisted of Lariat, a pig, a child, and a dog. Against Jules' group and the 400 Nakujuk, it simply wasn't possible to him to rescue Basutyu. If that's the case, the only remaining way is. Ark glanced at Bona and asked. Bona, didn't you say that Basutyu wanted to ask for help from other villages? Are there a lot of the Baron clan spread throughout the south? Yes, very much. There are many, several times larger than this village. Will they help us if we find them? That was the method Ark came up with. It was too difficult to save Basutyu by himself. In addition, he didn't have the power to prevent the Nakujuk from taking over the Netherworld. After the Baron were told of the threat, they would have no choice but to rally against the Nakujuk. But Bona sighed and shook his head. It isn't easy to meet the Baron clans since they are spread throughout the south. And visiting them to ask for help is ineffective. The Baron don't know how to fight. What? What are you saying? Then what you said earlier. In fact, the Mutal with a warrior's lineage is the Baron clan. When the Baron used to live in the north, they would constantly fight against monsters and the Nakujuk. They would go out in groups and fight against the Nakujuk. But eventually the Baron were chased from the north by the Nakujuk and they dispersed in the south. The Baron won't move unless all the clans move. Then shouldn't we go and visit them? It's difficult because the tribes don't interact with each other. There is a method to call them, by lighting the pledge beacon. The pledge beacon? Yes, it's a beacon on top of the Gulgi Mountains. But the only one who can light the beacon is an elder of the Baron clan. And Grandpa is the only elder in our village. In the end he still needed to rescue Basutyu. Unbelievable. Why is it so complicated? Ark felt like his insides were burning. Jewel would soon figure out that Duke died. Of course Jewel would furiously leave the boundaries of the village in order to catch Arkansas. With Ark's current strength there was no way to defeat them. But he couldn't run away blindly. Wait? That Jewel. At that moment, a huge exclamation point appeared in Ark's head. There may be a way. Ark raised his head and looked at Duke's corpse lying on the ground. An evil grin appeared on Ark's mouth. Shall I give it a try? Hoo, it is moving faster than I thought. Jewel gave the tower being built a warm look. Jewel finally felt rewarded after suffering and dying. I never thought I would get such a good fortune in the Netherworld, but... Jewel reviewed the memories of the past few days. Not long ago, they had been besieged by Nakujuk after chasing Arkansas. While Jules' group was desperately fighting the Nakujuk, they unexpectedly encountered a user with red hair. And there was an unexpected proposal. If the Hermes Alliance helped the Nakujuk conquer the Netherworld, portions of the southern region would be handed over to them. Jewel immediately informed Raiden of this fact. Since they had a way of contacting Raiden, Jewel hadn't been concerned about entering the Netherworld. There's no reason to refuse. Because I can break the alliance anytime with Trick. Raiden left full control of the Netherworld to Jewel. Thus the Hermes Alliance joined forces with the Nakujuk. After they allied, the Hermes members and Nakujuk immediately took over the Valley Village. The Nakujuk couldn't conquer the Netherworld because they couldn't cross the northern mountains. They could use the Draken to carry them across. But the Baron clan regularly patrolled the skies using their skyrays and they couldn't bring across enough men to invade the south. The reason 400 Nakujuk were able to move to the south was because of Jewel. In order to move the troops, Jewel used mass teleport, which was an advanced skill of the Stalker. Of course the movement distance wasn't too far so it had to be used a few times, but the skill managed to move the troops safely to the south. And eventually they succeeded in invading the Valley Village. Once the tower at the outpost is finished, we can start conquering the Netherworld. Taking over the Netherworld would be simple with this tower. Jewel looked at the plans and smirked. That's right. Ark had already guessed that Jewel was creating the tower in order to use letter movement. And the tower in the north had already been completed by the Nakujuk. When the tower was complete, thousands of Nakujuk would pour into the south from their headquarters. How the hell did he manage to get his hands on these plans? Jewel was once again startled by the amazing plans. Reception Tower for Letter Movement Plans, Architect, Magaro. You can build a reception tower for letter movement. When you build the reception tower, you will be able to teleport from connected towers using the letter movement orb. In addition, the technology in these plans is one step higher than the towers created on Middle-earth. It is probably because alchemy has modified the original design. Required skill, magic, advanced, alchemy, advanced, architecture, advanced. These plans were also given to them by the Red Man. Jewel had advanced magic while the warriors had advanced alchemy and architecture, so they were able to immediately build the tower. That was probably why the Red Man requested Jewel's help. He was able to control the Nakujuk and get a rare plan, yet he passed it to some unknown users. But Jewel didn't think too deeply. I don't know what he's up to, but he's only one person. We can easily defeat him after we conquer the Netherworld. And after Nagarin is controlled. Raiden and Jewel were satisfied with what the Red Man gave them. Once the Netherworld and Nagarin were fully controlled, they would have time to obtain the treasures in the Netherworld. Raiden has entrusted the Netherworld to me, so I have to conquer it. Jewel was dreaming about the rosy future. Suddenly someone approached from far away with an odd gait. Jewel frowned with confusion. What the? Duke? How did it go? That kid? Yes, it was none other than Duke who went chasing after Bona a few hours ago. But why was Duke's state so weird? His face was black with bruises and his eyes seemed like it couldn't focus. He also didn't have any of the Nakujuk that left with him. Why are you alone? And what happened to your face? Then Duke hesitated before bending down and writing something. There's no time. Ark has come. What? Ark? Jewel asked with surprise while Duke nodded. Where? Where is he? Near the eastern forest. We have to hurry. That guy returned to the village and ran away when he saw us. What the? So right now. The problem is that he's not alone. The reason he came back here was to take care of us. Do you remember the previous colleagues we saw at the siege? He brought them here. He gathered his colleagues? How? I do not know. Anyway, the Nakujuk were completely killed by them. I barely got away. Thanks to that, they know we have an alliance with the Nakujuk. So he'll probably run away again. If we don't follow him quickly with our forces, then we'll lose him. Jewel's heart was frantic after Duke's explanation. An opportunity to capture Ark had arrived at Jewel's feet. There would be no time to catch Ark once they started conquering the Netherworld with Arkansas. They had to get revenge while the opportunity was still here. So Jewel quickly gathered some troops. They should have 50 people if he gathered his old colleagues. I'll leave some troops in the village with everyone else chases after Arkansas. Hurry up. Jewel left 150 troops to monitor the residents while chasing after Ark with the rest of the Nakujuk and Hermes members. Then Jewel suddenly asked Duke something. But why have you suddenly bothered with writing everything? Duke flinched. After a moment he nodded and wrote. My throat is swollen badly after a cold. Note, for people wondering why Buxel became chaotic as he attacked Duke first. Remember that Ark showed up afterwards and Buxel blocked Duke to allow Lariat and Bona to escape. We don't know what happened then, so Buxel might have attacked Duke first and got a grey name. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 6. ACT 6 Attack X. Elemental Sword Ice Property, Flash. A bolt of light swept through the Nakujuk. At the same time, the surrounding chill slowed down the movements of the Nakujuk dramatically. Dark Dance. Ark used complicated foot movements to move through the gaps in Nakujuk. Then he attacked the Nakujuk with his Dark Blade chain skill. Dark Strike and quickly inflicted critical hits. Ark used the element of surprise to inflict the constant critical hits, making the Nakujuk run around in confusion. Ugh, what the? It's just one person. Just surround him and seal his movements. Hyung, do you think I'll let you act freely? At that time, Diedrich flew down from the sky. Diedrich shot at the Nakujuk like an arrow and exclaimed. Disciple, do it now. Okay. I call on the Holy Land, don't allow them to become corrupt. Innocence Field. After buffing them up, Lariat used a wide area magic. An intense light swirled around the area. It was the Innocence Knight's wide area magic which deals continuous damage and decreases the opponent's defense. So the group of Nakujuk dissolved under the combination of Ark, Lariat and Diedrich's attacks. I hope Razak is holding up well. Ark had come up with a solution before attacking the Nakujuk. How could he rescue Basutyu from the valley village? Ark had been troubled by that until he remembered something Buxel said in the past. Buxel was lacking sleep thanks to Ark, so he tended to doze off while moving. Then he would suddenly say, Ugh, Arknim, please save me. Although you might not listen to me, please stop making the zombie foxes. He was talking while sleeping. Talking during sleep was a hint. Right, come to think of it, Diedrich vampirism skill was also effective on users. Then perhaps Razak's skill could also be applied to a user? Can he control that guy? Ark looked at Duke's body and visualized a brilliant maneuver. He could revive Duke using Razak's deaths equations. The current number of enemies Ark had to face was the 400 Nakujuk in Jules group. But the situation would change if he could lure Jules group and some Nakujuk from the village. Of course, using vampirism on a user had a low probability of success. Death's equations was also the same. In addition, Duke was high ranking, so he had to use 3 ribs in every try. It was a huge damage. But there was no other way. Razak, use death's equations. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak sighed deeply and slowly removed his ribs. The unexpected profession he evolved to caused Razak to become gloomier. Anyway, 3 times, he used 9 ribs before the skill barely succeeded. Yes, the Duke who lured Jewel out was a zombie. In the beginning it was a little vague, but isn't it an unexpectedly useful skill? Ark never dreamed that he could take advantage of death's equations in this way. Anyway, Ark's operation to storm the village was a success. However, there were still 150 Nakujuk left in the village even after Jewel took some out. I can handle it if I attack small groups, but... He didn't know how long Jewel would be tricked. In fact, death's equations had some limits. The distance that the zombies could move away from the controller was quite far, but it wasn't indefinite. So Razak hid and directed Duke to take Jewel's group around the area of the village. Thus there was a time limit on tricking Jewel's party. I have to quickly save the residents and get out. Ark was determined to take a risk. While Jewel was missing, he would focus on attacking one place with all his power. The place Ark aimed for was Kuahak. Surprise attack, surprise attack. The Nakujuk in the watchtower spotted them and sounded the horns. At the same time, 100 Nakujuk flocked like a cloud. But Ark's eyes just searched the corpses without paying any attention to the gathering Nakujuk. Raiden quickly packed the items dropped by the Nakujuk. Sack 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 sack. Raiden ran boldly and examined the corpses. The list of all the Japtum Raiden swallowed appeared before Arkansas. After a while, Ark finally found the item he was looking for in the list. Raiden had acquired the Nakujuk's crude key. That's it, Raiden. Give it to me. Raiden vomited out the key it swallowed on Ark's command. Ark picked up the key and held it to the iron door. The iron door opened and all the children of the village came pouring out. Yes, Ark attacked the jail where the children were being imprisoned. The children were the weapons Ark prepared to defeat the Nakujuk. The kids came out and rushed towards Ark, who had food prepared. It was the dish that he cooked for Hejayalese, the founder of the intimidation skill, in order to increase his voice. "Oh Arknim, those fellows are right in front of you, dot. Wait a minute. Have you ate everything?" The children became quite hungry in prison, so they nodded after the food disappeared in an instant. Ark waved his hand like a conductor and said, "Now, do you remember what you have to say when I make this signal?" "Yes. Daddy. Arknim saved us." "Okay, good. 1, 2. The Nakujuk are coming. Save us." The village shook with the children's cries thanks to the food, which increased the volume of their voices. Its effect showed immediately. What the? This sound is? Children, the children's voices. Ark? Who is Ark? He is the foreigner who rescued Bona not so long ago. He came back. Oh, that person rescued the children? But it seems dangerous. They need help. The adults involved in the construction of the reception tower stopped moving. Then the Nakujuk supervisor ran to them and swung the whip with a perplexed expression. "This fellow, you're not behaving? Do you want to die? Shut up, dot. What the? Are you crazy? You're the crazy ones. Locking up our children and threatening us. Bolkanesu, strike. Rohair." The Bolkaneser shrieked at its trainer's command and crashed into the supervisor. He was not the only one. The other trainers also used their monsters to attack the supervisors. The Baron members also picked up pickaxes or shovels and swung them. Thanks to Ark rescuing their children, the Baron caused a riot at the construction site, making the Nakujuk panic. Yes, it was successful. Ark clenched his fists when he saw the disorder in the village. Yes, this was what Ark came up with. The Baron said that they weren't warriors. However, Ark felt like this was just a simple excuse. While their strength and stamina couldn't compare to the Nakujuk, they had the trained monsters as weapons. Yet they never thought about fighting back because of fear. They would still be the same even if Ark helped them. But Ark knew. Parents would become so much braver when their child was at risk. His father, who passed away, was like that. Although he usually never got into arguments, if Ark returned after being hit, his father would become furious and fear nobody. Despite her illness, his mother never lost her smile for Ark's sake. And he learned that the hearts of the NPCs in New World was no different from humans. They would be willing to die against the Nakujuk for their children. That's it. Buxel, Bona, take the children to a safe place. Yes, Ark Hyung. Now, follow me. Bona nodded and retreated with the children. Come with me, Lariat Nim. Ark led Lariat and the flock of Nakujuk towards the construction site. A fierce battle was being waged at the construction site. However, there were a limited number of monsters that the Baron could use to deal with the Nakujuk. When the Baron rushed in at the beginning, it seemed like the Nakujuk was pushed back. After the formation remained intact and the battle prolonged, the Baron clan and their monsters were the ones collapsing. Reality was still reality. Despite fighting for their children, they couldn't become Superman. Currently there were 100 Nakujuk troops there. On the other hand, there were 70 Baron and 120 monsters. Despite the Baron clan's overwhelming numbers, their combat power was a lot weaker. Furthermore, their only weapons were shovels or pickaxes. On the other hand, the Nakujuk were heavily armed with armor and weapons. Everyone, please listen to me. Ark shouted towards the Baron clan. As you heard earlier, all the children are safe. But if you fall back here, your children will be in danger again. You have to defeat the Nakujuk. You won't stand a chance at this point, so rally to me. That person is? It's that person. That's Ark. The one who rescued the children. Didn't I tell you? The friend that worked for me once? At that time I already knew he wasn't an average person. The stable owner Ark had worked for jumped forward. Then the Baron clan flocked to Arkansas. Okay, follow my instructions. We'll do anything since you've rescued our children. We'll do anything since you've rescued our children. Ark quickly took control of the Baron clan. However, Ark actually delegated the Baron to Lariat. That was all he needed to do to achieve victory in battle. And that simple action showed its enormous power. It was because of the special characteristics of a Holy Knight and Innocence Knight. A Holy Knight's true strength shone on the battlefield. He was able to stack up 3 buffs on all his subordinates. But was that all? Thanks to the influence of the Holy Knight, the troops' morale would also rise. It was indeed a profession that existed for war, a maestro of the battlefield. That was the Holy Knight. Compared to the Holy Knight, an Innocence Knight was stronger in holy magic. Oh, my courage is rising quickly for some reason. Rohair. The monsters of the Baron clan also had their morale increased. They weren't the only ones who changed. Everyone attack. Lariat lifted her sword and shouted. She rushed towards a Nakujuk and struck it with her shield. Yes, she had finally fully awakened to her profession. An Innocence Knight who couldn't lead her troops into battle and death would be considered useless. Ark's Dark Attribute bonus increased his stats by 40% while another hero profession, the Innocence Knight, applied stat bonuses to her allies. Currently her level was 180. However, she was the leader of a 70-people attack group and her level reached the mid-200s. The Holy Knight characteristics of Alan that had once pushed Ark to despair was now a strong ally. Yap, 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 yap. Thanks to the small space, a Nakujuk fell to her attacks. With her black hair flying while fighting the Nakujuk, it looked like a scene from Joan of Arc. She was the embodiment of an Innocence Knight. Thanks to her, the situation was in their favor. But the problem won't be settled even if I win this battle. If Jules' party and the Nakujuk return, everything is screwed. I have to save Basutyu before that happens. However, he was unable to find Basutyu at the construction site. A Baron member replied when he asked about Basutyu's whereabouts. Basutyu Nim? He was caught shortly after he tried to escape and dragged back. The foreigners who came with the Nakujuk stayed at Basutyu's house, so he's probably trapped there. Basutyu's house. Ark looked at the large house located in the center of the village. I'll leave this place to Diedrich and Lariat. I don't know how the situation will change, so I have to rescue Basutyu first. Lariat Nim, I'm going to rescue Basutyu. Ha? Yes. Lariat replied while still fighting. Anyway, Ark left the battlefield and headed towards Basutyu's house. Most of the soldiers were concentrated on the construction site, so there were only a few sporadic battles inside the village. Ark assisted the Baron a few times while crossing the village. So Ark was able to arrive at Basutyu's house after a few minutes. The mansion contained a maze of shelves and bookcases densely packed together. Basutyu Nim. A familiar voice was heard after Ark entered the house. Ah, Ark's voice, is it Ark? This way, this way. He followed the voice and saw a prison cage hanging from the ceiling. Basutyu and Gurin were trapped in there. Ark began to release the chains of the cage that were tied to a pillar. The Basutyu touched an iron cane and shouted. How did you get here? The explanation is too long. Have you perhaps seen Bona? Don't worry. Bona is taking the children to a safe place. There's a lot I would like to ask. Ark tilted his head to one side. Usually a key obtained in a specific area could be used to open all locks there. The key to the children's prison also unlocked their shackles. So Ark thought the key would be able to open the cage. But the key didn't match when he tried to use it. What on earth is going on? Another key is necessary? Ark thought with an unbearable expression. Gurin had been looking around with an anxious face and suddenly burst out. Ark Nim, behind you. Be careful. Qua 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 quang. At the same time, the bookcases at the entrance collapsed like a domino and Ark was attacked. The bookcase was several meters high and had a tremendous weight. He would be completely flattened if it fell on him. Ark reflexively pushed the cage back and climbed on top of it. The cage tied with chains swung back like a swing and then swung forward and smashed into the bookcase. The hundreds and thousands of scrolls poured out like water. What the hell is this? Ark asked with a bewildered expression when the shaking cage finally came to a halt. Then he saw a shadow approaching quickly before he felt a tremendous impact on his side. Ark flew back a few meters and crashed. Ark! Basutyu and Gurin called out from the cage. However, Ark couldn't hear their voices. Oh my god. Ark lifted his head and swallowed his saliva. The shadow was a giant armed with thick steel armor and a huge two-handed axe. The face peering out from the helmet gave off a terrible impression. Kukukuku, I thought you would come here. A warning message flashed as soon as the giant spoke. The Nakujuk commander Kaljapu has appeared. But he didn't have time to confirm the warning message. You dared hinder the cause of the Nakujuk, die. Kaljapu's two-handed axe fell downwards and caused a storm. Ark quickly rolled his body and narrowly managed to escape the attack. But he only had 50% of his health left. After leaving the construction site, he had been too busy to recover his health. He never thought he would meet a mid-level boss. But even so, he still had 60% health when entering the house. He had only been hit by the surprise attack, meaning that one strike reduced 10% of his health. Does that mean I can only endure 5 of his direct attacks? Damn, he's only level 350 but he has tremendous attack power. But he seems slow. With such incredibly high damage, his agility should be quite low. In addition, that thick armor will make him even easier to deal with. He had initially panicked but now Ark showed a confident expression. No matter how high, damage wasn't enough. In fact, Ark had no trouble with opponents that had high damage and defense but were slow. Andal and Leo were the first people he piked and they were both warriors. It was because he could grasp the weak points even if the armor was very thick. Dark Dance. Ark used dazzling footwork to confuse Kaljapu. As expected, Kaljapu's movements were slow. Every time he took a thick armored step, the whole house would shake. He couldn't overcome Ark's movements with such a heavy weight. However, it wasn't as easy to win as Ark thought. Tat-un. He took advantage of the opportunity and swung his sword. A sound suddenly rang out and his wrists became heavy and dull. On the other hand, Kaljapu only lost 1% of its health. The armor was too thick to deal any damage. In the meantime, Ark used his taekwondo skills which had defeated countless knights. He used a low kick to hit a place that would normally stun knights. However, the thickness of the armor was beyond his imagination and his kicks couldn't penetrate it. Kaljapu just ignored the kicks and swung his axe. Ark had been careless and he became cornered in a few blinks of an eye. I'll get hit if I don't move. Ark used riposte to push Kaljapu back for the moment. No, he was trying to push. But a giant was the opponent. He was also a giant wearing several tons of armor. Rather than being pushed by riposte, Ark flew back through the air. What is this bastard? Indeed, it was a tank. But there was still a way to defeat it. Even a tank has weaknesses. I just have to attack the place and this durable armor won't matter. He looked using Eyes of the Cat and spotted a red light in a gap in Kaljapu's armor. It was Kaljapu's weakness. Once Ark confirmed the weakness, he changed his strategy and used Dark Dance to spin around Kaljapu with his sword. Once he reached Kaljapu's back, he stabbed the sword in a gap in his armor. Then Ark witnessed an unimaginable scene. In fact, Ark felt like something was wrong ever since Kaljapu appeared. It was strange, normal armor had different front and backs. However, Kaljapu wore a rustic armor that looked the same in the front and back. It was a funny-looking armor. Woo-doo-doo-duck, dot. When Ark tried to stab his sword, the armor completely twisted around and blocked the gap. There was a ringing sound and Kaljapu's head turned 180 degrees. Not only that, both arms completely turned to the back. In a moment, the front and back were completely changed. And the moment Ark thrust his sword, Kaljapu grabbed the blade with his glove and smacked him. You have received a critical hit, 550 damage. You have been stunned for 3 seconds. Ark flew in an arc and hit the bookcase. The impact made his spirit feel like it was flying to Andromeda. But he was lucky that Kaljapu was overflowing with strength. If he had fallen right in front of him because of the counterattack, he would be subjected to continuous attacks thanks to his stun state. Fortunately, he was released from his stun state by the time Kaljapu reached him, but the situation had become worse. He had no chance in a frontal confrontation. The only way Ark could win was to attack the gap in the armor. However, if Kaljapu could switch his front and back, then Ark would have no chance of attacking the gaps. In addition, he would be vulnerable to a counterattack. Shit, is he the T-400 Terminator or something? There was no point in standing around complaining. Since he couldn't attack the gaps in the armor, Ark had only dealt 3% damage at most. However, Ark was hit by the counterattack and lost 10% health. With his 30% health, if he took 3 more hits or counterattacks, then he would definitely die. Kukukuku, have you run out of techniques? Kaljapu started swinging his axe. But, it was true. He had no chance in a frontal confrontation and his taekwondo didn't work either. Even his strategy to attack the weak point failed. Truly overwhelming. All Ark could do was run around. Fortunately, he could avoid most of Kaljapu's attacks thanks to his high agility. However, New World's combat system meant that he would still receive damage in a certain range even if he avoided the attack. Thanks to that, Ark's health slowly dripped down lower and lower. In fact, it was natural that he would suffer. Kaljapu was the commander of the Nakujuk Jules group met when they crossed the northern mountains. Although he was only level 350, Jules group needed 10 people to defeat him. I never thought I would meet such a tough ambush. The results of this encounter will be inevitable. Ark tightened his lips and felt like his insides were burning. The problem had become really serious once he encountered Kaljapu. If Ark died, then Razak's death's equations would be broken. So Jules' group would return to the village once they realized they'd been deceived. It was obvious what would happen to the battle at the construction site. My resurrection location is at the Valley Village. Jewel will not miss such an opportunity. Once the town is occupied, a constant watch will be set on the totem. If Lariat or I die, then we won't be able to resurrect again. Ark used Umma's sap and endured. However, Umma's sap only recovered 400 healths. He only had 4 left, so he would only be able to recover 1,600 healths. Cuckoo, it's no use even if you run away. While Ark was thinking, Kaljapu had backed him into a corner and swung his axe. Ark lowered his body and hurriedly used slide to escape between Kaljapu's legs. He would do anything it took to live. But Ark surprisingly realized something thanks to this humiliating act. Ugh, this bastard. Kaljapu jumped and showed signs of panic. Then he looked around briefly before finding Ark and approaching. What the? That response just now? Kaljapu's reaction time was normally very fast. It was similar to Ark never missing a target when he used Dark Dance. Because of that, he could immediately switch back and forth if someone attacked from behind and then counterattack. But Ark sliding through the crotch, for a brief moment he could not determine Ark's location. Perhaps that guy. Slide. Ark once again used slide to pass underneath Kaljapu's crotch. Although he showed less signs of panic than the first time, he still had difficulty finding Ark's location. There's no doubt. That guy can't see properly near his feet. Yes, Kaljapu was wearing an armor of great thickness. His helmet was also very thick. With such a thick helmet on, he naturally wouldn't be able to see properly around his feet. So his blind spot wasn't his back but his feet. Aha, that's it. Ark devised a plan and immediately communicated with Diedrich. Diedrich, what is the situation over there? It is a little cumbersome, the battle is proceeding as planned, over. Okay, then fly towards Basutu's house right now, Ark commanded before running all over the place and pushing down bookshelves. The many bookcases filling up the mansion collapsed and scrolls came pouring out. The amount of scrolls was enough to fill up to his ankles. Then Diedrich flew into the house after crossing the village. Master, I'm busy, so why couldn't you wait to call? Hook. What is that? You've arrived? Kaljapu, who had been chasing after Ark, turned his head and swung his axe. But Ark was one step ahead and grabbed Diedrich before diving into a roll. After avoiding the attack, the axe slammed into the ground and damaged it. This bastard, where are you? Cowardly bastard. Kaljapu brandished his axe all over the place, but Ark had already run far away. Diedrich panted in another room and muttered. Master, what is with that huge guy? Shut up, there's no time, so listen to me. Ark quickly explained the operation. Diedrich understood the majority of the situation and smiled before nodding. Oh, so that guy is just big and dumb? That's right. Understood. I'm an expert. Diedrich swam out among the scrolls. Even then Kaljapu still couldn't identify Ark's location. His eyes had no way of reaching his feet and the scrolls also reached his ankle. Then he saw something rolling a few meters away. Are you there? You rat bastard. Kaljapu approached and his axe fell. At the moment the scrolls scattered and a bat flew up to the ceiling. Diedrich escaped the range of the axe and touched the ceiling while sticking out his tongue. Over here. What the? A bat? Ugh. Kaljapu's face stiffened as something attacked his sphincter. While Kaljapu had been concentrating on Diedrich, Ark dived between his legs and stabbed his crotch with a knife. Even though Kaljapu realized the attack, he couldn't do anything about it. This bastard. Kaljapu immediately tried to attack, but Ark and Diedrich had already dived among the scrolls. After that Kaljapu became completely stupid. Ark and Diedrich hid among the scrolls and would emerge at different times to attack Kaljapu. Over here, stupid. Diedrich would run away and yell while Kaljapu concentrated his gaze on him. Then Ark would close the distance and attack X. Kaljapu wasn't completely stupid, so after a few repetitions, he would swing his head 180 degrees in the opposite direction that a shadow jumped. He determined that Diedrich emerged first, so Ark would attack from behind. But of course Ark would have thought of that response. You've misunderstood. I'm real this time. This time Ark smiled and ran away. Oh, that Kaljapu didn't even move a muscle. Arknim is the descendant of Rarukan like expected. Durin and Basutu exclaimed from where they were watching in the cage. To be honest, it wasn't a nice enough fight that they could exclaim like that. They just stuck like a cockroach to the scrolls before emerging and either attacking or running away. But this method had the best effect. Using this strategy, Ark was able to drive Kaljapu into a critical condition. Then, time to finish this. Ark once again attacked Kaljapu's sphincter. A dreadful scream emerged like a patient had hemorrhoids. Kaljapu let out a huge scream and grabbed his ass as he died. The Nakujuk commander had pushed Ark into a corner several times and now looked pathetic as he died after having his sphincter attacked multiple times. Your level has risen. Your level has risen. Despite the difficult, he only rose 2 levels. Isn't it slightly pitiful now that I've seen it? However, Diedrich just kicked his feet against the knife stuck in the Kaljapu's ass. Ha, that's what you get for swinging your axe all over the place. Then Kaljapu dropped 2 items. Kaljapu's key. Plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred, magic. Armor type, plated gauntlets. Defense power, 55, plus 15. Durability, 55/90. Weight, 40. User restriction, level 200 or more knight. Plated gauntlets used by the Nakujuk commander Kaljapu. The Nakujuk clan has a history of intense hatred for other races. Their hatred is so dark and depraved that it seeped into the equipment they used. Moreover, Kaljapu's hatred increased beyond imagination in his final moments and has created a special option. Option, Strength plus 20, Defense plus 15. Special option, you can use Berserk. When Berserk is used, your hatred is amplified and your offense will increase by 5% for 20 minutes. Not available for those without the hatred stat. Cooldown time, 2 hours. What is this? Kaljapu was a boss monster, so of course he would drop a magic item. But Ark discovered something different when reading the information window. Kaljapu died while he was furious and created a new special option. Didn't that mean an item's properties could vary depending on the circumstances of death? Does that mean I can receive better items if I killed a Nakujuk while they're furious? Then I might be able to create special items in the same way with other monsters. Items with better side effects would be sold at a higher price. I've discovered some good information. Attacking the X was a strategy which ensured the opponent would become furious. Ark became determined to refine his newly learned skill to attack X and picked up the key. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 7. ACT 7 Near Miss. Where the hell is that Ark child? Jewel frowned and complained. It had been 1 hour since the group had left the village. Jewel had circled the outskirts of the village several times but never found any traces of Arkansas. However, the Ranger Duke kept on finding traces of Ark, so there was no way they could return yet. But Jewel found something strange during that time. Nearly there. I found traces that Ark has just passed by here. How many times have you said those words? Nearly there. I found traces that Ark has just passed by here. Those were the only words Duke would say after leaving the valley village. In fact, Razak didn't know how to write. So he wrote down what Ark told him to in order to lure Jewel out of the village. However, Ark had left for the village, so he could only repeat the last sentence over and over. What is with this guy? Did he eat something weird? Jewel didn't know the circumstances and just thought Duke was acting weird because he caught a cold. Well, his behavior was still strange even with a cold. Jewel calmed down and followed behind Duke. Then Jewel suddenly heard a harsh sound. Bang, 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 bang. It wasn't a sound in the game. The banging sound came from reality. But Jewel just ignored it. When connected to the game, she was Jewel the stalker. Reality just irritated Jewel. Even if she disconnected, the person on the other end would just talk nonsense. Jewel had no intention of stopping for nonsense when Ark was on the verge of being caught. However, she heard the voice speaking and had to exit the unit. Hey you. What the hell? This voice is, what? Jewel opened the door of the apartment with a confused face. And felt chilled when she saw the visitor's face. The visitor was a friend who had been playing the game since the beta test. His ID in New World was Duke. However, wasn't Duke chasing Ark around in the game? New World used biometric data so no one else could control the character. Then who was with Jewel inside the game? Damn it, why didn't you answer the phone? Duke asked with annoyance as he entered the room. Who know I don't answer calls while playing the game. Rather, how are you here? How? Duke breathed out and started complaining. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, you have to hurry. What? Damn it, it's Arkansas. While chasing after Bona, I happened to run into Ark and got killed by him, so I frantically tried to call you. I wanted to let you know where he was. But you didn't answer the phone. Now he's probably already run away. Anyway, I can't connect for 24 hours, so it's really frustrating. Ark. You encountered Ark? Jewel realized what happened. She was confident regarding aspects of New World. If someone encountered something they couldn't understand in New World, then it was most likely a skill. Duke was killed by Arkansas. Then Duke's ghost appeared and lured us out of town. Then, Jewel didn't know what method Ark used, by he had deliberately deceived them and lured them out of the village. In fact, Ark was guilty of one big error when thinking about his plan. When Duke was killed, he could have called Jewel straight away in reality. While thinking about a skill in the game, it wasn't possible to take reality into account. But fortunately, this strategy lasted for 1 hour despite its weak points because of Jewel's habit of not answering the phone. However, Duke ended up visiting Jewel directly. Damn! Duke, you're dead. Jewel cursed and ran to the unit. What the? What are you doing? Duke was left scratching his head with a stupid expression. Dash. Grandfather. Oh, Bona. You're all right. Basutyu was released from the cage and wept while hugging Bona. He had seen the same scene not too long ago. Deja vu? Well, it was a minor scene, so Ark checked over the situation in the village. While Ark was stabbing Kaljapa's sphincter with a knife, the Slave Liberation Army led by Joan of Arc was able to defeat the Nakujuk after a fierce battle. But after the heat of the battle, they returned to the terrible reality. They sacrificed quite a few people in order to defeat the Nakujuk. The Group 0F70 Baron was reduced by 30 people. The damage to the monsters was even further, as only 20 of them survived. The difference in combat power between the Nakujuk and the Baron was huge. Therefore there were quite a few orphan children. Sob sob, father, mother. Ark felt his heart become heavier after hearing the children's cries. He was familiar with the grief of losing parents. Although they fought to save their children, Ark was the one who incited them to do it. It's not necessary to make that look. Basutyu seemed to guess what Ark was feeling as he tapped him on the shoulder. I heard everything while being locked in the cage. They intended to kill all of us once the tower was finished. Although 30 Noodle died, you ended up saving 40 of us. And their children as well. So don't beat yourself up about the victims. Of course he would do that. Ark wasn't a sentimental person who would dwell on his guilt. They were NPCs. Although the well-crafted NPC felt human, a NPC was still a NPC. And now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. Do you know what the Nakujuk are using the tower for? I also heard it. I can't believe that the Nakujuk can freely move across the northern mountains when the tower is completed. The purpose of those guys, conquest of the netherworld. Basutyu made it seem like he was stating a huge discovery. I already know that. So if you pull down the tower, Jewel and the Nakujuk conquering the netherworld was a big deal for Arkansas. But since the Nakujuk utilized monsters to build the tower, Ark couldn't pull it down by himself. Basutyu just shook his head and sighed. It's possible. But that would only buy some time. Those guys have the blueprint for the tower. While they possess the blueprints, their southern invasion is an inevitable fact. There is only one way left. The Baron must rally together and fight against them. Are the odds in your favor? Basutyu closed his mouth with a heavy expression. The meaning of his silence was obvious. Ark clearly knew about the huge difference between the Baron and the Nakujuk's combat abilities. So the Baron would have to unite despite those differences. Besides, if the Baron joined the war, then the Hermes Alliance was likely to send some forces. There was no way the weak Baron group could match them. I can't prevent the netherworld from falling into their hands. Ark sighed with frustration. Basutyu was also frustrated. Anyway, there is only one way now. In the past, the Baron fled from the Nakujuk, but there is nowhere else to run. We will be forced to fight, even if everyone dies. I have to inform my people as fast as possible to allow them to prepare. Before that, there's one thing I wanted to ask. Ark explained to Basutyu what occurred in Magaro's laboratory. Basutyu frowned and muttered as he thought. It can be seen but not touched. Perhaps he is speaking of underground? Underground? Yes, that's certainly it. My memory is vague, but a long time ago a huge disaster occurred. The dimensions distorted and some areas were trapped in a dimensional gap. Trapped in a dimensional gap? Then is there a method to return it intact? I don't remember all the details. The incident is similar to a myth or legend. But if they know the dimension distorting is a cause, then there might be a solution. That's right, records of the legend are in the A bookcase. Basutyu murmured and looked around before his face stiffened. The shelves had collapsed while fighting Kaljapu, pouring thousands of scrolls onto the floor. In addition, Ark had swum around in the scrolls, so they were all scrambled. Oh my god! How am I going to find the scroll in here? Basutyu groaned as he looked around. Ark also thought it was an impossible task. How could they find one among thousands of scrolls? And time was of the essence. The time when Jewel and the Nakujuk would return to the village was unknown. Razak hasn't contacted me yet, so there is no need to worry for the moment. Did they have to look for the scroll blindly? It wouldn't be possible to obtain the clue once Jewel occupied the village again. Didn't he also have to complete the quest before the Hermes Guild occupied the Netherworld? Then, a perfect solution to find the scroll struck Arkansas. Are there any special markings on the scroll? Marking? No, nothing like that. But all the records related to that legend is on the A shelf. So the strings closing the scroll would have the A symbol on it. As I recall, contents about underground seem to be in the A20 to A30 scrolls. I understand. Lariat Nim, call all the residents and tell them to gather here. Approximately 60 residents and children entered the house. Buxel, Lariat Nim, please distribute all of the herbal tea. Yes, he devised the idea of using the herbal tea. The herbal tea Ark distributed was the one to speed up their hand movements and improve their eyesight. Then he ordered them to search for the A20 to A30 scrolls. At any rate, Ark was the best at using people. Oh, what is this? Why our hands are so fast? And I can see that fine print completely from this far away. The effect of the herbal tea activated immediately. The Baron clan acted like pigeons picking up food and searched among the scrolls at an amazing speed. And someone soon found a necessary scroll. Okay, 5 have already been found. Now only 5 more. Ark was waiting anxiously. Clack 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 clack. All of a sudden Razak ran into the mansion. Diedrich lifted his head from where it was buried in a scroll and shouted. Master, those guys are coming back to the village. What the? Ark jumped with surprise. He exited the mansion and saw a cloud of dust approaching in the distance. Jewel's group was coming back to the village leading over 200 Nakujuk, but... Damn, how did they know? We should find the other 5 in around 10 minutes. No, the work pace has quickened, so it should be 7 minutes. Oh my god. So close. Lariat moaned as she also exited the house. If Jewel's group noticed something strange, then they would definitely try to catch Ark and the Baron. On the other hand, Ark's group contained children, so their escape speed would be slower. There was no guarantee that they could elude the pursuit even if they left now. No, to be honest, there was a 30% chance. But it would be impossible if he delayed for 7 more minutes. The village would be surrounded and they would be wiped out. Ark, this is a request. At that moment Basutyu approached and spoke to him. A request? Yes, I've heard from Bona. You have a method to move to Middle-earth. As you know, the war in the Netherworld will begin soon. And win or lose, the Baron will suffer a harsh trial. It's our inevitable fate. But, Basutyu turned his head and looked at the children moving in the mansion. I don't want the children to experience that. And anyway, it is impossible to flee from the Nakujuk with the children. So can you escape with all these children and their caretakers to the safer Middle-earth? Ark's eyes started flashing. Why had he never thought of that? That's right. Ark had a method to return to Middle-earth at any time. So he could still look for the scrolls without worrying about being chased by Jewel's group. It was like he had just opened a door and exited from a nightmare. It's not just to save the children. We also think that this is the best way. There are only 7 Skyrays remaining. If I'm there, then Gurin and the other trainers will be able to use the Skyrays. The Nakujuk will be unable to follow them on foot. Therefore they can quickly tell our kin about the situation. Of course, Ark could also stay in the town until they found the scrolls. But there was one problem. The scrolls were all protected using a cipher passed down through Basutyu's family. If he didn't go with Basutyu, then who would decipher the scrolls? But the clever old man had already thought of that. Although Bona is still immature, he can still solve the password for the scroll. Grandfather. Bona stared at Basutyu with surprise. But Basutyu just stroked Bona's head and laughed. You don't have to worry. Ark is someone you can trust. No doubt he will take you guys to a safe place. Just wait there safely until we come to pick you up. Bona was tearful but did not protest. Basutyu wiped off his tears with a sleeve and nodded. I promise. I'll definitely come pick you up. Right. Basutyu nodded and walked towards the skyrays with Gurin and some trainers. Then, Lariat, who had been hesitating, suddenly shouted. I'll go too. Lariat Nim? Ark's eyes popped out. Isn't Ark Nim going to return to the Netherworld? Of course. That was why he was looking for the scroll. Ark Nim has to take the children to Middle-earth. But someone should also stay here. It is important to understand the situation in the Netherworld. And there is no guarantee of safety even on the Skyrays. I will protect them. Ark looked at Lariat with bemusement. Her suggestion was unexpected. Didn't she promise never to get on a Skyray again? So he couldn't understand why she intended to stay in the Netherworld. But it wasn't bad to have Lariat stay behind. Ark still hadn't abandoned the Netherworld. If Jules Group occupied the Netherworld, then there would be nowhere for Ark to hide. He had to do whatever it took to stop it. And the power of the Baron clan was needed to stop their ambitions. In the war, Lariat would help the Baron clan tremendously, so it was welcomed. I understand. Ark nodded and Lariat mumbled something. Then, please tell me your phone number. Ha? Phone number, dot. Arknim will be in Middle-earth, but you will need to know the situation in the Netherworld. But you can't use the Feather of Whispering to communicate between dimensions. Ah, yes. Ark nodded and told her his phone number. And Lariat blushed before clenching her fist tightly. After that, Basutyu called from the Sky Ray, and she clenched tightly to Basutyu with a pale face before vanishing with a scream. She's so scared but still volunteered. Lariat Nim is surprisingly responsible. Ark thought Lariat wanted to stay behind because of a sense of responsibility towards the Baron. However, Lariat had a separate ulterior motive. Her feelings for Ark were still too ambiguous. Lariat wanted to confirm if her feelings for Ark was like a friendly colleague or something more. Every time she was alone with Ark, she would become confused and change the subject. However, if she returned to Middle-earth, then she would lose all justification to follow Arkansas. But if Lariat remained in the Netherworld, then Ark would obviously have to contact her. Moreover, didn't she naturally ask for his phone number? Lariat had a surprisingly smart plan. Anyway, Ark once again entered the mansion once Basutyu's group left. 10 grams of the Dimension Movement Powder can move one person. Currently, there are 50 remaining adults and children. I'll have to create a magic circle using 500 grams of powder. Ark cleared the floor of scrolls and started making a magic circle. Ark Hyung, I found another one. Okay, we can find everything and still leave in time. Meanwhile, the Baron had been busy finding the scrolls. By the time he finished drawing the magic circle, they had found 9 scrolls. Now there was only one left, so obviously the last one would be a huge problem. Ark Hyung, we've searched everyone but we can't find the last one. The 50 Baron had drunk the herbal tea and searched the mansion. Even so, they could not find the final piece. And Jules Group had already entered the village and was rushing towards the house. Basutyu said that the underground was written in one of those scrolls. Couldn't the content be written in one of the 9 scrolls? 9 scrolls are found, so the probability is 90%. But considering my luck, it would probably be in that one scroll. It was like missing just one number in bingo. But there was no more time to hold out. Ark clenched his teeth and pointed towards the dimly shining gate. It can't be helped. Leave the last chapter. Everybody go inside the gate. Children first. And then the adults. Hurry. Those guys are already reached the mansion. The Baron plunged into the gate one by one under Ark's command. Then Bona, who was one of the last ones to leave, stood beside Ark at the gate and looked around. Then Bona's eyes brightened and he exclaimed. Ark Hyung. Over there, a 7. It's the last chapter. What? Ark turned his head. After a moment of concentrating, he was able to find the scroll. The last chapter was wedged between a fallen bookcase near the entrance. Then Jules Group entered at the same time he saw the scroll. Ark. That gate? The Baron clan are running away. Damn it, the timing is really amazing. Ark cursed. Diedrich, take Bona first and enter the gate. Razak, transform. Clack clack clack, clack 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 clack. Razak, who had been waiting next to him, changed into the saw blade. Ark picked up the saw blade and used sprint to approach Jules' cronies. Jewel obviously though Ark was running away and tried to stop him. But Ark's special move instantly left his mouth. Yeah, would you guys like to be turned to meat? I'll beep and beep to you. The vulgar words were shot out rapidly as their faces turned red. Under the effect of intermediate intimidation, Jewel's group stiffened. At the same time Ark ran up and jumped, smashing into a warrior at the front. Then he used the face as a stepping stone and continuously swung his blade while moving. The blade turned into a whip and grabbed a scroll underneath a bookcase. Then the whip returned and the scroll was brought to Ark's hand. I got it. Ark picked up the scroll and turned towards the gate. At that moment the stiffness wore off and a warrior grabbed his ankle. Thanks to that, Ark fell to the floor like a frog. His health was decreased as well. But that wasn't the problem. Bastard, we've caught you. This is our chance, smash him. Heroic strike. Stun him then drive his health down to the bottom. PvP after falling down in the middle of enemy territory? Wasn't there a game that was briefly popular in the early 2000s where these kinds of situations were common? With such a memory, Ark didn't have to explain his current situation. He was hit by a waterfall of skills. Jewel's group and the Nakujuk surrounded him while his health quickly decreased. Everything is finished if I die. Ark rolled on the ground and barely escaped the attacks, but he was already in a critical condition. However, it was fortunate that he entered a critical condition. Thanks to that his adrenaline activated and his defense and reflexes increased by leaps and bounds. Ark used Dark Dance to avoid the attacks and run to the gate. And just as he was about to throw his body into the gate, suddenly, dozens of chains emerged from the ground and wound around his body. A red warning message floated in front of Arkansas. You have been caught by the advanced restraint spell. You can't move for 1 minute, however, it will be automatically cancelled when attacked. It was a magician's chain skill. The skill limited his movements, but it would be released once he was attacked. It was a useful skill when dealing with a lot of monsters. However, Ark was in a critical condition, so one good attack would kill him. Don't touch him, I'm going to handle it. Jewel moved forward and chanted a spell. Jewel used Magic Harmony to combine her two strongest spells. The incantation time was very long, so it couldn't be used in a one-on-one battle. However, it was so strong that it would instantly reduce a warrior's health by 40%. Damn, only one more step, no. This is for messing with us. Blizzard, Hellfire. The two different kinds of magic left her hands in a spiral and Ark was hit with fire and ice. His body received an enormous shock and ran out of health. And a message appeared that he never wanted to see. You've been killed by Jewel Nim's attack. I did it. I got him. Ark collapsed while Jewel's group laughed and ran around like crazy. They had managed to avoid becoming chaotic when occupying the village, but they were willing to become chaotic if it meant killing Arkansas. His resurrection point is at the Valley Village. Now he's caught like a rat in a trap. But Jewel was unaware of one thing. A faint smile appeared on Ark's mouth. Okay, now's the time. Ark said in his mind. All of a sudden the saw blade in Ark's hand started vibrating. At first the sound was low and then it started building up. Then the vibration burst and Ark's health was restored. Razak's Pledge of Death skill has been triggered. Ark has automatically changed health with Razak. Yes, it was a Deathmaster's special skill Pledge of Death. When the summoner died, the pet would show absolute proof of its loyalty and exchange health with the master. Thanks to that, Ark's penalty of all stats -1 was applied to Razak, but Ark had his health restored by 300 points. I never thought I would be assisted in this way. Although it is urgent, I can't just leave like this. Demonic opening. Ugh. Ark pulled out Guizel's sword and stabbed Jewel in the ass. It was the special move he used against Kaljapu, attacking X. In addition, he used demonic opening, so attacking X became even more painful. Jewel burst out screaming from the surprise attack and collapsed. Razak's revenge. Ark said with a cool smile before diving into the gate. Although Jewel's group realized that there was something won, the gate had already disappeared and they just ended up diving into the ground. The Hermes group looked around stupidly before turning to Jewel and saying, Sphincter, is it alright? Captain, hold on. Li Nyong was drinking coffee in the SWAT team's break room. What? That, a suspicious guy has come. The SWAT team member spoke in a low voice. It's about the year-end party the other day. When Hyunwoo was attacked by those hoodlums. So? Someone watching the fight filmed Hyunwoo with a phone. Luckily it was blurry so Hyunwoo's face wasn't recognizable. Just now some guy brought a picture and asked us if we knew the person. The owner of the pub we were drinking in mentioned that we had a year-end party on that day. Who was he? Another policeman? He doesn't seem to be the police. Based on his conversation, he was looking for someone. He was similar to someone they're looking for inside a game. He tried to ask me, but I just rattled on and didn't give any information. He came to the National Police Agency and dared to act like that? That guy doesn't understand the world. The SWAT team member laughed and shrugged his shoulders. Anyway, it's related to Hyunwoo, so I thought I would tell you. Lee Myung-ryong turned the coffee cup and thought about it. A cell phone video with Hyunwoo. He didn't know it was Hyunwoo. Yet that person sought the police just to find him. Then there could only be one simple answer. That person had a purpose for finding Hyunwoo and he was willing to use money to do it. In other words, the purpose couldn't be good. But what was the purpose? He already knew the answer. If they were searching for someone in a game, then it was someone with a grudge against Hyunwoo in New World. And just like Andal, he was looking for Hyunwoo to return a grudge. Hyunwoo, what are you doing in the game that is making you so many enemies? Lee Myung-ryong scratched his head and muttered. Then, the SWAT team member opened his eyes and asked. Game? Didn't the other situation also happen because of a game? What about it? I don't understand it. Deliberately searching for someone because of a game. Hey, don't ignore the game. Lee Myung-ryong huffed and shouted. In fact, Lee Myung-ryong didn't understand it either when the situation with Andal and Hyunwoo occurred. It was only a game. Bringing any grudges into reality felt strange. However, he now understood after playing the game. Raising a character while suffering the pain of broken limbs, Lee Myung-ryong truly felt like Isuram was an alter ego. If something happened to Isuram, then he wouldn't sit still either. Lee Myung-ryong suddenly thought of an unpleasant memory and became angry. That child is dead. Not long ago, Lee Myung-ryong had saved a merchant called Sid. And he gave the first user he became familiar with the unicorn horns worth 1,000 gold who sold it for 851 gold. Lee Myung-ryong became aware of this fact after spending several days in Jiren. When he thought about it, he also felt like hiring a fixer and returning the grudge. But Lee Myung-ryong was still part of the Special Criminal Measures Group and the fact that he was playing the game was a secret. Therefore he couldn't mention it to the SWAT team member. So Lee Myung-ryong had to pretend ignorance even though he was aware of the situation. He understood the feelings, but to put up multiple bounties for one target? That silly person was confusing the game with reality and thought 21st century Korea was the Wild West. He didn't know what someone like Andal would do. So where is he now? I left him at the waiting room near the gym. The gym? Lee Myung-ryong smiled and spoke. Okay, then I should go to the gym and do a little work. A tour? A 20-something-year-old man asked. The man neatly dressed in a suit was an employee of Global Exos, Ho Myung-won. He was visiting the National Police Agency on business. Not long ago, Ha Myung-woo watched a video and noticed that T was similar to the user fighting the boss Valderas in the event quest, so he asked Ho Myung-won to find the protagonist of the video. However, it wasn't as easy to find the hero of the movie as it sounded. The face couldn't be identified properly in the video shot. He had been hoping that someone reported the violent incident at a nearby police station. Then, coincidentally, he received information that the SWAT team was having a year-end party at a pub near there. SWAT team. That's right, why didn't I think of that? The hero of the movie had considerable martial arts skills. Maybe he had been learning martial arts for a long time. That person might be a part of the SWAT team. It isn't strange that a SWAT team member would fight against hooligans. That was why Ho Myung-won came to visit the National Police Agency. But when he asked a SWAT team member, he was asked to wait here before the person disappeared somewhere. I've come to the right place. His expression when looking at the screen indicated that he knew something. Who knew that I would find something from such a blurry video? Perhaps I have the mindset of a detective? While Ho Myung-won was praising himself, the SWAT team member returned. There is someone who knows. That person is currently out in the field, but it is almost time for him to exercise. Oh, do you mind taking a short tour of the gym while you're waiting? The police are acting pretty nice. I understand. Come along. Ho Myung-won nodded and the SWAT team member showed him around the gym. When he entered the gym equipped with clean, modern facilities, he immediately heard loud sounds coming from around the gym. The atmosphere felt warm despite the winter chill and Ho Myung-won inwardly exclaimed. The police train their bodies every day to protect the citizens. Ho Myung-won was glad to be called a proud citizen of South Korea. Ho Myung-hwan was guided around the various martial artists sparring and sat down. How much time had passed? Just as he was becoming bored, the SWAT team member arrived. Are you bored? No, well. If you're bored, would you like some hands-on practice? Hands-on practice? It's not something hard. Just a light spar. In fact, sometimes the National Police Agency helps citizens get some experience in self-defense. It is different according to size and experience, so you should just think of it as lightly sweating. Ho Myung-hwan's shoulders shook at the end of the SWAT team member's words. Ho Myung-hwan was a red belt in Taekwondo, so he was quite proud of his skills. He also watched mixed martial arts tournaments every week and polished his skills against a pillow. Shall I try it out? Good choice. Then please sign here. The SWAT team member extended some documents. The documents stated that he wouldn't sue if he was injured during a spar. And the title on top, hands-on experience application, seemed like it was written in a hurry. Ho Myung-hwan was quite spooked, but he trusted the police 100% and signed. Come, please change and leave your clothes there. The SWAT team member accepted his application and smiled. After Ho Myung-hwan changed, the team member led him to where his opponent was waiting. A 170 centimeters tall man was visible. On the other hand, Ho Myung-hwan was 190 centimeters tall. And he also did some muscle bodybuilding in his spare time. Although his opponent was a SWAT team member, he was slightly embarrassed fighting against someone whose physique was so different to his. Shouldn't I be sparring with my weight class? Ho Myung-hwan scratched his head and asked tentatively. How much do you weigh? I don't know, a little over 90 kilograms, so I should be in the heavyweight division. That's the same as me. I'm a heavyweight too. The man grinned and replied. Ho Myung-hwan realized it wasn't a joke within 1 minute. Well, here I go. The man's body flashed. No, Ho Myung-hwan just couldn't process his movements. Then he suddenly felt an impact like a hammer was hitting his stomach and became shocked. Although he didn't know if it was a kick or a punch, it was definitely the power of a heavyweight division. That was the beginning of an eventful police practice. He couldn't even remember what happened. All he could remember was his body being repeatedly hit by powerful punches or kicks. His breath was stuffed from the pain. But Ho Myung-hwan never called out to stop the attacks. No, he wanted to yell out. But that man noticed whenever he was able to speak and kicked him in the stomach, making him unable to carry on. I am going to die. This guy is going to kill me. Ho Myung-hwan clearly saw it at that moment. A scene where his grandmother who died in a flower garden beckoned. Hot. Ho Myung-hwan was surprised as his body automatically stood up. Then he automatically took a defensive posture thanks to his survival instincts. However, the terrible flying kick didn't come. No, the place where Ho Myung-hwan raised his body was the changing room. After being hit and fainting, he had been transferred to the changing room. Ho Myung-hwan looked stupidly around the changing room. Suddenly the door to the shower stall opened and a man emerged. Ho Myung-hwan's heart soared at the look on his face and he got goosebumps. It was the man trying to kill Ho Myung-hwan just then. You woke up? The man laughed and approached Ho Myung-hwan. It was like a terrifying envoy of the devil was approaching him. The man smiled at Ho Myung-hwan's reaction. Well, the training seemed to have shown an effect. What? The man's face suddenly hardened and he whispered in Ho Myung-hwan's ear. Listen carefully. I'll only say it once. I have a copy of your ID card. If you look for the young man again, then it won't end like this next time. Do you understand? If you have a complaint, then you can visit the Special Criminal Measures Division. But you signed the form saying we weren't to blame even if you died. That is to say, Ho Myung-hwan made a mistake signing that document. That man, Lee Myung-ryong, tapped his shoulders and left. Ho Myung-hwan just stared blankly after Lee Myung-ryong. Blame? A complaint? They were unexpected words. The consent form didn't matter. To be honest, he was just thankful his life had been spared. After Lee Myung-ryong left, Ho Myung-hwan speedily changed clothes and left the police agency. He could only sigh with relief after riding a taxi for a few kilometers. Now that he could relax, he suddenly felt all the pain in his body. Ugh, my body is aching, but what on earth? The hero of the movie? Why is the police hiding such a person? Don't tell me I discovered something I wasn't supposed to know? Is the young man possibly part of the FRB? CIA? Well, something like that? He had clearly seen too many movies. Anyway, Ho Myung-hwan no longer dared investigate the young man's identity. Thus, the likelihood of global exos discovering Hyunwoo once again became lost in a labyrinth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 8. ACT8 ARC's Trading Business. Galen Ajushi. Ha? This voice, ARC, is it ARC? Galen instantly looked away from a pile of documents when ARC entered the town hall. Why are you here? I never heard that you came back. I only arrived a short time. Anyway, welcome home. No, shouldn't I say it's good to have you back? You're now a resident of Lancel. Don't you also share a stake in the village? Oh, do you want a cup of tea? It's okay. I actually wanted to ask for a favor. A favor? Yes, I'd like you to take in a few people. The place ARC thought of when drawing the magic circle was Lancel Village. It was weird to see people with blue skin in Middle-earth, but Lancel Village was a place that would unconditionally accept 50 people regardless of their race or past. After going through the dimensional gate, ARC arrived at the training center a short distance away from the village. He had a reason for moving them to the training camp. The Baron hadn't come over for the purpose of immigration. It was tradition for Lancel to prepare empty land for people to settle it, but that didn't apply to the Baron. Then ARC thought of the training school. Since the 300 thieves had already graduated and went to the village, it was very quiet. So ARC wanted the Baron to live there for the moment. But there was still one problem. There were plenty of beds at the training center. But people also had to eat in order to live. However, ARC didn't have enough food to feed 50 people. And it was impossible to shut them up in the training center without introducing them to Lancel Village, so he went to find Galen. Can you help me? I can't refuse since it is you asking. I also can't ignore it after hearing that their village had been attacked by monsters and they have nowhere else to go. After a good harvest, the village is overflowing with food. It was thanks to ARC finding the sacred soil and pouring it into the fields. So there is no need to worry about food. The town's commerce has also developed a lot since you've been away. The town's finances can afford to look after 50 people with no problem. I'll decide once I've met them. Galen spoke frankly and stood up. Unlike the Netherworld where the weather was unpredictable, Middle-earth had normal concepts of seasons. And currently New World was in the middle of winter, so the weather was quite chilly. The town has changed quite a lot since I've been here. ARC said as he looked around Lancel Village. He felt like the village was truly developing now. Every time he visited, it felt like it was steadily growing. After the Raccoon clan joined, the buildings in particular became incredibly flashy and made it look like a theme park. And apart from the NPCs, there were also a considerable number of users. A rumor started to spread in the area, so our number of visitors has increased a lot. Rumor? ARC tiled his head to one side and Galen laughed before pointing. Despite the winter air, the Meow Elder Hassan was fast asleep on a rooftop. Users watched avidly as the tail moved or Hassan's nose twitched while snoring. Kya, look! Over there as well. The tail is so cute. Hassan, where was the Meow's pride? But it wasn't just Hassan. A group of users was also gathered around the sawmill where the Raccoon clan was working. They pretended to do other things while gawking at the raccoons. Why are people gathered over there? You'll understand if you keep watching. One of the raccoons grunted and lifted a piece of timber. Beyond. The raccoon's tail suddenly popped out. Although they usually transformed themselves into the guise of a person, when they were surprised or used a lot of power, then their tails and short beards would pop out. Did you see? Did you see? Kick. I saw it, a round tail. The short beard also briefly appeared. The users were waiting for such a scene. When the raccoon turned his head at the sound of giggles, the users immediately turned around and pretended ignorance. We thought that the raccoons would go unnoticed. But foreigners sometimes visited our village and spread it around. Anyway, now our village's specialties are the meow and raccoons. To the extent that some people visit from far away just to see them. Thanks to that, the meow's leather and the raccoon's business are selling like hotcakes. Galen said with a happy smile. ARC was also happier. He wanted Lancel Village to develop into the intermediary point between Jiren and Jackson. It meant the village's value would also increase. ARC's share in Lancel Village and his real estate would then be worth more. Popo also had a considerable influence. ARC looked at Popo's situation in the town center. Popo's effect continuously raised the value and development of the town. Apart from users, rumors of Popo drew NPCs to the village. The Meow, Raccoon Clan, Rehabilitation Thieves and Popo, all of it meant Lancel Village had a deep bond with Arkansas, He was delighted every time he looked around Lancel village. Although he wanted to look around the town some more, he had to solve the problem of the Baron clan first. "Oh, is that them?" Galen asked curiously when he arrived at the training center. Ark had explained the Baron's blue skin to him, but it was strange seeing it in person. "Yes, Bona. This Ajushi is the mayor of the village." "Ah, hello?" Bona greeted humbly while bowing his head. Galen nodded with a gentle smile before suddenly retreating in astonishment. "Go. Monster. Hick, over there? There too? There too? Ah, Ark, what is going on?" Galen screamed and pointed at the hellhound next to Bona. After the trainers left, most of the monsters in the valley village returned to the wild. But among the 30 children, there were 3-4 who had the trainer ability just like Bona. Just like Bona, those children were given little monsters as pets to raise. So when they left the village, they brought the monsters by carrying it in their arms. Ark explained that to Galen, whose eyes suddenly lit up. Who? They have the ability to make monsters obedient? They're blue and have such a miraculous talent? This is great. Galen had the hobby of collecting unusual people. Good, very good, Arkansas. As expected from you. Where do you find all these fascinating people? Okay, I'll take in this people. I'll take care of the residents to prevent any discomfort. No, like I said, these people don't want to move here. I know that. Of course I know. You said they came here to seek refuge from the war? It doesn't really matter. Naturally, we will help. But are they truly attached to their homes? This is also a good place to live. I'll say it in advance, but I hate people who discriminate against race the most. If they decide to settle here, then they'll receive a job, welfare, and even a house. How about it? Would any of you want to live here? Galen didn't pay any attention to Ark's words. He was like a businessman trying to entice the Baron clan with his promises. Then Bona approached Ark and murmured. "Ark Hyung, this Ajushi is quite scary." "Well, he's not a bad person. He just has a strange hobby." Ark muttered while awkwardly smiling. Dududung, and the quest information window popped up. Find new settlers quest has been updated. You have brought the children of the Baron clan from the Netherworld to Lancel village. They've only fled the chaos of the Netherworld and don't want to migrate here. However, Galen's goal is to develop the village, so he would want to accept this unusual species as a part of the village. There is a possibility that some of the Baron would want to become residents of Lancel village. New settlers found, 90% plus 20%, complete. You have found settlers with special skills. Among the residents of the Netherworld, there are children of the Baron clan with the ability to tame monsters. This is a very unique ability, so if the children settle in Lancel village, then its distinctiveness and rarity will increase. Distinctiveness will affect the industrial value of the village, while rarity will affect the value of the village. You'll have to incite them well if you want the children to become residents. The Baron clan can also become residents? Ark read the information window with shocked eyes. In fact, Ark also thought of this quest when gathering the Baron clan. Thanks to the thieves being rehabilitated, the achievement rate was 90%. There was only 10%, so he needed to gather settlers somehow. However, Basutyu shoved a nail in that idea by saying it was just a temporary evacuation. But isn't the valley village completely occupied by the Nakujuk? They'll have to find a new home even if they return to the Netherworld. And there are likely to be a lot of orphan children. Even if he only delivered half of the 20%, this long quest was likely to finish. In addition, the town's industry and value would also increase. Yes, Bona. This is an incredibly nice place. The residents are very kind and it is very safe. Now it is now cold because it is winter, it will be a very nice place to live in spring. Galen Ajushi is also welcoming you. If you ever want to live here, then just mention it anytime. Ark changed his attitude and immediately tempted the Baron clan. And Galen just laughed and nodded. That's right. You recognize it as well. If the Baron clan feels comfortable living here, then please consider it. Please trust Hyungnim. We will receive you like a family. You can call me uncle from now on. At the end of his words, Ark grasped the hands of the Baron children and smiled. When the thieves graduated, some of them left but most of them stayed behind. And the thieves possessed their own past pains. They called Ark Hyungnim even though they were older than him. Well, the bandits had eventful lives similar to a drama. On the other hand, there are quite a few children orphaned in the Baron group. It might turn out surprisingly well. Of course, most of the children who lost their parents would want to heal the wounds in their heart, not adapt to a new environment, so it would probably take some time. Now that the problem of the Baron clan is solved. Bona, how long will it take to solve the password on the scroll? It should take a few days. Okay, please work on it. Hey, don't just stay here and follow me. Ark stroked Bona's head before ordering Buxel to follow him. Diedrich, you return to the Netherworld. Come to think of it. Isn't it possible to return here? Diedrich, who had been dozing on Ark's shoulders, asked with amazement. Yes, it wasn't possible to recall his summons in the Netherworld, but now they were in Middle-earth. There was no reason for them to stay in town. Besides, Diedrich had felt quite melancholy after not being able to return home for a while. It must be great, that guy got to go home. He had watched enviously as Razak died. Ha, I'm finally able to return. Master, don't call me unless it is urgent. Understood? Diedrich quickly returned to his home in the Netherworld. Then Galen had work to do and they returned to the town hall. I have to go. I would love to stay, but the village has been so busy lately I've barely had time to look after my store. Let's go and have a drink later. So now only Buxel and Ark remained. Is it really all right? Buxel looked around the street with uneasy eyes. What? I'm chaotic. Coming to town, . I told here is okay. At that time, the guards patrolling the village approached and Buxel panicked and hid behind Arkansas. A chaotic player was most afraid of a village's guards because they would be sent to jail if caught. However, Ark said there was no need for such worries in Lancel village. As long as he was with Arkansas. Ark Hyung Nim, when did you come back? A little while ago. I had some errands to run. Why didn't you contact us? By the way, the pig-like guy hiding behind you. They noticed. I'm screwed. Buxel trembled as he saw the guards frown. But the guards then smiled and nodded. A freshman? He's not a new student but someone who I am educating. You still have a lot to suffer. The guards tapped Buxel's shoulders as they muttered. There will be a lot of work, so hang in there. Hyung Nim won't treat you too badly. Ha. So Hyung Nim, we're going back to patrolling. If you have time then please visit the guards' lodgings. Buxel was stunned as the guards left him in Arkansas. He never heard of a chaotic player being encouraged by guards. Looks like it was because of Ark. What kind of human is he? The village mayor didn't even hesitate to accept 50 refugees. The villagers all recognize him, and now the guards greeted a chaotic player? Ark was a very strange human. Buxel thought this as all the residents came to visit Arkansas. Shop owners, guards, construction workers, not just Buxel but all the users visiting the village also looked at Ark with puzzled eyes. It's slightly inconvenient that there are so many users. Ark also felt awkward feeling all those gazes. I should go visit my house and see what the extension looks like. Ark walked towards it with a sense of expectation. Then he suddenly heard a cheer from the side. He turned around and saw that users and NPCs were gathered in the center of town. And a familiar woman was standing on a small stage. The woman had cat ears and a tail. It was the Meow Shaman Jana. The cheers subsided when Jana closed her eyes for a while. And Ark witnessed an unbelievable scene. Jana's body started slowly moving as the sound of an acoustic guitar was heard. Then a dim light appeared wherever the cat moved. Niang, 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 Niang. It was the dance of the Meow Priestess. After the cat dance ended, the crowd cheered and threw a bouquet of flowers. The best. That artful motion of ears and tail. Oh, it never becomes boring even after seeing it a few times. Damn, I'm impressed. I'm grateful I came to look after hearing rumors in the Cineas Principality. Jananim, please look over here. What the hell is going on? What's with that dance and those people? Ark looked at the scene with astounded eyes. Jana bent down to pick up the bouquet when her nose suddenly twitched. Omo, this scent is. Jana grinned widely and turned her face. As expected, it's Arkansas. Ho, he came back. Niang. Jana rushed towards Arkansas. Then, like a cat seeing its owner after a long time, she wound her tail around and rubbed her body against him. Hyung, it's been a while. Niang. You've become even more awesome. Niang. Did you see Ni show just before? Niang? Show? That was a performance? Oh, this body is already a celebrity. Niang. Jana twiddled her ears around and bragged. Not so long ago, some users saw her dance and admired it before spreading rumors around. Thanks to that, she became a hot topic among cosplay enthusiasts and many fans came to see her show. Thanks to Galen's request, she performed several shows a day. But what's with that way of talking? Ho ho ho, these words Niang? Jana confidently smiled and thrust out her chest. Elder taught me Niang. I didn't realize that men would go nuts over it Niang. It is very effective Niang. Now Jana is the most popular Niang. Naya ha ha ha, dot. That old cat, thinking of an idea like this. Now the world sees the beauty of my ears and tail Niang. How is it? Are you now a little more attracted Niang? Are you going nuts Niang? Not at all, he was just a little embarrassed. Tell me what you think anytime Niang. Cats are quite stubborn Niang. Jana spoke towards Ark in a really sweet voice. Ark felt breathless as his jaw dropped. Why? Because the members of Jana's fan club were shooting death glares at Arkansas. No, it was to the point that they almost challenged him to a duel. Hey! It was at that time. A young lady walking suddenly shrieked. The screaming woman shoved through the crowd and pushed Jana. You naughty cat! Why are you causing an uproar every time you wag your tail? Sheesh, I smelled a noisy kid and she appeared Niang. Who's a kid? Appa, you don't have to be so nice to someone like her. She just messes things up. What Niang? Hey you! What did you say Niang, dot? Bah! Every day being surrounded by men. Appa, you should have visited your house first when you came back to town. Or contacted me beforehand. Do you know I had to find out after hearing gossip? The girl Roko pulled Ark's arm. Since the rehabilitation group stopped making hunting for the slime's immortality pill, Roko had spent most of the time in Lancel village. Then she heard that Ark had come back. Sheesh, what an annoying girl. Jana glared at Roko and then waved to Arkansas. Come visit me when you get tired of a child like that Niang. A cat doesn't care about the past Niang. Shut up you erotic cat. Ha ha ha, what does a little girl like you know about erotica Niang? He truly had no room to talk between the two women. Then he felt death stares in the back of his head as Roko dragged him away. If you have a girlfriend, if you have a girlfriend, if you have a girlfriend. It was the curse message sent by Jana's fan club. Here is Appa's new home. Ark's eyes widened at the end of Roko's words. Ark had given money to the raccoon clan to expand his house while he was in the netherworld. Of course, there wasn't a mail system in the netherworld, so Sid had to pay the prices. Ark asked the funds Sid owed him for the debt to pay for the expansion. But the money didn't come from his wallet, so Ark had half forgotten about it. When he saw it, his expanded house was beyond his expectations. It was like the TV show where the shabby cottage had been transformed into a stunning two-story house. A small but vibrant garden in front of the house and even a balcony on the second floor. This much is definitely enough. No wonder why the raccoons he met before mentioned that there wasn't even a penny left. They didn't just extend the house but also changed the foundations. It was definitely good to make friends with NPCs. Oh Arknim, is that your house? Buxel's jaw dropped as he sent it an admiring look. Owning a house. That was a merchant's dream. But Ark was a warrior-type profession, not a merchant, so it was surprising that he would own a two-story house. Roko tilted her head to one side and finally noticed Buxel. That person is? Let's enter while I explain. Ark entered his house. The good-looking interior was styled very well. The raccoons had also gifted him with several pieces of furniture. Thanks to that, it didn't feel bare and empty. Ark entered the house and explained what happened in the netherworld to Roko. Since they've met or talked on the phone during that time, there was no need to explain everything. However, Ark felt strange while describing it to Roko. It wasn't something he intended. But he realized that he never mentioned Lariat while talking about the netherworld. Although he often stayed in touch with Roko, he never thought of her as a girlfriend. In addition, Lariat was something else. But strangely, he didn't feel right mentioning Lariat to Roko. A man was indeed an unknown animal. Well, it's good to avoid useless misunderstandings. Ark scratched his head and asked about the present situation. Where are the rehabilitation youngs? Last night they managed to finally get 12 Slime's essence. I headed to Lancel first since I heard Appa was coming back. They'll be going to Jackson now. Jackson? Why there? Justice Man originally left Jackson to build his reputation in the evil Silrian. However, various things happened so that he couldn't participate in the evil Silrian. Thus he decided to go back and explain it to Lord Jackson. Jackson, it's been a long time since I was there. Ark became nostalgic as he thought of Jackson. Jackson was a special town for Arkansas. He spent most of his newbie days there. In addition, the Lord sent soldiers to help when Ark was in a crisis. He utilized Lancel as his base for various reasons, but in the game he felt like Jackson was his real home. Sid? Sid Appa is coming to Lancel. Anyway, he saw most of the people he needed to see in Lancel village. But what now? He was lost for what to do after he suddenly came back to Lancel from the Netherworld. It isn't possible to go anywhere until Bona deciphers the scroll, and hunting around the village was impossible. The monsters were around level 100 while Ark was level 282, so he wouldn't receive any experience from hunting. In addition, the level difference was so huge that he wouldn't be able to obtain any items. It would just build up his fatigue. But I can't stop playing. Making I can make the medicines? Ark could use the spare time to raise his herbal decoction skill. Herbal decoction required certain conditions to be fulfilled before the skill proficiency would rise to advanced. He needed to make 100 to increase it by 1. Since he had been busy hunting, he could only make it in his spare time. There are a huge number of herbs around Lancel village. I'll make Buxel gather the ingredients and raise his ingredient foraging skill at the same time. Then Ark suddenly thought of something. Wait. Aren't there a lot of users here compared to the Netherworld? So I don't have to take the herbal medicine. Herbal decoction makes medicines that don't have an expiry date, so it can be carried for a long time. Then can't I make the herbal medicines then sell them? Ark's spirit felt refreshed. In fact, Ark hadn't been thinking of its marketability when making the herbal medicines. At the moment he could make effective salves, tonics and herbal teas. The salve had a low rating, so it couldn't treat anything beyond the intermediate level, while the tonic had to be taken for a long period of time in order to increase the stats. The herbal tea had peculiar effects, but there was no draw for a user to buy it. But Ark overlooked one thing. All his thoughts about the items were based on his level. A low-level user must hunt for low-level monsters, of course. And the abnormal conditions caused by low-level monsters had a lower ranking. High-level users would require more advanced medicines to get rid of higher abnormal states. However, a beginner-level state could be fatal for a low-level user. Didn't Ark almost die many times when low-leveled because he was affected by an abnormal condition? Eventually the remedy became precious to low-level users. That also applied to tonics and herbal teas. Taking the tonic for 30 days would increase the damage by 1, but that 1 point could have an enormous effect at low levels. In addition, low-level users were still raising their production skills, so they would be thankful for the effect of the herbal teas. And there are a lot of level 100 users around Lancel village. That means that Lancel village is the perfect place to sell such items. Why didn't I consider it until now? Herbal medicines required ingredients, so it could be sold for much cheaper than alchemy potions. For low-level users trying to save money, clearly the herbal medicines would be a better option. If Ark made money, then wouldn't the commercial value of Lancel village increase even further? I thought of a good way to make money. However, there was one problem. It wasn't possible to sell low-level herbal medicines for an expensive price. If he only engaged in business for 1 or 2 days, then it wouldn't be lucrative. Compared to Jiren, opening a street stall in Lancel village was a lot different. In order to make a huge profit, he would have to sell a huge variety of items in large quantities. So it is necessary to have a store and a part-time salesman. Ark looked around his extended house and smiled. He owned a 2-story house in Lancel village, so there was no need to worry. And the part-time salesman Ark required. It needed to be a merchant who mastered the relevant transactions and accounting skills. And Ark knew of one such merchant. The hobbit Sid, who was tied to him with a slave contract. But Sid is my connection to the trading post in Sylvana. I won't gain any profit from tying him to a place like this. It would cause larger damage. Then the remaining merchants. Ark smiled slyly and asked Buxel. Buxel, have you been in touch with your brothers? Huh? Yes, that. Tell them to come here right now. WI. I'll introduce them to a good job. Ark laughed as he got up from his seat. Ark exited the house and immediately went to the town hall. In order to open a shop in the village, he had to get permission from the mayor first. You want to set up a business? Galen became startled at Ark's words. Yes, I think I need to open something in order to settle down properly in the village. It's not a bad idea, but it won't be easy. Well, it's not that hard to give permission if you really want to do it. But even though you own a house in the village, you need to possess 3% shares in the village before you can open a shop. Did you know that? Of course he knew. If a foreigner was able to easily own stores, then there would be those sorts of shops in villages all over New World. A normal user would normally only be able to obtain 2% shares in a village. In other words, without contributions a user wouldn't be able to open a store no matter how much money they had. Presently Ark had 2.5% of shares in Lancel Village. Thanks to Galen's promise, he could now increase it to 5% after expanding his house. How much to raise it by 0.1%? 200 gold. Ha! Ark, who had been rummaging through his bag, exclaimed with shock. The price had increased by 80 gold from the 120 gold he used to buy his original shares. However, it wasn't that bad. The shares becoming so expensive meant that Lancel Village was developing at a much faster pace than Ark expected. And Lancel Village was still developing. Once he released the shares and sold it to users, he would definitely see a profit. Okay, thanks to my bank balance I can afford to spend the money here. Currently Ark carried 4,000 gold. Ark worried for a while before boldly handing Galen 3,500 gold. It would definitely become profitable, so there was no reason to hesitate. So an extra 1.5% share and the store permit is 500 gold. Here's 3,500 gold. Huh, you seem to have received a lot of luck on this trip. Galen muttered at the sight of the money. Anyway, he received a certificate from Galen and a new information window showed up. Relevant investment information window. Your shares in Lancel Village have risen to 4%. Once you have 3% shares, then you are able to own a private store. A player operating a store will affect the commercial business of the village. If your trade flourishes and the village thrives, then more contribution points will be added and your upper limit on the shares will increase. However, if your business suffers a huge loss, then it will decrease the reputation of the village. When this happens, your upper limit will go down and you might be deprived of your shop permit. Currently owned shares in Lancel Village, owned/upper limit 4/5%. Money was important whether in reality or in the game. Anyway, now he had obtained the qualification to open a business. Ark visited the raccoons and asked them to remodel his house into a store. They easily agreed to create shelves and compartments inside the house. It cost 100 gold. After 10 minutes he only had 400 gold remaining from his original 4,000, but his heart was filled with pride. My store. Tears gathered when he saw the sign Ark's Comprehensive Store. His house, his store. People who hadn't saved their pennies in order to obtain a house or a store wouldn't be able to understand. Sometimes in life you could recognize someone similar with just one glance. While Ark was in the midst of preparations to open the store, Sid finally arrived in Lancel Village. And the moment Sid and Buxel met, they instantly understood each other. That dwarf merchant, Arknim, is also taking advantage of him. That hobbit merchant, he's also been exploited by Arkansas. They didn't even have to ask. They were people who suffered underneath Ark. The people with experience understood each other too well. Did you suffer a lot? No, there is. Sid sighed as Buxel clasped his hands and rocked on his feet. They stood facing each other before suddenly embracing. It was like meeting a friend after parting a long time ago, like they were deer licking their wounds. Although they were weak, the two merchants swore to someday plunge a dagger in the devilish person who exploited them. Hey Sid. What are you doing? Ark Nim. Sid automatically moved away when he heard Ark's voice. No matter what he thought in his head, Sid's weak body reacted first. Did you get what I asked you to find? Of course. Sid quickly took out the unicorn horns from his bag. Ew, it was nothing. These days it is so difficult to find unicorn horns that the price has increased to 1,050 gold. But who am I? If Ark Nim is in a desert, then wouldn't Sid go to collect ice for him? You asked me to buy 4 for 4,000 gold. He, now the loan price settlement. Sid twisted his hands with an expectant look. Ark narrowed his eyes at Sid's attitude. He knew Sid's character. For a merchant to not show any dislike after going so far in order to receive a loan settlement was strange. But Sid had definitely bought the unicorn horns. And he already checked that the price rose to 1,050 gold on the auction site. Rocco was also firmly clenching the rehabilitation group's finances. The main reason Rocco was in Lancel Village was to receive the items and settle the payment with Sid. I'll pay you right away. But the golden items in your bag must be equal to the loan amount. Ah, Arknim knows that as well. Was it 4,000 gold? Yep. Sid's eyes brightened as Ark motioned to Rocco to take out her wallet. Then there was suddenly a cold smile on Ark's face. In fact, this was Ark's trap. Ark knew about the loan schemes of the Merchants Guild. He had picked up the knowledge while traveling with Sid. At that time, Sid mentioned that the interest for a loan was 5%. In other words, Sid received a loan of 4,000 gold, so the interest would be 200 gold. Yet Sid never even mentioned it. It meant Sid had no problem not receiving a handling charge for the 4,000 gold. I knew something was strange. I don't know where, but he must have somehow purchased the unicorn horns for a much cheaper price. Has that child grown that much? He even dared try to trick me? Please show me the credit note issued by the Merchants Guild first. WWWY? Sid panicked and stuttered. You might not know, but haven't I decided to operate a store? But I can't operate it using a guessing system. I have to check it and record it well after each transaction. If you buy things with a credit note, then how will I know you haven't taken anything? I want to confirm that you borrowed 4,000 gold. That. Do you want to die? Ark murmured in a low voice before Sid tearfully extended his credit knot. It was recorded that he had spent 3,404 gold in an auction in Jiren. He had bought it for 851 gold instead of the 1,000 gold he told Arkansas. He stared at it for a long time as the silence ticked away. Well, his profession was a merchant. Doing everything possible to receive a profit was worthy of praise. He didn't want trouble before the opening of his business, so Ark pretended to tolerate it. You bought it cheaper than I thought. Well done. Here's 3,404 gold. Sid had swelled up with anticipation and released it with a sigh as he accepted the money. Then he had a thought and quickly calculated the interest. Arknim, the loan interest. What? Ark's face twisted as he glared at him. He'll say it again, but Sid trying to gain profit was worth praising. But only if Ark wasn't his opponent. What the? Why were you silent when I offered you 4,000 gold before? However, now you're mentioning it? Are you trying to scam me? Do I look like I'm easy to trick? If you keep on mentioning it, then I won't let the problem go. Do you want me to become serious? Of course I will have to take care of it. Of course. Is that what you meant? Then I'm thankful. Ark laughed and tapped Sid's shoulder. Of course, the payment Ark received from Roko included interest, so it was 4,200 gold. He paid Sid 3,404 gold, while the remaining 796 gold obviously went into Ark's stomach. He only had 400 gold left after all the preparations for his store, so he needed this gold. And Sid was forced to increase his debt by 200 in order to pay off the interest. Fortunately, Isurum forcefully gave Sid 100 gold, but there was the 40 gold handling fee for the auction, so 200 minus 100 plus 40 is equal to 140. So 140 gold still remained intact. He had crudely tried to use a shrew plan, but it ended up backfiring on him. Isurum to Sid, Sid to Ark. In the end, the pinnacle of the food chain was Arkansas. It's not my problem. Buxel sighed and watched the gloomy Sid walk around the corner. He didn't know what happened, but he could tell that Sid had been struck by Arkansas. It was at that time he heard some marvelous voices from behind him. Hyung Nim. Oh, Sapjil. Olniak. Buxel turned around with a wide grin and shouted. Buxel contacted Sapjil and Olniak, and now he greeted them with tears. It was a poignant moment, meeting for the first time after separating in the netherworld. Buxel's face clearly showed signs of suffering, and he was wearing shabby attire. Ak, how has that guy been treating you? Hyung Nim, you must have suffered a lot. The three little pig brothers embraced each other with tears streaming down their faces. Then Sapjil suddenly looked at Buxel. His eyes blinked a few times before he winced and retreated. Hyung Nim, this feeling, chaotic. Oh, you saw it? I'll tell you what happened. Buxel sighed and tried to explain. However, Olniak just flinched and retreated from him. No, I'll tell you the circumstances. It was actually revenge, Sapjil? Sasasasak. Olniak? Sasasasak. Whenever Buxel approached, Sapjil and Olniak immediately avoided him. Hyung Nim, I'm really sorry. But no matter how it happened, you're still chaotic. Sob. Hyung Nim, you've become a bad guy in the meantime. Even you guys. Buxel had believed in his two brothers and received a large shock from their attitude. Yeah, why are you lingering over there? A chaotic player can't be hanging around when my store is opening soon. Don't wander around and get caught by a hunter. So you should shut yourself up somewhere until it is time to go to the netherworld. Even Arknim is treating me like this? In the end, Buxel was crushed as well and ended up standing gloomily next to Sid. Sid and Buxel, these two merchants would continue to receive misfortune thanks to Arkansas. Anyway, all the necessary preparations were finished. The interior had been changed and he even recruited a merchant as a salesman. Of course, the two merchants didn't want to be salesmen in a small mountain village's store. But Ark managed to convince Sapjil and Olmiak to stay until Buxel's chaotic status was removed. And the next day, Ark's comprehensive store opened its doors. "Now, I'm going to start raking in the money starting from today," Ark exclaimed after putting something up at the entrance. It was the 1,000 visitors. It was an item that allowed stores to receive an extra 3% value on their goods. Originally he thought to give it to Sid, but now he used it directly for his own gain. The grand opening of Ark's comprehensive store in Lancel Village. It sells all items ranging from Japtum to magic items. Also selling unusual but inexpensive items that don't exist in Middle-earth. Feel the efficiency of the herbal medicines only sold at Ark's comprehensive store. Recommended for those who want to become a master at foraging. Herbal tea, 13 silver. An innovation price for a remedy to treat abnormal states. Salve, 10-15 silver. Eating this food will make you become stronger. Tonic, 30 days 25 gold. Limited sale of 30 items to commemorate the opening of the store. Nadinka's fruit, 2 silver. Ark started his business with the herbal medicines as his main product. But he didn't get an explosive response from the low-level users like he expected. The biggest problem was that Lancel Village was much larger than in the past. The larger scale of the village meant there were 3 more general stores. In total there were 12 shops. And all the stores were concentrated at the entrance or in the center of the village. On the other hand, Ark's store was in a residential area. There was no large population flow there, so it was impossible to do business. What, this is? At this rate will I lost my investment? Ark watched the empty store for 2 days with impatience. There were quality items. The salves had the same potency as potions while being 50% cheaper, while the tonic would be helpful in improving the stats of level 100 users. But what did it matter if the products were excellent? How could users try it if they didn't even know about it? As expected, I have to advertise the business. An idol is the best for effective advertising. So Ark visited the Meow section and requested Jana's help. With the usual Ark adoration, Jana gladly accepted. "Hello Niang. Everybody, do you know my wonderful boyfriend Ark?" Niang, in fact he opened a store in the residential business. He has really good items to sell, so please use it frequently in the future, Niang. Jana promoted the store to her fan club after she danced. It had an effect. "That bastard, get lost. I hope all your items are destroyed." Curses and profanities were immediately written on the walls of Ark's comprehensive store. Ark decided to significantly modify his advertising strategy. Unbelievable. How the hell can I gather people? Ark frantically thought of new marketing strategies. Wait. Isn't there an easy way to get people to buy good items? Raising the price for low-level users would be a burden, so shouldn't I go the opposite way? I'll hide the store instead of advertising it. Ark instantly implemented his plan. Ark's influence on the NPCs of Lancel Village was enormous. So he couldn't not take advantage of it. Ark put the sign and product list away and met with the Meow, the raccoons, and the reformed thieves as he roamed the village. Then a strange rumor started to spread through Lancel Village behind him. "Hey, did you hear the rumor?" "Yes, I heard it. The one about the huge effects? I've received an introduction, so let's go check it out." The Meow, raccoons, and thieves gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and whispered together. Whenever the users approached them, they would panic and hurriedly shut their mouths. Users started to show curiosity once rumors of their strange actions spread. In RPG games, sometimes players would find a secret shop. Those stores weren't available everywhere and sold unusual goods. All the users were game enthusiasts, so they immediately thought of a secret store when they saw the NPCs' reactions. The users would sometimes raise their intimacy with the NPCs to obtain the information, eavesdrop, or even threatening the NPCs. And shortly after. "Hello? What product are you looking for?" Ark welcomed his first guest. The warrior glanced around at the items on display. Leather, bone, etc., all the Japtum he gathered from the netherworld was on display. However, the warrior wasn't disappointed. He received information from an NPC that everything was disguised. I heard there were rare items only shown to people introduced here." "Huh? Where did you hear such talk?" Ark's tense expression completely convinced the warrior. "A person I know introduced me. So can you show me? But it's a secret, so if can't just show it to anyone." That won't be a problem. I won't spread any rumors, so just show me a little bit. Ha, it can't be helped. I understand. I'll show you as long as you don't go anywhere else to buy it. Yes, I understand. Then first take a look at this note. It lists the inventory of items only sold to chosen people. Don't say the names and just secretly write what you want and the quantity. When Ark spoke secretly, the warrior pretended ignorance like a hero in a spy movie and read the piece of paper. It had in-depth information about the items and how to use them. If he were given this paper on the streets, the warrior probably would have thrown it away without looking at it. However, the warrior was tempted by the secret and read the piece of paper several times. I didn't know there were such items. Give me 10 of this and this, . Oh, but those items don't have that much left in stock. I'll pay 1 silver more. Ark sighed and pretended to fret, so the warrior became impatient and promised even more money. Hoo, it is a success. Ark laughed as he watched the warrior carry out the goods he received. The secret was the core of his marketing campaign. And being the first to know the secret was the original charm. But after a while, anyone could know the secret. At first, they would probably feel a sense of superiority. However, they won't be able to feel that sense of superiority if they didn't tell anyone. The people who looked for Ark's comprehensive store were the same. They all nodded when Ark asked them to keep it a secret. But soon users would go to their friends and say, "That guy sold this to me." And the surprised friends would confirm the effect of the items, while the original buyer's face would say, "Hoo, how about it? I know this secret shop." It was a domineering expression on his face. The marketing was a great success. Although everyone knew about it, the users thought they were the only ones to know and secretly gathered in Ark's shop. And every time they would buy 10 or 20 after Ark mentioned that the items were almost sold out. Thanks to that, the herbal medicines suddenly ran out. Wow, it's not a joke? All these ingredients supplied by Buxel have run out? The ingredients supply couldn't keep up with the sales, so Ark visited the Baron at the training center. The Baron gathered sap, so most of them had the foraging skill. Ark shared Japtum with them since they didn't have the concept of money, and the Baron started gathering ingredients from around Lancel village. A new rumor started to spread that NPCs with blue skin similar to Smurfs were living in Lancel village. Anyway, thanks to that, Ark's secret store became famous. Now my store is on track. But it's not there yet. Including the house, I invested approximately 4,000 gold into this business. I have to maintain this state for several months in order to make a profit. Well, Lancel village now has a mailbox, so I can easily supply the goods. Since the business became so good, Ark suddenly faced new challenges. I can't be preoccupied with the sales. I also have to connect with Sid's trading post in Sylvana and engage in large transactions. But I have to rely on Sapjil and Olmiak. Leaving the shop to them is a bit. Yes, Ark wasn't satisfied with it just being the secret store in Lancel village. He had the intention of connecting with the trading post in Sylvana when he created the store. Connecting to Sylvana was the first step in establishing a trade route between Sylvana and Lancel, which was Ark's grand dream. However, Ark couldn't become a merchant and stay at the store in Lancel village. But he was worried about entrusting it to Sapjil and Olmiak, a trustworthy person. Then Ark suddenly heard Roko's voice in his ears. "Kids, what are you doing now? Isn't the turnover rate for that one the best? Pile it up on the outside. Look at this dirt. Is that what you consider cleaning? The attitude is a problem you should get rid of." These days, it was routine for Roko to stay in the store and nag Sapjil and Olmiak whenever she connected. Ark snapped his fingers as he stared at Roko. "That's right, why didn't I think of that? She was too close, so I didn't notice." Roko had experience after handling the finances of the rehabilitation group and 300 thieves. Although she wasn't as strong in profit or loss as them, Roko had a firm controlling grasp on Sid, Sapjil and Olmiak. Additionally, he could always take to Roko on the phone and get a grasp on the situation in the store and provide necessary instructions. Indeed, she was the best choice for a store manager. "Roko, would you like to become the store manager?" "Store manager? Yes, there will be numerous times when I'll have to leave and I can only entrust it to you. I'll do it. I accept," Roko shouted when Ark finished talking. "The pay is. You don't have to worry. Appa's money is my money." Roko laughed as she twisted her body. A fantasy was already playing in Roko's head. "Appa, I've earned all this gold." "Oh, indeed, you're the only one I can trust. My burning love, my darling. Ho, let's build a house of gold on that blue meadow. Ha, let's eat as much cotton candy as we want." He he he. Roko drooled while imagining things. Sap Jill and Olmiak winced and retreated. What's with that woman? Why is she drooling while laughing? Clearly her mind has gone away. Hyun Nim, we have to work for her? A devilish owner, crazy manager, why do we always? Sob, Hyun Nim, I'm scared. Sap Jill and Olmiak cried as they embraced each other and trembled with fear. Anyway, Roko was appointed as the general manager for ARC's comprehensive store. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 11 Chapter 9. ACT 9 Truth of the World Trees. A remarkable event took place in Celebrate a few days ago. He heard an excited voice as soon as he turned on the TV. It was the voice of the female reporter in charge of the game scoops. It was the weekly corner that dealt with events in New World. This week the corner was on the monsters attacking Celebrate. The male reporter was an actual gamer and described it with a serious expression. As everybody knows, Celebrate is the capital city of the Schudenberg Kingdom where most users started. A large number of guards are concentrated around the palace, in the city and even in the suburbs. As a comparison, not even a dragon would be able to break into Celebrate. But didn't an event which tore apart common sense occur? That's right. Surprisingly, dozens of monsters managed to break into Celebrate. Let's see the footage. Soon after, the screen changed and the Celebrate Square appeared. There were merchants leisurely strolling the streets, lovers dating in front of the fountain, people enjoying a nap on the benches. It was indeed a peaceful scene. But at that moment, an area in the square distorted and a gate appeared. And dozens of monsters with terrifying appearances exited. Ugh, where is this? There are foreigners. So many foreigners. All of them are enemies. Kill. The monsters looked around and began to wildly attack the users. Fortunately, the emergency signal went off and the guards were able to handle the mobs with no problems. However, it left a deep wound in Celebrate, who prided themselves on not allowing monsters to invade. The screen returned to the studio. A truly shocking scene. What is going on? It's difficult to say at the moment. The senior magicians immediately mobilized after the incident to investigate the gate, but no official announcement has been made. I can only guess that the gate the monsters came through is connected to another dimension. The female reporter asked with a surprised expression. A different dimension? Other dimensions exist in New World? Of course. Although it hasn't been officially announced by the publishers, typically users know that there are several dimensions including Middle-earth. That's right. That must be why so many users are interested in this incident. Yes, so far there have only been rumors, but the different dimensions were confirmed for the first time. Opinions are also mixed on whether this might cause another event quest like the one in Jackson. But the production company Global Exos Hyunwoo never expected that it would appear on TV. Hyunwoo was the main cause for the monsters attacking Celebrate. While facing Duke in the woods near the Valley Village, he had created the dimensional gate using the dimensional movement powder to get rid of the Nakujuk. Yes, that exit for that gate was Celebrate. He had gathered the Nakujuk and pushed them through the gate. He had forgotten about it until it suddenly appeared on TV. Ark smiled wryly and sat in front of his computer. He wanted to confirm the situation in the auction. The auction is complete. Death Engraved Stick, 11,100,000 won. The auction is in progress. Magaro's Deluxe Alchemy Tools, currently 9 million won. He received the best profit from the Netherworld items. As expected, they sold at exorbitant prices. No, to be honest, he hadn't expected that much for the Death Engraved Stick. He put it on the auction for 5 million won, but the price went up to 10 million won in one day. The auction climbed so quickly that he even started to expect 20 million won. But afterwards it only rose by 100,000 won and eventually it ended up being sold for 11,100,000 won. There aren't that many users raising necromancers. However, selling one item for 11,100,000 won was clearly a jackpot. On the other hand, Magaro's Deluxe Alchemy Tools wasn't rising by a huge amount, but it was rising steadily. There were still 3 days before the auction finished, so he might end up receiving even more than the Death Engraved Stick. He expected it to sell at a higher price. Unlike the Necromancer, there were plenty of users raising alchemy. I might receive 20 million won even with the handling fee. Hyunwoo currently had 12 million won in his bank account. He spent around 6 million won every month, so he had saved quite a lot. If he added this income, then he would have 32 million won. But for Hyunwoo it was strange to have money. He felt more uneasy. Money was a truly mysterious fellow. Whenever he gathered a little bit, it always seemed like he needed more. Hyunwoo also felt the same. He started having many thoughts once he gathered some money. If mother becomes a lot better in the future, then she might be released from hospital. When the time comes, I'll have to move to a more sanitary house for her. And I should really put aside money for a game unit in case the entrance examination suddenly ends. But when he compared it to his past, they seemed like happy worries. Anyway, my income is unstable, so I can't spend money recklessly. And I need to make more profit after thinking about my plans for the future. In addition, I spent 3,500 gold this time to create a store. Most of my spending is in investments. For the meantime, I should tighten my belt. Hyunwoo was moving the mouse when he suddenly stopped. He saw an unexpected message. You have received an instant purchase request. Plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred, 4 million won. Instant purchase? For 4 million won? Hyunwoo's mouth widened. He had obtained the plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred from Kaljapu. It was a magic item, so Ark didn't have high expectations for it. Of course, it had a special option, but the defense wasn't that great compared to the level required to wear the item. In addition, the hate stat was necessary, or else the special option wouldn't be available. It should only get around 2 million won. When he checked yesterday, the bid was only 1,800,000 won. Now he suddenly received an instant purchase request for 4 million won. What kind of person is this? The purchase price was so outrageous that Hyunwoo looked at the requester's ID. This guy. The ID for the auction site was Charming Man. It was an ID that he had seen before. No, to be precise, Ark knew the person with this ID. It was the person who bought the Sacred Earth Shield in the past. And that shield was the cause of Hyunwoo's crisis in Salrin's Towers. Yes, Charming Man was the ID for Alan. In fact, Hyunwoo suffered some embarrassment just before entering the Netherworld. Hyunwoo had registered as a bounty hunter before going off to deal with Alan. And he stopped by Celebrate before going to the Netherworld to collect the 500 gold bounty. However, he heard some unbelievable words from the Supreme Court judge. When the target died because of a bounty hunter, they would be automatically trapped in jail. The NPCs would check and then pay a reward. But the judge said that Alan never appeared in jail. Thanks to that, Hyunwoo still hadn't received the reward of 500 gold. What's going on? I confirmed that Alan died. It was still an unanswered mystery. After that, he hadn't heard any news about Alan. When the guy suddenly disappeared, Hyunwoo thought that Alan had given up on the game. He probably deleted his character so that the reward couldn't be received. But now he suddenly appeared on the auction site and wanted to purchase an item. New World didn't allow 2 characters, so it was clearly Alan. But did it make sense that he raised his level so much that he could now buy a level 200 item? But that's not the only strange thing. Alan has a lot of money. He had so much that some of it is probably rotting. So why would he want to buy my items? Are there also a lot of rare gauntlets on the auction site? He could probably buy better gauntlets for 4 million won. So why? He wouldn't have been worried about it if the person wasn't Alan. And Hyunwoo was soon able to guess the reason. I'm sure that Alan needs these particular gauntlets. I don't know exactly why, but it must be important since he doubled the price on the instant purchase request. If that's the case. A smile spread on Hyunwoo's mouth. His opponent was someone with a lot of money. And this was a necessary item for him. Then wasn't there a way he could use this? Hyunwoo immediately rejected the purchase request and called the rehabilitation members. Are Hyungnims using their IDs on the auction site? No. Why? What will you do? Make some money. Hyunwoo laughed as he replied. Normally the auction site directly connected to the account, so they never informed others of their ID. However, the rehabilitation members didn't ask any questions and just gave their IDs and passwords. Thus Hyunwoo got his hands on 10 IDs and immediately started to manipulate the market price. The remaining auction period is 4 days. How far will you go? Hyunwoo used Jack Tun's ID to bid 4,010,000 won. Sure enough, Charming Man bid 4,500,000 won after 1 hour. Then Hyunwoo connected to Bulkun's ID after 1 hour and bid 4,510,000 won. So they played ping pong for 8 hours until the price for the gauntlets increased from 2 million won to 6 million won. Will you increase it even more? Keep on increasing. If you give up because of this amount of money, then your pride will be injured. I'll use this opportunity to receive my bounty. Hyunwoo smirked as he bid 6,010,000 won. However, another bid did not come even after a long period of time. Hyunwoo suddenly became afraid. What the? Surely this guy, did he just give up? It was a chance to sell the gauntlets for 6 million won instead of 2 million won. In fact, Hyunwoo would have been satisfied with 6 million won. But he had to be greedy and bid one more time to increase it over 6 million won. Please just bid one more time. Hyunwoo prayed as he glared at the monitor. If Alan gave up this bid, then Hyunwoo would have to pay the 6 million won from his own account. Of course, that money would just return to Hyunwoo, but he would still need to pay the 7% handling fee. 420,000 won would just fly away. Then he would have to sell the gauntlets and pay the fee again. It would end up harming Hyunwoo instead of Alan. However, a new bid did not come the next morning. Damn it, I'm screwed. Hyunwoo sighed and was about to exit the auction site. You have received an instant purchase request. Plated gauntlets of corrupted hatred, 8 million won. 8 million won. Hyunwoo was shocked and saw that it was indeed Alan. He struggled for a while before deciding to accept. This was probably Alan's limit. He didn't know why Alan wanted the gauntlet so much, but he couldn't pass up the opportunity when the market price had increased by 4 times. Hyunwoo reached out and pressed the accept button. Ho, Alan, you were an easy mark. Although it wasn't New World, once again Hyunwoo had won over Alan. After a while, Hyunwoo confirmed the transaction and stared warmly at his unit before entering it. Hyunwoo heard the sound of the unit connecting to his brain. Then the land of New World, which promised profit and trouble, appeared. Ark was lost in thought as he stared down at the scroll. After logging into the store, Roko told Ark that Bona was looking for him. The deciphering of the scroll had been completed. I didn't know what information Ark Hyung is looking for, so I deciphered all the scrolls. You can read the separate translation I created. The 10 scrolls Basutyu designated mentioned the epic tale of the birth of the Netherworld. After reading it, Ark managed to obtain the desired information. There were a lot of expressions and abstract meanings due to the nature of the legend, but he summed it all simply. Surprisingly, hundreds of years ago the Netherworld was originally a part of Middle-earth. However, suddenly a huge calamity which split the sky and earth occurred. Numerous species and land was swallowed by the calamity and disappeared. Among them was the Netherworld. A huge storm struck the Netherworld after its world tree disappeared. The Netherworld was caught in the storm and sunk into the dimension lower than Middle-earth. And the air currents from that storm formed the sky in the Netherworld. The spinning sky Ark saw in the Netherworld was actually because of the dimensional storm. Also, the strange weather and terrain in the Netherworld was because of the influence of the storm on that dimension. After all, not all of the earth that moved to the dimension was in an intact state at the time. Sometimes a small pebble or even a giant mountain would become trapped after the dimension distorted, or it would be left in a non-existent form. This was the underground that Basutyu mentioned. Unfortunately, that was everything written on the scroll. It didn't state how Ark could return the underground to its original form. But the decrypted contents of the scroll did give him an important clue. The Netherworld's world tree. The scrolls recorded that the world tree was destroyed in the storm before the Netherworld disappeared. So wasn't the core of all these events the world tree? And if it was regarding the world tree, then Ark had a source to find out information from. I didn't expect to use it like this. Ark took out the sacred branch from his bag. The sacred branch had come from Popo's trunk. It had various effects, but the one Ark wanted right now was to communicate with Yggdrasil. But how do I use communication with this thing? Ark turned the branch around, but as expected he didn't see a dial or call button. He thought for a moment before putting the branch to his forehead and focusing his mind. He was visualizing Yggdrasil when the space in front of his eyes suddenly turned white. Ugh, where is this? Ark scratched his head and looked around. Surprisingly, Ark was in an entirely different place. He had been at the training center in the woods, and now he was in a wide open place where the horizon couldn't be seen. But that wasn't what caused Ark's surprise. In the far distance, many gold coins were stacked up like a huge mountain. It was literally a field of money. He couldn't afford to wonder where he was right now. This is a windfall. Ark plunged wildly into the money field. And he collected the gold coins like crazy. However, the gold coins turned into sand and dripped through his fingers when he touched them. Ark was confused and tried it a few more times, but the results were the same. What the? A prank? Ark let out an impressive stream of curses. Then a dim light appeared and revealed an old man. We've finally met after a long time, deliverer. Yggdrasil. Ark stood up and approached Yggdrasil. Where on earth is this? Ha, this must be your first time here. This is your spirit world. All the scenery here is what your mind imagined. Even so, your spirit world seems really marvelous. Please don't tease me. I'm not teasing. This is really the most amazing spirit world I've been to. Yggdrasil said with a laugh. Even though it was a game, but a field of money? It seemed somewhat superficial. Ark sighed with a melancholy expression before Yggdrasil asked. By the way, did you call me for something? Oh, I contacted you because I have a question. Ark finally remembered his original purpose. Question? Yes, it is about the Netherworld's World Tree. What? The Netherworld's World Tree? Have you been to the Netherworld? Yggdrasil spoke in a frenzied voice and approached Arkansas. Ark was bewildered by the violent reaction and nodded. Ha? Yes. There were various circumstances and I ended up going to the Netherworld. But I ran into some trouble while traveling through the Netherworld. A necessary item I need is stuck in a dimensional gap called the Underground. It happened in recent years, but it seemed like the cause was the original phenomenon which destroyed the Netherworld. Ark roughly read the contents of the scrolls. I see what you mean. But half of the contents of those scrolls are wrong. This explanation might be long, but you need to know it. Yggdrasil nodded before opening his mouth. I've said this once before, but the world trees is the existence which maintains the balance. It does nothing, but it also does everything. Indeed, the world trees have a large number of roles. And originally there existed 4 world trees. These 4 trees secured the north, south, east and west respectively. Yggdrasil suddenly started explaining the history of New World. Anyway, according to Yggdrasil, New World used to consist of a much larger continent than now. However, a great change took place on that continent hundreds of years ago. It was thanks to the hand of the Dark Lord. At that time, the Dark Lord plunged the world into darkness before being defeated by the 7 heroes. However, the Dark Lord had one final weapon. He used a dark spell to drain the lives of all beings that belonged to the darkness in order to drive the world to ruin. It was the catastrophe written on the scrolls. It was horrible. Parts of the world literally vanished. But if there was darkness, then there was always light to oppose it. The 7 heroes fought numerous battles before finding an ancient scroll filled with magic. The 7 heroes were able to use the magic of the world trees to defeat the dark magic. The world trees, which maintained balance, poured all of their magic into the spell. But even such power couldn't fully stop the dark spell. It was possible to defend most of the earth and many lives. But the darkness at the edges of the world magic wasn't able to be stopped. A powerful curse swept through the ground and burned countless lives. The world trees used all their strength remaining to prevent it. It was power necessary to maintain the balance of the world. Yggdrasil then looked at the horizon with a faraway look inside. Thankfully, the life of the land was able to be maintained, but all the world trees except for me lost their strength and withered up. At this point, the land they presided over wasn't fastened to the world and was unable to withstand the storm. Among them is the world tree Usuria, who maintained the land Sutandal, which is the netherworld you spoke of. This world is the lost continent. Ark remembered seeing in the information window that popped up when he first entered the netherworld. The lost world equals Sutandal was clearly written on the netherworld's information window. It meant that it was lost from Middle-earth. Although the history lesson on the netherworld was interesting, it didn't contain the information he wanted to know. Then reverting the underground back to the original dimension. The only way to revert the underground back is to stabilize the netherworld. And consequently there is only one possible method. What is it? The world tree of the netherworld that I mentioned earlier, Usuria, is not completely lifeless. If Usuria's life hadn't been depleted, then the netherworld would have never sunken to the bottom dimension. But it cannot regain its strength while stuck in the dimensional gap. Then the answer is simple. If you revive Usuria, then the netherworld will rise back to its original dimension and stabilize. The world tree can be revived? That's right. The key is already in your hands. The sacred branch. It is a treasure which can restore the vitality of the world trees. I believe that Usuria will have a defined body that is deeply hidden somewhere. If you return to the netherworld and restore Usuria's power, then everything will go back to its original form. Yggdrasil grabbed Ark's hands and said, Deliverer, I ask you. Usuria defended this world with his whole body. He has the right to exist, and I firmly believe that you can help him. Ha, you're saying that to someone whose spirit world is like this? Ark was a narrow-minded guy. Although he said it in a sarcastic voice, Yggdrasil just laughed and pointed to the sky. I have such expectations because of this spirit world. What, Hook? Ark raised his head to follow Yggdrasil's fingers and let out a small scream. Ark's spirit world before was quite shallow. But now the gold coins were floating into the sky to form a sun which emitted a bright light. No, he thought it was the sun, but when he looked closer he saw that it was a familiar presence. In the superficial spirit world of Ark, the bright light which did not allow darkness to exist was Mother. I've never seen such a bright light in someone's spirit world. I accept. I'll do it. Even if I have to risk my life. Ark blushed and the words tumbled out of his mouth as he looked at Yggdrasil. Dududung, the quest information window popped up. The resurrection of the Netherworld's world tree. You have listened as Yggdrasil conveyed a hidden history to you. Finding the balance is the mission of all players in New World. The first step is to revive the Netherworld's world tree, Usuria. If successful, then the lost world of Sutandal will rejoin Middle-earth like before. Difficulty level. A quest? And it is a special difficulty one. That meant it was a lore quest. A lore quest dealt with historical events that could have an impact on the entirety of New World. As he previously saw, it was extremely difficult and there wasn't any compensation for it except for the stars. It seemed fruitless. Besides, this was 4 stars, so wouldn't it be way more difficult than in the past? What a misleading description. What will collecting stars give me? Well, even without this quest I would still need to revive Usuria. Ark sighed and exited the spirit world. He knew the method to complete the quest. But there was a serious problem when he thought about it. The underground would disappear when he resurrected Usuria. But at the same time the Netherworld would move to Middle-earth. That was the problem. So far, Ark had monopolized the Netherworld, but once it moved to Middle-earth then users would flock to it like a cloud. However, that was a problem for the future. What if the Hermes Alliance and the Nakujuk conquered the Netherworld while Ark was completing the quest? Currently the Nakujuk and Baron are preparing for war in the Netherworld. It is most likely that the Hermes Alliance and Nakujuk would occupy the southern region if they conquered the Netherworld. If the Netherworld moves to Middle-earth, the Hermes Alliance would gain benefits that he couldn't even imagine. Without the Baron there was no hope of stopping the Nakujuk's conquest. But like Basutyu said, the odds weren't in their favor even if the Baron joined forces and fought against the Nakujuk. Especially if the Hermes Alliance started to support them more actively. He couldn't just sit and watch as the Hermes Alliance occupied the Netherworld. In fact, he had no time to complete the quest. But there's nothing I can do. Of course Ark had his own forces. While fighting in Sylvana, his attack group Dark Eden consisted of the Rehabilitation Group, the Meow, the Raccoons, the Reformed Thieves and the soldiers from Jackson. Even if he called them again, he would only be able to gather dozens at most. On the other hand, this wasn't a war between guilds or a siege. It was a race war between the Baron and Nakujuk. Dozens of reinforcements wouldn't be enough. They wouldn't be a match for the Nakujuk and Hermes Alliance. He needed forces equivalent to a species in order to solve this problem. If I can't gather enough forces to defeat the Nakujuk, then it will be a failure. Anyway, I can't allow the Nakujuk and Hermes Alliance to take over the Netherworld. In other words, I need to either stop the Nakujuk's offensive or maintain it in its previous state. But the forces needed. Ark slowly sighed before a thought came to him. There is something that could have enough power to change the battle situation in the Netherworld. Shambhala. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.